A billionaire with a fortune of over 100 billion is trying to set a trap in the equity contract to force you to marry his daughter. If you refuse, you will have to pay a sky-high penalty of 3 billion. Having never seen so much money in your life, you have no choice but to compromise and live off her. At this moment, in a luxurious mansion by the Bund in Shanghai, your cheap yet stunning wife gently curls her alluring red lips and coldly says, "I will not fall in love with you, nor will I sleep with you. If you have needs, you can find women outside." This was the first thing your wife said after you got your marriage certificate 3 hours ago. You are not surprised she can say such things because you want to say the same. Not because you have a penchant for being cheated on, but because you want to get a divorce as soon as possible. You don't need to worry about that. I only live off you and won't sleep with you. Similarly, if you have needs, you can also find men outside. I cannot satisfy a woman without feelings, you replied. Upon hearing this, your cheap wife, Shen Yi, was somewhat surprised and said, "I have someone I like, who is currently not in the country. If there are times when I don't come back to spend the night, or if I don't return for 10 days or half a month, you don't need to be surprised. If you help me keep it a secret once, I will give you 5,000 yuan. In any case, you must not tell my father." You are thinking, who do you look down on? You think 5,000 yuan can make me wear a green hat? How could I not report this? I have to bring my father-in-law to catch the adulterer, and I need to quickly find out where that wild man is abroad. So on the surface, you agree. After all, I am the third party in your relationship. It is only natural for you to be together. I am prepared to wear a green hat, so you can pursue your true love without worry. As long as the money is right, I can even stand guard for you. Shenye's face was cold, and her heart was full of disdain. Even if he is a useless person, it saves a lot of trouble. Since you are so understanding, Shenyi felt that some rules should be established at home. No exposing your body in public. Second, without my permission, you are not allowed to go upstairs. Seeing that she had finished 10 demands and showed no sign of stopping, your expression became very ugly, and you said, "None of your demands will pass here." Do you really think I am crazy with poverty? I was just joking with you, and you took it seriously? We may not have feelings, we may not have a relationship, but you cannot humiliate me. You really take me for a servant. Ha? What do you mean I have to take care of the dog's food and drink? Give the dog a bath once a day, wipe its butt after it poops, scoop the cat's litter, and I must wait until they are full before I can eat? So my status is not even as good as the cats and dogs you raise? Why don't you get a marriage certificate with them? It's not possible in the country. You can go to those chaotic places. Shenyi clenched her fist tightly. She felt that you were just putting on an act and raising the price. With a sneer, she said, "What good man would marry into a family? It's just for money. I can give you 20,000 a month. You're only worth that much. One shouldn't be too greedy. You have to be content. If you really push me to the limit, there are countless ways to make it impossible for you to survive in Shanghai." She displayed the demeanor of a big sister in the underworld. But you have traveled far and wide over the years. What kind of people haven't you seen? How could you possibly be intimidated by a woman? In fact, you achieved financial freedom 3 years ago, with a net worth of 1.5 billion. However, because your original entrepreneurial project was targeted by people with powerful backgrounds, you had to cash out and leave, reinvesting in the company that initially invested in you. Little did you know this was a trap. I treated you like a father, but you want to be my father-in-law. Faced with equity traps and exorbitant breach of contract penalties, you had no choice but to compromise and live off this soft meal. Now looked down upon by this woman, you immediately said, "You don't understand me at all. I am the assistant to the president of Cito Group, with an annual salary of 2 million, and a personal net worth of nearly 1.5 billion. I am a low-key person and don't like to flaunt my impressive resume everywhere. It's you who insists on making me slap you in the face." Shenyi thought you were bragging and disdainfully said, "Very good. You can deceive young girls in nightclubs, but here, these words will only make me think you are a joke. Our relationship can only last for half a year. You figure out a way to get my dad to agree to our divorce, and I will give you 5 million. 5 million for half a year is nothing compared to the 3.6 billion penalty. The contract requires that during the 3-year marriage, no rumors about other women can be spread. I estimate that the old father-in-law uses the same clause to require his daughter. You thought of her at the age of 30 and laughed heartily. It's really not easy for you to hold back for half a year at this age. Shenyi hates it when others mention her age. You took a deep breath, put away your frivolous smile, sat up straight, and said, "I know you look down on me, this soft rice man, thinking I am just bragging and trying to regain a bit of pathetic self-esteem in front of you. You completely misunderstood. I may not have your background, but aside from that, you are at most just a club's top star. It doesn't matter if you don't believe what I say. If you're interested, you can go ask at the company where I work." Before you could finish speaking, the single sofa tipped over with you, and immediately after, your lower abdomen took a kick. You curled up like a cooked shrimp. Your breath momentarily halted. as fists rained down on you, and your face took quite a beating as well. Once you regained a bit of awareness, you tried to grab Xinye's arm, but it was ultimately in vain. You could only tightly protect your head. Xinye used both her hands and feet, hitting you mercilessly, feeling quite pleased in her heart, shouting angrily as she struck. To deal with someone with a sharp tongue, you have to use your fists to make them shut up. I forgot to tell you, I won the Sanda championship at 16, you better speak to me politely. If there's another situation like today, I'll smash your mouth, hurry up and beg for mercy, or I'll make you stay in the hospital. Xinye didn't hear you beg for mercy for a long time, and her anger surged. She lifted you up, planning to execute a shoulder throw, but due to the inherent physical differences between men and women, you were half a head taller than her and weighed 20 kilograms more. Moreover, Xinye had exerted quite a bit of strength in hitting you, so this shoulder throw didn't go as perfectly as imagined. Her neck was tightly gripped by you, and she felt a wave of dizziness. She struck back at you with her elbow, but you were like a numb robot, not only showing no signs of letting up but instead hitting harder and harder. Xinye was flustered, her fingers randomly grabbing your arm. The arm that had been choking her neck finally loosened, and the two of them slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. You won't let it go so easily. Whether to hit a woman depends on the situation and the person. You are quite vengeful. Just like that, you stayed in the hospital for a week, following the principle of avoiding trouble. You stayed in a hotel every day afterward. Unexpectedly, your father-in-law came to check on the situation. One day, you were lying in bed playing games when a phone call suddenly made you sit up. Dad, what do you need? You asked. Your cheap father-in-law angrily replied on the other end. I'm in your new house. Xinye said you went out to buy groceries, and it's been 2 hours since you left home. Did you go to Kyoto to buy them? Just as you were about to explain, a deep voice came through the phone. I'll give you half an hour. He hung up before you had a chance to respond. Thinking of that 3.6 billion, you hurried to the new house's door, entered the password twice but it was wrong both times. Damn woman, you really changed the password. You had no choice but to ring the doorbell. You thought it would be your cheap wife opening the door, planning to act like a loving couple, but to your surprise, it was your father-in-law, whose eyes were sharp as knives, hair gray, and face gaunt. You shrank your neck and followed him inside. The atmosphere was very tense. Your cheap wife had a cold gaze, and your father-in-law's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. The anxious heart makes you afraid to look your father-in-law in the eye. You raised the groceries you bought at the supermarket downstairs and said, I'm going to prepare dinner. You like cooking so much. Are you planning to open a restaurant? Your father-in-law's words left you stunned. You thought to yourself, so you can't argue with your daughter and are taking it out on me. I'm not an animal, we have no emotional foundation, and it's pointless for you to force us together like this. You looked at him with determination, trying to keep your expression calm, but you were extremely nervous inside. Your father-in-law frowned and said something shocking. You two are even worse than animals. Two different kinds of animals locked together can develop feelings. Do you need me to hire a teacher for you to cultivate feelings? Is this really the usually serious and stern old man? You wanted to go over and tug at his wrinkled face to confirm if someone was impersonating him. Xinye couldn't believe it either, her eyes wide open as she said, Are you speaking human language? I am a person, not your plaything to be manipulated at will. Have you ever thought about what I want? You only think about yourself. You take yourself too seriously, and you never consider my feelings when you do things. Then, turning to you with a fierce look, they said, I will never love you in this lifetime, so give up on that thought. You are not worthy. Stop dreaming that a toad can eat swan meat. You feel wronged, thinking that you are indeed beautiful, but not to the point where I would worship you. No longer holding back, you said, I am not interested in you. Even if you were naked lying in front of me, I wouldn't have any reaction. Xinye crossed her arms, disdainfully scoffing. That's your insecurity, only daring to have bad thoughts but not expressing them. Don't think I don't know what kind of person you are, pretending to be aloof. You are just as hypocritical and heartless, with a dark heart. Don't think that just because you mention Shinjianqiu, I will sleep with you. Don't dream about it. Who can't say a few harsh words? It's just personal attacks. You are fully unleashed. It's you who is insecure, spending money to support a man, even paying for sex, and probably having to prepare your own safety measures, loving a man who lives off others, yet treating him like a treasure. I really can't stand women like you, clearly behaving inappropriately, yet pretending to be aloof. You give him money to spend, and still have to please him. It's disgusting. Don't even talk about sleeping with you, just catching a whiff of it makes me feel sick. Shinjianqiu's face grew increasingly grim. What do you mean by spending money to support a man? He was completely unaware of this matter and needed to arrange for someone to investigate thoroughly. You two idiots, completely disregarding me, both of you shut up. With his father-in-law speaking, you immediately fell silent, but you did not regret what you had said. At worst, he would bring up the contract, and then you would just have to back down. What else could you do? A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Shin Jianqiu looked at his daughter, blaring angrily, "Tell me, who did you spend money on? If you can't explain, don't expect to get a single penny from me in the future." Shinye's tightly clenched fists turned white at the knuckles as she stared at you standing against the wall not far away, wishing she could go up and beat you to death. I didn't spend money on a man. That was just normal investment and financial management." Upon hearing this, the old man calmly said, "Since you are so tough, starting this month, you will earn your own money and spend it yourself. I will not give you another penny. If you two want to argue, go ahead. If you want to fight, fight. As long as you are willing to give up what you currently have. If you want a divorce, then get divorced. I will not interfere." What a joke. Where am I going to earn 3.6 billion? Being tough with words is one thing, but I can't really breach the contract. The calmer the old man spoke, the more it made people feel he was angry. Shonan knew his character well and immediately got on the show. "Dad, I was wrong. I will properly cultivate my relationship with Xinyi in the future. Xinyi was right. I have low self-esteem and I do have thoughts about her. I just can't stand to see her condescending enough to say something nasty. Xinyi, I'm sorry, like you, I hope you give me a chance to pursue you." An apple exploded on his head, and Shanan's head swam a little. Xinyi gritted his teeth and roared, "Xiaonan, a stinking, what kind of white lotus flower are you pretending to be for my mother? Like me, you don't deserve it." Originally, when her daughter was scolded so badly, Shin Jianqiu still wanted to find an opportunity to knock Xiaonan. Come on, the daughter's a hothead. She doesn't need him. You two will be staying together starting tonight, and I'll be coming by from time to time. You, Xinyi, don't know what's good for you. Don't think that just because you're my daughter you can do whatever you want to bully Xiaonan. Then you'll wait to collect our corpses. Xinyi went upstairs after saying that and closed the bedroom door with force. "Nan, I'll call someone to take you to the hospital." Knowing that it was his father-in-law's false concern, Xiaonan was still moved to tears. "It's fine. I'm fine. You stay for dinner or..." "No, your aunt is waiting for me to come home for dinner." Xiaoye's character is a little worse. Her nature is not bad. "I believe you will understand my painstaking efforts one day." The old husband left the house after that, without breaking up Shonen's performance in front of him. It's because the guy who needs to perform doesn't have enough capital in his hands and concedes that he still cares about the contract. If he didn't have a choice, he wouldn't bind two people who didn't see eye to eye with each other in such a way. Choosing Shonan because I liked his ability and personality, with the undercurrent of not needing to eat soft food. A different man who was a real soft touch would have been taken to task by his daughter. When I got to the car downstairs, I immediately arranged for the driver to check my daughter's bank account tomorrow. Ordinary people can't do all this. Entrepreneurs like him can get it easily. Chapter 8, Meeting Friends with Cheap Wife. A bag on top of his forehead was treated with a simple cold compress without much concern. The mouth suffered a calamity, said people like Xiaonan. "You're staying in the second floor side bedroom. Put some clothes in my room." Cheap wife walks without making a sound. I wonder when she'll come downstairs. Changed into a one-piece dress that opened to her thighs. Straight legs were hidden. The edge of sass and conservatism teeters on the edge. "You are ready to go out and wave ah?" Having been victimized, Xiaonan naturally wouldn't walk and talk in a good tone. It's better to enrage her, just to have a duel with her and get your revenge. "A friend has formed a bureau and you're coming with me. Your identity is my distant cousin." She wouldn't be so kind as to take herself to a friend's party. And when the hard stuff didn't work, she started to come up with the soft stuff. Shonan looked at his clothes. "I don't look right in this. I'd rather stay home and not go out and embarrass you. You don't look like that in the top extravagance. And you're wearing this one to match your status." She spoke hard. Shonan when she was right. "Say as if you now have money to buy top luxury. Obviously poorer than me. Pretend what rich people. You don't have nothing to pick on. I'll take you to buy a set of clothes. You wait for me." Shinyi walked to the entrance hall and opened the shoe cabinet, choosing a pair of white high-heeled sandals to change into. Turning back, he saw that Xiaonan was still sitting in his original position without the slightest intention of getting up, so he couldn't help but feel impatient. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Xiaonan pointed to his forehead with a helpless face. "How am I supposed to go out with a bag on my forehead? I want to stay home for the last 2 days. I don't plan on going out. I'll buy you a hat to wear, and when people ask you, you'll just say that you drank too much and hit the wall," Xinyi said. She suddenly had the illusion of being a mom. That Sinan was her disobedient, rebellious son. "You're a nagging person to get out of the house. What are you still gawking at?" Seeing that his command was not moving, Xinyi took out the phone to threaten. "I'll call Shinjianxiu here." Okay, do whatever you say. I'll feed the tiger with my body today, and I'll give this old bone to you." In the face of a $3.6 billion default, Shonan had to bow down. Knowing that there is a deep pit ahead, Xiaonan had no choice, and the two came to the mall men's clothing store. Sale's eyes went purposefully to his forehead, trying to stifle a laugh out of professionalism. Is it handsome confidence to go out with a bag on top of his head and cover it up at all? Sales recommended a few clothes. Xiaonan are not too satisfied. He picked one out for himself to change into. Straight light gray thin suit, white t-shirt bottom, black straight pants, dark green casual leather shoes. The whole person gives a clean, minimalist, refreshingly youthful look. The body is upright, with broad shoulders and a thin waist. This really has no skin to speak of except for its mouth. Xinyi looked a little mesmerized. The idea of signing him to the company popped into his head. The thought had just come out when a ringing finger jerked the thoughts back to reality. Her delicate face flushed and she pulled out her bank card to pay for the sale. Shonen's outfit didn't cost much. The price was less than a tenth of the dress on Xinyi. Buying too many luxuries is one of the reasons she is poor. The handsome driver, the gorgeous co-pilot beauty is eye-catching, and the bag on Xiaonan's head is even more noteworthy. Passers-by invariably whispered after they left. There are girls who say to the guy next to them, "Look how nice I am to you. I didn't beat you up like that before I took you out." Xiaonan heard it and looked back at the fat woman. "Big sister, you are really God. This can let you guess right." A glance toward the dry, thin man beside her, sympathizing with the man. The two entered the clubhouse together. Xinyi said the private room number. The waiter led them to the private room, pushed open the door, and the sound wave came out. The crystal table was filled with fruit plates and wine, and there were more than 20 young men and women sitting on the card seats, all exquisitely dressed and with extraordinary temperament. The music suddenly stops and pauses, and the dimly lit room is instantly illuminated. Eagerly, he rose to embrace Xinyi. The handsome youth wearing flat glasses said, "Mr. Xin is really a busy man. He didn't come out even after asking you out several times." The words didn't sound too pleasant, but Xinyi was guilty of not counting on it and said with a generous voice, "I've been so busy with work that I've taken a little time off lately, so next time I'll get a group together and call everyone to play." "Xiaonan, do you have money? It's going to cost at least a couple $100,000 tonight. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, and there's no end of things to say." Completely ignoring Xiaonan's number, it wasn't a bad thing that no one was paying attention, and he found himself a place to sit. There were a few good-looking guys at the card table, and the pretty girls stood with smiles on their faces and didn't go over to say hello. Xiaonan had been to countless private business receptions at home and abroad, and most of these men and women were backdrops for the second generation to bring in. After they finished chatting, Xinyi introduced the people brought over to the crowd. "This is my distant cousin, Xiaonan. I brought him out tonight to meet the world and get to know everyone. Small place to come out of the ugly place. Look forward to brothers, sisters, more tolerance." They don't believe in the whole cousin thing, but it wouldn't be stupid enough to go and offend Xinyi on an insignificant person. Won't, come our friends. Shao brother tonight, don't be polite. Want to play what brother all-inclusive? My name is Wu Peiyuan. This should be the person who organized the bureau. Xiaonan reached out his hand and shook him loosely. Let Wu break the bank. It doesn't matter the age. Just call your brother if you're of similar age. A circle of people were met next, each introducing the friends they had brought over to the group, and there were a few women who had come alone. Someone teased Shonan about the bag on his forehead. Whose wife is this hooking up with and getting caught in the act? Drinking too much and hitting the wall last night. Shonan chuckled. It's not that you forget to buy a hat, but you simply don't want to wear it. And instead of being flirted with twice, you end up seeing it once at a glance. Looks like the handsome cousin has a pretty good drinker, so he'll be drinking well tonight. The slender, tall-looking woman coaxed. There are too many people. Shonan only remembers that her surname is Sure and she is quite pretty, but a little flat. It's because the alcohol is too bad. Drink 2 cups, hit the wall on. Ugh, blame me too. Vegetable. Met the living father. Had to drink. Everyone come over here and join in welcoming the new brothers. It was unclear who yelled. Shonen's a good drinker, but 24 glasses of highly charged foreign wine is too much to drink. I'm new, I'll take a pitch. There's no sense in keeping everyone company. After saying this, he picked up the dispenser on the table that held the white wine and drank it all in one go. Sharp, then the music, then the dance. I don't know who shouted. The booth dimmed and lit up with colorful laser lights. The second generation of Ping, surnamed Sure, sat directly beside him and did not go away. In addition to drinking and not a few eat his tofu, there were people ghosting and singing at the top of their voices, whispering close to their ears, toasting with glasses of wine, and most of them are pouring drinks into Shonan here, obviously being targeted. Xinyi is the bogeyman. There are at least half a dozen admirers here. There were 3 men in front of her and 3 behind her to stick to her side. She hadn't the slightest intention of relieving him of the maintaining her cool, unsmiling, yet polite response. The wheel wars would put him in the hospital, and not letting someone else take the initiative. Shonan took the opportunity to leave. Get the waiter to get 2 decks of playing cards. Chapter 9, Poker Stalking. With 3 flopped playing cards in front of him, he's going to play poker. With poker tournaments joining in, it's often 10 drinks for everyone else before he has one, and it's still an intentional loss. I was once too stupid and naive to drink with the client's oldest brother, had 8 drinks in a row, and got drunk that night. Slowly working through the playstyle can basically mean there is no enemy. A few drank and threw up on the spot. Some sang with their tongues tied. The waiter came in to clean up and continue. All people have the spirit of not giving in, let alone this group of second-generation sons and daughters who have been raised in high esteem. They will not allow to lose to a kid from the countryside on this. If they couldn't play, they let the people they brought over drink for them. And one by one, people came over to his side to play wheelchair games. None of them could play showdown though. The table full of wine was completely emptied, and 2 more 88,888 packages were ordered, with the exception of drinking the wine that had been targeted and intentionally lost in the first place. With the initiative in his hands, Shannon rarely drank anymore. Naturally, some people are not convinced. A dimpled beauty beamed. I'll be the dealer. You pick. Yes, anyone can be the dealer. Shannon wanted to say that you guys could take turns being players, but felt it was too crazy. Handsome cousins must give way to others. Speaking without forgetting to discharge at him. Cousin will be gentle with a pretty girl like you. Shonan moved aside a bit. The beautiful woman sat down next to him. A different person will be the dealer, and the others have no intention of playing, so they can only play poker one-on-one. Fingers wearing manicures shuffled the playing cards again and again. Turn over 3 cards to the table 442. Shonan didn't make an immediate choice and looked to the woman on his left who was covering her head with a flushed face. MS. Sure, you think it's better to choose which one to put on top. Take your pick. Handsome, and I'll drink it for you. The woman leaned the side of her face against his shoulder. Shonan glanced at his cheap wife and she was responding to people who had accosted her in the past, not caring about him here. Smiling, flushed and seemingly drunk, Shonan gently patted her face. You're so kind. Go to sleep. Brother can't afford to let you hold back the wine for me. There was that hint of guilt that he had poured her drink. Brother is so nice. I'll take number 2. The card turned over was a 3. Shonan lost, then put the card on the 4 and drank 4 glasses in a row, one after another. Some people came to watch, seeing him lose in a row and applauded. Lost another 3 cups, lost 7 in a row. Shonan disrupted the card game. The remaining cards he did not drink a cup, but in turn, the figure of the dimpled big beautiful girl drunk. Wrapping her arms around him, she exhaled close to his ear. I've got a room upstairs, and I've had a bit too much to drink, so why don't you take me up? The obvious implication. Shonan said I wouldn't dare take it. Why not send the 2 up together? You can't just hook up in front of other people. He's a very traditional man and doesn't play with flowers. Shonan patted the soundly sleeping woman on his left. Wake up. I'll take you upstairs to rest. People want you to carry them upstairs. The beautiful woman named Shi wrapped her slender arm around her neck and the other side up. Shi Jinxiang, let go of your cousin. The dimpled beauty's tone was unkind. Doggy, you don't own the cousin. You control me. Slimane wrapped her arms around him even harder. I mean you nothing else. The cousin is everyone's. I am simply sending you to rest. Shonan racked up the 2, slightly exerting himself, and one woman on one side was half hanging on to her body, leaving the private room with his arms around 2 beautiful women in full view of everyone. Someone reminded Shunyi, nice of your cousin to take care of 2 at once. My cousin has a face that has charmed countless women, and coming from a small place, the advantage is all in the face. She spoke lightly, referring to Shonan as a white boy in one sentence, but there's a feeling in my heart that my head's been planted in green grass, quickly shaking off the thought. However, it was not the effect she was looking for. It was a windfall for the night. It's better to stay out all night. Women have strange minds. They're afraid of being haunted by a nuisance. It's uncomfortable to see someone you hate flirting with other women. Am I worse than them? Shinyi had a comparison in his heart. You're really not afraid of playing yourself out. The whole thing was distracted next and the smile became forced. The mind was full of Xiaonan stripped naked at this moment, straddling 2 women doing dirty things. The 2 women he took had careers of their own, even better developed than her, eating 2 bowls of soft rice at a time, not afraid to hold out. Scum. After 10 minutes, Xiaonan came back again, and the people who were talking focused all their eyes on him. There was envy and disdain, looking at him strangely. Sorry guys, keep playing. Xiaonan fell to sit next to his cheap wife, instantly feeling the air freeze, and spoke stiffly. Cousin, it's almost time to play. I want to go home. Table, my cousin, dirty man. You are so fast. Shinyi was full of contempt for him. This is all seen by you. Cousin, if there is a need, I am willing to go through the fire and feed the tiger with my body. Xiaonan lowered his voice and said, Cousin, why don't you come and sing a song for everyone? The woman in white pleats handed him the microphone. How boring it is for me to sing alone. Why don't you? The door to the private room opened at that moment and Slimane wandered in. "Cousin, I'm going to sing with you first. What are you doing down here?" That perverted woman, Gurdon, was nuzzling and nibbling at me, and the door to the private room was pushed open again once more, interrupting her, and Godandon pestered Xiaonan as soon as she entered. "Cousin, I want to sing with you." Okay, let's all three sing together," Xiaonan asked his sister, who was sitting at the jukebox, to help him order a song called Why Did You Ever Meet Each Other? The short intro passes and Lin Lin is dumbfounded that she can't sing, beaming and shoving the microphone at Xiaonan. Xiaonan and Godandon were welcomed with applause as soon as they opened their mouths. Same end of the world. Peer in this heartbreaker passage. Maybe there's no need to know who I am. There's no point in making you think about it again and again and again. Ruthlessly Xinyi envied. She pentatonic. Did not sing a song all night? In the face of the invitation to sing politely declined. Xiaonan's voice was thick. Not as thick as a top singer, but not as thick as a second-rate singer. After they finished a song, it was Shireen's turn, and she ordered a selection, which Xiaonan, having studied music theory, could almost always sing. I hope you love me to the end of time. Shi Jin Xiang, count your blessings. Singing such a straightforward song. Shameless. Even though everyone was just out to have fun, Gurdon didn't want to lose. Plus the two were already a bit conflicted. I chose you and you chose me. After singing this one, Gurdon Dane defiantly ordered another duet, and the next two women went into full PK mode. The whole audience listened to the three of them sing. It ended in Shonan making excuses about his throat. Chapter 10 Messing with My Way. Each had their driver pick them up and Shonan called a valet. Cheap wife's face was black as a pot and her eyes were knife-like. She really couldn't figure out what it was about Xiaonan that attracted women. Can't get enough of it. Do you want to get out of the car and ask for contact information? Her voice was cooler than ever. Do you need a reminder? I've already friended you. Xiaonan rubbed his temples, his instinct to be making him again. Why are you talking sour? You're not jealous, are you? Oh, I'd be jealous? I'd be jealous of you? What international joke? Xinyi sneered and turned his head out the window. She was irritable, extra irritable, presumably from drinking and staying up all night. Xiaonan will not be so confident that the first time they meet to let women fall in love with him, but is just a tool man for women to fight for power. The moth doesn't want to let go of the cheap wife. People like you are possessive and don't want to be touched if you don't like something. You're greedy, trying to have your foot in both boats. You shut up and throw you out of the car if you speak again. Shen Yi glared angrily, prepared to be guilty of words dare not say again. Xiaonan eyes with a smile with her. What are you looking at? Be careful of picking out your eyeballs and kicking them as a ball. Shen Yi immediately averted his gaze. Hate those peach eyes that smile at all times. The atmosphere wasn't congenial. There wasn't a single conversation the rest of the way. Arrive home and go to your respective rooms. Xiaonan only took off his shoes, got next to the bed and huffed and puffed. In the pink bedroom only a wall away. Xinyi didn't feel a bit sleepy and scratched her hair irritably. Asterisk. Get out of here. Pressing his voice, he whacked the mattress hard. All sorts of jumbled thoughts stirred up in his head. She doesn't know how to talk to her childhood friend, who's far away, about getting married. Whatever the purpose, no man could accept it, except for Xiaonan. Sometimes they say they don't need a soft touch and act like they don't care, and sometimes they say it's about the money. He did get married because of money. He did it out of necessity, all within his father's reckoning. Don't want to go toe-to-toe with him every day, but afraid of myself. How could I fall for him? Dead. She's 30 years old, no longer in her early 20s, and is really scared of relationships that don't have endings and can't afford to lose. Wants someone to take care of her, wants someone to be there for her, wants someone to listen to her, want to have an embrace to lean on when she's sad and whisper, I'm here, don't be afraid. Even the deepest emotional foundation is afraid of the test of time and distance, and she can hold the line without pretending to the men outside. But there's a good-looking man in the house who's in front of him every day, and he's not a vain man. Late at night, the quieter the thoughts come flooding back. All sorts of thoughts that aren't there during the day sneak out and do their deeds in the dark. Suddenly said a very middle-of-the-road sentence *******. You messed up my Tao heart. Early the next morning, a man and a dog in the park accelerated to run under the wooded path, until the pedestrians on the road gradually increased. Xiaonan gasped and found a bench to sit down. Does your mom usually take you out? I forgot you're a dog and can't talk. Taking a short break to head home, the dog led the way back the way we came. It is no longer curious about the roadside flowers and plants. Maybe it is really tired and wants to go home. Shonan followed, holding the rope. We encountered several waves of young people walking to work, constantly taking pictures of them with their cell phones. Greatly puzzled by this behavior, they didn't go up to ask the reason or stop them. Buying 2 breakfasts at the breakfast stand, he looked down to see Era dripping with saliva, and Xiaonan bought him a beef patty. He's realistic. Whoever gives food and drink is his own father. and excitedly whirls around him, his head rubbing right into his lap. I'll feed you at home. Come on. Era simply plopped right down in front of the breakfast stand and wouldn't leave. Oof. Ow. 250. There's a dog meat restaurant up ahead, and if you lie down and howl blindly again, I'll make sure you don't make it home. The word doghouse kills. Eyes defiant but tail between his legs as he heads for home. There's a civet cat in the house all of a sudden. The eyes are fierce, the limbs are well developed, and the fur is short, clinging to the skin, making it look robust. Shonen saw a cat with muscles for the first time, walking around the living room, bossy and whimpering, not at all afraid of the people who come into the house. Era, who was walking in front of him, crouched in the corner and shivered, his doggy face pressed against the wall. You're so big and you're still afraid of cats. Go over there and whack it. After a few tugs, Era was dead still, whimpering low in her mouth. The civet cat walked toward them with a dominant stride, stopping a short distance away and arching its back, the fur on its neck standing straight up. Meow meow meow. Hoo hoo. A dog like Era couldn't be counted on to do anything, and Xiao Nan threw a slipper over. You dead cat. Forced to break into the people's house and still so arrogant. Beware of the old man to put your skin. Who are you going to skin? I saw my cheap wife in a knee-length nightgown, no makeup, her hair in disarray and footsteps hurried over to pick up the civet cat. Why did you run home by yourself? Don't do that next time. What if the bad guys take you? Meow meow. Meow meow. Arrogant nature of the cat. Her arms immediately transformed into a kitten pampered, his head rubbing against her chest. Shinyi had wanted to sleep until the afternoon before getting up. The pet hospital called and said Meow 2 was missing, so I got anxious and didn't have time to wash up. It's a good thing Meow 2 snuck home on his own. Rummaged through the drawer to find cat strips to feed. They lived on the 12th floor. No one opened the door to it, and the only place they could get into the house was the terrace. Shonan muttered in a small voice. Even if the people are perverted, the cats they have are still perverted. As soon as he did, he picked Era up and threw her outside on the patio. I got you an extra for breakfast. You pick whatever you like. This guy is not sick, is he? Why is he being so nice today? If you have a favor to take, just take it. Pick white porridge, squash, xiaolong bao, donuts, and beef patties. The beefcake is for your oldest son. Shonan reminded. He can't eat food with heavy oil and salt. Shinyi took a bite of the meatloaf and looked up at him. You haven't given him anything else outside, have you? No, I didn't eat it myself, so how could I buy food for it? Shinyi said casually as he ate his breakfast. I don't know if I should deworm him. He didn't eat much dog food last time he came home from the hospital. Ugh, it's going to cost him another fortune. You have time to take him to the hospital. No time, I'm busy. He spent the money on the last hospitalization and was not reimbursed. Bring it back and chew up the seat and the dog doesn't get back in his car. Blacklisted it forever. Looked out. Era stared blearily at them as they ate. His eyes were full of grievances, and he could only say helplessly in his heart, your mom won't let you eat. I can't help it. Stealing a glance at his cheap wife, there was a bit of grease on his face and a little eye booger in the corner of his eye. It is more or less aesthetically displeasing for a woman with even the best face not to wash her face. You're pretty good, not washing your face, not brushing your teeth, and going straight to breakfast. Live at home how you want to be comfortable. Pretending outside is tiring enough. Shen Yi feasted. She didn't lose her temper and didn't look for trouble, making Xiaonan, who was used to being a little uncomfortable. I haven't seen her high and mighty today, pretending to be cold. Naturally, she's not narcissistic enough to think she's into her. Chapter 11, Cheap Old Man's Fury. All contents have been revised. End of vacation. The days returned to what they were before the wedding, each busy with their own work, with no chance of meeting up. Xiaonan was transferred to the vice president of the division in charge of the business of artificial intelligence market utilization, and traveled more frequently than before, often in a position to land a big drink to wake up in another city. After socializing with clients in Jiangcheng and catching the latest flight back to Mordor, I took a shower at home and suddenly realized that my cat and dog were missing and didn't care. I was too tired to care and was ready to go to bed. A phone call came from my old husband. What's the deal with calling in the middle of the night? Xiaonan connected with a brain full of foxes. Hello, Dad. What's good about it? The old man is bad. What was the situation? Shonan's mind was spinning frantically, unable to think of a single thing. Shinyi has been out of the country for a week. You know, who cares if she lives or dies? I just got back from a business trip. Saying you don't know proves that the couple's relationship is poor, and it's not clear what dim-witted trick the old man will pull next. Shonan had to lie hard. All she told me was that she was going out of the country for a while to take care of business matters. You're still beating a dead horse with me at this point. The tone of the old husband is very cold. Through the screen I felt a powerful pressure. Shonan tone as usual, probably trying to go international. I wasn't told the specifics. And you lied to me. You don't lie? Don't know what to say, Shonan said. The old man on the other end of the phone cracked up. Her Thai company takes tens of millions of dollars from me to fill the holes and go a begging international route. You're a man. You can't even handle a woman. Why don't you just go to the $2 store and buy a razor blade and come back and cut yourself up? How can you have the nerve to quickly let someone be a cuckold and lie for her? It's a very bad name. It's got a lot of mom in it. Sinan put his cell phone aside on the couch without saying a word. After scolding him, he then scolded his daughter. Xiaonan captured a very critical sentence like her mother. Is it possible that the old man was cuckolded by his mother-in-law, whom he had never met? When he was young, the probability is high that a man like him has been deprived of his time, his desires by 007, and hasn't satisfied his cheap mother-in-law for a long time. When faced with the temptation of a muscular young man, it's normal to be unable to hold on. Are you dumb? You don't say a word when I'm talking? What can I say? What can I say? Do I dare talk back? The only thing that could make him so angry is Xinyi going to see his childhood friend. Shonan pretended to be sad. Dad, I want to divorce Xinyi. Please allow it. You also know that she hid from me to go abroad to see her first love. I just can't bear it. Before this I was going to resign myself to the fact that I was going to get along with her and cultivate a relationship to come. But, yeah, she didn't give it a chance. This is the case. The divorce. Xiaonan was looking forward to the old man said good, but things did not go as planned. I've been arranging for someone to follow her. They don't live together. You guys have a good life together. And I don't recognize anyone but you. Women need to be coaxed, and if they like to be pretty, I'll punish her when she's back home. After scolding and saying a bunch of comforting words, old man, you're not going to coax me like a woman, are you? In other words, if he was having an affair with another woman, he would have followed the contract, and they are father and daughter after all. After ending the call it was already close to midnight. Xiaonan didn't have any half sleep. He didn't care who Xinyi saw, whether he slept with someone else or not. Love affairs counted for nothing with him. Profit always comes first. There are enough benefits to live without for a long time. Not going to call to question, let alone get upset. He realizes that he's the stumbling block in the way of someone else's relationship with a lover. Ordered a kebab takeaway to add to my meal. After a week, far away across the ocean, Xinyi indulges in the sour rot of falling in love. Leave all the work to the assistant. The bank suddenly blocked the company's account. The tax, the investigation together to check the accounts. Individual questioning by the company's senior management. Name, Gao Jing. Position, assistant to the president. After asking for basic information, Uncle Hat cut straight to the chase. The purpose of our coming has already been stated without further ado, and you will answer whatever is asked in a few moments, without concealment. Gao Jing had never seen such a big battle before, so how dare he hide anything? A sharp nod. Does Trinity Entertainment have any overseas investment projects? I don't know. Haven't been exposed to overseas business. Your company transferred $50 million in funds overseas over a 3-year period. Do you know what it was for? No, don't know. The policewoman revealed a warm smile and said, you are not the company's legal person, not involved in illegal activities. There is no need to be nervous. Ask what truthful answer on the line. Yes. Are you sure you're not aware of companies moving money overseas? I don't know. Never dealt with work on overseas operations. After questioning a few of the company's top management, the investigators left. When did the company become so powerful that it developed overseas? I don't know. This was the thought in the minds of several of the executives who were questioned. Meanwhile, in a tightly secured apartment in America, New York, the stunningly beautiful woman lay on a gray bed with a light smile on her lips. She was happy to be with her childhood friend every day. A childhood friend is willing to return home to face both parents in a month's time. The man he loves convinces his parents to agree to them being together, but Shin Jianxiu is dead set against it, going so far as to sever the father-daughter relationship. She gave up everything and wanted nothing and ran to her love with determination. Married with the blessing of the man's family and friends, eyes closed in anticipation of a kiss, but none fell for a long time. The blessings in her ears turned into abuse. The groom was forced to take away by his parents, leaving her alone to face a group of people. Xinyi suddenly woke up from the dream. Pick up the phone. What's up, Mr. Shin? Something has happened to our company. The tax, the investigators, and the bank are all checking the company's accounts. So hurry up and go back to your country. How come? The company has always operated legally and compliantly. Said our company illegally transferred funds, suspected of money laundering? You'd better come back quickly. I'll buy the earliest international flight right away. You first cooperate with the relevant units to investigate, and tell the 2 vice presidents to make sure to appease the company's artists and employees. The call ended without any semblance of sleep. Sitting quietly on her bed, she wondered why the company was suddenly being targeted. Money laundering? Since when is money laundering a thing? Every single dollar of the company's money goes in the right direction. Chapter 12, Cheap Wife Returns Home. The artists and the team of artists of Chuanyi Entertainment are in a state of panic, wanting to terminate their contracts immediately, but not wanting to pay a large sum of money to terminate their contracts. Stay on the sidelines, in case the company is really in trouble. Wouldn't it save you a ton of money in termination fees to just go out of business? As the company's legal person, Shinyi landed in the Magic City airport was invited to tea, providing a series of materials to prove his innocence. In the morning, out in the afternoon. Damn, which is slandering. She thinks the company was maliciously reported. Otherwise, how could the case be investigated jointly by several departments with great fanfare? And how it ended suddenly. After a 10-hour flight and a morning of being asked questions, I arrived home exhausted and threw myself heavily on the couch. The home furnishings were a bit cluttered. It looks like it hasn't been cleaned in a long time. She knew Shonan had a busy schedule. Before he left the country he used to leave early and stay late, and the two of them didn't run into each other once. The fast pace of the job is more than she can handle. That's why she came out on her own to start her own business. Xiaonan, who was far away in Kyoto, didn't know that she had returned to the country. Not to mention the fact that her company is being investigated by the authorities. In preparation for the global show in half a month, this is the first time that Cibotech has launched a terminal device that there will be thousands of companies from all over the world attending the show. This time, we are launching a language digital model translator, capable of one-to-many simultaneous interpretation and many-to-one simultaneous interpretation, suitable for people from different countries to sit and talk together. Shonan, accompanied by his assistant, strolled through the booth under construction. I have to rush back to the office in the evening for a meeting tomorrow morning. It'll be gone for about 2 days, so I'll leave it up to you. Don't make the slightest mistake. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. I'll do my best to do what you've explained. Huang Xiaoyun patted her chest and assured, fresh graduates are full of energy and can't wait to have a chance to perform. Xiaonan explained a few more sentences before leaving. Did not immediately go to the airport, went to Kyoto University to meet the teacher. The two of them met together at a campus cafe. He respected the old man in front of him, who had helped him in the early days of the school's business. Moving the language megamodel into the teaching classroom likewise has him pushing to get things done without having to personally show up. Sinan doesn't consider himself a good person, and it's often the good people who are pushing him to get where he is today. The old man does not seek fame, does not seek profit, lives simply and purely. This time came in a hurry, did not properly accompany you to chat for a while, even a meal did not eat on. Such as busy this bout. I stay a few more days to accompany you to wander around. Xiaonan said, young people should focus on their work. Don't waste your time on an old man like me. The moment I saw your company's products, my blood boiled and I just hated why I didn't study science and engineering when I was young. Work hard to do. Strive to make the company the world's first. Shinjianqiu I've seen a few times. People are good. The teacher finished taking a sip of his coffee and said he had work and left. Xiaonan watched his teacher leave and took a taxi to the airport. The teacher's comment about the cheap old man was pretty good, so I don't understand where this good is. The old man had a real knack for running a business. Not too complimentary as a person. Good people who count on those around them. Just transferred to a new position to take charge. The heart is not very bottom. In the past at most involved in the after-sales or exchanges. There is no go to open up the market themselves. The company's business structure is changing. Not only in the technology development, began to get involved in the production of end products machine. Rumor has it that there will be a separate BU division separated in the future. The challenge is very serious, and he is currently in charge of marketing in the artificial intelligence piece. Late afternoon at the airport, the sunlight poured through the clouds on the busy runway, its golden rays mirroring the azure sky. Inside the airport's waiting hall, travelers are sitting or standing, some looking down and swiping their cell phones, some closing their eyes and resting their heads, while others are talking with their companions. Each finds a way to pass the time. Weaving in and out of the crowds are uniformed ground crews with professional smiles on their faces, patiently guiding lost travelers and answering all kinds of questions. From time to time, the announcement of flights taking off and landing came over the radio in a clear, calm voice that seemed to be adding a regular rhythm to the space as well. Shonan stuck in time to catch the plane, positioned himself in a window seat, and rested with an eye mask on. It's been so much going on that my brain is muddled. The bright light in the sky darkened and the plane landed, with a flight attendant reminder in his ear. Shonan tore off the blindfold with the flow of people together out of the airport. Take a taxi to the home. Full of only one idea. Hot bath. Grab a nap. The home that was a little messy before I left was cleaned and the messy shoes in the entryway were neatly placed on a shoe rack. Woman in housecoat and headscarf wiping dust from corners. Hello, I'm the housekeeping staff that Mess Shin invited over to clean the room. The housekeeping staff stopped what they were doing to greet them. Aha! Shonan nodded to it, changing his shoes and heading inside. You're the one who soiled the house, and you're the one who pays for the cleaning. The voice is already there before the person arrives. It was only after the words were out of his mouth that he saw her cell phone appear against his ear, dressed in pure white and with a faint smile on her face. It seems that the trip to America pleased her, and the person on the phone had her chatting away. Shonan ignored her and looked over at the housekeeping. How much? That's $1. 200 total. You open the QR code. Sinan scanned the code and paid the money over. Heading upstairs with his suitcase, he casually tossed it aside and took a quick shower and went to bed, feeling like he was going to die if he didn't get some rest. His apathetic attitude pissed Shinyi off and it is not good to attack in front of the housekeeping. Meet again. Xiaonan's change is very big, a little less sense of youth, more unstable. The calls continue. What's wrong with you? A nervous voice came over the phone. Ah, it's fine. Marry me. That nuisance came back from a business trip, Shinyi said casually. I'm going back home in another month to take over the family business. I can't actually see the backward factory at home. I don't feel comfortable with you being alone in the country, worrying about the cute little piggy being ripped off. We'll face both parents together. I'm sure I can convince them. These years to learn a lot of newcomers to the management. I believe that new efforts can catch up with Uncle Shin's footsteps. The two companies registered a month before and after. The market value of their own company is less than 1/10 of Sihai. Zhang Tianze has always believed that it is his father's management style is too outdated. He was confident that the market capitalization of his family's Frontier Shang technology would someday surpass that of Civic Sea technology. The childhood friend was on the phone excitedly talking about her plans when she returned home. Instead, she couldn't be bothered to listen anymore, and with a sudden, unexplained feeling of guilt, she subconsciously cut the phone off. He looked back to dial it, and hesitated not to do so, dumbly sitting on the couch for a while. A month is fast approaching, when he chooses interests or feelings. It's late at night, and the lights are on in Unit 1201 of Building 5. Shonan had a bit of a low-grade fever and got up to take some antipyretics, planning to ignore the cheap wife. Let's talk. Talking in the middle of the night. Did you report me for money laundering? There was no possibility of a second person but him. Shonan presses on with what's going on, said as he received a glass of warm water and stood against the wall. How can I report you if I don't even know what your company is called? This family has been away on business for most of the past month since the end of my wedding vacation, and I've only been back for 3 days. If your dad hadn't told me you were out of the country, I wouldn't have known you weren't home. Shinyi stared at Xiaonan's eyes for a long time. There was no heartbreak, only a sense of brokenness that he was about to shatter. An object of suspicion popped into his mind and muttered, "You're a tough one. I had a few arguments with you and slandered me in spite of my father and daughter. You didn't have any regard for father-daughter bonding when you talked back, so don't force him to give up the last bit of it. You're not a match for him yet. Next time you go out of the country, please say hello. I won't stop you from seeing anyone before your dad calls and yells at me again." Xiaonan finished and went upstairs. Chapter 13, Cheap Old Father-in-Law insinuates Xiaonan's lack of aggressiveness. Civic Sea Technology attaches great importance to the first product launch, and Xiaonan was the only vice president of the division who participated in the meeting. As the head of the terminal equipment market, the business report for the month is given at the meeting. This month we talked about two of the largest live e-commerce platforms in China. Foreign trade e-commerce platforms, foreign trade enterprises, medical universities, well-known academic institutions, and other 15 companies to cooperate. The international market push needs to be held after this show before deciding what kind of entry to make. I personally think it's safer to enter the Western market as an agent. Even if suddenly the policy winds are not right, the company can pull out in time. You can make less money but you can't take risks. Sitting in the first Shinjianqiu listened to his son-in-law report. That is a little too conservative, missing a bit of the enterprising spirit of young people. We can understand your concern. Sihai is not on the physical list. Is that we are not involved in high-end electronic terminals, and there are some technologies they cannot get around and have to use. The company has always had the spirit of living to the death, and we have to be aggressive and be brave enough to take the tiger by the horns. The international market is not doing so well today, but I think the overseas market still has to be in our own hands. It's necessary to set up an overseas sales company, and I have a candidate here to discuss the suitability afterward. The meeting centered around the exhibition, and Xiaonan had little desire to listen any further, as his old husband's seemingly casual words determined where his future in the company would be. The situation he was worried about was defined as not being aggressive and going against the spirit of the company. He was a bit uncomfortable emotionally, but he couldn't argue to his face, so he stayed up long enough for 3 years and then left. The board of directors of this group of old guys did not jump out to oppose. According to their past style is absolutely no end of quarrel. Today this attitude is very intriguing. These were people he had looked up to and admired before this, and suddenly there was a sense that the group in front of him was nothing more than that. At the meeting, Wei Zhigua, vice president of the group, decided that the exhibition would be headed by Xiaonan, who would explain the products. The chief engineer will explain the product characteristics, and Xiao Nan will write the marketing words. All participants in the show must go through a week of training to get a clear understanding of the product characteristics, and those involved in the training must be assessed and qualified before attending the show. Directors of companies attending the show must also attend a training session and qualify before attending. This is the first time we've gone straight to market. We can't afford any sloppiness. Xiao Nan is the person in charge of this show. Tell us what you think. Xiao Nan distributed the research report prepared in advance to the old bosses. It's only natural for a company launching its first end product to compare it to the best of its kind technology on the market. I picked a top company that specializes in language translation, and naturally the marketing rhetoric is less likely to compare the other side, potentially rising to the point where the two companies are going to court. Xiao Nan has looked for this company to push Sihai's technology, and they are not willing to see him at all. There's no such thing as a comparison when you're working together. Sihai rolled out a technology all-around crushing presence. The directors agreed that pulling the pedal was unavoidable. Don't over-market. Don't have overhyped elements. The main marketing point is still in the product itself. The company's current end product is too homogeneous. Who's going to come up with ideas? Shin Jianqiu looked at the circle of people and landed his gaze on Xiao Nan. This problem is not really difficult to Xiao Nan. Dry a month of the market. The whole department research done a lot. There are some ideas. Develop more language-based translation products that are lightweight, convenient, accurate and smarter. Currently there are many translation products, but the accuracy rate is a problem. This is a large market. The future there will bring tens of billions of dollars of revenue to the group every year. The language grand model can be used in dozens of fields such as learning machines, computers, cell phones, cars, and websites. On the international website communication, the language you can't understand point and click to translate into the country's text. And the country's text you want to translate into any country's language point and click to complete the translation. Product introduction on foreign trade e-commerce only need to upload pictures to automatically generate content introduction. Different countries have different text introduction. As long as the car is loaded with the language big model, it can choose the kind of language it will, and does not need the car company to write the language program specially. At the meeting, the president of each division made a work report, and the group vice president emphasized the exhibition again and again. Come to my office and talk. Xiao Nan followed his father-in-law to the chairman's office and consciously looked for a seat. Why do you look a little less punchy? Tell me what's going on. Probably just didn't get used to the new position. Xiao Nan said. Get used to it as soon as you can. You have a big task ahead of you. The second half of the year's months are about being able to make the sales department independent next year. Xin Yi has a younger brother that you haven't met. Graduated 2 months ago, and I'm planning to let him practice in the overseas market. When he said that, Xiao Nan understood that the group had patents in communications, semiconductor electronics. With the board of directors a few old men cautious style of doing things, in the international trade situation is not stable to agree to do the end product. It seems to be the old man took a lot of words to persuade. Doing all this is preparing his son for succession, and the overseas market is a practice ground for that unseen brother-in-law. It wasn't brought up at the meeting. I don't think they wanted too many people to know about it. A couple of the older guys on the board were bound to know about it. They communicated about it ahead of time. Spare a little more time for your wife after work. Only a family can prosper. These days normal training exhibitors do not have to stay in the company every day to work overtime. The feelings are the place out. A twisted melon is not sweet. Not to mention that Xiao Nan thinks that a woman like Xin Yi can't quench her thirst, and just can't figure out why his father-in-law has to want them to be together. I'm confused as to why you have to force us to be together. Anyone but me would be better suited to be your son-in-law. A different person would tolerate everything about Xin Yi. I can't do that. Shin Jianqiu opened his mouth to interrupt. You're just telling Lousy that you can't do it. I was scared by $3.6 billion. I may not be able to earn that much money in my lifetime. Xiao Nan said truthfully. You'll understand my pain in doing this. It may not be fair to you. I'll make amends later. To Xin Yi. I'm right for her. Go away. Shin Jianqiu waved his hand to signal him to hurry. Xiao Nan won't make a fool of himself by lingering. After the benefactor pitched him a handful of times into a cheap old man, Xiao Nan's respect for him is slowly dwindling, and it is impossible for him to harm Xin Yi. But Xiao Nan is innocent. Chapter 14 Loss of Passion. The company's exhibitors are tentatively 20 people. There are 4 engineers, 2 directors, the remaining 16 people are the staff of the department in charge of Xiao Nan. He and 2 engineers will train the product presentation. Every exhibitor is required to understand 100% of the product performance and use the product. Design numerous questions to be answered by exhibitors. Simulation of the show floor. Xiao Nan felt himself becoming numb. No sense of purpose. A sudden lack of passion for the job. It's tempting to take a long vacation for myself to go back to where I once thought I'd be and visit. I didn't have any communication with Xin Yi when I got home from work. and I couldn't bring myself to argue with her. When I entered the bedroom I took a shower and got ready to rest. I've been very sleepy lately and my appetite isn't very good. After losing 20 pounds in just 1 month, the ribs around his waist became extraordinarily visible on his otherwise standard figure. Shen Yi, who pushed the door in, froze for a moment when she saw that he had no clothes on his upper body. There was no shrieking, nor did he remove his gaze. Are you sick? How did you lose weight like this? I can't take more than 4 hours off and I can't eat. When I'm busy with this, I'll take a long vacation to rest. Xiaonan casually took a shirt and put it on. Then he asked, what do you want from me? Well, Shen Yi twisted to say the purpose, my company needs a sum of money. If you need to use money, go directly to your dad, Xiaonan said. He started cutting off my financial assistance last month, and it's all because of your nonsense. You're responsible. Shen Yi looked around. There was no place to sit, simply sat on his bed. If I were responsible I wouldn't need to bend over backwards for money. And who wants the reputation of being a soft touch? Why do I get the feeling that you don't care about me when I come back from overseas? Did you and I ever hit on each other before we left the country? Shonan asked rhetorically. Indeed, not having hit on him, Shen Yi said, I want to borrow some money from you to work around, and when the movie is released, I'll return the money to you. Finding a bank or finding a friend in your circle is more reliable than me finding a soft eater to borrow money. You're looking for the wrong person. Shonan thought she was ridiculous. I don't understand what she was thinking. Having tens of millions of dollars to give to others to manage their finances and not getting it back. Looking for a loan when she needs the money. I don't need a lot of money. I don't need to find a bank or a friend. I won't use it for a long time. Only 3 months. And I'll give you an extra $100,000 of interest when the time comes. Xiaonan, I believe you the hell. The bank can borrow, you will not come to me. Having said that, one must more or less ask, how much to borrow? Shen Yi raised a finger, 10 million. I can't get that much money for a while. Xiaonan really couldn't get this much cash. This also reflected the different classes of the two people, opening their mouths for $10 million. Don't lie to me. The day you got the license you said you were worth more than $1 billion. I don't believe you can't get this much money. If the bank didn't have a loan that was due, she wouldn't need to be brazen enough to find Xiaonan to borrow money. And if she couldn't pay it back on schedule, the bank would lower her credit rating. I didn't eat the soft rice. I still have to take some money into it. Is it appropriate for you to do so? Xiaonan said, you're worth more than $1 billion. Have 10 million cash? I've taken my money for financial management, so give me a quick word. This trip out of the country wasn't to simply meet someone. There was also something for the money, to collect a debt. Most of my cash is in stocks. I'm very optimistic about that stock. It's impossible to cash out and help you. The most I can take out of my hand is a few million. Xiaonan agreed to lend money not because of her as a person but because he wanted her to help someone. Lend it to me, or 3 months, and give extra. Xiaonan spoke out to interrupt. There's no need to give interest. Tell me about the company. You would be so kind? Shen Yi looked at her suspiciously. The skin of her face looked smoother than it had been during the time they first met, so it looked like she'd had a good time in America, and her days were probably pretty well spent. Xiaonan quickly retracted the disgusting image. I have conditions. I want to understand your company before deciding whether or not to borrow it. I bet with 3 institutions a year and a half ago that if I could get the company to $1 billion in revenue within 3 years, I would only need to return my investment at bank interest. And if I couldn't do it, I would lose control of the company. Shen Yi sighs in dismay. Trained a few artists. Just after a bit of fame. Rumors of philandering. Last year it was revealed that the female artist who took a man home for the night and asked her husband to watch the door was from my company. The movies, TV shows and variety shows I invested in all lost money. I used to think it was easy to run a company, but in fact those who can make it to the top of the industry are talented. I'm probably not cut out to be a strong woman. I'm cut out to be a mopey housewife. A good wife and mother. You are afraid that you have some misunderstanding about a good wife and mother. Shonan didn't have the energy to be and make an offer. I have a friend who is very talented. Can write, can sing. People are a bit arrogant. There has been no capital to hold. I want you to buy him 3 songs. A song 200,000. During the time I stayed in Kyoto, I have been busy with my work. I didn't have time to visit my old friend. The gap between the two sides of life is very big. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of my own life is not good. I'm afraid of my friend's life is good. Showing up often might put pressure on him. It's better to meet than not to see him. The $20,000 he left behind before he left last time was a wedge in order to get him to give in to life a little bit. The dream is not as high as life after all. He should have spent the money and be thinking about how to pay it back. He would not agree to sell his songs without owing this money. Given his pride, his kind of unknown artist work doesn't sell well and no one wants to sing it. Giving 200,000 a song is a fair price. You took advantage of the fire. He just borrowed a few million. I don't know if it's 2 million or 9 million, but also spends 600,000 to buy the song. In the middle of the extra 500,000, losing money. Shinyi was so angry that her chest was undulating. If you accidentally fire a song, you earn far more than spending out this $600,000. The copyright is in your hands. You don't lose. Bet on it. Xiaonan raised his chin toward her and said, the reasoning was this, just in case, but there was no need to worry about losing money and not earning enough to drag him out for a few months. How much can you borrow? At most 6 million. More than 1.0. Xiaonan usually do not spend much money. The work of the past few years, a lot of bonuses, and then add to the former startup cash to buy stocks. The rest of the savings saved nearly 10 million. You'll solve my trouble once and for all. Why do I have to beg a second person? I believe you still have money. Shinyi said. I have to keep some money for defense. Who knows, tomorrow I'll be out of a job and a place to live. We're not the same. You've got someone to cover your back if you fold again. I'm afraid of folding out of it and not having a place to cover my ass. Xiaonan's thoughts are the same as most of the poor children. Money dare not just spend. Afraid of a sudden serious illness, need to spend a lot of money. And they cannot get out. Can only watch life pass by and cannot do anything about it. Fear of meeting a person who wants to take care of his life own poor. Many single guys today still aspire to marriage, but not a few bucks in the pocket. Encountered a favorite girl, do not dare to open the pursuit. Not noble. Is low self-esteem. In the end, why don't we just lie to ourselves and say, it's good to be single. With money, don't have to think about whether others like you or not. Only need to think about whether money can break the legs of the other side. The pursuit of things are different. What bull ***** cannot get the heart. Get the person is enough. Why are you suddenly saying such sad words when you're chatting so well? The account number will call you later. And transfer the money to me tomorrow. Shinyi finished speaking and got up to leave his bedroom. Chapter 15. Do you guys talk like that? Xiaonan's words made Shinyi emo, beginning to reflect on the self. Assuming that Shinjianqiu's daughter is not what she would be doing? Have money to study abroad and buy a big house? Have money to start a business? Previously thought of looking for someone to seduce Xiaonan. Think it is quite ridiculous. Good Dandan. Sure, Lin them like 1,000 gold are not false. Let alone a woman who sells meat for money can make him hooked. Speaking of the devil, Good Dandan and Sure Lin sent messages asking, what's cousin been up to lately? Why don't you answer my messages? Cousin has been working a lot lately and looks pretty tired. I heard you went abroad. Are you seeing your childhood friend? Sure Lin also attached a smiley face sent over. Who told them about me going abroad? Shinyi hadn't told anyone about leaving the country, so where did her father learn about it? Feeling like she was being watched, she asked with suspicion, how did you know I was out of the country? Don't forget we're in the same college and I'm your schoolmate. Some alumni posted pictures of you guys hanging out together on INS. Seeing the message sent by Sure Lin, and sending her a man and a woman holding hands, looking at each other, their eyes pulling at each other's appearance. Shinyi panicked. In case one day it was blown out that she and Xiaonan got married and even went to see her childhood friend. The angle of the shot is evocative. Anxious thoughts come to mind. The company is not doing well. My father has cut off his finances. And on the contrary, the matter of leaving the country has been known and posted on the internet. No one is going to listen to her explain that Xiaonan and I are not in a relationship. We said we would stay out of each other's relationships. In a sense, the people of the country is still somewhat conservative thinking. And then shameless people do shameless things, only in the dark secretly do, will not be put into the open fanfare. *********. You pit me to death. Immediately looking for someone to contact a childhood friend. Someone posted a picture of us shopping together on INS. You know, you called just to talk about this? Shinyi did not know how to answer for a moment, and sheepishly glanced toward the stairs. I'm not divorced now. If people dig it out and I come to see you within my marriage, do I still want to be a human being? What's the point of worrying about that for all? We're getting divorced anyway. I'll be back home soon. You get divorced, and we'll get a license and get married. The indifferent tone of the other party on the phone made Shinyi a little irritated. The prerequisite for getting a license is to convince Shinjianqiu first. As long as I dare to divorce without authorization, there will be no inheritance in the future. And I don't want to give away the part that belongs to my mother. Our marriage was only for 3 years, and he thought I would spend those 3 years falling in love with the man he had set me up with. And how ridiculous it was to think that I could be restored to liberty at once. As soon as those 3 years were over or the other party was at fault, I'll get in touch with the guy right away to delete the photo, and I'll absolutely make it right and say that you love me. Shinyi was suddenly stuck in his throat by the words that used to come out of his mouth, and it took more than 10 seconds before he could say love you. Hanging up helplessly, feeling like a bad woman. The person she loves will always be her childhood friend, but she carries a forced marriage on her back, not wanting to emphasize its existence specifically. but constantly reminding her that you're married. She was aware that her attitude just now would make her childhood friend uncomfortable, but she couldn't go against the moral sense in her heart that he loved her and would understand her, and that they had known each other for so many years that they knew each other better than the other. Xiaonan is definitely a man of his word. Take an hour off work to transfer money to her, and by the way, send the contact information of his friend over, specifically explaining, don't say I'm helping him, you find a reason for yourself. Jiang Yiming was a popular figure during his school years, and there are still legends about him in the years after graduation, but such a person has encountered obstacles in the society. The melting pot that is society often has no room for individuals with strong personalities. Seeing that it was almost lunchtime, Xiaonan casually found a small store and ordered a serving of hui pang pork, when a familiar face suddenly appeared in front of him, and the corner of his lips curled up into a smile. I didn't expect to run into you here. I didn't expect to run into you either. Hooking up with a pretty girl again and getting beat up by your wife in our hospital? At mealtime there are a lot of people eating in the restaurant. Her sentence attracted countless side eyes. Xiaonan gave her a blank stare and made up. You said last time that you didn't care if I had a wife or not, and that you wanted to be with me, so you should keep your word. I'm the one who's keeping my wife for you by not sleeping with her for a month. Dining people heard even more explosive gossip. Look at their eyes of contempt, disdain, blatantly engaged in an affair or the first time to see. You don't talk nonsense, be careful I'll sue you for libel. Xiaonan didn't know her name yet, mainly because the little girl was too well developed to be embarrassed to look at the name on her badge. By the way, I still don't know your name, so I can't still call you little nurse outside. What? Nurse? The boy can play. The crowd was imagining images. The industry has been so badly fouled up by a few individuals that society has placed the entire industry in the worst of the worst in terms of ethos. A few years ago there was a bidding war between two male patients to sleep with them, which ultimately led to a fight between the two male patients over their jealousy. The little nurse was well aware of society's malicious speculations about the profession she worked in, and glared viciously at Xiaonan without saying a word. The beautiful woman at the next table shouted at her, Wei Wei, our food is already served. Come back soon. Okay, Sister Qian. I know. The little nurse huffed. My name is Zhang Wei. After that, she went back to her table, but the cheeky Xiaonan stuck to her like cowhide, sat down next to her, smiled at her coworker and said, My name is Xiaonan. Hello, beautiful. I'm not called Beauty. My name is Lin Qian. I've heard of you. The scum who was beaten into the hospital by his wife. Wei Wei is a simple girl. Don't ever hit on our Wei Wei. Am I so famous in your hospital? It's not unusual for a man to put a woman in the hospital. It's rare for a man to be put in the hospital by a woman. And we don't come across that more than a couple times a year. And our whole nurses station knows about it. Xiaonan glanced at the little nurse whose eyes were dodging, and instantly realized that it was this girl who was passing. How did your hospital let her pass the internship? Zhang Wei puffed out her chest and said, What do you care how I passed the internship? I just passed it anyway. Alright, you're bullish. That's natural. Wei Wei was just recognized as an excellent caregiver last month. Lin Qian said, casually fooling around. Slowly get acquainted. A few words between young people can draw close. Xiaonan ordered 2 more dishes, simply together with the table. Someone can bowl ***** and chat together. Having someone to eat with you gives you a much better appetite, and you grab the bill. Don't think you can gag me by spending some money. A few words from him made people misunderstand her as a bad girl. Zhang Wei should never come to this house for dinner in the future. Don't worry, I always have a way to gag you, Xiaonan said. Let's add a friend. You can look for me directly next time you get hit. Lin Qian opened the QR code of the business card. Xiaonan swept through the friend request. Bye handsome, be sure to look me up next time you're hospitalized. The two of them got on a small electric bike and headed back to the hospital. Damn you, do you guys talk like this? Xiaonan exploded as he looked in the direction the two left. Chapter 16 Exhibition. The exhibition was held as scheduled. See high technology. In addition to exhibiting language conversation products, also added 3 products, a set of language system and other technologies under the artificial big model, such as automatic driving, unmanned flight technology. A lot of things came out fresh and models were made in a very short period of time, thanks to the company's philosophy that technology is king. With 30,000 engineers working on the products on display, it took 3 days to draw the drawing, 2 days to open the mold, and 7 days to produce the sample. There is such a high efficiency cannot be separated from the high pay package and bonus system. A good system makes people work consciously. A harsh system will make people feel suffocated. Most of the company's assessment of the object of the market and functional departments, R&D department to reward the main, unless the entire project team for a long time cannot get something, the overall dissolution of the departure. A key area of technology 3 to 5 years may not be fruitful. Once the breakthrough in the future return will be dozens of times the investment. Technology companies are most afraid of the upper level of the wrong point of the technology tree. The exhibition show Nan and two engineers as the main explainer. Others do a good job of service. Too many people explaining will look too chaotic. Nan to a dozen foreigners to wear debugging products. Give a product presentation in the national language. This set of language model is currently able to recognize 27 national languages and characters, and is continuing to develop more national languages. Users just need to set their own devices into their native language. The other side said can be automatically translated. The delay is within 100 milliseconds. There are 3 ways to use it. By connecting to a phone or computer. This is not a simple translation device. It is also a language learning machine that enables language learning. Just find the language you want to learn in the settings. Just dictate the native language and our device will automatically translate and teach you to learn. Not only explaining the actual operation on the spot and guiding the use of various places needs, connecting to the computer will pop up a window, which can be used as a translation software, and connecting to the phone can be used as a spoken language interpreter. The foreigner stared in disbelief. This set of products is very powerful. Gosh, they are actually able to communicate with you without any obstacles. Can my friends from other countries understand me? A dozen or so people from 7 or 8 countries, in 7 or 8 languages, to Nan's headphones in Mandarin. To other people's ears the same in their native language, sighing at the awesome technology and the fact that there were awesome people opening his eyes. Then it introduces the usage scenarios. The original intention of developing this set of products is for the world to communicate no longer have barriers. Career is no longer affected by the language exchange. Not only is it applicable to international conference communication, but individuals can take such a set of products with them to drive their cars and take money with them to travel around the world. People who experienced the product thought that the product functions until Nan began to explain the product other additional performance. When you can't use the translation function, it's a superb sounding headset. So please take out your phone and stick it on our device. Bluetooth mobile connection. The foreigners were slow to leave. The product attracted them strongly and they wanted to fully understand and experience the performance of this set of products. More and more people were approaching High Technologies booth. And many people from the media were also heading this way. So Nan naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to send heat. Arranging equipment for all of them and communicating with people from different countries. The exhibition will be organized as a communication meeting, and the systematic model will be introduced under the appropriate topic. The language model launched this time has 3 ways of use. In addition to the terminal device, the other one is installed into cell phones, tablets and laptops through the hard disk or connection. The last is authorized in website platform cooperation, system development compatible. Nan disguised as a teacher to explain the great model of the awesome. Do not forget to pull out the friends to make a comparison. The performance of our set of products is more advanced than the latest one out of the world's language leader Xuanfei technology, the Sky 9000. In the past they were the leader of the language translation industry. Today we are here. The best explanation is to let people feel the charm of the product on the spot. Gradually the booth surrounded by people. Nan did not have time to observe the popularity of other people's booth. How? He was too busy. He mobilized the atmosphere, showing one after another black technology, attracted a burst of shouting good awesome. The performance of the same product is like opening a blind box, so that people think that the product ends here, and he names novel technologies, which are explained in a way that was put together during the company's training with the ideas of a dozen people, previously directly facing the party on the PPT presentation. The exhibition is unlikely to see you say PPT, said the product is the most critical, so that people can listen to go on. Listen in is the key. There are also people who are curious about autopilot technology, unmanned aerial technology, which is explained by an engineer who operates alone. And today's main event is the language big model technology. The product is almost understood. The site staff to the exhibition before the person to send water, send small snacks, the thorough service to the right. A number of self-published bloggers came and drove a live stream, and many people heard about High Technology for the first time. A company that has been too low profile in the past few decades and few people know about it. With a curious mind, a search on the internet, many of the life of the electronic products used in this company's patented technology. A number of representatives of overseas enterprises exchanged business cards with Nan, who arranged for people to settle this part of the population, which may be the next object of cooperation, and may also be the father of the first party. Lunch is settled by eating bread here at the booth, just like the people attending the show, and this time, the bread prepared is not ordinary bread, costing 30 yuan each, with a total of 110,000 portions prepared, so that whoever wants to receive one can do so. At this point in hospitality, Civic C exceeds 90% of its peers. The directors who came to participate in the exhibition were flushed and excited. Their main function is to go to the friends of the businessmen to turn around and get acquainted. And some of the businessmen are the company's partners in other projects. As a courtesy to Sihai's booth to turn around to understand the product, mutual courtesy said. Sihai finally chose to come out and face the market directly. Times are changing. It's not like in the past when we were serious about R&D and the physical manufacturers used our technology and we got royalties. Now everyone is doing their own technology and we need to have a vehicle if we want to be recognized for the technology we developed. And we were forced to take this step. Vice President Lin Jiachang's words mean that it is still not forced by you. You do not engage in their own. We are guilty of making their own terminals. Come to the booth. String of friends on the surface of the smile. Behind the mother criticized. Sihai simply launched a physical product, which technology content far more than them. It can be said to have overturned the entire industry and solved the industry's technical problems for many years. And if it is widely used, they will lose money on their original technology investment. The current market is not what you feed, what consumers eat. In the past there is no choice. Now we have difficulty in choosing. Too many good products, too much, a little bit out of place. The initial investment of blood money. Xiaonan did not hard to get up and talk to the bigwigs, unless the director called him. Do their own as a product explainer's work. Foreigners understand almost, to the time of the country. Xiaonan temporarily thought of a selling point. With our product, the dating partner is no longer because of the language constraints in the country. You can look around the world. We solve the communication problem for everyone. You can let go of the search. There is no language communication barrier. And you can marry or be married to any ethnic group as long as you are willing. Bosses doing international trade can communicate with customers face to face, closer to the relationship between the customer, without worrying about the language barrier and embarrassment. The price of our products is only 80% of the peers. The performance is far more than peers, one after another. New speech launch, language model automatic background update. Someone recognized Shonan on someone else's livestream if it isn't some dude who pulls with the dog limit. Netizens have already come up with the tagline, open your mouth boldly and let the world hear your voice. Open your heart and listen to the world. Chapter 17 The Origin of Chopsticks. Many friends in the experience of Sihai technology products, the heart more and more uneasy. This ing just used to the language translator. These technologies if used in communication equipment, must be the selling point of the sky. It's impossible to negotiate an exclusive license, but it's great to be able to work together before your peers do. Sihai invested $10 million in this exhibition, and on that day, 8 overseas companies signed long-term purchase intention contracts with a total price of $500 million American dollars. 4 domestic communication equipment manufacturers approached Xiaonan and the director of the company to propose cooperation, wanting to jointly apply the language model to communication equipment. This cooperation is a bit difficult. Needs system compatibility. Have to equipment manufacturers and Sihai team to find the system company to negotiate. Regardless of whether the ultimate success of cooperation, there is cooperation to come. As for the mode of cooperation is not Xiaonan can decide. He is responsible for signing the preliminary intention to cooperate. The exhibition ended that afternoon, without attending the celebration banquet to take 25 international friends back to Magic City, to the booked hotel when the sky is already dark. The work in Kyoto came to an end. The exchange did not speak a word of foreign language. The entire use of the company's extraordinary performance of the interpreter. He is actually quite good at foreign languages, often international business trips, the international common language fluent. The terminology used in issues related to the content of the contract is not used proficiently. Took them to the Bund, booked a hot pot restaurant, took them to enjoy the food, taught them how to use chopsticks, and told them the symbolism and origin of chopsticks. Describes how the ancestors used tree branches to pluck roasted food, which may be the most primitive form of chopsticks. From these documentary records, it is clear that chopsticks have been used for at least several thousand years. The earliest chopsticks were probably made from twigs or bamboo branches and were used to hold food, especially hot food, to avoid burning your fingers. Over time, chopsticks have evolved to become an indispensable piece of tableware in daily life. The reason for using chopsticks is closely related to the way we cook in China, where our national cuisine is characterized by variety and finesse, and chopsticks allow us to pick up small pieces of food more precisely. In addition, the use of chopsticks reflects the pursuit of harmony and balance in our culture, and the use of 2 chopsticks together symbolizes the harmony of yin and yang. Xiaonan gushes about the origin and cause of chopsticks. A blonde America said, I can't seem to understand what you're saying, but I understand from the translation I heard in the headphones that chopstick culture is very long, and a pair of chopsticks has such a story. It's so interesting. I'll try to learn your culture when I go back to my country. There were no communal chopsticks provided, and Xiaonan saw that a few foreigners did not look too natural. Western food is a meal system. in order to be more hygienic. In fact, they sometimes eat with their hands, do not see how clean, and even some people in the supermarket to buy back the vegetables do not wash directly eat. Then asked, do you guess why we use our own chopsticks to fish in a pot to eat? Oh, that's such an interesting question. Is there this long history story again? Ellie of the Great Unlimited Minority Kingdom asked with a face full of curiosity. This person in front of her was very talented. Lovers express closeness and miss each other by kissing and eating spit. We are friends, not lovers. We can't eat spit directly. We can only express our feelings through chopsticks eating in a pot. The foreigners were satisfied with this explanation. Oh, Shaw, it's really interesting when you explain it like this. You are an interesting person. The hot pot was only half full. Xiaonan proposed to take them to the night market, where there were more delicious snacks. The distance was not very far. Choose to walk there. Xiaonan to buy a copy at each stall. Take them to eat all over the pedestrian street. He himself is the first time to spend money in the night market. The taste is not as good as the company's chef, but for the whole day to eat fast food, roadside snacks are very novel. In the past, he used to take care of 3 meals a day most of the time at the office, and occasionally at home or at the store, where he didn't eat much, but just bought them one by one for potential A-listers. Tell them that the greatest expression of fondness, the greatest love from the country is to feed, and walk back to the hotel only in the early hours of the morning, still meeting many people on the way. Doesn't anyone here have to sleep? When asked the question, Shonan said rather smugly, the city has people commuting to work 24 hours a day in different industries and is basically open until about 4 a.m. The stores down the road are open 24 hours a day and you can get food anytime you want. It's a pity that I can only stay here for 2 days this time. Next time I have the chance to come over, I really want to stay for a long time. The foreigners removed the translator and handed it to Xiaonan when they arrived at the hotel. Friends, tomorrow I will take you to visit the company. Keep the equipment for now. Fully charged once. It can be used continuously for 16 hours. Good night. See you tomorrow. Xiaonan sent them to the elevator and turned to leave the hotel. Tired day home ready to sleep. Who knows cheap wife drunk? Vomit all over the place. The whole person lying on the vomit huffing and puffing. Xiaonan reached out and pushed her. Wake up. Shenyi fingers scratching carelessly mouth muttered. Don't you move me. Get off. Get off. No matter it says it cannot be done. Tubit has to give her to take off her clothes. Tomorrow to explain it is not clear. Call the father-in-law. The old man will certainly scold. Xiaonan looked at the address book, and finally contacted Shi Lin. The other party did not sleep, did not go out to play. Shonan explained the situation and sent her the location again. Cousin, what color do you like people to wear inside? What kind of brain circuit is this woman? Xiaonan muttered and replied to her, I told you to come over and change my cousin's clothes. She's drunk and it's inconvenient for me to change her, so I'll treat you to dinner some other time. The doorbell was heard in less than 15 minutes, and Xiaonan saw the woman in a pink dress opening the door for her from within the visual doorbell. She will not also live in this neighborhood, right? If every day door to door, how can I do ah? Xiaonan then remembered the seriousness of the problem. The last time we met, left contact information, everyday information bombardment, and he was very busy, did not pay much attention to it. If you want to confess directly, it is better to be beaten by Xinyi than to make a mistake and pay compensation 3.6 billion. Someday someone will know. Can hide it for a while, cannot hide it for a lifetime. Open the door to the room and invite people in. Shi Lin was not polite at all. As soon as they met, she put her arms around his neck and her slender legs coiled around his waist. You are very high and cold. Work is too busy. Let's get Xinyi upstairs first. You change her clothes. Xiaonan raised his hands above his head without touching her. Not to mention not daring to meet her during big eyes. Aside from being a little flat, she's exquisite looking. Cousin, you're the first man to ignore me, and I'm more interested in you, said the big red lips to come in. Xiaonan immediately reached out to block. Goo, ancestor, I called you over not to make fun of me. Quickly get that drunkard back to his room. Humph carrot, it's so pointless. Shi Lin let go of him and looked at the vomit-covered Shenyi with a face full of disgust. How will she? You let me help? I'll help. You help her change later. As soon as Xiaonan picked the person up from a mess of vomit, Shenyi slept like a dead pig, without any reaction, and barred his mouth a little. There was still vomit hanging in the corner of my mouth and I had no desire to do anything at once. The first time I went into my cheap wife's bedroom, the whole house was decorated in pink. The 30-year-old woman had a girlish heart, and the 2 walls of the closet were filled with all kinds of dresses and skirts. No wonder it's poor. Xiaonan thought this in his heart. Give them to Slimane and leave. Chapter 18, Meeting Yoga Beauty again. Where do I rest tonight? Cheap wife's dirty look. Ghosts are not willing to come close, let alone let boss sure sleep with her. Xiaonan said, sleep in my room. Would it be too soon? People aren't casual girls. Slimane snapped her nails and kept her head down, squirming. What are you thinking? I'm even less of a casual man. Xiaonan looked at her and said, let me tell you something. You can't say it to outsiders, including Xinyi. Go ahead. People are tight-lipped. Slimane fluttered her big eyes. Xinyi and I are a licensed couple. Xiaonan thought that if he did not say it, in case he was exposed one day, people would think that he was deliberately playing with others. There's nothing, not even affection, between you, is there? Slimer asked without any surprise. We were forced to be together. Xiaonan sighed as he held the armrest in front of him. No wonder Sister Xinyi went abroad to meet her first love. You can also find someone to fall in love with. Without an emotional foundation, you will separate sooner or later. Linlin said and was about to pull Zhao's hand. Cousin, consider me. Xiaonan subconsciously dodged and said with a smile, if you prepare $6 billion for my ransom, I can consider eating your bowl of soft rice. It's all soft rice anyway. It's the same for whoever you eat. I don't have $6 billion, but I won't say no if you come in. Oh. Slimane closed the door to the side bedroom after giving him a flying kiss. Sleeping on the couch is very uncomfortable. Shallow sleep 4 hours and then woke up, lying on his chest. Meow too. Xiaonan, to maintain a flat position, quietly watched without disturbing. Outside the dawn, through the glass door wagging his tail wildly. At this moment he understood why Xinyi raised a cat and a dog. When you are lost and quiet at that moment, there is a living thing in quiet company, and there is a living thing in heartless selling to please you. Lying for a while, cervical vertebrae really cannot suffer. Xiaonan put the Meow 2 on the carpet. Go out to the set of rope. Meow 2 has been following behind. Afraid of being captured. Had to hold in the I'm afraid of being taken away. So I can only hold it in my arms. Maybe it's because Xinyi hasn't taken them out for too long. Ran happily. The flowers and plants in the park. Flying insects can arouse its curiosity. And once again encountered the yoga pants beauty. Last time it was gray. This time it's flesh-colored. Not wanting to say hello. Whoa! The scumbag howled twice at the others, and Hope Sue gave a sideways glance, turning and running over to him with 2 balls upside down. Do you live around here? Oh, right. Just live in this neighborhood next to it. You live here too? Xiaonan's line of sight still didn't know where to land on her body. Your kitten is cute. Can I hold it? Su Yuan said, extending her hand. Meow 2 shrank back, the short hairs on his neck standing up. Xiaonan sidled back a bit. Don't you? This guy doesn't let strangers touch him. Wow. The animals in your house have such a high face value. I also want to have a cat. Let's leave a contact information. Are you free on the weekend? Accompany me to pick a cat. I don't have time tomorrow. I have to accompany my clients to walk around a bit. The cats and dogs are all raised by my daughter-in-law before marriage. I don't know much about it. Xiaonan kicked the Vu lying belly up in front of others. Hurry up and get up and run another lap. Ow ow ow. Dog is a real dog. There is a beautiful woman in the cannot leave. All kinds of play poor, play rogue. Gently touch a little bit, have to howl out loud. You don't seem to like me very much. You didn't even look at me squarely in both meetings, and you had to leave without saying 2 words. Su Yuan said as she looked at the side of his face. I can't look at you in this outfit. Who doesn't like a beautiful woman wearing little? But whoever is a man, who can't look at it and think about it. Xiaonan said frankly, it's my freedom to dress how I feel comfortable, so how come I don't have eyes? Your grandfather. This woman is not very reasonable. When did I say that I have no eyes? Xiaonan simply did not run, dragging the dog lying on the ground to act pitifully to the side of the bench, and wiped it clean with a paper towel. Sit down and chat for a while, waiting for Su Yuan to sit down. Xiaonan opened his mouth and continued, regarding what you said about the freedom to dress is your right, and it's also your right if you don't wear it, but you can't let everyone see it. It's not that I don't want to see it, it's that I don't dare to see it. Cut. Greatly look. There is no dare to look without evil thoughts in your heart. Su Yuan used her hand to break Xiaonan's face toward her and looked at him with a smiling face. For the first time, she looked at her squarely and carefully surveyed her. Although she was not as stunning as her cheap wife, she was considered a great beauty. Perhaps she lacked the richness in her. Xiaonan just stared into her eyes. You're quite pretty, but not as pretty as my wife. Being able to say something like that proves you love your wife enough. Love you a big head of? There is no love between us. I said this is just to let you be smart and leave me alone. Xiaonan chose not to answer. Got up and dragged the dog towards home, no matter how hard it howled, without looking back at it. In the arms of the Meow 2 suddenly jumped down, lying on the ground blindly howling at the mouth of the dog. Clang a clunk output. Wow immediately got up and clamped his tail, immediately followed. Meow 2 jumped onto Xiaonan's shoulder in a single leap. Gazing at Era, Xiaonan could also feel a solemn aura emanating from it. It's just a cheap skin, nothing to find it to practice. Bought 2 breakfasts, didn't buy it for both of them this time, lest they go home and pick at their food. Their mom should find him to settle the score. Went home and fed them some feed. Went upstairs and woke up Lin to open the door. Took a set of clean clothes to wash up. and incidentally, gave it to both of them to wash together. The first one to come downstairs was the cheap wife. Xiaonan squatted down to gather up the animal hairs that had fallen on the floor and said, "You go up and see why Linlin hasn't come down yet. I bought breakfast for you guys." "What do you mean you brought a woman home to sleep with you?" This reaction surprised Xiaonan. "You were drunk last night and got yourself dirty. I couldn't change your clothes, so I asked her to come over to help. We are not in a relationship, but I am a person with moral boundaries." Mother asterisk 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 her. How do I feel like I'm scolding me for not having a moral bottom line? Xinyi wanted to open his mouth to break up a couple of sentences, and when he saw the woman on the stairs wearing a white shirt that only covered the root of her thighs, he felt a burst of irritation for no reason. "When did you two get on? Cousin all told me to stay with me when you guys get divorced." Linlin yawned as she came downstairs and threw a wink at Xiaonan and asked, "Right, cousin?" Cannot believe that the woman's mouth. In the Xinyi murderous gaze, Xiaonan has a mouth to say, but also thought that the crime is not to explain to her. Care about the need to explain. Do not care about the use of. I have a client to entertain. Remember to eat breakfast. After saying that, he slipped out the door without looking back. Linlin withdrew her gaze and looked coldly at Xinyi. How out of touch is cousin? You don't even want to recognize someone as your husband when you're married? I feel uncomfortable being tricked by you. This woman has more than a dozen paparazzi under her hand, doing the business of digging up people's black information in exchange for money. She is the #1 blackmailer in the entertainment company. It was also a famous public relations company in the circle, and she made money on both ends. Xinyi naturally knew what she wanted to do. I won't stop him from pursuing true love, much less stop you guys from being together. Next date, go to your house or hotel. I'm going to go see what my cousin has bought. Slimane headed for the dining room with two big white legs. Strange. Why was I angry for a moment? Is it really a said that I want to step on two boats? Xinyi grabbed a handful of hair, picked up the fragrantly washed Meow 2 pointing to the woman not far away and whispered, "Son, you go over to help mom take revenge. Grab her for a moment and immediately run away." Chapter 19. Meow 2 meow 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 barked, wagging his tail as if to curry favor as he approached gracefully on his feet. The sight of a handsome cat covered in muscles was too much for a girl to resist, and Slimane was about to squat down to hug him. The gentle kitten's sharp claws scratched 3 bloody marks of varying lengths into her white leg. "Ah, you dead cat. Shen Yi, you dead woman." Linlin wanted to reach out and grab the abominable evil cat, but she couldn't move as fast as the cat could react. Meow 2 jumped out of the window with a quickness. "Son." Shen Yi panicked. 12 floors down shall not fall out. Did not care to check Linlin, panicked and ran to the window to look down, only to see the Meow 2 down the drainpipe slid down to the 10th floor. Face panicked look suddenly disappeared. Mouth kept sadly shouting son until Meow 2 slid to the 2nd floor directly into the flower garden, only to come back to check Linlin's legs. 3 very long blood traces conspicuous. Said nervously, "I'll send you to the hospital. You get your dead cat back to me quickly. I'm going to skin it. Hurry up." Linlin yelled loudly and angrily. Her eyes were full of tears. The wounds she had scratched hurt. She was angry. She must get that mischievous cat killed. It is estimated to fall to death. I did not see its shadow. You say you have nothing to wear, so tie why? It's always been very good. Never scratching. I've had it for 3 years. You don't know how deeply I feel about it. I haven't held you responsible for staring it into jumping, said the man who moved himself to tears. Don't you put that play in front of my eyes. Dead or alive, I want to see it. Seeing Linlin's unreasonable and unforgiving demeanor, Xinyi also became angry. I gave you face right. I gave you steps. Don't be unreasonable and unforgiving. Be careful of my old lady to beat you up. Said started to roll up her sleeves. She knew that Xinyi had a high force value, so her heart tightened and she said with courage, "Is this your attitude? I reasonably suspect that you commanded it to capture me. You're so bullish, able to communicate with cats. This point I can't do. Don't believe you can raise your own cat to command it to come and bite me." Xinyi was happy in her heart. Her face was cold. "I want to go downstairs to see how my son is doing. Please leave immediately. You wait for me. There will be a time when you beg me." Linlin had no evidence to specify that it was Xinyi who commanded the cat to scratch her, and could only go upstairs to change into her own clothes and leave in ashes. The people have left. Xinyi no longer pretends, laughed a few times and flung his arms. "Woo-hoo! Scratch you a death. Out of the evil gas, happy to go to work. Not right, not happy for a few minutes. Is worried. That dead woman is very vindictive." The circle of plastic sisters? On the surface of the relationship between everyone is harmonious. Behind the scenes there is no less hatred. Everyone's industry hangs out in the civic world, and there is more or less competition. No less tripping over each other. The first thing to do in the company is to call a meeting, focusing on the issue of artists' private life. As for the tax, will not be a problem. The company will file a tax return before giving the artists a share. On the other hand, Sure, Lin, who had left back and forth, went to the hospital for an injection at the first opportunity and called her assistant. Have someone keep an eye on Chuanyi Entertainment and its artists for me, and report back to me as soon as there's a breeze. The assistant knows his boss's temperament very well. It is estimated that whoever annoys her. There are a lot of big-name stars who have fallen in her hands over the years. 2 years ago, the star with goods to join. The actual fraud is their company dug out the material. A move to make the other party was fined 18 billion. Mr. Sure, this kind of thing does not need to catch evidence. We can pick up the past. How to interpret not all. The people beside herself. What they want to do. How could Sure Lin not understand? Interrupting the words of the dark assistant. I told you not to be smart. We are a company with a conscience and fairness. We don't do things like digging up people's ancestral graves. A company that survives by digging up dark information about people and creating conversation. What do the words fairness, conscience and not digging up people's graves have to do with the company? What's wrong with the boss? Anyway, just do whatever the boss tells you to do. Ending the call with her assistant, Slim looked at the injury on her white calf and thought about how uncomfortable it was to let a cat piss her off. Take a picture and send it to Xiaonan. Cousin, your cat scratched me. You have to make it up to him. After a long time without getting a response, muttered, Dog man, what are you pretending to be high and mighty about? It was obvious yesterday that you were responding. No harm done with men, even more so with those who pursued her. And for the first time, she was defeated on a man. Not wanting to go to work when you're in a bad mood. Internet dissemination speed is very fast. To participate in the exhibition of a dozen companies more or less get a certain degree of attention. Word of mouth, naturally polarized. Sihai did not launch direct display of products into the biggest a dark horse. The heat dominates the list, even more than a famous director's son sleeping with a married female fan. Usually the heat of the playwright exceeds all walks of life, which is extremely rare in the technology circle. A self-published tech blogger wrote an article about Sihai Technology overnight, presenting the entire history of the company and the areas involved to the public. People like fresh and new things. In the past come and go on the fuse selling marketing, blowing materials, a piece of ordinary aluminum processing products, with rare words to reflect the high. The emergence of Sivotech as end products has given tech vendors a real lesson in not over-marketing, and actually speaking around the product. Maybe peers did not have time to buy Water Army. Many related words under the favorable reviews. Most people say, explain the product should be so. There is no need to get a bunch of other people do not understand the word to reflect the high. As the exhibition director and lecturer Xiaonan really fire, the same lecturer of the two engineers, older, netizens less attention to them. Taking advantage of the buzz, the company opened its first social account, posting 10 videos in a row in 2 hours, with most of the footage documenting the company's accommodations and cafeteria. Media and netizens who want to know more about the company are also invited to visit the company and can taste the food in the company cafeteria together. Cheap old man let someone notify Xiaonan registered social account. In fact, he has long had. The screen name for the small black did not send a piece of work. The account 0 level. And occasionally will take a look at the internet long legs big beautiful women. The account was renamed Civic Ocean Technology Artificial Intelligence Division, Xiaonan without any title. Asked the representatives of overseas companies if it was possible to film them, and got permission to use his cell phone lens to record a video of his visit to the R&D company with the representatives of overseas companies. But of course, it was not possible to enter the classified area with the equipment. The confidentiality level of A-class places is very high. The company's senior management to come also have to check and then enter. Unrelated personnel want to enter. Must be applied for 1 day in advance. Have to be accompanied by someone. In the morning, the top management met with several communication companies, and he was responsible for taking the representatives of overseas enterprises to visit the R&D company, introducing them to the big model of artificial intelligence, and the company's various black technology patents. Xiaonan had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment when explaining his technology products to foreigners, especially when he saw surprise, disbelief and oh my god in their eyes. In the past, domestic technology enterprises could not raise their heads in front of a group of foreign technology companies, but now the status of the conversion over. Although there are still some gaps in key areas with others, but the gap is slowly shortening. I believe that in the near future, we will have what others don't have, and we will have what others have. Back to the headquarters cafeteria to settle lunch before noon, followed by the company's senior management to meet with the specific matters of cooperation. Chapter 20 Efficient Meetings. The top management of the company paid great attention to the representatives of overseas companies. The purpose of the 8 companies is the same. The other side of the trip is very tight. Agreed to talk together. Xiaonan threw out the whole process to get the price given by the company to talk to the other side. Into the issue of interest. Last night called friends immediately serious. These 8 overseas enterprises are bulk purchasing back to resell. They learned the technological kernel of the product. The price is not expensive. With the rise of international short videos, many foreigners learning Chinese, do self-media people into the Chinese market easy to get more attention. They need to use these devices. Can end device where? Can link the tablet used as a translation or copywriting software? Such a product will certainly be a bestseller. Talk about nothing more than a large amount of price from the best. As for how much less money depends on the seller's acceptance. In your back and forth negotiations on the price of the same, plus a variety of tariffs, the price is only double than the domestic. The first time we worked together no one mentioned to take the agency. The company did not have this plan. The last time it was said to get a BG division overseas. Naturally, it is impossible to give someone to sign the agency. This cooperation is considered an attempt to allow them to open the market. The product has a popularity, can save a lot of publicity costs. It was Xiaonan who came to sign the contract with the partner, and the deal contract was $50 million higher than yesterday's cooperation intention contract. The original one, $5 billion American dollars, was too much. It was changed to $500 million. The company is ready to organize a cooperation banquet. People are in a hurry to catch up with the trip refused. Said, save the next cooperation. Shaw, the contract is signed. We are friends. Please remember to contact me when you have a chance to visit my country. Several of you are the big bosses of the company. All of you are my thighs. Xiaonan gave each of them a hug and said, harvesting your friendship is far more precious than a contract. There were 4 and 40-something ladies giving him sticker kisses. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the company arranged 2 coasters to send them to the airport, and Xiaonan personally accompanied the car to the airport, waiting for them to fly away one by one before returning to the company. Immediately there is going to be a meeting. Sitting in the highway business class editing the filmed video, he muttered, I shall not be given a raise this time. Other corporate executives come to work in the company and say I don't care about the salary. I only care about whether I can learn something. The company is not a laborer's company, so maybe tomorrow they will make a mistake and get the hell out of there. He cared a lot about his paycheck, about whether or not he would be motivated to work hard next month, and arrived at the office just after editing and uploading the 2G video, glancing at his wristwatch as he jogged into the office. Late arrivals to meetings have serious consequences and are the focus of this month's technical school assessment. Already sat a lot of balding middle-aged people sitting together laughing and joking. The negotiation was not in the division. President Pei Jun is a technical, often stay in the R&D company, rarely in the headquarters. This moment is also in, probably just arrived. Group bigwigs have not yet come. Other division presidents have congratulated him. Old Pei, congratulations, finally the daughter-in-law has become a wife. Separate division was first proposed by him. The first few years of revenue is not enough to invest in the second year. Year after year, the group needs to give him blood supply from other divisions. No less yin and yang, straightening his back for the moment. I'm sorry, a small accomplishment is not enough. He was the top boss, so Xiaonan would naturally greet him. Big brother, when are you coming back so I can go greet you? After signing a big order, he spoke boldly. This is the merit of our business division. Xiaonan, a handsome young man with a good appearance. Pei Jun pulled Xiaonan and said rather proudly, he liked this young man very much. Everything would be reported to him. He agreed and then reported to the group. He doesn't care about chasing fame and fortune, but who doesn't like people who know how to behave? This time our product can have such a big exposure. Thanks to our R&D company has the most awesome team to make the most awesome product. I personally don't have much of a role. Xiaonan really did not think he had much credit. The product does not work. Ghost ing cooperation. The product is great, does not need to waste too much tongue. Those who cooperate with the enterprise cannot wait for the first cooperation. The second cooperation is naturally afraid of being the first cooperation to steal the market. Chasing the wind cooperation. With several domestic manufacturers you have I want to have the urine. Not 3 months. The last quarter of the year will be launched competing products. To that time encountered difficulties is really difficult. Xiaonan is very clear who is the creditors, who is the boss. Yesterday before returning to the exhibition of the situation of the first time through the message report, Pei Jun just said awesome. A little bit of coaxing the meaning of children. Ha ha. You're responsible for selling. I'm responsible for getting the product. Let's make the division bigger and stronger together. Pei Jun patted Xiaonan's shoulder and said, there is no saber rattling between the bigwigs of the various divisions. You and I flirting with each other. And such flirting will become a motivation for the bosses to make progress, and will not hold a grudge against an individual. People who can't separate work from life are substandard jobbers. Seeing the president's assistant come in, everyone had the sense to shut their mouths, sit up straight, and see several group bigwigs come in and take their seats. And there was no hypocritical process of rising and clapping or anything like that in Sihai. No useless introductory remarks. Directly into the meeting theme, The meeting by the president of each division to report on the quarter's work, today into the last quarter of the year. The overall performance of the rate of achievement is not bad. The best performance of the group's communication technology division, which achieved 88% of last year's results, up 15% compared to last year, will easily reach its target in the next 3 months. Known as the Cannonball Zhang Mingxin president boasted, our overall performance this year will rise 25%. Please rest assured that the group leadership cannot do, I do not rest, do not sleep. Very good, worthy of encouragement, exceed the target part of the performance of the money earned to all colleagues in your division dividends. The same for other divisions, Shen Jianqiu said. Being willing to spend money on employees is the basic quality of a qualified boss. The board of directors of several big brothers are not greedy. They only earn money within the target performance, and the excess part of the dividend completely to the employees. Who wouldn't have to work their ass off when it comes to something like this? According to the market analysis, the annual target performance is constantly adjusted, which is related to the equity appreciation of many people engaged in R&D more than anyone else. More than 60% of the engineers have equity. In such an incentive mechanism, the big boys put forward the requirements of no one dares to complain. Who dares to say that the difficulties immediately directly away? Often said no difficulties in the work does not need people. After the old division bigwigs reported their work, to the youngest artificial intelligence division, pay June in the case of him to report. Xiaonan will do a daily summary of the piece he is responsible for. The important ones are reported on the same day, and the less important ones are reflected in the weekly report. As a technical manager, Pei Jun focused on reporting research results about the market aspects of the work of a sentence to pass. He understood what he was good at, peacefully engaged in awesome products. To Xiaonan, the vice president, to sell. Understanding your position in the workplace is important, and when it comes to business leaders who like to see infighting, they allow credit grabbing to occur and choose to turn a blind eye. But Sihai is not the same. Most of the management of technical origin, technology is rigorous. Speak requirements to follow the rigorous, grabbing credit indiscriminately, but will be warned. In the meeting of the direction proposed by the senior management must be strictly implemented. During the encounter difficulties can be feedback. Did not go to do it before complaining, is considered to go to the end of the road. This is one of the reasons why Shonan faced the idea of not getting along with his old man before the show and didn't explain the debate for himself to be able to bring it up at the meeting. Certainly something a couple of the old guys negotiated through ahead of time. They are the ones in power, and when they say you can't, you can't. Business units, second-tier departments, are nothing more than the executive level, where the line is drawn from above, trying to reach it by any means necessary. In the words of the executives, you don't have to worry too much about things happening that aren't your responsibility. Just do your job without distractions. In the face of a freshly started business or a half-dead business executive saying this, Xiaonan naturally had all sorts of reasons to refute it. But the fact that Sihai has become a giant with a market capitalization of several $100 billion with such a philosophy shows that there is nothing wrong with the company's system. The high-level meeting was efficient. No nagging, no discussion of details. Details are usually discussed on their own when they receive their assignments back at the division. Xiaonan thought he would mention the overseas BG division and didn't mention a word about it the whole time. Nor did he say anything about the salary, which he was most concerned about. Chapter 21, The Old Man Wants to Live Together. The meeting ended and each went back to their posts immediately. The president's assistant stopped Xiaonan. Vice President Xiao, the president wants you to go to the office. Sister Cheng, please. Xiaonan didn't feel that he could do anything about being Shen Jianqiu's son-in-law. He didn't think it was an honor to be married to a rich white beauty like Xing Yi. Whether or not there is a soft rice doesn't affect life. Even if he does eat soft rice, then he is the one who is the strongest, hardest soft rice man. But $3.6 billion dared him to be hard. The assistant took him to the parlor area and left. Cheap old man slowly making tea. This time recently he looks thinner. Face a little more dark spots. Shen Jianqiu poured a glass for her son-in-law. I've recently wanted to stay at your place for a while. What's the matter? Aren't you welcome? I'll bring a male nanny over to take care of your lives. Shen Jianqiu picked up the tea bowl and took a small sip. This tea tastes very refreshing. I wonder how long it will last. You are not yet 70 years old. Do not need to be so pessimistic. People are still running marathons at 80-90 years old. Or you also invest in a biological company, specializing in anti-aging. Xiaonan said, the world is yours after all, and this life is good enough. I don't care about the length. Know it. He suddenly said such demoralizing words, and Xiaonan was a bit flustered in his heart. Are you not feeling well? Go for treatment wherever you're not feeling well. Replace whichever parts don't work, and go abroad if it doesn't work at home. I'm fine. It's just a sigh of relief as things have been getting out of hand lately. I haven't gotten to know my own daughter properly in my 30 years of father-daughter relationship with Xiaoye, and I'd like to spend some time with her. You two are so incompatible. You'll fight every day. You went over. I shall not sleep in the same room with her. Why don't I go out and stay in a hotel outside to give you and Shen Xiaoya's sister the space to spend time alone as father and daughter? Xiaonan could imagine the smoke-filled home that followed, and he didn't want to get involved in the affairs of other fathers and daughters. No, I want to enjoy the joy of heaven. If it wasn't for the fact that your brother just graduated, I would like to force him to get married and have children right away. The company has entered a smooth zone. He wants to pave the way for his son to finish slowly withdrawing to hand over the management to others. Sometimes I kinda can't understand your generation of entrepreneurs. Why do you guys make so much money when you don't buy sports cars, pick up girls, or wear luxury items? Xiaonan felt that if one day he felt that he had made enough money he wouldn't work anymore and planned to go through life as a scrapper. Shen Jianqiu said, "We are old, have that heart without that ability. You do not also did not pick up girls. Very few people at your age made a fortune without drifting. This is one of the advantages that I look favorably on you. Another advantage is that you are a person who remembers people's favors and does not act in haste, which is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Perhaps I am a purely bad old man in your heart now, but in the future, you, Shen Yi, will be grateful to me. I'm thankful to heaven and earth that you father and daughter live together and quarrel less." Xiaonan said, "I'll go home first. I still have a few papers to take care of, so we'll go home together in the evening." Out of the old man's office immediately called the cheap wife. The opposite side once connected. The tone is very impatient. There is something to say quickly. Is this the tone you use to speak to a big debtor? Xiaonan's tone was unpleasant. I'm getting annoyed. So fart if you have one. Your father is moving in with us. What do you think? I can make an excuse to make a trip to Movie City and come back when he's gone. I'll go back and pack now. You go home and move your stuff to my house. I don't understand how much of a grudge they have between father and daughter that can make them incompatible. She agreed to marry someone she didn't love for the sake of her future inheritance. If she was really hardened she wouldn't have spent her father's money, enjoying herself while working against him. Xiaonan knew that he said words that would make her angry but still said, "I think the old man is a bit of a problem." Said a bunch of inexplicable words. His face is very ugly. No matter how he is your father, you have not spent a lot of people's money. You even if you have to avoid it to see him. As expected, Shen Yi was nudged as soon as he heard it. What does this have to do with you? Do you really consider yourself my husband? Xiaonan's fire rubbed up. His voice could not help but increase. I don't want to quarrel with you. You are just like a ing. 3 words do not fit to get angry. You look at yourself. Anyway, how do you say? I listen to you. Your father is not satisfied. It has nothing to do with me. It seems that having a daughter with a bad relationship is more of a headache than a defeated son. Let's meet at home. I'll be home now. Shen Yi hung up the phone after saying that. The company has somewhat popular small artists are more or less blown out a little black information. This must be sure Lin that S tactics. All the surname show S asshole to call people home to mess up. When the fake couple returned home one after the other, Shen Yi clapped her hands and Miao too jumped into her arms. What a good big boy of mine. The thing about pets, no matter how much you like them, you don't like them to the level of a mother-son relationship. And Xiaonan thought she was a bit of a pervert, just like Miao too. You guys scratched someone? He looked at the photos and messages sent by Slimane, who was visiting with a client at the time, and didn't reply, only replying with a line about people thinking you're perfunctory and impatient, and sitting down and talking, and he didn't have that kind of time. And, say busy. People a business owner have time to chat, he a part-time worker can be busy to where? Simply have time to reply, often forget to reply. Yo, you're heartbroken here? Shen Yi had a teasing expression on his face, his eyes looking him up and down. You don't feel a little guilty when people come over in the middle of the night last night to change your clothes and get hurt at your house? Guilt by association. You wouldn't say something like that if you knew how she used to me. No, not at all. You came back without asking a question about why and then you treated me with a face that was not a face and a nose that was not a nose. We are both licensed no matter what. Is our relationship no better than an outsider? Can it compare? I can at least have a calm conversation with someone. It's a struggle to say 2 words to you. Sure, Lin is not the main purpose. Xiaonan said. Ugh, let's not talk about this matter. I'll take some time to apologize to someone some other day. Why not? You need to tell me why you told her about us getting a license? Are you blind or what? People are treating me. Anyway, I think that if I tell you that we can still be friends in the future, what will people think if they are raked over the coals? He didn't see any shock in Slimane when he said it then. It was as if she had guessed ahead of time that being seen through wasn't stupid. The dumbest people try to cover up when they are obviously naked in front of people, rather than confessing and being seen to be honest at the very least. Friends? How many of those people we met that day are real friends? Everyone is superficially friends and can't wait to put the other company out of business. Only a stupid person would think they're friends, and your 2 cousins don't deal with each other. Lin, the dead airport on the backstage did not lessen the circle of hatred. Godandan Operating Network Red Agency. There are 210 million anchor by Lin dug out the black information to get killed. Do you really think that no one was behind the Lipstick Brothers incident? And why did you record the screen to that one sentence? Shinyi looked at him with the eyes of an idiot. How can he not understand? He originally did not know what Lin is doing? Only know that in their circle of people more or less a little background. Don't look at me with that kind of look. It's not a good thing to be able to get killed by someone digging up black information. It makes me think she's a good girl with a righteous heart. These words were deliberately said by Xiao Nan to anger her. How blind are you? Where's your brain? Let the dog eat it? Shinyi gritted his teeth and burst out. I'm right on her mom. Paparazzi head. Hot searchmaker. She's the one who makes public opinion. She's the one who calms public opinion. She's clearly the bandit head. Chapter 22, The Snarky Nana. A big shot in the business world like his old husband suddenly wanted to enjoy heavenly pleasures. Xiaonan felt that his cheap old husband was very wrong toward his cheap wife, who had packed her bags and was changing her shoes in the foyer. He said, "Are you sure you don't want to meet and say hello before you go? You want this, Dad? It's yours. No time to cultivate a useless father-daughter bond." Resolutely, he pulled his suitcase out the door. She left, leaving without a care in the world. Sometimes I really want to take a watermelon knife to cut open Shinya's pig head to see what's in it. The career is a mess, and the temper is rushing to the sky. This nominal home was completely handed over to him to face his old husband. Xiaonan withdrew his sight, hurried upstairs to pack up the things in the side bedroom and put them in the master bedroom, and went downstairs to drive back to the company. Rushed to the company just after work point. Rare old man off work on time. The two cars one after the other to the home, accompanied by the driver to the person sent and then left. Arriving home, Xiaonan walked behind looking at the thin, hunched back and said, she went out of town on a business trip for a few days. Not at home. That's okay. It's not like I'm staying for a few days and then leaving. Show me my room. The side bedroom had been purposely tidied up, with new bedding, and the room was somewhat Spartan, with nothing but a closet and bed. You can tell me what items you need to add. After only a few steps, the old man looked tired. After all, he was getting old, and the hero was late. Later on the villa side will arrange someone to come over to take care of my living and living. You open the door for someone. I want to rest for a while. Okay, I'll be downstairs. You can call me if you need me. Xiaonan exited the room, suddenly feeling that there was nothing wrong with ordinary people. At least the sons and daughters were in front of them. In his heart, he should have understood that Xinyi was deliberately avoiding him. Even when she left the country, he was able to know it like the back of his hand. No, the old man wouldn't have arranged for someone to follow his daughter, right? Would there be someone watching even me? Good thing he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary and was about to go out and purchase some supplies for his life when the phone had an incoming call and Shaw picked up. How do you have time to call me? I came to Magic City a while ago to record a few songs for someone. I'm going to go back to Kyoto tomorrow. Do you have time to come out and meet up? I can't go out for a while, so send me a location and I'll come over to you later. If you want to go out to meet, you have to wait until the nanny who takes care of the old man's life arrives. Okay, give me a call when you have time. The tone is not half as happy as a poor man suddenly earning hundreds of thousands of dollars, a kernel of spirituality that does not take things for granted, and is ashamed of itself. What a strange guy. Luxurious neighborhood supporting complete. Across the road there is a huge shopping mall. Xiaonan drove over only 3 minutes. Procurement with less than 20 minutes to buy all the supplies needed. The car on the way back just entered the negative floor of the neighborhood. The right eyelid suddenly jumped wildly, rubbed his hand and still jumped, muttering, left eye right eye are jumping wealth. All good luck. Big orders one after another. Good luck all smashed to me. Parked the car and ran into 2 women and a man who were ringing the doorbell with 2 huge suitcases next to them. All 3 were of some age, and one woman was gentle looking. Not to say pretty, but very expensive. The dress code looked rich. The other man and woman were much more plainly dressed. The man loyal, the woman well-maintained, with a sharp face. How many of you are going to 1201? The richly dressed woman asked. You are Xiaonan? Yes. The light smile on the woman's face disappeared. I am Shin Jianxiu's lover, Zhang Ya, who is also considered your mother-in-law. No one would like someone who could potentially share their son's property in the future. Xiaonan greeted with a polite smile. Hello auntie, please follow me upstairs. Open the door into the building to let her in first. What's the matter with you young man? Can't you see I can't carry a suitcase this big? This person knew his identity and still spoke like this, obviously looking down on him. Xiaonan looked sideways at the woman with the sharp face. The original idea of helping her directly disappeared. The middle-aged man carried one suitcase to the elevator entrance and went back for another. Retire early if you can't do it. Don't just take the money and not work, Xiaonan said in a bland tone. How do you talk? How come Xiaoyi married a man with no qualities like you? I'm good looking, The woman wanted to open her mouth again, when a few people came out of the elevator, glared at him viciously, walked quickly to the elevator entrance, waited for Zhang Ye to go in, then she went in, pressed the floor and closed the elevator without waiting for them. The loyal middle-aged man looked around and looked at Xiaonan and said, "Auntie, Luma has watched Miss grow up since she was a child. You should speak to her more politely. This person likes to tattle in front of her employer. What's your name? Lai Chung? You can call me Chung. You are the elder. I will call you Uncle Zhong from now on," Xiaonan said. No one in the house opened the door, so Zhang Ye and Luma waited outside the door together for 7 or 8 minutes. Mrs. Lu complained in front of her master. What is his attitude? Really take himself as the son-in-law of the Shin family. What a thing! That kid clearly has no madam in his eyes, letting you wait for so long. When she heard the elevator door open, she saw Xiaonan come out of the elevator and immediately changed to be snarky again. Can you hurry up a little bit? Just your sharp tongue. I really don't know where the face to eat soft rice. Sharp mouth and cheeks are 100,000 miles away from him. I really don't know how she dares to use this word. Xiaonan was too lazy to pay attention to an old woman and opened the door to change into shoes himself first. The slippers are in the cabinet. Take them yourselves. A few people changed their shoes. Zhang Ye sat on the sofa. Luma stood beside her. To the point of fitting the image of her vicious nanny, Xiaonan put the purchase supplies into the kitchen, helped Uncle Zhong along with the suitcases into the side bedroom. A slight bit of movement woke up the old man. Coming? I've disturbed your rest. You go on sleeping. Xiaonan saw that the old man's eyes were a little red and slightly moist and cloudy. It's not supposed to be crying, is it? At this time Zhang Ye and Luma also entered the bedroom. Zhang Ye walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. Why don't you go home and stay? I don't feel comfortable with you living alone. Never lived alone since I've been with you. Are you saying that you yourself have not lived a life or that my old husband has not lived a life? Walking out the door Xiaonan heard this. How to feel a double entendre, referring to the samsara. Together they looked like 2 generations. The cheap old man was 65 years old, and this young mother-in-law looked like a plump young woman in her 30s, actually about 42 or 30. A little while later, Mrs. Lu and Uncle Zhong came downstairs and immediately went into the kitchen to prepare the evening meal, leaving the room to the couple alone. There was an appointment for the innings. Shonan said hello and left. A disgruntled voice sounded behind him. Why? What's wrong with this soft food man? Leaving guests at home and running out to meet friends by himself. I've never seen a guy like him with no eyesight. Say less. Be careful, mister. Shin hears you. You'll be scolded. Uncle Zhong carefully looked out towards the kitchen. Look at you. You're such a wimp. You've been in the Shin family for 10 years and you're still a cook. Make it faster. Li Zhong did not dare to offend Luma. People entered the Shin family when Shin Yi was 5 years old. Very much liked by the former and current 2 wives. Usually in the villa all day long, do not have to do anything. Accompany the lady to go to the noble women's party. Buy clothes. Do maintenance. Completely as half of the master. To the other servants to command. Chapter 23. Shin Yi paralyzed in a car accident. This time to meet Xiaonan unexpected is a good friend's state of mind than the last time, a lot better. Hair cut short. Do hairstyle. Face beard shaved clean. Full of vitality. The face is less disheveled. Inferiority complex. Looks much more calm. Cheerful. Dressed in the class. Money is really the aphrodisiac of men. Give him a big hug when you meet him. Haven't seen you in over a month. Handsome, huh? The handsome aspect has always been at the forefront. I thought he was the only one, but also brought 2 women and 1 man, 3 strange faces. A few people see him into the booth from the stool to stand up. Look a little anxious. A look no just out of the society of young people. The woman was exquisitely made up and the man was sunny and handsome and looked to be in his early 20s. The artists from Trinity Entertainment. My singers for the 3 songs this time. Lai Zirong, Meow, and Guan Jiaxing. I'm leaving tomorrow. They had to treat me to dinner. I'll treat you next time I'm in Kyoto. Whoever treats the same food. Shonan greeted a few people. Hello guys. Hello teacher. What the hell? My name is Xiaonan, Jiang Yiming's friend. I'm a few years older than you guys, so you can call me Brother Nan. Sit down all of you. You don't have to be polite if you're your own people. Xiaonan found a seat next to Jiang Yiming and sat down. You're a big celebrity now. I've been swiping to you here yesterday. Jiang Yiming handed him his cell phone. The renamed account had over 200,000 followers, and Xiaonan didn't care about that aspect. I didn't pay much attention to this. I'm busy every day. I got off a punctual shift today. Old Nan, you order. Meow said with both hands, handing over the menu on the cell phone, and whispered. The little girl's ears were red, and Xiaonan didn't bother to pick it up. You guys order what you want to eat. I'm not picky. Those who sit at a table are all friends. No need to be nervous. Brother Nan, you're so handsome. Lai Ziron was rather bolder than her companion. I wake up twice a day to look in the mirror to see if I'm a little more handsome. Then yesterday Xiaonan still wanted to brag a little. when the phone rang, and looked at the number of his old husband. "Dad, I'm at." A shaky voice from across the room cut off his next words, and Shannon responded, "I'll be right back." His best friend noticed the stiff expression on his face. "What happened? Everyone have a good meal. I have an urgent matter over here that I have to go over to deal with right away. See you next time." Shannon did not wait for them to speak to quickly walk out of the restaurant. Encountered the rush hour after work. Traffic jam. Back home is estimated to take an hour. Dialing the old man to explain the situation. "I'm not going home. Directly from this side. You let the driver send over. Turn on the navigation at the traffic light intersection. The whole 180 kilometers on the elevated road is relatively smooth. On the highway, Shannon has been taking the fast lane. Damn, how could something happen? Pray that he arrived at the cheap wife safe and sound to wake up. Otherwise this ridiculous marriage do not know how long to maintain. The old man more will not let him go. He did not dare to easily say that the divorce, otherwise, have to be put into the mouth and chewed to death. I get a call from my father-in-law every half hour, always asking, 'Are you there yet?' From his nervous tone and frequent calls, he felt that he really loves Shinyi. But, Shinyi is a person who does not know how to die and obstinate. It is her stubborn, paranoid character that will have a car accident. Took 2 hours to get to the city of Lin. The two-city planning is completely different. Most of the buildings in front of the present and the past fusion. Shannon parked the car into the hospital. Get out of the car and sprinted into the hospital to ask. The nurse told him to go to the 5th floor and ask. The elevator was too crowded. There were too many people. And there was a queue. Walked up the stairs, asked the person once, and informed the person that the accident was his wife. I was told that people were being examined and resuscitated, and that the specifics would not be known until the attending physician came out of the operating room. Finding a place outside the operating room where he could crouch against the wall where he wouldn't be in the way of anyone else's passage. He wasn't sure what emotions he was feeling right now. His mind was blank and surreal, wishing it was a dream. It's not liking her as a person, but not wanting anything to happen to her. The phone rang desperately again, connecting to comfort the old man for a few moments. "Don't you worry, it shouldn't be a big problem. Take care of your health. It's because of her willfulness that this is such a bull thing, and it's tempting to slap her twice to wake her up, and say things that are just comforting to the old man before understanding the situation." After an unknown amount of time, the door to the resuscitation room opened, and Shannon quickly got up to greet her. "I'm her husband. How is her condition?" The doctor took off his mask. "No serious trauma. Still in a coma. However, the hope of standing up in this life is very slim. Pay the fee first to arrange a bed for the patient. You come and find me later for the details. Get her the best single room available." After placing the man in the room and on the ventilator, Shannon took the bill to pay for it and then went to the attending physician to find out what was going on. The attending physician informed the person that there was little problem waking up. The test results were spinal cord nerve damage. The chances of recovery were slim, and the probability of her having a lifetime to stand up was very low. Spinal cord injuries cannot be restored by surgical treatment, but only by repairing motor nerves by externally stimulating the nerves so that the nerve cells grow and produce tentacles that allow them to connect. Even the genitals are not sentient. To understand the situation, back to the ward. The person on the bed, eyes closed, face white. Accidents are always unforeseen. A few hours ago, but also a good person. An accident to send off the second half of life. 3 people came to the hospital room. The old father-in-law, the young mother-in-law, and Lu Ma. The old father-in-law's eyes moist at the corners of his eyes. How is it? Paralyzed in the lower extremities and at risk of spending the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Snap. For no reason received a slap in the face of Lu Ma. Shannon reflex-like raised his palm directly thrown over. Did not eat her day rice? Not to let her. Older and what? The people present froze. No one expected Shannon to fight back. Lu Ma froze for a moment. "Ah, I will fight you. Open teeth and claws are going to pounce." "Mrs. Lu, what are you doing?" Zhanya pulled Lu Ma aside. "Mrs. Lu growled. How did you take care of Xiao Yi? What a wonderful age she is to be in a wheelchair for the rest of her life." She blamed everything on being nice to Xing Yi. As long as she used that excuse, no one would blame her. "Any more noise, get the hell out of here." Cough cough cough. The old man turned to look angrily at Lu Ma, covering his chest, and kept coughing. People with normal brains would obediently shut their mouths at this moment, but Lu Ma was clearly not. "Mr. Shen, Xiao Yi is your daughter. Ah, if he takes good care of Xiao Yi, there won't be such a thing. I know it's my daughter. I don't need to be reminded. I don't want to see you right now. Get out." The old husband suppressed his voice, but it wasn't hard to hear the anger. "Jianqiu, don't be angry. I'll take the people away." Zhanya pulled Mrs. Lu out of the ward together. The old father-in-law looked at Xiao and said, "Xiao Yi is considered half of Lu Ma's daughter. She cares. I'll let her apologize to you later." Cough cough cough. You'd better pay more attention to your health. Since things have happened, there's no way we can change them. Xiaonan gently patted his old husband's back. You have said that concern is a problem, and I didn't take it to heart. What was on his lips was not the same as what was in his heart, and if Mrs. Lu dared to do it again, he would not hesitate to throw away his morals and whack her. Bringing a chair for his old husband and placing it in front of the bed, he silently left the room, leaving space for father and daughter, at least for this rare moment without an argument. Without meeting Lu Ma and Zhang Ye, I always felt that Zhang Ye was not as simple as she appeared to be. The fact that she didn't stop Mrs. Lu from saying nasty things to him in their first meeting shows that her gentleness and virtuousness is only on the surface. He's got mixed feelings about it. Take the opportunity to file for divorce? If you don't get a divorce, are you going to spend the rest of your life with a paralyzed woman? Would her childhood friends still want her? Husbands and wives are all birds of a feather, and they all fly apart in times of trouble, let alone just lovers. Would the old man agree? I don't know. I don't know anything. Xiaonan sat on the flower platform in front of the hospital and smoked a cigarette, his eyes indescribably cloudy, and millions of thoughts twisted together. Chapter 24, Xinyi paralyzed. After smoking as many cigarettes, sitting for an unknown period of time, and helping the mosquitoes, Xiaonan rubbed his arms and got up to leave. It was so sudden, so unexpected. I didn't know what to do. I don't know what identity to stay with. Husband? They all knew there were no feelings, and if they showed too much enthusiasm at this moment, people would think he was really in it for the money. Just walk away? People will think he's too thin-skinned. A dilemma, inside and out. Walking into the hospital room with a full heart, I saw Lu's mom lying on the edge of the bed, sobbing, and I didn't see a few tears in her eyes. Zhang Ye nodded toward him. His face did not have a trace of a big event in the family moved. This is normal. To Xinyi dog's temper, the pro-father are noisy, not to mention just a small mother, did not do it is considered polite. It's polite that they didn't celebrate with drums when something happened to her. No sign of the old man. Dad, where'd it go? He went to the traffic police to find out about Xiao Ye's accident. I apologize for Lu Ma. Zhang Ye said. A slap on the wrist and an apology? Disregarding doesn't mean forgiving. After 2 short words fell into silence, Xiaonan felt that he was a relative who came to visit the patient in the hospital. The master did not treat it seems a little redundant. Can only stand against the wall, his eyes staring blankly at Xinye's bleak face. No makeup face is still smooth and tender, but the corners of the eyes still have a little traces of age. No one can with the years as the enemy. If she wakes up and learns that she is paralyzed, will she be able to live with that? A very proud person can't take care of herself for the rest of her life and needs to be waited on to go to the bathroom or take a shower. The phone rang at an inopportune moment, and Sinan glanced at the caller and stepped out of the hospital room to answer it, pressing his voice. What's up? Calling you and sounding like I owe you millions. Come out for a date. Never seen a woman like Slimane. I'm dating your ass. No time. If you don't come out, I'll come up to your house. I'm in Linshire. I'm not at home, and there's no one at home. Xiaonan said. You get the room. I'll come over to you now. I'm not in the mood to joke with you. If it's okay, I'll hang up. Wait a while. Xinye's artist will release a new song recently. You help push it, and I'll transfer the cost to you. Xiaonan always felt that he should do something, and that was all he could do at the moment. No answer unless you sleep with me. Are you unable to find a man or what? You have to stare at me. If you don't pick me up I'll find someone else. Xiaonan was restraining his emotions, feelings or not. The behavior of flirting with another woman at this moment was disgusting. Just before he was about to hang up the phone, Sher Linlin said, a few tweets about it. Don't charge you. Remember to buy me dinner. No more chatting with you. I'm going to find 2 male models who are more handsome than you to spend tonight's lonely night. Thanks. Not sure what she charges. I'll make up the cost when I go back to Mordor after this time and ask her out. At the end of the passage, the old man with white hair walked this way with a heavy pace. His physique was thin. It seemed that a gust of wind could blow him down, and after not seeing him for a few hours, he looked much older, and Xiaonan took a few steps toward him. Find a place where we can talk. Xiaonan nodded and assisted him to the car downstairs. The hot air seems to evaporate the human body moisture dry. Open the air conditioning refrigeration. Quietly waiting for the old man to speak first, I asked a friend to ask an authoritative expert. Xiaoya's condition has a very small probability of standing up in this life. When you return to Magic City, you guys get divorced, using the contract to pit him into the family. Shouldn't he be tied up at this moment? Old Didi's words surprised Xiaonan. Divorce was something he was looking forward to, and if he'd said something like that half a day ago, he'd have been absolutely full of it, bouncing 3 meters in place, but now he didn't know what to choose. Let's wait until she's out of the hospital. The stake you were given still counts. I can give you another 1% share, but you must take care of her after the divorce. Just take care of him like a sister. said the old frowning man with tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. She has family, and you are not old. Shonan was puzzled. Except for me. The people who are good to her are all superficial. I have cancer. I don't have much time left. No one knows except my personal doctor and Adong. Shin Jianxiu's voice choked, doubtful that something had happened to him. There were mental expectations, but it was still a shock to hear the word cancer. It wasn't as if money could cure it, and a big shot like him was accounting for the aftermath having been out of his depth. He didn't trust his current wife or son, and if he did he wouldn't have entrusted his daughter to his care. When did this happen? Half a month before we first met. All those years on medication. Investing at that time wasn't impulsive or really impressed by the project. It was a test for him, and by that time he was already being watched. Xiao Nan's face showed bitterness. You just make sure you won't look at the wrong person. You're a kind boy. You don't love her, but you wouldn't actively hurt her. I just want her to have someone to take care of her for the rest of her life. To live decently or just live. Xiao Nan did not rush to give a reply. There will be a woman in the future who does not care about one more of his exes in the house? At the beginning of the novelty may not care. No one can guarantee that a marriage and family will be free of conflict for the rest of their lives. No woman can accept the presence of another woman around her husband even if there is no emotional ex. Count me as a dying man begging you. The old man looked at him with cloudy eyes. Xiao Nan said, she has a childhood sweetheart abroad, so why are you forcing us to get married? Mentioning that man's bad seed, Shin Jianxiu had a belly full of fire. There is not a single good thing in the Jiang family. Just because of his existence I forced you to be together. Letting you take care of her is also for the sake of. Forget it. In short, that kid is not a good thing. Just as hypocritical as his father. Cough. Don't be angry. You're coughing again. Xiao Nan said as he patted his old husband on the back, took out a bottle of water from the trunk and handed it to the old man, waited for him to stop coughing, and sat in silence for a while to go back to the ward. Lu Mom has not cried, cannot see any traces of crying, eyes staring at him viciously. People who can't get along stay in a space like a man in the back, like a fish in the throat. Xiao Nan said, it's a bit late today. You guys go find a hotel to rest, just have me here tonight. Lu Mom came out to make a demon again. I stayed to take care of it. I don't need you. Xiao Yi is the one I watched grow up. I don't feel comfortable letting you take care of it. Get lost, don't let her see you. You shut up and get the hell back to Magic City tomorrow. Shin Jianxiu hated this kind of unreasonable shrew. It's not Nan's fault for what happened to Xiao yet. If you continue to be unreasonable, get lost and go back to your hometown. My family doesn't need people like you. The old husband was really annoyed. She didn't dare to say another word, like a clamoring goose being strangled by the neck, and didn't forget to glare at Xiao Nan when she left. In the hospital room only their couple without feelings left. Xiao Nan tired all day, not a little sleepy. Dinner did not have time to eat. This time no appetite. Lying on the side of the bed of the companion, lying on his side looking at her. Checking nurse came to explain some things and left. Shin Yi is still in a coma. No sign of waking up. Such a situation do not know how long it will be. Chapter 25, Waking Up and Seeking Death. All night long I dared not sleep to death. I was always half asleep. My nerves were tense, and several times it seemed as if there was a movement, and I woke up to see it and closed my eyes again. After going back and forth with this I don't know how many times and looking at the time, only 2 hours had passed and I don't know how long it had been since I had lost any sleep. I was about to collapse. Simply directly do not sleep. Sit down for a while to lie down to rest. The heart is not quiet. And get up and sit again. The day is almost dawn. Finally heard a faint moan. Xiao Nan rang the bedside bell. Not a moment later a duty nurse came in, and immediately went out to notify the doctor to come over to check the situation. After some examination, withdrew the ventilator. Spinal cord injuries start to hurt for a while, slowly become numb, and to be completely pain-free you have to destroy the discharging nerves, which doesn't have the slightest chance of recovery. Being able to relieve pain with surgery doesn't make it completely pain-free, but something slightly better with a but at the end is not a good thing. The second method will hinder recovery, and there is very little hope that a miracle can be prevented outright. Explained a few notes and left. Just woke up. Shin Yi is still a little confused, head dizzy, did not fully hear the words of the doctor, the body like falling apart, until the ward is only left them, began to wake up, trembling voice. I hurt so much. Xiao Nan didn't know how to comfort her. You heard what the doctor just said, at least you have hope. What's wrong with me? You were in a car accident that left your lower limbs paralyzed, and there's a possibility of recovery with good care. Trying to get out of bed and realizing that her legs were unconscious, Shin Yi cried out, why is it like this? Why? Why did I become like this? Why? It's still not your own doing. Xiao Nan naturally couldn't possibly provoke her any further. You're not conducive to recovery. Rest assured and recuperate. I'll call your dad here. He's quite worried about you. Secretly cried several times. No, I don't want to see him. Will you go buy me a bottle of pesticide and a knife? I don't want to live like this. I want to die. I can't accept a life that sucks. Ignorant, self-righteous and arrogant. When something goes wrong, the people who get hurt the most are the ones who love her the most. And she's good. She's still dead. Still selfish and self-righteous. Sinan looked at her quietly without saying a word. Seeing that he had no intention of paying attention, Shen Yi shouted, "If you don't go for it, I'll bite my tongue. I'll strangle myself. I'm determined to seek death. And there are ways to do it. You can't die from biting your tongue. Not only will you be paralyzed or mute in the future, you can't open your mouth when you're hungry, thirsty, or want to go to the bathroom. If I were you, I'd take good care of all the organs that can be used in your body." Shannan has never heard of strangling himself. You're not me. You don't understand how much pain I'm in. And I wouldn't necessarily have the courage to wake up if you were me. The drilling pain could only be deflected by yelling. Big sister, you are paralyzed, not a vegetable. Waking up is not your courage. It's entirely a function of your body. It's hard to believe that you can put yourself to sleep. That assumption doesn't exist. When you are discharged from the hospital, we will both be divorced and you will have the freedom to pursue happiness. In the near future, no one will stop you from marrying the person you love the most, and you can still marry him with a handsome dowry. Xiaonan acted extremely calm. Freedom, the pursuit of happiness, it has nothing to do with her. Action is not free. How to talk about freedom? How to talk about happiness? Completely and utterly become invalid. Xinyi is difficult to accept the reality. Let out a cry. There's time to cry rather than reflect on the past and plan for the future. The hospital needs to be kept absolutely quiet in the middle of the night. He was sleepy after tossing and turning for so long. Xiaonan wrinkled her nose and lifted Xinyi's quilt to see that she had peed. Good thing there was a pee bag. She wanted to bury a few words, but she really couldn't control it. In the middle of the night to call the duty nurse to deal with. People's face is not very good, but can live in a day of 80,000 intensive care unit of the identity of the person is not simple. There are full of nagging, do not dare to vent. Shannan knew how to be humane and quietly stuffed 2 large bills into people's pockets. She knew that the other party had given a red envelope and treated it as if she hadn't seen it, smiling at Shannan and saying, "You can call me if there's anything." The nurse called for more help and changed the sheets. Before he left, he also gave Shonan a little bit of information about post-discharge care. It's a private, for-profit organization. It's not like it's an iron rice bowl. Do not take the initiative to ask for people rewarded. Nothing can not accept. Besides, I don't know how I got an extra $200 in my pocket. The sick beauty on the bed became hoarse from crying. The tears still could not be stopped. She felt too humiliated. Her physiology couldn't be controlled. There was no feeling at all. You cry your eyes out again, and I'll feed you every day. Just what you out. Just so your tongue bites together and you can't taste it. Some say words of comfort don't always help. She is vulnerable and broken at this moment. Words of comfort seem like pity. Arrogant people don't need to be pitied. Treating them differently will only make her feel like an invalid. She has to be treated with common sense. Shinye's voice was hoarse and emotional. I don't want to live. You buy me a bottle of poison. I will give you the company. Please, let me die clean. I don't want this. I don't want this. She didn't have the condescension in her eyes that she used to have, like an abandoned pet dog. 30-year-olds make decisions they shouldn't regret. Obviously she wasn't ready for the results. Wanted to relay the old man's business. Xiaonan saw her look. Did not say anything about cancer? Who did not have compassion? Lying on his back on the bed with a low tone. Your father said that he is divorced and that I will take care of you from now on, so that I can take care of you as a sister. He is not comfortable with someone else taking care of you. Can you tell me about what happened between you father and daughter? You'll do anything for money. Even you don't mind an invalid like me. Contempt, sneer on her face, even paralyzed. She was as arrogant as ever. But, for the moment, she was strong on the outside, a cat disguised as a tiger. Still want me to personally take care of you? Think beautiful, billions of dollars, hire 10 nannies to take care of you for the rest of your life. Can't spend the interest of depositing in the bank, earning money from an invalid. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Xinyi choked and asked. Retribution? Oh, I have tasted the suffering of the human world. The future days are all good luck plus body. Southeast and Northwest fortune rolls in. Wife absolutely beautiful to the extreme. Gentle and family-oriented. Love me. Give me a smart pair of children. I'm going to sleep. And whether you want to strangle yourself or bite your tongue, don't make a sound, or you won't be able to die. And you'll have a much harder time in the future. Quill to cover the swan to sleep peacefully. Ears constantly sobbing came. Really irritating. Cannot go along with her, but cannot be reprimanded. Let her vent her emotions is good. And when she understands that crying is not useful, will naturally accept the reality. She should be grateful to still have a life. And her quality of life won't be affected in any way, except that she can't take care of herself. someone to take care of her for the future. Her dad had money to spend, and even if he was paralyzed he wouldn't starve to death. The life that everyone dreams of is living from hand to mouth, with someone to wipe your ass. Dreaming of her childhood friends returned to her country. Her bamboo horse came to her home to meet alone. Xiao Yi is like this. You still have the heart to sleep. Snap. A heavy slap landed on the side of his face, his ears ringing and buzzing. Xiao Nan instantly sobered up, his eyes spitting fire as if looking at the snarky woman in front of him, and he raised his palm without hesitation to whip the person over on the ground. Yesterday, I thought you were concerned, so I went a little light. It doesn't mean I don't dare to whip you to death. There's no such thing as inferiority or superiority in my place. Luma froze for a moment, splashing and rolling on the ground. Beating people? The soft rice man is beating people. Come on people. Beating the old man. Xiaonan got off the bed and pulled her hair and smacked her across the mouth. Condescending. Can you shut your mouth? Or else I'll kill you, old pussy. He'd been restrained, glaring angrily at the old woman for switching genders, and today he'd have to show her why the flowers were so red. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. I'm going to get the media to expose you. You hit the elderly. You have no conscience. You will be retributed. Shen Yi, who was still sobbing, was hoarse. How can you? You hit Lu Mom. Xiao Nan, you don't put me in your eyes now. In the future will you not even bully me together? Cut me off. I don't take you seriously. Really good at adding drama to yourself. Xiao Nan didn't want to pay attention to the two brain-dead women and walked towards the ward door, glancing back at Shen Yi whose face was wet. It's really a brainwashed band growing up. The IQ is affected. Chapter 26, Resentment. What is the use of splashing and rolling without the parties present? None of the hospital nurses came in. There was no audience. Luma got up and walked over with her swollen mouth, pulled Shinya's hand, her eyes full of heartache. Xiao Yi, you quickly divorce him. He beat me today. Tomorrow he dares to beat you. The soft rice man's heart is too deep. In the future, he will take the money belonging to the Shin family for himself, keep women outside, and spend his days drinking. I will take care of you like a daughter. Mention Xiaonan. This number of people. Shin Yi eyes floating hatred. All their harm. Shin Jianxiu and Xiaonan too is the murderer who harmed her. Without this ridiculous marriage, she lived her life without all the hiding and nothing like this would have happened. I won't get a divorce. I'll drag him to his death. I've lost my happiness in this life. Why should he get married and have children and a beautiful family? I wouldn't be in this situation without meeting him. I'll make him feel guilty for the rest of his life. It's all him. It's all him. Crying for a few hours. Voice from the voice is very hoarse, very small, but full of indignation. People in despair always have to find catharsis, always have something to support hope. Yes, 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 he did it. Mrs. Lu asked softly. Hungry? I don't want it. Mom Lu, my life is over. What am I going to do? Shin said and started crying again. It's okay, child. It's okay. Mama Lu will always take care of you. Mama Lu will never leave little Yi. Mrs. Lu held Shin Ye's hand tightly. People who don't know the situation will mistake them for mother and daughter. Shin Yi stopped crying, her eyes reddened as she looked out the door. Her blurred vision appeared an old man and radiant woman. Her gaze became gloomy. Mrs. Lu, go buy some fluids for the young lady. Zhang Ye opened her mouth. Xiaoye. Mom Lu, don't leave. Shin Yi tightly held onto Mama Lu's hand to prevent her from leaving. You are not welcome here. Get out of here and get out of my sight quickly. Nearly losing his voice, still yelling it out as hard as he could. All of you go out. Shin Jianxiu sat on the bed aside. Is it any better? You can't wait for me to die so your family can be clean. Give your son all the share that belongs to me. Take your mistress and get out of here. I don't have you as a father. And you don't have me as a daughter. No, you never had a daughter. When she was a child, she couldn't see her father for half a month. And when Junior's son was born, he either rode on his shoulders or used his son as a horse. And she remembered all the scenes from the past. Speaking as always with barbs, Shin Jianxiu wrinkled his eyebrows without saying anything and just looked at her quietly. It's not the real mom who won't be spoiled. The moment they meet, they dislike each other. Zhang Ye can't stand it. Shen Yi, you don't know how to be good. You are like this is not your father's harm. What is your attitude? Capriciousness should also have a degree. Shut up. I told you guys to get out. Are you deaf? Shin Jian roared with all his might, and the result was incessant coughing. Xiao Yi, talk to your dad properly. Don't argue. I'll come back to see you later. Mrs. Lu withdrew her hand and quickly left the ward. Zhang Ye knows what temperament Shin Jianxiu, 20 years of companionship has not defied him. Looked at the bed of Shin Yi, gloomy gaze out. Only father and daughter are left in the ward. One full of tired eyes, one full of hatred. Shin Jianxiu is clear that his daughter has a misunderstanding of him, and some misunderstandings are destined to be unexplainable. I think Nan has told you exactly what happened. Live well, Dad will arrange everything for you. I know what you hate me for. It's okay, As long as you can live well with your hatred, hate it. Don't be hypocritical and fake in front of me. I know very well what kind of person you are. You were absent in the previous life and you are not needed in the future life. Xiaonan stepped a foot into the ward, and then withdrew. Clearly heard her words. Who gave her the courage to say such words? Without her father. On what she liked to live. Saying is always better than singing. Doing a mess. Running a company valued at $1 billion. Even 10 million liquidity cannot come out. Where is the face to say big words? The room's father-daughter chat atmosphere is not very cordial. Shin Jianqiu is accommodating his daughter. Speaking voice has a kind of unheard of tenderness. He used to be upset openings containing a high amount of mom, and now it is a humble old father who pleases his daughter. I want to rush in and say give her up. There's nothing to save. Let her fend for herself. Let her choose whether to live or die. Starve her for a few days and see if her mouth is still hard. Never understand that her father brought her not only wealth, on her looks. If there is no good father, those who have the money, powerful, adore her men would have found a way to play. The word of the famous woman need to have enough background to clean, or else it is a famous woman commonly known as the takeaway woman. Destiny, are you still pulling on me? Why do all my efforts come back with a statement that the time is not right? The ringing phone interrupted the conversation father and daughter, looking sideways at the door in unison. Xiaonan turned around with his cell phone and walked quickly towards the end of the passageway, picking up where no one else was. What's good about calling me so early? Can't give a good attitude. A cheeky woman like Slime never knows how naked she'll be when she opens her mouth. The tweets were written yesterday and they worked out great. So remember to come back and buy me dinner. I just listened to those 3 songs. They're all great. Analyze them from your professional perspective. Can they be hot? It has to be fire. By me personally. You're afraid you don't know Sis's reputation in the circle, right? Sure. Lin giggled rather smugly. Aren't you a paparazzi head? The entertainment industry's #1 black fan, and the head of one of the top PR team companies? The two-timing and scrupulous entertainment media. People just helped themselves. Xiaonan bear this love. Emotional value to her pull full. You're so bleached, cute and lovable beauty. What's the name of the cow flash? Say it out to let me be surprised. What's the point of her saying it? She'll have to let him find out for himself. Slim started to sell out. Go online to check my sister's record. No matter how big curiosity to see me have to obediently call the teacher, but also have to accompany the smiling face, and then red little fresh meat. Sis want to see. A phone call thing. Choosing to answer the phone where no one was around was very right, and the woman who thought she was silly when they first met came up to play poker and drink with him and get herself drunk. Send them back to the room almost out of the way. She and Godandon is not the kind of mouth to say that the woman absolutely dare to do. Which girls first meet back to the room to put the man's hand to the chest, and get along with each other as far as possible to keep the distance in the future. If not begging, really lazy to bull ***** with her, accepting the help of others, patiently in her a few words of nonsense to find an excuse to end the call. When eating breakfast casually brushed the social platform. Want to see if there is any report about Shinya's car accident. The car accident did not brush. It should be the old man's hand. Otherwise the short video era. The dog on the side of the road can be seen to pay attention to, not to mention the car accident. Swipe to see a lot of music critics pushing the new songs that hit the shelves at 10 p.m. last night. The music critics who are trying to gain popularity with their reviews are all praising the quality of the songs and passing over the flaws. And Xiaonan saw the singer-songwriter's signature and found a place to listen to a song about a young man chasing his dreams, and 2 songs about bitter feelings. The quality of the songs is over the top, small in subject matter, big in content, and very pleasing to the ear. Not a top-notch effort, but far superior to the average singer who is uneducated and piles on lyrics. Chuanyi Entertainment did not give the artist to do publicity, presumably did not want to rely on a few songs to make money. But Xiaonan is a big debtor. Do not make money, how to get back the debt, but also want to disguise to help a friend. As long as the 3 songs are a hit this time, Jiang Yiming will be a hit, even if he doesn't write songs for people in the future. And if he doesn't sing on his own, someone will ask him to be a producer. So at least he'll have a place in the circle, and he won't have to be uprooted to get a bite of food. Chapter 27, the old man introduces people. Work has a lot to deal with, but there is no divorce under. Xiaonan is not good to directly mention leave. To the company asked for a month-long vacation, in the work group to do the handover. I don't know how long it will last, probably until Shunyi is completely discharged from the hospital. A lot of people in the company knew he was getting married. No one knew who he was marrying, and something did come up at home that the top guy had to approve. Take a long vacation and then go back to work at the company is not expected to have his position. The replacement did not make the results okay. When you make a mark, you will naturally turn around. People have made achievements. How is it good to let people back to the original position? Really let people go back to make the following people cold. The person in charge of the leave the following people on the top. For the company is an opportunity to find talent. How can you retain talent if you have the ability and don't reuse it? The president of the business division Pei Jun said, the vice president's position has been reserved for you. No one will take it away. Rest assured to take care of younger siblings, and take time to visit the door some other day. How can they know who the wife is? Into the big boss's family this matter let people know. All his efforts to return to eating soft rice, colleagues should look at him with what kind of eyes? So he refused his kind offer. The business unit is entering a critical period in the marketplace, and it's even less likely to buy into the bull ***** that the VP position can only be his, and he's not going to go back to that position while someone else makes the grade. Cannot continue to stay in the sea is not important. The big deal is to cash in the stock to do something else. Big investment projects do not dare to do. Investment of tens of millions of dollars in the project can still play. For the rest of the day, Xiao Nan was in the city of Lin, going to the ward for 2 hours, once in the morning, once in the middle of the day, and once in the evening, in a redundant but unavoidable role, unable to do anything, just for the sake of face. The work of taking care of Xingyi was done by Lu Ma, changing her diaper several times a day, wiping her body, changing her pants with her feces and urine. These tasks were really not suitable for him to do, and for a real couple, he would take on the responsibilities of a husband. Yet they were not. Came 4 people, left 3, Zhanya back to the magic city. She stayed also not pleasing. Simply out of sight out of mind. Luma still looks at him with a bad eye, talking with a thorn in her side, opening her mouth and closing her mouth to eat soft rice. Not only her, even Xingyi does not talk to him, and when she sees him go in, she immediately closes her eyes and pretends to be asleep. Her whole person has lost a whole circle of weight. The original slightly rounded face thinned out the pointed chin, completely like a different person, without the old style. When they met as father and daughter, one was caring and the other chose to be indifferent. Xingyi was like a smelly and hard stone in a latrine, obstinate and stubborn. Concerned about the lack of response, Xin Jianqiu still accompanied his daughter every day in the hospital room, to provide her with the best nutritional food, incarnation of a loving father with a smile. But when no one will secretly wipe tears, he looked thinner and thinner, and in the evening so not to be allowed to have a chance to be alone. Xiao Nan said, you want to stop by for a checkup, nourish your body. She ignored it, no need to curry favor. Shen Yi, that brainwashed person, took Lu Ma as her dependence, and Xiao Nan felt that this was a moment to test humanity, just so she could grow a little. Kid, you haven't been a father. You won't understand what I'm feeling at this time. In a few decades, you'll understand. Shun Jianqiu asked, do you think this accident was an accident? He was sure his old husband didn't have persecution paranoia. What do you perceive? I've read the accident certificate, characterizing a normal traffic accident. I met the truck driver and asked someone to check it out, and he was diagnosed with terminal bone marrow cancer 6 months ago. Business competition is not to the point of persecuting the loved ones around them. Xingyi is not a senior engineer of C-High. Her company is half dead. There is no need for her peers to deal with her in an extreme way. Do you have a suspect? No. I just think things are very strange. Why would driving on the opposite side of such a wide road take up Xiaoye's path? I have already arranged for people to check towards the people around him. Hurt my daughter. The old man will take him along. Sensing a breathtakingly murderous aura from his old husband. Few entrepreneurs who come out of the era of law and order turmoil have clean hands, ruling out pure murder for starters. More unlikely to be a competitor of Civic C, nor the board of directors. We have a share of interests. It does not matter who will be the boss. The old man in the status of Civic C is not as good as a senior engineer. The company has a complete set of systems. As long as the system is not destroyed, the lack of anyone can function properly. As to whether there are any enemies in their family, it's impossible to tell without knowing. Should not suspect me, right? Xiaonan thought darkly. His afterglow secretly observed his old husband, sought his eyes looking into the distance. The hanging heart fell, really afraid that he could not find out. A moment of impulse, rather than wrongly killed never let go. I've got some good friends in Lin City. I'll take you to meet them, without taking a driver with me. I drove to the address provided by my old husband and arrived at the quaint farmhouse by the lake, with warmly colored floor lamps and a group of people greeting me at the door. As soon as his old husband got out of the car, he keeled over, not as sickly and disheveled as he had been before he arrived. We are all old friends. Why are you still so polite? Brother Jianqiu, why have you lost so much weight? A woman who was close to 50 or so years old pulled his arm and said. Later, Xin Jianqiu beckoned toward his son-in-law and introduced him to the crowd. This is my son-in-law, Xiao Nan. In the future, if he has a request for everyone, give him a hand for my sake. Hello, Zhuo Qianqian. You can look for me if you have legal needs. This is my business card. The well-dressed middle-aged man shoved his business card into his hand. Xiao Nan, It's an honor to meet all the industry bigwigs. After saying that, he bowed deeply towards them. The group of people in front of me is not simple at a glance. How can the old man introduce the people who are simple? There are bank presidents, top lawyers, financial securities, media bigwigs. 10 who are older are all highly accomplished in their own fields, and they respect the old man, putting him as a big brother. All share a common identity, having graduated from the same Kyoto University. Graduated from a prestigious school is really different from graduated from ordinary colleges and universities. The circle of contacts is different. May not feel anything in the first 10 years after graduation. After 10 years you look again. Once you are around that poor he probability will have a very high achievement. This group of schoolmates and seniors have the same age as the old man. Some are about 5 to 10 years younger than him. Some are even 20 years younger. And 2 are a few years older than Xiaonan, brought over by other people, and have just made a name for themselves in the industry. People in prestigious schools have a characteristic circle culture as long as the circle. In the future career difficulties, open a mouth is not a big problem. The old schoolmates, seniors are willing to gratuitously pull a hand. The old man was originally born in the Kyoto compound. The bones like to engage in circle culture. Introducing his contacts to Xiaonan was a little confused, lowering his posture to shake hands with each person and greet them, accepting the business cards handed over. He didn't hand over his own because he didn't think he was qualified enough to hand over business cards to this group of people. He was developing quite well, but didn't feel like helping anyone else at the moment, and he wouldn't have had the chance to get to know this group of elite seniors if it weren't for his old man pulling strings. The group entered the courtyard and smelled the strong aroma of food. Let's treat today as an alumni gathering. Little brother Nan doesn't need to be nervous. The schoolmate in her early 40s, Mo Shui, the editor-in-chief of the authoritative media, looked at him kindly and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister is so beautiful." Xiaonan said obediently, "Well, my brother is so discerning." The old father-in-law sat at the first place. From the seating order can be seen, in this circle status is very high. There is no other meaning to ask everyone out today. It is to introduce the young people to know each other, and by the way to have a meal with the group. Brothers and sisters in other places are too far away. Don't want everyone to go back and forth. I didn't notify. It's been too long since you've eaten with the big guys. My humble self just had a meal with my senior at the Magic City Seahai group with brother Jianqiu last month. They were talking and laughing. Xiaonan didn't open his mouth in a messy way, and served tea and poured water to offer his attentions with a clear eye, and his character was to meet people who were better than him to say less and see more and learn more. Words have something to say. Appropriate silence will make people curious. Such an occasion they can say nutrient-less words. Xiaonan and the other two cannot. He does not interrupt to enter the topic. The other two cannot brush the presence of the other two. Chapter 28, Returning to Work Early. Shinyi cannot get better for a while, and there is a lot of work to do. Her body has some improvement. Transferred to the private hospital invested by the old man in Mordor. The first thing that the person who replaced Xiaonan did messed up and offended the people he worked with. And the people from the big company were too arrogant after all. And it's not like they didn't have a choice. The business unit boss scolded people directly in the work group. Pei Jun is not unlike the surface looks elegant. Screw things up. The same will curse. He does not like to socialize. Personally, people did not pay attention. Shen Yi, in addition to Lu Ma, to whom he ignored him, direct cold violence. Xiaonan and cannot take care of her. Left a phone in the hospital. Early return to work. On the first day of the company, the president's assistant Wang Boan found his office. Vice President Xiao, the boss wants you to come over. I'll be right there. It's been hard work. It's nothing. If you didn't get the job done, you don't get credit for any more hard work. Wang Boan said sullenly. He's not happy about it. He's just trying to get more for the company. What's wrong with that? Can't figure out where he's offended. It is this grandson to take his place in the absence of this period of time. Originally he had contacted the customer, handed over to him to talk about, did not expect to offend people. Listening to his tone of an unrepentant tone, I really don't know how Pei Jun keeps people around. Came to Pei Jun office, open door, was about to knock on the door. Pei Jun spoke first, directly come in, do not engage in these false. I'm not here to see people. How are the younger siblings doing? Can't stand up in this life, just like that. Xiaonan found a place to sit not far from him. Don't be discouraged. You can talk to your brother if you have any problems with the cost of treatment, and I'll organize donations. No need. We have enough money. Shinyi is not lack of treatment costs. With the old man's family she got half of the property also has tens of billions of dollars. Spend endless. Where endless? I'm sorry to call you back at such a juncture. Polar Star is about entering the first step of car-wise driving. It's critical, Pei Jun said. I would have come back early to work with or without this. Xiaonan said. I can't do much by staying at the hospital with them. It's a critical time for money. and there's a nanny taking care of it, so it's not in the way. Pei Jun took out 1 or 2 cigarettes from the drawer, threw one to Xiao Nan and tilted his head back. That Wang Bowen kid doesn't know how to offend people. I personally came out. People don't give half face. I hope to try to get cooperation. I will make an appointment to meet with the other party. As for whether they give face or not, I am powerless to sway. Xiao Nan didn't dare to make a promise on this matter of wiping his ass. I do not know how to offend. No matter how to offend. Or people have problems. He first find people. The wrong is their own people. People have a lot of choices. They can choose not much. The top boss looked pissed off. Not just at the incompetence of his subordinates, but partly at the people he was working with. It was time to get slammed right in the face. Wang Bowen, that kid is so. Ugh. Don't mention him. I'm angry when I talk about him. Sai, it should be Wang Bowen has a background. Cannot afford to offend. He does not say. Xiao Nan will not go to ask what is going on. And then the good system is inevitable that some people have privileges. I'll go back and call to communicate. Don't you get anxious and angry. Xiao Nan got up and went back to his office. Kept pressing the signing pen to organize the language of the first sentence. After a little while, calling the person who had made contact again. The tone of the opposite side was not good once it was connected. We already have a cooperation object is in contact. Mr. Xiao, do not call me again. The purpose of my making this call is not for cooperation, but to make amends. A few days ago something happened at home to take a month's vacation. This is not to hear that someone has offended you. Immediately end the vacation early to rush back. After he said that, the tone of the person on the phone immediately softened. I'm not a petty person, and I've long since stopped caring. I know Brother Su is not a petty person. We do wrong things naturally to apologize. This cooperation cannot be successful is not important. We can cooperate next time. The sale does not work or can be friends. Cooperation into the success or not cannot offend people. You have to take the road wide. The domestic market is very voluminous. To maintain a good relationship is very important. Xiao Nan attitude put very low. Then Wang Bowen and Pei Jun, have you so understanding? I'm not angry. In my opinion, nah. The president of the division will have to be old brother you to do. It's impossible to say that his boss can't do it, or that the other guy is at fault. He really goes along with it. People don't dare to deal with him. Someone who can smear his boss in front of others. Who knows if they'll talk bad about you again in front of others. Pei always comes from a technical background, especially powerful engineers. Not good at communicating with people. Straight temper, straight talk. You more bear with me. Do you see any time this weekend? We go to play golf together. Xiao Nan did not give people the opportunity to immediately refuse. Just ask if there is time. People are not clear about what he wants to do. Will be directly rejected. Say the purpose. To give the other side have a choice. He categorized people's dissatisfaction with their top boss as he's a technical guru with communication problems, which is always better than an attitude problem. Not explaining for Wang Bowen was that he hadn't reached the point where he needed to be defended, so that people had a target to be angry at, and that things were all caused by him, and that the only one at fault was Wang Bowen, and only him. People have directly said the purpose. Su Feng is not good to directly reject. With Xiao Nan is still very comfortable. This kid knows how to grasp the scale. The other end of the phone murmured for a while. Well, I'll ask my assistant if there's a schedule. You wait for me for a while. Yes. Then came the sound of the phone snapping on the desktop and the footsteps fading away. Xiao Nan has a habit of doing backtracking on the target company before contact. What kind of things they need, what hobbies the person in charge has, and understand it clearly. The footsteps came again, getting clearer and clearer. Dude, there's time this Saturday afternoon, so don't drive. I'll have the driver come pick you up and we'll go over there together. Alright, Brother Su, let's make a deal. We'll be in touch when the time comes. Xiao Nan replied cheerfully. Bye, he said and hung up after 2 seconds. Golf course weekend is not always free. 4 days from Saturday. You also have to have a membership card. Annual fees start at $1 million, which makes Xiao Nan a little worried bad. He traveled with customers to go there a few times, not being able to afford to spend that much money on a membership card myself, and the other party being just a division boss. It's unclear how these people can have such extravagant hobbies. Something of course the first time to find the organization. The top technical man, in addition to technical research and research wife, has no interest in other things. Said that can be taken can be by the division to cover this cost. Big brother, I'm not omnipotent. Who dares to guarantee that I can take it? People are already contacting other companies. I can only try my best to salvage it now, and at the very least try to get on the table to have a competition with others. Xiao Nan was a bit speechless. Then there's no need to take care of him anymore. Tell him to stay wherever he wants. I'll eat meat with hair without Butcher Zhang. Change the target. Today's car companies either have a very good partner, or independent research and development. There are not many left. Others are very happy to cooperate. Who will lift the table to cooperate with you? It's a bit difficult to communicate with him. The top boss thinks that his own technology is great, and it's his loss if he doesn't cooperate, but the two can cooperate on an equal footing. He couldn't work here, had to get help from his old man to solve the problem. By an entrepreneur like him, there has to be something without. Those so-called high-end places attract people because there are enough rich people. The middle class is the biggest consumer player. Chapter 29, Shinya's Hate. The old husband was quick, arranging to get him a Saturday afternoon golf course and clubhouse membership, along with a divorce decree. You're free to pursue your happiness, old man. Holding the red leather divorce certificate, Xiaonan heart mixed feelings, but off work or go over to visit Xinyi 2 hours. She still ignored him, talking to himself to stay a while before leaving. Didn't feel like there was anything wrong with her, but just wanted peace of mind. Booked a restaurant about Shi Linlin out to meet. Just hung up the phone and coincidentally have Godanden open video this woman a day a message. Not like Shi Linlin naked. What is going on today? Connecting with doubts. The delicate face sitting on the boss chair appeared in front of her eyes. Her breasts were high and particularly conspicuous. Cousin, haven't seen you for a long time. People did you a favor. Don't you treat me to a meal? What do you mean? When? You say it clearly. You. Shi Linlin said you let her find me to help promote a few new songs. Send you a message and you ignore people. I arrange people. Not right. That asterisk lie to me. Godanden mumbled with a stern look in her eyes. T shower. We add a new enemy. I'm so grateful to her that I'm ready to go over and offer myself. And I've booked a restaurant. So I'll tell you what. You come over and meet her together. Xiaonan hung up and sent her the restaurant location. The flatter a woman is the more her mind is. At least that's what Slimane is. That's what he thought. The meat all grows in the brain. Strange. Xinyi isn't particularly big, so how come she doesn't have a brain? Just drove out of the hospital and met the old husband. No, the former old husband's car. Shin Jianxiu also saw the former son-in-law, asked the driver toward the front. Am I really wrong? Xiaonan is quite good. Took and received the license and still did not forget to come over to the hospital to visit. In the case of ordinary people, I'm afraid that I can't wait to stay away. The driver was the one who understood the whole process, and many things were operated by him personally. As the most intimate person of the big boss, Dong understands what people should say, and what people should not say. Xiaonan is the boss valued people, even with his daughter divorced also do not want to give up. The car has arrived at the hospital parking lot for a long time. Shin Jianxiu delayed to get off the car and opened his mouth. I will introduce you to him before I am not here, and in the future you will help me. Why? What you want to do is as you wish. Finished pushing open the door to get out of the car. Commitment to this thing cannot stand the test of time. He is not there. No interest in Dong will be loyal to do the job? Dong looked at his boss's back and whispered to himself. Boss, don't worry. Dong will supervise Xiaonan and not let Miss be bullied. As soon as Shin Jianxiu entered the hospital, the president greeted him with 2 people. He didn't like wasting time on such socializing. Old Gua, you're busy with your own business. There's no need to accompany me. Dean, who had a bunch of words ready, smiled awkwardly. It doesn't matter. There's no rush for this moment. I come over to visit my daughter. Come over 3 times a day. You have so much time to waste? Accompanying me makes you uncomfortable as well. Really don't need you to accompany me. Go you guys busy yourselves. Said into the elevator. The shareholders were so blunt that if they didn't wake up they really didn't have to do it, and Dean had the good sense not to follow suit. The situation of father-daughter relationship did not get better. Xinyi, as soon as he saw his father's nose was not his nose, his eyes were not his eyes, and he simply did not go to see him. You and Xiaonan are divorced. You're free. His words pricked Xinyi's sensitive nerves like needles, and he turned his head violently, yelling, Freedom? Where do I get freedom like this? Freedom to sleep? I'm already an invalid. It has nothing to do with freedom. Why should I get married when you tell me to and divorce when you tell me to? I don't want a divorce. Although you are divorced, he will continue to stay and take care of you. Dad will make him promise to take care of you for the rest of his life. He is going to get married and have children in the future. You can't hold people back. If he had decades left, he wouldn't entrust his daughter to Xiaonan. Can't accept that the person she hates got divorced and took their family's money to marry another woman. And in the future his family of 3 will be in front of her every day, which is harder than killing her. He is not happy. He also do not want to be happy. So tied together, every day mentally tortured him, want to beat or kill as he wishes. Living has been no different from death. I now demand that you remarry us, and do it quickly, or don't see me. Daughter, we can't delay someone's future. Do you think having a marriage will tie him down? He'll still find a woman when he should, and having someone to take care of you will be fine. Shin Jianxiu wouldn't let her be. Am I your daughter? When I was healthy you forced me to get married. When I was wasted, you thought I was a wreck and helped outsiders to dislike me. I hate Xiaonan. I hate you even more. It's you who forced me to be like this. None of you are good people. You only have interests in your eyes. You only have gains and losses. Shenyi yelled with a crying voice, and the people passing by outside heard it. Recruiting in a young male doctor. Entering the door without a glance at the old man, he directly went forward and said with concern, "Ms. Shen, this is not conducive to recovery. You need to recuperate." Shenyi at this moment was no different from a mad dog, looking at anyone. "None of your business. Get out. Who let you in? You want to eat soft rice? Good I'll pull it in my pants later. You lick it clean for me. I'll get a license with you right away." The young doctor was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer, and looked at Shin Jianxiu. "Mr. Shen, go out. Come back in when you're called." Shin Jianxiu didn't raise his eyelids for a moment and waved his hand to signal his departure. "Okay, I'll go out first, if you need me." Seeing the young doctor with an attentive look, she said, the ugly face still smiling. Shenyi sneered and laughed twice. "Men are so shameless. I'm like this and I can still arouse their desire to eat soft food. I don't want anyone. I want Xiaonan. If you don't remarry me, wait to collect my corpse. I want the whole of Devil's Capital to know that Xiaonan married a paralyzed woman." Eyes very firm does not seem to be in the fake. Shin Jianxiu regretted to take a stinking move, only in the morning to receive a divorce certificate, tomorrow and remarriage. When this joke, Xiaonan and how to look at him, might hold a grudge against him for this. This moment didn't meet anyone more worthy of trusting his daughter than Xiaonan, and the son can't either. He was born himself, and he knows very well what kind of virtue he has. "Mrs. Lu came." He exited the room to the car downstairs. "How's the investigation into the lady's car accident going? Find out a little bit of clue. Leave this job to me. Definitely will do it without knowing. Don't scare the snakes. I want to dig out the mastermind behind the scenes and take them away together. Otherwise, I don't know how much excessive tactics will be used." He, a dying man, would not implicate the living, and the revenge would only be avenged by himself. "The physical condition is getting worse and worse. I do not know if I can get through this winter. Often woken up in the middle of the night by the pain. In recent months has been sleeping in the study, is not wanting to let the family know that his condition has worsened. What kind of woman on the pillow? He is not good at the moment to define. The company has to be handed over early to partners to manage. Sihai is not his alone Sihai. It is the Sihai of 80,000 employees. It is not possible to force his son to the top, take advantage of the outgoing before paving the way for his son. In the future, where he can go, it all depends on him. Chapter 30, The Unwanted Thoughts That Disappear in a Flash. In the Western restaurant with the melodious and gentle sound of the piano, the two women were at war, and their angry stares lasted for 20 minutes. Xiaonan cut a piece of steak and brought it to her mouth. "It'll get cold if you two don't eat. Why did you bring her here when you promised to treat me to dinner?" Shi Linlin turned her round eyes to him with an extremely disgruntled look. "All friends, together this time? Next time I'll treat you alone. Why invite her alone? Invite me first and then her. What right does she have to be in front of me with her lack of feminine traits? Dog Dandan, you're overdoing it." Slinger knew her hard feelings and couldn't make a retort, but wasn't willing to take the heat. "Why don't you go start a dairy? What you have, I have. What you don't have, I have. So what? Not convinced?" Godandan straightened her waist and provoked. The two women exchanged words back and forth, and their voices couldn't help but increase. Quiet as the theme of the Western restaurant, the sound of their table's speech was very abrupt, attracting the other people unhappy. Someone voiced out, "If you guys want to argue, get out. Don't come and disturb people's meals. Both of them are not good." "Shut up. What kind of a thing are you? Believe it or not, I'll immediately buy this restaurant and blow you out. What's the point of yelling in human form? Why do you want to learn from me?" The two men spoke in unison, their eyes looking at the well-dressed man in unison. The disliked middle-aged man shrunk his neck and didn't dare to make any more noise. In a big city like this, there are many people with money and many people pretending to be rich, and some people are just bigger ants in this city, and both sides are not sure of each other's identity, and are afraid of kicking the can down the road. The lady at the table with him was not happy. "What are you two again? Fighting and quarreling over a man in a place where people are eating? Oh, you love triangle. Scummy enough." Involving himself, Xiaonan only glanced at the woman, buried his head and continued to eat. He did not want to fight with people in public, and now he is a little famous, but cannot give the company discredit. He personally did not have much traffic, plus the Sihai group that is not the same. Peers will use the opportunity to hype and discredit Sihai, not because of personal negative impact on the company. Dare to mess with these two women. You are fierce. Mentally, I give the lady a silent nod. Egu, you're monogamous. You're innocent. That uncle across from you is your real father? Godandan, a sentence to the woman, asked the red face. Shame and anger overflowed. You, being poked in the vitals like a chokehold, had to sit down hatefully, face so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Who is so comfortable? Godandan saw the attitude of the two people who were not concerned about their own business. You two are so unrighteous. I'm arguing with someone, so you eat by yourselves first. No righteousness. Shirleen's mouth was stuffed with food and she slurred. Dog Dandan, you are worthy of playing with traffic. You always speak with a voice, pinpointing and observing. My little sister admires you. It's really as perfunctory as it gets. The words of the enemy to listen to the opposite is, you are 2 years older than me. There is no need to pretend to be young. An old woman is an old woman. And even if you pretend to be young, you are also a woman of almost 30. Godandan finished cutting a large piece and stuffed it into her mouth to chew. If it was not a restaurant booked in advance, she did not want to come to such a place to eat, not to mention not wanting to see would have chosen a private restaurant. She had just started eating when Xiaonan had finished. Enjoy yourselves, I have something I need to take care of. First, being with two beautiful women is too eye-catching, and they don't deal with each other, so it's easy to attract people's eyes if they don't get along and quarrel in 3 or 2 sentences. Slimane glared at him. What's the point of walking away? Sit back and wait for us to finish eating. Almost let you two get confused. How much does this publicity cost? The cost still had to be given. Xiaonan didn't want to take advantage of people. No, it didn't take much. Half a beat slow. Gurdon glared at Slimane. Why are you stealing my words? You've only done a handful of jobs. 2 random pieces of publicity. What credit do you get? Pro brothers are clear. The fee still has to be paid. I don't want to take advantage of people. If you don't take the money, I won't dare to ask for your help next time. It doesn't matter if you want to take advantage of me. I want to take advantage of you, Slimane said. Xiaonan gave her a big blank stare. Chat properly. Don't be immodest. October is out of season. Eyes turned to Gedan asked. What about you? $500,000. Remember to look for me directly next time. We can cooperate. By the way, are you a shareholder of Trinity Entertainment? Shirlin guessed that she hadn't told her about his marriage to Xinyi, and Xiaonan replied. I'm not a shareholder. I'm their debtor. I hope Trinity Entertainment can earn money quickly to pay me back. 3 songs bring them at least $10 million in profit. Do you know the guy who wrote the songs? I want to buy a few songs. There were 2 singing anchors in Godandan's company, and they hadn't been able to find suitable songs for them. Compared to Shirleen's nervousness, Xiaonan prefers Godandan's introverted character in front of people. At least in front of people she is normal. Shirlin doesn't care about in front of people. The two people's character difference is quite big. I will help you contact. Depends on his willingness. People are quite screwy, not very good at talking. Let Jiang Yiming write a song is estimated to hang that grandson at least a few years. Do not worry about food and drink. Will not easily agree. Xiaonan did not dare to say too full. Cousin, why are you being so nice to Dandan the dog? The dead woman, Slimane, pinched her throat and posted over. Xiaonan was covered in chicken skin and gently pushed her away. But if you're half as normal as she is, I'm not going to treat you badly. Slimane sat up straight in disdain. She pretends to be decent on the surface. You can act decent. Gurdon wiped his mouth and rambled. Shirlin, which is the lord of the loss, ready to counterattack. Xiaonan covered her mouth to pull people away out of the restaurant and then loosen the people, and then let the 2 of them pull down. Tomorrow will have to appear on the internet. The headline, shocked. 2 women for a male jealousy mouth to choose words. The dark hair was tightly pressed against his chest without the slightest bit of resistance, and Xiaonan spread his hands out and said, that's enough of you. Hurry up and get away from me. Lean on me for a while. I want a solid chest to lean on too. Godandan, who watched with cold eyes, rolled her eyes disdainfully. She admired Shirlin's shameless spirit. Anytime, anywhere, at will. You really fit the identity of a paparazzo. Shirlin was still attached to Xiaonan's chest, looking at Godandan and said, Dog Dandan, you've eaten your meal. It's time to leave. The main character tonight is not you. Don't be a scene stealer here. Cousin, don't pay attention to her. Accompany me for a stroll. Godandan pulled Xiaonan away, and Shirlin, who had no more leverage, lost her balance and fell to the ground, instantly tearing up. Cousin, people broke their legs. Egu, ancestor can you not molest me? With so many people passing by, Xiaonan didn't want to be mobbed and pulled the person up with one hand. With this pull Shirlin completely stuck to him, tilting her delicate face and looking at him pitifully. Cousin, people's feet hurt. I guess it's broken. I'll call you an ambulance. Godandan really took out her cell phone and was ready to take her to the hospital. Who was she pretending to be soft for? I'm almost done. I'll be done soon. Cousin, help me to the car. Let's go. Knowing that she was pretending, Xiaonan wanted to leave quickly, holding her shoulder with one hand as he walked toward the car, in a trance with the idea that he shouldn't have, that he would be much happier living with a woman like Shirlin. This undeserved thought was blown away by a passing wind. He's an introverted man. Maybe it's just a momentary novelty of longing for that part of himself that he doesn't have. Chapter 31 Crisis. Xiaonan stood in front of the Thai-red Porsche, looking sideways helplessly at the woman who was hugging him tightly. Alright, it's time for you to let go of me. I'm a married man. I don't want people to make wild guesses. You're married? Gurdon asked, who had followed her. You all know each other. Xinyi is not my cousin. I'm the same age as you. Although already divorced, Xiaonan does not want to remarry and still top the reputation of eating soft rice. He does not desire a strong woman as his other half. He desires to have a silly and amusing ordinary girl to live his life. Want to go home to see people? Strong women count too much. These two in front of me are not the kind of people who can be seen anytime, anywhere. They are busy. I guess I cannot see once in half a month. Seeing Godandon's face not looking too good. Not the kind of love but not the kind of anger of deception. Xiaonan immediately said, it's hard to explain my marriage in a few words. I didn't mean to cheat you guys last time. You're a smart girl. You should be able to imagine what's going on, he said, breaking the hand encircling his waist. It's getting late, so get back to resting early. My friends, pinched Gedon's cheeks as he walked away. Without hesitation on the head to leave quickly, Xiaonan looked at the flashing past the front, muttered, not to say clearly will lay hidden dangers for themselves. We can't be the person who cheats others. The two women remained where they were, and Gurdon asked in a hushed voice, you knew? I just found out not long ago. Don't look so deep in love. As an old best friend for more than 10 years, I know you. You're not a love brain. Sure. Linlin rubbed her chin and pretended to be profound. Being BFFs with a dog is not something I can do. Godandon sneered. That's no fun to talk like that. Anyway, Xiaonan is very different. Seduction doesn't work. It can't be no, can it? What are you going to seduce with if you don't have any good material? Gurdon glanced toward her chest and got into the Maserati on the side. She guessed why Xinyi introduced to people as a cousin. Couldn't say she liked Xiaonan. Just wanted to get to know him. And died tonight. It's nice to be friends. With more and more technology enterprises to earn a lot of money. Money into independent research and development. Failed to pinch others in the field of irreplaceable technology patents in the neck of the patent enterprise. Within 3 years the market must have been squeezed. The top management of the Civic C Group has a sense of crisis. To lay out the overseas terminal market. Cannot always count on royalties to survive. Can not only have a few existing terminal products. Must get a terminal product matrix. A share of the market. The conference room everyday meeting. Xiaonan open numbness. The brain is full of group directors and old face. Overseas branch fell into place. Overseas patents merged into the overseas branch. Bai Xinjun is responsible for that. Have not met the brother-in-law. Up as a branch general manager. Either he's good enough to convince the group directors. Either the former old man gives enough benefit of the doubt. Or the directors give face. Some of all three. First, the former husband's health is getting worse by the day. Will be looking for someone to take over on the board of directors. Which is an exchange of benefits. Secondly, the children of wealthy families are exposed to their parents' industries earlier and are supposed to have made some achievements to make the directors cherish their talents. Thirdly, he is the founder of the company, and it is understandable that he is old enough to make a future for his young son. For the rich, a branch is just a few dollars. Give a year to do a bad job to wipe his ass. Overseas branch is a touchstone. The former brother-in-law is overqualified. The future of the group to become a pillar. If his qualifications are mediocre, he will be called back to serve in an unimportant department and become a rich man. Xiaonan and Sihai such enterprises, the position is considered to be the middle level. To participate in the meeting is just to make up the number of heads. The participants are all big shots. Not his turn to speak, unless it is the name only have the opportunity to open their mouths. Every time the senior management called a meeting with the president of the division, always notify him, came to be a small karami. No sense of existence. The good thing is that he is not particularly concerned about these, clear about their own caddy. The group's senior management plans the direction. He is the executive level. The artificial intelligence division is the group's fist project, which can be extended infinitely in the future, and has already laid out the terminal market. Several other business divisions that rely on patents for their livelihood are also anxious to make terminals, and the bigwigs of the business divisions feel the crisis and send programs to the group's senior management in advance. Vice President Chen Yannan said, our winter is coming. We have to change the survival mode of the past. The R&D department has to pinch other people's necks in key areas as soon as possible to pull off the technological generation gap, and the business divisions have to find a way to survive. And we will not pursue a rise in turnover in the next 3 years, but a rise in profit. We are facing a group of tough opponents. Can't do it. No shame. Say it early. We all brainstorm ways to overcome. There are difficulties to say. Don't hold back. The problem can't be wrapped up. The vice president in charge of human resources said. Each division, each department reported up the personnel needs. I have received and arranged for people in the recruitment. Will be as soon as possible to fill the people. Talent to try to cultivate their own cannot just rely on the high price of digging outside the old bosses to communicate the problem of the tone of voice as soft as possible, to let the employees have a sense of belonging. The group's annual school recruitment of about 10,000 people can be converted to stay less than 1/10. Responsible for recruiting the Human Resources Department is under great pressure. The following everyday shouting shortage of people cannot be filled in a timely manner. The project progress is slow, will be dumped to the pot of personnel. Some people are not capable enough to leave. Some people cannot carry the high intensity of the work, especially the engineers engaged in research and development. The average working hours of 12 hours. Engineers who can work in Civic C for the full 3-year contract period are seat of the pants at other companies, and the ones who are eliminated aren't bad, and there's really no shame in losing out on a bunch of great people. Recruitment of people in some people can be called sin general genius, childhood genius class, all kinds of competition awards to get soft. Xiao Nan can only be considered ordinary. While he was involved in the meeting being bored, there was a flood of flamboyant news outside, with several photos from different angles appearing online with eye-catching captions. Shocking. Vice President of Civic C Technology has his foot in 2 boats. #2 women fighting over jealousy. #kissing in parking lot. The content is all about criticizing the scumbag behavior. Individuals do not have much heat. With the current heat is high, business is different. The average cynicism, some people say, so coaxing the girls have experience and no wonder will be so good to talk about the product. What's more, they rise to the issue of corporate values, believing that companies with horny executives can't make good products. A special installment of the video was put out by a big V with quite a bit of traffic. Chapter 32, Xiao Nan's bitchiness. Xiao Nan, one of the parties involved, ignored the rumors. The company didn't ask him to clarify. Naturally he wouldn't waste this time. Feet on the boat of 2 big ladies. The media really dares to blow it up. The netizens really dare to think about it. This period of time is very busy. The task is very heavy. The top management requires the end of the year sales must reach 20 billion. Only 1 quarter. 40% short. Where to get? Xiao Nan frantically looking for a target to visit. Even to visit Shenyi in the hospital did not have time. The former old man went back to the suburban villa. Uncle Zhong stayed here during the day and went home to stay at night, leaving him alone in the house with a cat and a dog. The 2 guys who usually made a lot of noise were sickly, if not for their appetite. Suspecting that they were sick, only when eating a perfunctory intimacy, eat and drink enough to quietly lie down in the corner. Press the people. The relationship is strange. It's over. You 2 are added to the list of people who hate me in this family. Saturday morning, walking the dog back to the hospital. Things reached the ears of Xingyi. Meet with a sneer. You can I wasted, immediately left me behind. Just find 2 women to raise. You are not leaving. Women cannot live? You cannot rely on the hands of labor to earn money. Have to rely on women to raise? In the face of misunderstanding, Xiao Nan does not explain. Go along with her words. Say as if you give me money to spend, as if you did not give money to spend. Why do not I change people? Can eat soft rice. Efforts to do? How tiring is it to go to work? I want to rely on my handsome face and strong waist to live in Magic City. I'm going to remarry you, and you can't abandon me just because I'm wasted. Or else or you'll kill yourself? Xinyi didn't speak. His eyes filled with anger. It seems that she admitted it. Xiao Nan said, this move is useless to me. You do not lack of food, do not lack of drink, do not lack of clothing. Lying in bed, someone to send food to your mouth. Why not live all day seeking death? You are acting. He does not believe that Xinyi will really commit suicide. The person who yells every day does not have that courage, and the person who really wants to commit suicide will be quiet. What's the point of living when even people like you dislike me? Don't act like you love me so much. Get well. The doctor said you can be discharged next week. Xiao Nan peeled an orange, broke a small half down and stuffed it into her mouth whether she wanted it or not. Do you want to go out for a while to blow off some steam? I'll push you out. Lying around all day makes you feel irritable yourself. No need for you to play deep here. A scumbag is a scumbag. I want to go out, someone will push me out. He's in the wind. Who dares to go out with him? Trying to use her as bleach. Nice try, Mrs. Lu. No, there is a young doctor in the hospital who is quite good to me, coming over every day to give me warmth. He said he is willing to take care of me for the rest of my life, and is thinking about whether or not to accept. Xinye's face showed delight. What's there to consider? Having someone willing to pull you when you fall into the abyss is true love. It's quite good. Accept it if you like it. He really hoped that Xinyi could find someone who was willing to take care of her. Even if her dad was gone one day, Xiao Nan was still willing to protect her, but never as a couple. Don't care about the past, but to begin you must clear your mind. One whose heart is not vacated need not waste time on her/him. Don't be foolish enough to think that your personality is necessarily better than someone else's and end up getting hurt. People who drive Mercedes and BMWs are never short of love. I want to get remarried and have a relationship with him again. This odd idea surprised Xiaonan to no end. When did she learn to be shameless? The tone was flat. Be a person. I haven't offended you. Really? I'll make your life worse than death. Eventually one day you'll have no dependents. You can't fight me. At least in terms of health you've already lost. Not seeing his furious look, Xinyi was a little disappointed. You can't get rid of me in this life. It was you who provoked me first. You are responsible to the end. Don't put all the blame on others. Did I tell you to go out and hide from your dad? Did I tell you to collide with a big truck? No. You're wrong for thinking you're too smart for your own good. But you're really a dumbass who doesn't see yourself. Xiaonan said what he wanted to say in his head, and his heart was much more refreshed. You. Xinyi was so angry that she pointed her finger angrily at Xiaonan, half unable to speak. You what you? Aren't you very bullish and capable of fighting? Xiaonan is very guilty of sticking his face over. Her palm slapped over and immediately shrunk his head back. Get up and hit me You are powerful you get up chasing me to fight. How can only mouth clamor cannot stand up? A nasty and arrogant face in front of her eyes kept provoking. And she couldn't fight. And she couldn't argue. Boing boing. You get out. I don't want to see you. Xinyi cried loudly. There was no better way to vent her emotions other than crying. Who are you? Get out quickly and don't disturb the patient's rest. Xiaonan leisurely turned to see a white coat youth. The appearance of a very handsome, hooked his lips. Off your ass. You are hat uncle piped so wide. How can a man with a dog's face open his mouth and say something so vulgar? The young doctor was so angry at his words that he opened his mouth and couldn't speak. Unbelievable. Quickly walking over to wipe Xinyi's tears with a tissue. His movements were gentle, and there was indescribable tenderness in his eyes. I'll inform the hospital security not to let this person in the future. Xiaonan sized up the youth in front of him. A Sven man or Sven loser. Fighting is naturally no match for someone like him who has been dealing with people for a long time as a profession. Thank you, June 1. Xinyi had a sweet smile on her face, turning her eyes to look at Xiaonan without any semblance of tenderness. Get the hell out of here and tell the security guards to beat this man out. I don't want to see him. You soft rice man, come to piss off Xiaoye again. Get out. Don't come over again. Luma put down the lunchbox in her hand and pushed him out like an old mother hen protecting her calf. Xiaonan patted the clothes on his body. I still don't want to come over. Who rare to come over to see you like. In the future do not come. Right. The cats and dogs at home to find someone to go over to take care of it. I will soon find a house to move out. Not right Xinyi not always like childhood sweetheart? So quickly taken down. This love is not firm Married a few months her aversion to me did not decrease. Then brother is not a bit of charm? Xiaonan is puzzled. The loathsome person left. Xinyi immediately changed her face to the youth who offered her attentions. In the future, without my consent, you are not allowed to approach me. Don't think I don't know what you think. You and my ex-husband are not good things. Xiao Yi, what are you talking about? He, Dr. Xiao, comes over every day to care for you. Such a boy is not rare. Much better than that waste of soft rice man. Mrs. Lu said as she took food to the bed table. Xiao Yi, you misunderstood me. I don't have the kind of thoughts you said. Xiao Junwen pursed his lips and finished out of the hospital room. Waiting for the people to leave, Xinyi spoke. Mrs. Lu, do you think someone will sincerely like a wastrel like me? But it's just because our family is rich and think I can get part of the property in the future. I want. The latter words didn't go out. If she said that she didn't want any of Shen Jianqiu's property and gave up her inheritance, those who said that they wanted to take care of her for the rest of her life would abandon her like a shoe. Looks? What can a woman who has lost all sense of her reproductive organs do when she marries her? She only spends money and has no value, not even the least erotic value. A childhood friend returned home, contacted her. She didn't reply, blacked out. Rotten life shouldn't drag people into the swamp. Eyes with bean-sized teardrops falling into the meal in front of her. Egu, little ancestor, don't cry. Beware of crying your eyes out. Lu Ma was in a hurry to wipe her tears. Mom Lu, my life and love are gone. In the future, you will have Mommy Lu to take care of you and protect you. No one can bully my family Xiaoye. Lu Mom said seriously. Chapter 33, The Threshold is for the powerless and powerless supporting actors. About good golf. Su general assistant called to say something temporary cannot come. Change to the evening of the drinking game. Xiaonan home to get the cat teasing the dog. Two guys lazy perfunctory do a vacation are not willing to. The master has not been home for a long time, perhaps they can sense that something has happened. The emotions are down to the extreme. Xiaonan pinched the face of Era. Brothers, are not right. 2 sentences to listen to it. The dog reluctantly barked. Oh, in the face of power. It won't do for you to be so perfunctory. In the future, the two of you can come and join me if you don't have food to eat. Forget it, you guys don't even have a chance to walk out the door. Xiaonan let go of the dog and picked up Meow 2 and put it on his lap. Oh, you can eat. What do you eat? Catch rats? The rats in the neighborhood are drugged. I can't explain it to you. Just like your mom, all muscle and no brain. Get along with a few months with people did not get out of the feelings, but also more than one enemy. But with cats and dogs have feelings. They stay shinyi and cannot take care of. Shall not die of depression especially Era, such a good moving dog. Why don't I pay for you two to buy you out and follow your mom? She can't take care of you two again. She's got a temper now. And a dog that likes to be like is easy to beat up. Moving is not just talk. While there is still time, Xiaonan contacted the original landlord, or the last time I lived in the home. The past to sign a rental contract, pay a year's rent at a time. Used pots and pans are still there. The refrigerator and washing machine is the standard for renting a room. Clean the house inside and out, round and back again. At least one person can figure out how to clean and go to the flower market and buy a couple of plants to keep at home. I received a call from Wang Bowen, who wanted to meet Mr. Su together in the evening. Who told you that I was going to meet Mr. Su at night? Xiaonan asked in a morose tone. Don't you care how I know? Just remember that you must take me with you. Speaking with a tug of war, Xiaonan was instantly offended. I invited someone to dinner. Why did I bring you along? Are you going to pay the bill? Mr. Xiao, you have to bring me along even if you're upset. This is Mr. Pei's intention. After saying that, he hung up the phone. This is estimated to be the son of the company's Wang Dong. There are two Wangs in the board of directors. I do not know which Wang wants to fish for performance or grab credit, asked Mr. Su to meet on Saturday. In addition to the former old husband and his assistant, no one knows. How does Mr. Pei know? Could it be that Lu Qing told him? Lu Qing is betting on which director? The waters of the sea of thought are not calm. The former old man thinks he's doing a good job of hiding his condition, probably just what he thinks he's doing, and that others already know all about it. And those old can't help but start playing power games and instantly don't feel a sense of belonging to the company. Many dead enterprises have a part due to the founder of the team infighting. Everyone's eyes are only on the big brother throne, did not focus on the outside world, narrow-minded. The directors have always seemed peaceful in the first few decades of Sihai's life. Odds are that the former old man pressed on, or maybe he made certain compromises to pave the way for his son. Those old foxes are natural actors. They've been acting for decades. Are there really people who do things very purely? Don't see a few, but people pretend to be righteous in front of, after all, is to make a way for future generations. Continue to make the family rich is the goal of most people's struggle. The shareholders of Sihai have tens of thousands of people. Is not easy to anyone's one voice, no matter who is on the throne. Did not bring benefits to the small shareholders. The position is not stable. A big part of being able to do it in Sihai lies in not having to get involved in hooking up. And the tiger in Jinshan is now a sick tiger. Someone who has been pressed by him for decades and doesn't want to pretend to change the sky. Regardless, Dry cannot go on to the hands of the equity sold to the company. Cash away. Working is just for money. What kind of sentiment is there to talk about, and what about future development? But it is a pie drawn by the upper echelon. The marriage is divorced. There is no contractual bondage. You can leave anytime, anywhere. I wanted to ask Pei Jun, hanging on the screen of the hand delayed to fall. Xiaonan suddenly feel that there is no need. At most talk about unhappy quarrel 2 sentences. The same as a role of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He is not afraid of losing his job. There is no pressure of car loans and mortgages. He has a certain amount of savings, and he can settle down in just any city without worrying about his livelihood. He didn't want to work for a company for the rest of his life, didn't care about the credit. The job was done, as long as the money was in the account. The former old man is still with the company and won't obviously put the conflict out in the open. With him gone, the infighting will be white hot. Should I warn him? He's so fine a person, how would not be clear about the movements underneath? Only at present do not have the energy to care. Suffering from a serious illness is not long to live. The former brother-in-law needs him to pave the way. His daughter's car accident, these are enough to let him worry about. The balcony looks as far as the building across the street, hung with a dazzling array of colorful clothes of all kinds. Shonen from sunrise to sunset, sent a location to Wang Bowen, got up and changed into a more formal set of clothes and went out, preferring to spend a bit of time waiting for someone, rather than letting them call and remind and then hastily prepare. Much less call over to confirm the time. And naturally they won't cancel the meeting without a call since they said they'd be there. No one in their right mind would call for a meal and ask, "Are you ready?" It's not like people are missing this meal. Did not go to a particularly luxurious hotel? Choose a private dining room that looks a little old. Rustic appearance inside the decor of the ancient flavor. Booked the largest private room. To do the row face enough. It was unclear how many people Su would bring, but it definitely wouldn't be him alone. Xiaonan ordered 6 bottles of soy sauce and 9 dishes, giving a chance to leave an order and said towards the waiter, "Prepare it according to this. I'll serve the dishes when I notify." Sitting quietly in the empty box, organizing the next conversation. Not too businesslike, and not a word about it. At the very least, letting people have a comparison. Spend tens of thousands of dollars to eat a meal. Cannot eat in vain? At least a little roll. Set out the other party is in contact with the company. Toot cell phone vibration to interrupt the thoughts. Pointing to the message, 10 o'clock to go over. You don't need to come over. Do you think people have a lot of time to wait for you? What kind of thing are you? Xiaonan's fire was very big. How could Sihai recruit such a brainwashed person if not through the back door? Sure enough, the bar is set for the powerless supporting cast. He's just a vice president of a second-rate company. He really thinks he's a big shot. Xiaonan is afraid of him, but I'm not afraid of him. Wang Bowen's words were arrogant and unself-conscious, and Xiaonan hadn't had much contact in the past and wasn't sure what characteristics this person had. This Birdman is afraid that he wants to die. Directly not installed. Suppressing the anger in his heart to call Mr. Su, asked if there was a time. The other party gave him a clear point in time, and had to wait for another hour. A call was made to Pei Jun. Mr. Pei, what's going on with your assistant? There was no need to care about face at this time. He offended someone and wanted to go over and apologize to them. What's wrong with you? Pei Jun's tone was still mild, and Xiaonan was sick to his stomach at this moment. Do you still want people to wait to apologize? I don't see his sincerity there. You immediately inform him not to come over now. Otherwise, I will call security to kick him out. Wang Bowen has people above him. You'll have to take it easy. So what if there's someone up there? The big deal is to kill me off. In short, I don't want to see Wang Bowen tonight. You guys play your power games, but don't disgust me. Xiaonan was annoyed beyond belief for some reason, and suddenly felt that this meal was unnecessary. Without listening to what Bei Jun said next, he simply hung up the phone. Chapter 34, Brainwashed Colleagues Make Apology Drinks. Su Jian brought two female colleagues with him, about 30 years old. Xiaonan lazily commented on how people's parents look like. In short, it is very good. A few drinks down to chat more and more open. Dirty jokes constantly. The old color batch does not distinguish between men and women. No less than people eat tofu. Xiaonan did not deliberately refuse. Do not sleep with, want to touch, and will not lose a piece of meat. Hard to be them. He's a man who is indifferent to desire and likes the feeling of a glance. And he hasn't met that kind of girl for the time being. The two ladies are very good at creating an atmosphere. Singing and dancing. Or to fight workers, there are so many people who go to dance lessons after work. Never mind how well they dance. Sending rainbow farts is right. Apologize for the wine and drink. The meal is almost eaten. The wine and then drink down really cannot go home. Xiaonan stumbled and pulled a chair close to Su Jian. His eyes cloudy, slurred. Su brother, really sorry. It is my reason for you to be disgusted by people. Older brother. This matter has already been revealed. Brother is not a narrow-minded person and will not put that little matter at ease. Su Jian hooked his back and said, Brother Su is atmospheric, but there is still something in my brother's heart. Xiaonan explained why he did not call the party over, but the next moment hit his face, only to see Wang Bowen push the door in. Su Jian, I just said two words that you don't like to hear. You are not needed here. Hurry up and leave. Xiaonan saw the situation and immediately interrupted. You take the company's money out to eat and drink, and spread waste in the name of socializing. Su Jian, you have no money to eat. Or, words did not finish, a glass exploded in his head. Blood flowed straight. Wang Bowen froze, greatly unexpected. Did not expect Xiaonan hands. Xiaonan quickly walked over and dragged the person to the door. Bang Bang gave 2 punches to his stomach, carried his collar and gritted his teeth. Did I say for you not to come over? Stupid, even if it's still damn like to come out and humiliate people. Brother, don't be impulsive. Say it properly. Feast without a good feast. Su Jian's face was particularly ugly. Patted his shoulder and led the people away. Not staying to persuade. Prepared for a few hours. Drank more than a caddy of white wine to get things done. But there came out to destroy it. Lousy prepared a bellyful of plans. Just because you this stupid. Everything is in vain. In vain? I don't care whose son you are. I'll beat you up today. Push Boon Wang to the ground and stomp on it. He wasn't sure where the anger came from. Maybe it was the collapse of what he had always believed in his heart. Or maybe it was because his past self was stupid enough to not see through things for 3 years. Maybe it's that superior attitude of Boon Wang. The restaurant waiter separated the two people, called an ambulance, and called the police in the meantime. Xiaonan sat down against the wall and lit a cigarette without panic, and there was no longer a trace of panic. Things have been done to do a good job of bearing the consequences of the preparation. There is no regret, a moment of impulse. The first reaction to make the decision was the right one. It was clear that he had been cautioned, and these people didn't take his words seriously, and really took it as a good idea to be bullied. Cold eyes stared at Wang Bowen, whose face was covered in blood. He wondered what made these people think they were superior. He only wants to simply do a good job. Do not want to participate in the so-called power struggle. shut down for a while is unavoidable. As a vacation for themselves, the company back to the unimportant. Wouldn't settle for a job. There's no such thing as settling in character. Hat uncle first. Access to the restaurant channel monitoring. Xiaonan before leaving the single bought, followed by the hat uncle on the car. To the police station throughout the whole did not defend himself a sentence. What to ask, what to answer. The first time he had met anyone so cooperative. Uncle Hat asked, don't you have anything you want to plead in your own defense? No. Having broken the law. Having moved first. Explaining was just futile. And suddenly he wanted to fight for himself. Can I make a phone call? Could be. Got a cell phone, do not know to whom to call. Said good friends. No ability to bail him out. Have a background but is a general friend. Do not want to trouble the former old man. Had to wait for Wang Bowen to make a request. Uncle Hat asked when he saw him delay in making the call. Aren't you going to call? No more calls. I don't know who to call. The following process to be followed would have to wait for the injured man's opinion. And Uncle Hat handcuffed him to a steel chair to go about his work, leaving him alone in the hall of the sheriff's office. Anger half dissipated and calmed down to think about what Boon Wang was up to. He wasn't much of a brain, but he wasn't a stupid man. What did he have to come over here and screw things up for? Wouldn't be guilty of coming over for a beating? Sending him to jail, totally unnecessary. Probably didn't expect a beating. After half an hour, there is an iron tower of a man into the security office. All solemn, not easy for people to approach. The deputy director personally accompanied. Xiaonan saw him to understand that the former old man shot, signed to leave the security office. Dong expressionless, emotionless, said, Mr. Shen waiting for you in the car. Young people do not do things too impulsively. Thanks. You're welcome. You're so boring. Xiaonan spat out a sentence and sat in his former old husband's car. Trouble you again. Thanks. Just bailing you out for the time being. Wang Junfa is very angry. People will definitely hold you accountable. I can handle this, but I have a condition. The conditions are definitely not good conditions again. Xiaonan hands patted behind his head. It is better to send me back. Your conditions in prison is no different. Just to stay inside quietly for 3 years. Think about what to do in the future. All these years I have earned a little money in addition to, as if nothing, as long as the idol I am empty. I know that even if I don't help you this time, someone else will and won't ask for too much. He was aware of the uproar over his ex-son-in-law's affair with the two women. None of the parties involved came out to clarify. The background of the two families of Sure is very strong. And Extreme XIN is the industry of the Gu family. And tonight's matter will soon reach the ears of Gudandan, which is also the first time he received the news to come over. And the matter was allowed to be preempted to set things right, or how to make Xiaonan owe him. You say, take care of Xiaoye after I leave. I've already bought the house across from where you guys live. I'll arrange for someone to transfer the house to you tomorrow, in addition to giving you another 1% equity, which you can dispose of as you please in the future. Former old husband in addition to arranging the absurd marriage to make him dissatisfied. The other really cannot say, did not meet him, perhaps still do not know where 996,007 can only be mixed with a subsistence level. Buy a car, buy a house is a dream out of reach. He does not want to. Xiaonan will also take proper care of Xinyi. At least we'll see her happy and then leave. Do people well, always be grateful. Xinyi again stupid, and then no brain is the benefactor's daughter. You gave me enough. I'm a very contented person. Even if you don't give equity, I'll still take proper care of Xinya's life, or at least make sure she won't be bullied. Secretly thinking, I only said I won't let others bully. I didn't say I won't bully. That dead woman is arrogant and stupid. Simply hopeless. The prerequisite for possessing great wealth must be a healthy body, and a large amount would cause her a lot of trouble. Shonan asked with a sideways glance. And you dare to guarantee that I won't? The equity must be given to you. If you don't take it I'll be more uneasy instead. He did not intend to use the contract to tie Xiaonan and his daughter together. That would only cause Xiaonan to hold a grudge against him and thus take revenge on his daughter, rather than making him grateful and observing him for many years, believing that he was a person worth trusting. Chapter 35, The Old Crafty Man. Wang Junfa is the company's major shareholder. The status is second only to the former old man. His son was expected to ask for an apology, will ask for compensation from the security office out of no one to pursue the matter. It seems that there is no incident of beating. Lu Qing transferred to the vice president of Wang as an assistant. Wang Bowen transferred to the vice president of the business unit. Xiaonan round and back to do the president's assistant. Xiaonan served as vice president of the individual during the billions of orders. The board of directors to give him 8 million bonus. Talk about the intention to cooperate with more than a dozen have not yet had time to negotiate the details. As for the final cannot be into with him, it does not matter. Personnel adjustments were implemented at the start of work on Monday morning, and the reason was, to better promote the work, position changes, extremely perfunctory, No one in the company mentioned that Xiao Nan sent Wang Bowen to the hospital. But many people were muttering in their hearts Vice President Xiao took billions of orders in 2 months after he took office. Such a performance is equally dazzling anywhere. The former old man called him into his office to talk. It's your post that people are eyeing, and it's nothing to pay that for a beating. You don't care anyway. I have sprouted the idea of leaving Sihai. The recent changes are too great. I can't adapt for a while. I thought it would be a piece of pure land, but I didn't expect it to be the same cesspool. The future of Sihai is worrying. Xiao Nan's eyes looked at the desktop, seemingly unintentionally but actually felt that something did not smell right, and wanted to set some words to confirm the suspicion. My generation's mission is coming to an end. I can't care where Sihai's future is. Tired. You're at ease here for the time being, toiling for a lifetime. In the end it's still not a future for your children. There's more than one Wang Bowen in Sihai. Xiao Nan believed that his former husband-in-law knew that other divisions had just as few incapable connections. I will return the employee shareholder representative status to the employees before I retire. And Sihai will never be someone's one-trick pony. Xiao Nan understands the meaning of the former husband. He intends to retire before the board of directors reform. Originally he served as chairman of the board of directors, has 50% of the decision-making power, of which 30% is the shareholders' representation. Intends to delegate 30% of the rights before retirement. The shareholder representative chosen by the employees may be more than one representative. Do not intend to give the identity of the shareholder representative to the next chairman of the board of directors. The old fox is an old fox. The directors again did not jump out of the palm of his hand. It's not that you don't know. It's not that you don't want to care, it's that you don't have the energy to fight. Let them fight with each other. Give you the boss position but not half of the decision-making power. As long as you dare to hurt the collective interests above, there will be a group of people to pull you down. You haven't even retired yet, and the directors have already pressed on. Xiao Nan said, after decades of holding back, I finally see an opportunity to rise to the top. Do you have a successor to choose? Xiao Nan does not think that Wang Dong has a chance to get on the throne. Their father and son took a particularly shameless stinking chess, destroying the interests of the company. No one counted to take it out to say something, but everyone remembers it. The chapter total is relatively young, energetic, and does not like infighting. Wang Junfa thought he was 9 out of 10. First let him pop up as a moving target to attract other people's firepower. Let them fight, and ultimately give them a big surprise. Xiao Nan picked up the teacup on the table and savored it. The former old husband of the city is deep. Think more thoroughly. No. Push back the previous speculation. He should be in advance and the directors to ventilate the retirement of the matter, knowing that he is his people. Wang Dong wants to get on the throne. At the moment this key Wang Bowen suddenly targeted him. Wang Dong, and not stupid, Mo Fei, fiercely raised his eyes and stared at the former old man. Old man, Wang Bowen screwed me will not have your meaning, right? Wrinkled corners of the eyes unconsciously jumped, raised the bowl of tea to cover up. I recently got closer to Wang Dong. By the way, revealed a little thing. Give him hope. Before I retire to expose the company's latent problems is also good. Once dealt with clean for the next 10 years of stability. Sort of understand. He a group president assistant. And then how to be arranged to the group of a certain level of department director position. Why will be down to the division president position. It is to make people think that it is not his person. And the former husband-in-law alluded to his conservatism and lack of aggressiveness at the meeting, and these are done to make people think that the former husband-in-law has long been disgruntled before devolution. The original vice president of the Ministry of Business transferred. Wang Bowen has long been eyeing the position of vice president, suddenly parachuted in to stop him on the way up. Since it is not happy, it's hard to find a replacement. He screws up the first thing. He's stupid. He's not big enough to tolerate people being better than him. So he makes a scene apologizing for the meal being his personal behavior. The old man sees everything through. The board of directors, several old guys working together for many years. None of them can escape his eyes, deliberately spawning problems to be exposed early. Old man, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is still you. Did you know that Wang Bowen would make that stinking move? Xiao Nan asked. This didn't guess. I didn't expect that kid will be impatient. Will be openly against you? Brainless thing. Pei Jun will be transferred to the group to serve. A person researcher's heart hides other thoughts is not suitable to continue to be responsible for research and development. How can researchers have time for research when they join the struggle for power? Whether or not Pei Jun can be transferred to serve in the group is another story. Shin Jianqiu has arranged to check whether he has been jealous over the years because of the excellent talent crowded out. If there really is, will not keep him in the company. The two sat opposite each other. The office fell into an infinite silence, each thinking about their own things. Xiao Nan consciously a little smart, but still not a match for this old man. However, he has a leathery heart that is not afraid of setbacks, and quickly reassured himself mentally why. It's not that I'm not smart enough, it's that they have a lot of resources in their hands, and even if they were to explicitly mess with me, I wouldn't have the power to fight back. I'll get to work first. Later, a lawyer will come over to find you to get the matter of the house transfer. It is considered a home I give you. The equity will be transferred to you after some time. Don't worry, there's no half-assed contract trap this time. What are you doing this for? Xiaonan felt particularly stupid after asking. Of course people were doing it for his daughter. In order for you to take care of my daughter. It's not about taking care of it. Just make sure that she's not bullied and has someone to back her up. About the property given to her. I need to consult about it. I can't give it to her all at once. Shin Jianxiu was sincere this time. Can't you just not? Can't. You're not worried that without restraint I'll take the money and not work? Shonan asked. Kid, I know you, better than anyone else. No need to act in front of me. Anyway, you don't want to stay and see hi, while I'm not retired. You can make trouble if you want to, but only on a small scale. It can't spread to the bottom. Shin Jianxiu thinks that people in high positions are not as valuable as an engineer. I'm not a troublemaker. There's no anger in my heart when things pass. Xiaonan sat steadily on the sofa and leaned back. Retire early to recuperate your body. Even if you live one more day, one more hour. Well, for all. Wait a while. The old man is a stubborn donkey. Their father and daughter temperament is quite similar. Xinyi inherited the character, but did not inherit the brain. Xiaonan knew that 3 words cannot persuade. Did not speak again. He said after a while, I'm afraid to have to wait until the overseas branch to make achievements. The former brother-in-law to compete for half a year. Do not compete. His father tired to die in the post cannot help up. I have never seen anyone. I have not heard of his legendary story. I only know that there is a bully father. Will he inherit his father's cunning nature? Chapter 36, Love is Cheesy. The former old man hard to the house Xiaonan did not talk to him politely. Followed the lawyer to the real estate office to transfer to the name. He likes money very much, but understands that a gentleman loves money and takes it in his own way. He won't keep the $30 million house for himself, and in the future, he will appraise the house minus the $6 million he lent out, and return the remaining money to Xinyi. Of course you have to ask for the money you borrowed back. It's not like you have too much money to spend on a big injustice. Back to the plowing for many years. Handle the work with ease. Things are less than before. A lot of documents. Reception work will not come to him again. The most dealt with work is the financial statements. Company directors almost to the surface of the infighting. Weak. Everyone is at risk. Worried about the wrong team. Personnel transfers on the most frequent. The former husband completely pretend not to know. Work to stay in the office to drink tea. Sign. Completely a state of decentralization. Xiaonan is very clear that when they finish arranging their own people to go up, it is time for the former old man to appear. Who makes the most noise? Who will be cleaned up the most? Who has the most to lose? It is not clear what brand of aphrodisiac he fed to the directors. One only focuses on charging forward. For the time being, I can't guess what kind of tactics the old man will use to quell this infighting. Xiaonan's workload is not saturated, and he spends up to 2 hours a day to deal with it. Gets off work on time, plays games, watches movies, and has a pleasant day. During the period did not go to the hospital to see Xinyi once. People do not want to see on the disappearance. Why lick your face to come up? Cannot suppress the temper and should quarrel with her. On the morning of the day she was discharged from the hospital was a Saturday. The former old man did not work overtime. Xiaonan, since he would not go to the company to work overtime, he did not have the previous energy, and there is no work for him to work overtime. Received an invitation from the former old man to go together to pick up Xinyi discharged from the hospital. Seeing the person who had disappeared for many days, Xinye's eyes were filled with sarcasm. Yo, why are you still here? I don't have the money to support you. Xiaonan said to pick people up and put them on the wheelchair. Noisy but don't hard to find pain for yourself. Common talk is not quite good. Why do you have to find pain for yourself? I can't talk to you in peace. You're a person I feel sick just looking at. The guy in the diaper actually called him disgusting. Xiaonan said, at least I didn't poop in my pants. He poked her pain with one sentence. Xinyi argued but had to do it, and with a backhanded grab. Xiaonan had a few bright red scratches on the back of his hand. That's over the top. Gentlemanly man. Be careful of pissing me off and pushing you into the road. It would be better to have you buried with me. There's no point in me living like this, and taking you with me would be doing a great favor for the people. The two of them got into the elevator and didn't continue their fight with an outsider present. Xinyi felt very strange. Obviously every time he was angry with him, swore not to speak with him again, but once they met, they always couldn't bear to open their mouths, and couldn't speak any good words. Mocking him to eat soft rice? People simply do not care. Clearly claimed to eat soft rice even proud. I really do not know what his face is made of. Simply shameless. Former old husband for discharge. Luma packing up things in the hospital room has not yet come downstairs. Xiaonan did not have a car key. pushed Shinyi parked under a large tree that shades the sun. Have any friends come to the hospital to see you? No, there's nothing on the internet about my car accident, and I haven't talked to anyone about it, but I did have a couple of dudes ask me out to dinner. Sadly, secretly spit out a sentence, the character is really bad. It doesn't matter. You have money. What kind of handsome guy can't be found? You can't use it at all now. What's the point of spending that money? It's a waste. Xiaonan looked at the white clouds in the sky and said. A touch of redness climbed on Xin Yi's earlobe. This really says everything. Shy and angry, backhanded and gave him another blow. The consequence of having a cheap mouth is to be beaten. Xiaonan looked at the scratches on the backs of his right and left hands. Don't keep moving your hands. I don't want to bully you. Xiaonan, let's go and remarry. We'll live a good life together. You'll be in charge of all the money in the house. The people and money belong to you. And when I've recovered a bit, we'll have a good life together. Xinyi tilted her face up to meet Xiaonan's eyes. Xiaonan lowered his eyes to look at her. Xinyi face red, eyes with shyness. The first feeling is that this woman wants to do something. If not, the attitude before and after the contrast is so big really got her way. Getting remarried, definitely not a wise choice. She really thinks out of the box, holding big moves behind her back, and her mind is so vicious that she's totally dealing with her enemies. First of all, not to discuss whether you are paralyzed or not. The key is the lack of feelings. If we have feelings, so what if you are paralyzed? I will be responsible for taking care of you for the rest of your life. The problem is the lack of feelings. You also don't give me that one glance feeling, otherwise I would willingly be your licking dog for a while. It's not that you're not pretty enough. That feeling isn't an impact that comes from appearances. Thinking carefully about having a few brief moments together during the wedding period, Xiaonan looked at her with clean eyes. Xinye's eyes were full of loss. I see. It's me being whimsical. How can a woman like me still be in your eyes? You look fake without adding 2 tears. How could Xiaonan be mesmerized by her 3 words? Without a trusted person around to take care of her, the former husband will handle the property given to her in a trust, such as hospitalization for illness, necessary large expenses, personal living expenses, and so on for a specified amount. She can't dispose of her assets as she pleases until she's mobile. Free reign of her wealth is her goal. Getting back at him by remarrying is also a goal, and remarrying won't be as simple as getting a license. She will definitely ask to sign an unequal treaty. At the same time, it is possible to invite friends and relatives, media reporters to widely publicize, so that society to monitor his behavior. This life if she cannot recover, only to guard her life. The person who learns that children wear diapers is still playing this kind of caution with him. It is simply ridiculous. Xiaonan tried. You can't go out. Do you need to spend a large sum of money at once? Xinyi's face became unusually ugly. Reinstatement or not is not something you can refuse. Sini useless. Leave me aside. Where is such a good thing? You do not think of leaving. We are tied to death in this life. In the past it was you who disgusted me. In the future it will be me who will disgust you. That handsome guy was quite attentive to you last time. Don't you consider them? Xiao Nansheng didn't want to continue arguing with her. It was meaningless to bully a disabled person. Speaking of the devil, ignoring Xiao Nan's presence, he walked straight to the wheelchair and squatted down. Xiao Yi, you should go home and take care of your body. Don't move and get angry. There are some things and some people that are not worth getting angry. Contact me in time if there is any situation. From his pocket, he pulled out a small triangular incense bag with a red string hanging from it. This you take. My mom went to the temple a few days ago to ask for a peace talisman that was enlightened by a virtuous monk. There are many people looking for Venerable Jing'an, and the average person needs to wait in line for half a month. 1 June. This thing is too valuable. I can't take it. Take it back. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Xinyi pushed her hand back. It's not expensive. You take it. I will send you a message every day. You have to remember to reply. Xiao Wenjun stuffed the peace talisman into Xinyi's hand, got up to face Xiao Nan, and said with a sullen face, treat her well, or else, someone will snatch it from you. It's nothing with you, but it's a piece of treasure with others. This guy is not a domineering president. Text read too much. Xiao Nan mouth corner hooked up a faint smile to look at him. Incontinence needs to be taken care of. Completely lost the ability to take care of herself. What do you like about her? There's a kind of love called platonic sex. Love that is pure, elegant, unclouded. 2 hearts together, not through sex. Mr. Shaw, you're tacky. Xiao Nan said frankly, I do cheesy. Love needs to be equally cheesy. People have desires. Going to bed is a way of emotional expression. Love is missing in the economy. Companionship, lovemaking, care, respect. Your talk of love is so unreal that you can't believe it yourself. Such a way of being in love could be with 100 women at the same time. And you can't do it with your whole heart. Perhaps poking the pain point. Xiao Wenjun's face was red. I didn't. The explanation pales in comparison. Xiaonan bent down and took the peace talisman from Xinyi and stuffed it into Xiao Wenjun's pocket, trying to cheat away tens of billions of dollars with something less than $300. You're even greedier than me. Pushing Xinyi forward, he stopped and looked back at Xiao Wenjun, who was standing still, and said, "Please remember your identity. Do not believe in gods and ghosts. Thousands of years of history. The suffering of the earth is the human race to solve their own problems, not divine power. One more time. I can look for the Secretary of Health to chat." Chapter 37, moving back across the street from his ex-wife in a roundabout way. As soon as she saw Xiaonan, her eyes were not her eyes, her nose was not her nose, and from time to time, her nose issued a carrot buzzing hum which was very disdainful. Can't afford to bother with an old lady. As long as she doesn't make a move on him, it doesn't matter what her attitude is. She can take care of Xinyi with all her heart. That's all she's worth. The home is cleaned. The shoes on the shoe rack are put neatly. The cats and dogs are circling around Xinyi, and Wow is especially excited. And Miao too jumped to Xinyi's knee and constantly rubbed her hand with the sack. Xinyi once again saw the cats and dogs that he had raised for several years, and there was a rare genuine smile on his face. Thank you for taking such good care of them. I moved out last week. They're not in my care. Uncle Chung comes over during the day to take care of them, Xiaonan said. The smiling face immediately collapsed. Who told you to move out? You come and go as you please in this home. What do you take this place for? The sudden yelling startled everyone. Dongjia, home is not want to leave the place. Well, come cannot go, that is a bandit nest, Xiaonan said in a flat tone. Don't be so slick. Move back in now. Immediately. Right now. Get remarried tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll make you feel guilty for the rest of your life. Xinye's tone was undeniable. The old father couldn't stand to watch and spoke out. Don't push, Xiaonan. You'll call yourselves sister and brother from now on. He'll take good care of you as a younger brother. Stop it. I didn't choose a single thing from marriage to divorce. Do you have to make me die to be satisfied? Her emotions are temperamental. Come back in only one sentence to make her angry, but also really spoiled and emboldened, Xiaonan said. In addition to remarriage, I can promise you any conditions. Fine. You promise not to touch any woman in this life. Violate the requirement that the property is all given to me. Sign and draw. Xinyi saw that he did not answer and sneered. You can only be my man in this life. Dad, I haven't asked you for anything. Now I only ask you to let Xiaonan remarry me. She just can't see Xiaonan being luckier than her. Anyway, it's already ruined. Let's destroy it together. Xin Jianqiu could not possibly let his daughter fool around. He did not dare to force Xiaonan. If he forced him to give in, the near future he is not there. Xiaonan will take revenge on his daughter. Impossible. We can't harm Xiaonan. You die of this heart. After a lifetime of all kinds of calculations, on her deathbed she wanted to exchange her heart for her mind. Are you still my father? Why don't you let me have my way in everything? Xinyi roared in hysterical rage, the veins on his neck bulging. Father and daughter quarrel. Lu Mom silently stood aside, wanting to speak but did not dare to intervene, afraid to annoy Xin Jianqiu to fire her. A handful of years old where to earn a monthly wage of tens of thousands of dollars. It's just too much letting you get things into the present situation. You don't have the slightest bit of consciousness to reflect on yourself until now, and put all the mistakes on others. You are my daughter. Don't think that I don't understand that little bit of your mind. Xinyi maneuvered the wheelchair to the stairs. Xiaonan escorted me upstairs. The two older men in the house really couldn't hold her, and with only him, a young and strong man, Xiaonan wanted to leave as soon as possible, picking the person up from the wheelchair and taking her to the bedroom. Hold me for a while, don't go away, look at my eyes. Xinyi hooked his neck and made a soft and gentle effort. She was a bit middle-aged, probably because she had watched too many Journey to the West Daughter Kingdom bridges. Xiaonan held back his laughter. You're really open-minded, acting a little better. I might fall for it. Breaking her hand, he left the room without a second thought. When she arrived at the stairway, she heard Lu Ma's voice. Mr. Shen, Xiao Yi is your daughter. In case Xiaonan that does something to her, you shut up. She is my daughter. It's not your turn to care. All you have to do is to take care of her. Get your paycheck on time every month. Do what you have to do, and don't have thoughts that you shouldn't have. Xin Jianqiu couldn't wait for them to have a little something. The former old husband is a good person nah. Xiaonan deliberately made a noise to interrupt the two people's conversation, went downstairs and looked at the dry and thin old man and said, I'll go back first. Humph carrot Mrs. Lu hummed as she quickly walked upstairs into Xinye's room. Move across the street as soon as possible. Furniture, all aspects of life utensils are all ready. You can directly turnkey. The former old husband suddenly said, move over today. I'll arrange for someone to move with you. Unbidden, he called for someone who was determined to get him to move in today. It's like you have to live in the room once you've given it to them, and you don't give any room for negotiation. Thinking that it's good to be closer, to be able to understand Xinye's situation at any time, her current state of being underhanded, without the slightest resistance. Not moving now. The former old man will have to move over when he's gone, so he agreed to move. Xiaonan thinks that Lunma's patience with Xinyi will not be very long, changing diapers every day, wiping asses who is not disgusting, and loved ones may not be able to accept it, not to mention that it is just an old mother who gets paid to work, and then see the dead face of Adon, meet a greeting without playing, into the apartment, nimbly help him clean up, Xiaonan the whole time without having to do anything. This home moved very strong, for fear that he is not willing to live in. The apartment is not going to be returned. The landlord won't return the rent after signing a 1-year contract. People don't make much money at the moment, and it's not easy to rent out an apartment. Do you have facial paralysis? Sinan asked. No, Azuma replied with a grimace. Then why haven't I seen you smile? For not wanting to laugh. Xiaonan patted his hands behind his head and said lazily, you're so boring. The same expression hangs on your face the whole day, as if the whole world owes you money. I hate people who speak in a loving manner. I can't beat you. Otherwise, I would definitely beat you up until you laugh. You just got over your beating and you want to go in again? Adon said. Going in or getting beat up by you? I choose to beat you up before going in. The point is you won't let me beat you up. Big iron tower of a strong man. 180 big handsome man with him can only be described as a small petite body. Adon has known Xiaonan for many years. The first time to be alone with him, only to feel that this person talks a lot. Very annoying. Broken mouth. Cannot figure out how the boss will look at such a mouth. Cannot be idle guy. Just one suitcase and one backpack. And Adon carried it all by himself. The first time he entered his former old husband's duplex upper and lower 2-story mansion, Xiaonan was stunned by the decorations in front of him. Sparkling crystal chandeliers hang from the ceiling like a diamond in buring. In the living room, soft leather sofas surrounded the gorgeous coffee table. The floor was covered with polished marble flooring like a mirror, and the decoration was more luxurious than the suite opposite Xinyi. In the bedroom, the bed is spacious and comfortable, and the bedding is made of high-quality silk, which is delicate and smooth to the touch. The huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows let the sunshine pour in. The bathroom is fully stocked with exquisite sanitary ware and a luxurious jacuzzi. Even small items like toothbrushes and toothpaste. Thought the house would be luxurious. Didn't expect it to be superb. Xiaonan let out a sigh of relief as he lay back into the dry bathtub. This is the life that people live. Chapter 38, Notoriety. Day after day. Day after day. The same. No painting is beautiful. There is no dare as everywhere thrilling excitement. Plain as water in the day. The only thing that makes Xiaonan annoyed is the diaper ex-wife every day at 3 o'clock in the morning to call him. Always begging in a pathetic underdog voice to talk to her more. She said she was bored and wanted someone to talk to about her feelings in the middle of the night. And after thinking about it, she was the only one she could find. And she hoped she wouldn't mind. Xiaonan has a hard time speaking. Have anger, do not dare to send. Thinking that she calls every day without meeting to understand her life. And hope that she can form a habit, as an early adaptation to the future life, continuing for a dozen days to pick up her phone at 3 a.m. On the dot and on time, to talk with her for half an hour, and occasionally half an hour, about Shakespeare, Jesus, chatty, and occasionally moods, and the topics don't change from day to day, knowing that she is deliberately looking for trouble. You cannot bear to be angry at her, and do not dare to turn off the phone before going to bed. Worrying that she has an accident in the middle of the night cannot be contacted. Door-to-door living is not in order to facilitate the care of her. The most common thing said was I want us to remarry. Close by but didn't come to the door to talk to her. Didn't meet her or Lao's mom out and about. And if it weren't for a phone call a day, mistakenly thought she was gone. The days were uneventful. The days themselves were originally uneventful. The varied colors were portrayed by the people who lived them. Xiaonan was lazy and did not like fancy things. His life was quite boring. Going to work, going off work, eating, sleeping, and answering Shinya's phone calls, and he had to go to the office to get some food. Nothing beyond that. Outside the door to drop a bomb into the comely life. Someone broke the news online. Xiaonan for money as a door-to-door son-in-law. Wife paralyzed in a car accident, immediately divorced to set aside the relationship. Seamlessly connecting the $2,000 to eat a soft meal. Simply scum of the people. The message was seen by millions of people within 2 hours of it coming out. It hasn't been long since the last hit and it's on again. The two incidents are linked and some have ventured to speculate that he purposely caused a car accident for his new love interest, with a very large number of people agreeing with the viewpoint. Even at the sheriff's department, people who are not living as well as they should are incarnated as knights of justice, cursing him side by side, venting all their life's dissatisfaction in the tirades in the comment section. Xiaonan's personal reputation collapsed to the extreme. The company was also affected by the wave of public opinion. The official social media account of hundreds of thousands of messages an hour had to immediately come out of the public relations, temporarily stop Xiaonan's work. Investigate clearly and then give the community to reply. Public opinion is like a tiger. Half a day was forwarded by all major media. The official media account also stood distinct. A variety of unpleasant words can be seen in the comment section. The ancestors were greeted. It was good that Xiao Nan was not a fragile person at heart and did not care about the abuse and mockery of others. He wasn't a star. He wasn't an Edison. It didn't matter to him if others liked or disliked him. Work suspension can only go home to stay. Afraid of the masses of Dudown Moncler outlet. For personal safety, Xiao Nan prepared enough food. Intends to near the time the door does not come out of the door. At the moment the hilarious people are all in the upper period. Not a good time to clarify. To wait for all the malicious speculation is exposed, so that the community does not have a card to play, and then come out to clarify. Vent enough, make enough noise, there will be people calm down to think. The incident affected Sherlinlin and Godandan too. The last time did not take it seriously. This time the problem is a bit big, involving moral issues. The two immediately responded that, just no friends, not online rumors like, warning rumor mongers to stop, or will be held legally responsible. The statement stirred up 1,000 waves. Originally most people only focus on Xiao Nan. A large number of public opinion gun muzzle turned to them. Abuse, insults, the whole family of women were greeted. Their identity is not a secret. They have offended too many people. Some people have taken this opportunity to push the envelope. The company has been dug up and attacked, and the people who were once blocked by their digging up of black material have begun to rise up and sell out to clear their names. But how can a strong woman let the garbage thrown into the garbage heap overpower her? Immediately smashing a bunch of evidence. Bad celebrity comeback that is cool. Godandan contacted Xiao Nan. When did Sister Xinyi have a car accident? You guys got divorced? Yes. Xiaonan replied in a calm tone, having made it clear when she asked about the divorce that she didn't dare stir in and intended to keep her head above water. Those who play with traffic can't miss out on this big traffic, and are in the habit of putting all the blame on others, and becoming victims in the eyes of all to gain attention themselves. I did not want them to get involved, not to mention that I do not expect them to be righteous. In the future, we do a superficial friend is also quite good. Maybe his words let Godandan unexpected. After a long time before speaking, you're relentless. Think what you want. If it affects your life put all the blame on me. And tell Slimane by the way, I'm really sorry for the repercussions. Xiao Nan does not want to explain. This move he guessed that the diaper-wearing ex-wife trick. He did not have the evidence cannot go to question. That stinky woman definitely have more desperate move. Its purpose is to make him stink. Waiting a few minutes without getting a response and not saying anything proved that she agreed with the approach he had proposed. Or perhaps, the person had called just to go through the motions. Xiao Nan hung up the phone, muttering, it's really stalking. Divorce doesn't let me live in peace. Stinking woman, how bored are you to find something to do? Right now the only voice that can convince the outside world is the former old man. As long as he comes out to speak out, a farce dissolves into nothing. He will not make a sound for the time being. This moment will make Wang Dong alert, and the effect of the previous layout will disappear by half. Gotta make those people feel secure in their victory and give them a sword to seal their throats. After dealing with the company's infighting and then clarifying for him, Xiao Nan was sure that his former old husband would clarify for him. The woman will surely raise a lot of conditions. Money, people, she wants to play with his desire to die, desperate door to door to beg her. Anyone with strong self-esteem and a strong face would give in, but Xiao Nan doesn't want a face and doesn't want self-esteem. Idle always have all kinds of guesses about people or things. This is a habit formed in more than 10 years. Encounter a certain thing, no matter whether it has nothing to do with oneself. Like to predict the result. Sitting quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows to light a cigarette to watch the sunset. Messy ideas like a paste stuck in the brain. Cannot be quiet. Down the guess will always encounter obstacles. Simply get a little dinner. Lying on the couch looking at the top of the dazzling crystal lights in a daze. Slowly fall asleep into a dream. 3 o'clock formed a biological reaction. Always feel a phone call in the sleep. Punctually woke up. There is no phone this night. The phone on the table in front of him vibrated. Xiao Nan reached out and took it over. There was an unread message. Rubbed his sore eyes and clicked on it. This is the last time to bother you. It won't happen again. Goodbye forever. You're free to be with your beloved as you wish. There's something wrong with it. It's written like last words. Xiao Nan immediately dialed her number as soon as he finished speaking, and several consecutive calls went unanswered. Immediately popped up out the door with fingerprints to open the door. The door lock inside the physical counterlock cannot be pushed. Frantically ringing the doorbell. 3 a.m. is the deepest sleep of human beings' time period. All only live in the upstairs pressure cannot be heard. Had to call the security office on duty at the property and tell them to bring their tools. Called the police in passing. And finally made a couple of phone calls to the former husband's house. Phone was not answered. Property came very quickly. The owners who live here are either rich or rich. Do not dare to have any delay. gave Xiao Nan signed a responsibility, waved up the hammer used to smash the wall and slammed it hard to the door. Wake up the owners of the upper and lower floors, come to the 12th floor to check the situation. A dozen hammers down, the door collapsed. Xiao Nan stepped on the deformed door to go inside. Open the first floor lighting. See the stairway shivering Lu Mom. The old woman immediately came to life as soon as she saw it was him. You're forcing your way into a house at night. I've called the police, so get out of here. I am lazy to pull with you. Xiao Nan quickly stepped up the stairs as soon as she peeled away. To open Xinye's door. The inside is unlocked. Knocking on the door no one should. Kicked a few times did not kick open. You punk, what are you doing? Don't come and disturb Xiao Ye's rest. Mrs. Lu forcefully peeled him away. I can't explain it to you in time. Xiao Nan shouted at the security guard downstairs. Master, give me the hammer to use. He's a wide-eyed wolf who eats soft rice and gets on the hot seat, abandoning his paralyzed wife. You guys are helping the tiger. Quickly drag him away. Luma crossed her arms and blocked the security guards going up the stairs. Properties look at each other. Just now everyone was too nervous and in a hurry. Did not associate him with the scum Xiao Nan, who broke the news on the internet, to look at the signature on the responsibility letter. The property security guard was afraid he was coming to the door to seek revenge. Xiao Nan opened the chat interface, showed it to the crowd, and looked at Luma. Xinyi sent me a text message like this. No answer on the phone. No one answered the door. If you block it again and something really happens to her, can you afford the responsibility? You do not need to worry. If I really have dangerous behavior, everyone can press me down to send to the judiciary. Uncle Hat is expected to arrive soon, but life cannot wait. Xiao Nan took a few steps downward, picking up a hammer and going up to the door and slamming it open twice. Chapter 39, Diapered ex-wife slits her wrists and kills herself. The scene in front of them stunned the crowd. There was a bright red wound on Xinye's wrist. It looked horrible. The blood was still flowing out, and the person had already fallen into shock. It's a good thing the owners have a doctor to help stop the bleeding temporarily. I guess there is no injury to the artery, but a little long, temporary shock. Do not be nervous. Immediately sent to the hospital. Almost made a human life. Luma, the whole person scared silly. Should have cried heaven and earth. The whole straight stood aside and constantly shivering. Forget to do the play. This is if the dead. Mr. Shun will not let go of her. Xiao Nan held the person downstairs. Luma immediately followed him, just as Uncle had arrived, leaving one person to ask a few property security guards and owners, and the other to drive the person to the hospital. There were not many cars on the road in the early morning, and the public buses passed unimpeded all the way regardless of the red and green. Emergency department doctors immediately arranged for the operating room. The good thing is found in time. The problem is not particularly large. To the hospital before doing a stop the bleeding. Looks like a big scratch. Very scary. Did not hurt the arteries. Not too big a problem. Just temporary shock. Said exactly what the neighbor predicted. The stunned Luma, a hanging heart, fell, recovered the previous momentum, pointed at Xiao Nan and said, "It's all because of you. Xiao Yi was harmed by you. You're a murderer. Stop acting. If you really cared about her, you wouldn't be making a scene here right now. Go back and get ready. Get her some ingredients to make up for it. I don't want to see you right now. Get out of my sight right now. And if you dare to say one more word of nonsense, don't blame me for taking a swing at you. The last time I received a few slaps. Long memory. The young man in front of me is not moral. There is no old and young in the eyes. Do not dare to continue to pick a fight." Viciously glared at him, turned around and left the ward. Only a few days after discharge from the hospital and live in. Have to toss themselves in. Shinny said the second no one dares to call the first. Xiao Nan stood in front of her bed and looked at the woman with white lips. "You're really hard on yourself. How much hate do you have for me to make you risk your life?" I'm sure she has the next series of tricks up her sleeve. And if he doesn't take her message seriously when he receives it tonight, and she dies, he'll be infamous, spurned by everyone, and his former old husband will hate him. She can be really bold, with life into the game. A little crazy batch. No, is very crazy batch. The purpose is just to leave him to take revenge. She missed a link. Did not expect that Luma that stupid will be from the obstruction almost to her death. Uncle Hat called out to make a statement. After all, the netizens guessed who was not sure of the truth. Asked him about tonight and Xinyi accident day and what, contacted who, in what place, and who is together. Knowing everything and giving a brief overview of the relationship between the two, Xiao Nan returned to the hospital room in his bloodied shirt to stand in front of the bed staring at her in awe. Do not understand a good day. Why have to toss yourself? Not like a person. The ghost is not like a ghost. She has countless people envy the looks and background but long paranoid character. Only 3 hours from dawn but feel incredibly long. A darkness in front of the eyes. The mood sank to the bottom. When the sunlight shot into the concrete jungle, the eyes opened up. the heart of the depression suddenly dissipated. The former old man called him back, and when he heard him finish the situation cursed and hung up. He did not believe the old man said. Why did not let her go to death to save the heart? Really not good. How to give birth to a not save the heart of the thing. I should have known 30 years ago to shoot the wall. Said a lot of words cannot be written out, but are in the anger words? Endure 20 years complaining about a few sentences is normal. There are words in the face embarrassed to curse out. Background curse just. Really dead. His days cannot be good. The old man crazy criticized up not worse than his daughter. Lu Ma, who had disappeared for a few hours, appeared with a big bag. Her face was haggard. She still looked at him in a bad way, and her eyes were full of worry when she looked at Xinyi. I'm not stealing your son's wife to look down on me everywhere. I really don't know where I offended you, Xiaonan thought secretly and walked out. Encountered the former old man who came hurriedly. Is anyone awake yet? Not yet. I expect to wake up by noon. You should be used to it. Xiaonan's words before the old man. How can you not understand? Your daughter is so able to toss and die. You should have long been accustomed to. Do not need to be nervous. I'll have Adong send you back to change your clothes. Don't go out lately, and wait for a period of time to make things clear to the community. Shin Jianxiu believed that Xiaonan could carry the pressure of the outside world and patted his shoulder to enter the ward. On the cusp of public opinion, Xiaonan was extra careful when he left the hospitalization building, walking towards the parking lot with his head lowered, when a group of people suddenly rushed out and threw eggs and rotten vegetable leaves at him, and some people took advantage of the chaos and kicked him down. Spit, punches and kicks were thrown at him. Scum, disgrace to men. Good thing it didn't last long. Seeing Adon and the hospital security come over, the crowd immediately scattered and fled. Xiaonan got up and wiped a handful of spittle and egg liquid from his face. I want your hospital to give a statement. I want to call the police to arrest those guys. Being a scumbag deserves to be beaten. You should be happy to live under the rule of law and not have you beaten to death. The security guard muttered, and a small voice was heard by Xiaonan. His eyes stared at the security guard. I then scum as long as I don't break the law. It's just a matter of morality. Even if I break the law, then it should be handed over to the law for punishment, and shouldn't be subjected to private venting of anger. I have reason to suspect that you guys are assisting the thugs to come in and beat me up, and I will save the right of recourse against you guys. Wen Chang, you're fired. The head security guard finished with a serious face and turned to the dirty Xiaonan. Young people don't know any better and talk nonsense. We will never tolerate anyone committing a crime and will definitely cooperate with the security bureau in handling the case. The security chief also sees Xiaonan is not good, but out of work duties do not want to make a big deal to let the hospital leadership know. Want to calm people's anger as soon as possible. Who knows the white boy and eat which powerful rich woman soft rice? Xiaonan suspected that this was premeditated and masterminded. He wouldn't take this loss, and sat on his butt on the ground and didn't leave. Dong, contact the sheriff's department. I want an examination of my injuries. There may be 1 or 2 douchebags in the crowd, but never a dozen or so in a group. No. Something happened on my property. I'll contact the sheriff's department. The chief of security arranged for people to carry Xiaonan into the hospital for examination, and he personally contacted the security bureau to provide video evidence and cooperate in the investigation of the group that broke into the hospital and beat Xiaonan. Adong told his ex-daddy about it and used his connections to greet them, and it only took 2 hours to catch the gang, with the leader saying a youth gave 20,000 yuan to let them beat up Xiaonan, promising to give another 10,000 afterward. The sheriff's department used a ruse to get someone out of the house, and under interrogation determined that Lu's mom was behind it. Xiaonan, you set me up. I'm wrongly accused. I'm an ordinary nanny. How would I find someone to beat up that white-eyed wolf? Comrade, law and order, I'm really wrongly accused. The old woman splashed and rolled around screaming that she was wronged. Mr. Shin, Xiaoyi needs me to take care of her. Say something. I can't go with them. If I go, Xiaoyi has no one to take care of her. I'm doing it to take it out on Xiaoyi. The former old husband is not Xinyi did not look at her the same. Mrs. Lu was taken away by the security personnel. Thankfully Xiaonan is only slightly bruised. Want to let her sentence cannot reach the standard. At most detained for 10 days out. I really didn't expect Lu Chuiyi to do something so brainless. Usually at home I turn a blind eye. This time she really stepped over the line. Is it possible that she really took it out for Xinyi? Xiaonan asked. You don't need to test my attitude. I can still pick up the good and the bad. I'm responsible for Xiaoye turning into what she is today. She herself is also responsible. The only thing you are not responsible for is that you are caught up in this by us, father and daughter. After talking for a while, seeing that the former old husband looked tired, Xiaonan brought him a chair for him to sit down. You sit for a while. I'll go home, take a shower, change my clothes and come back. The old man is suffering from an incurable disease. The disease tortures him. His brain still works well, or how people become bigots. Chapter 40, I'm speechless. I did not know that Mr. Xiaonan was married. I always thought that he was single, and I had never exceeded the bounds of friendship. If I had known that Mr. Xiaonan was married, I would have kept a distance from him, which would not have caused a series of misunderstandings. The two women clarify the content of the announcement is almost exactly the same, saying that their character is spontaneous and easygoing, with friends to get along with less sense of boundaries. The last time the photos taken to do the explanation categorized as a character problem, said it is not clear that he is married, dumped the responsibility on him, is that he did not say that they are married, alluding to the feelings of being cheated. There is no shortage of people on the network to interpret a paragraph of text has dozens of interpretations. Who let the ancestors left the text profound? A variety of interpretations of the version out. In short, in this case Xiaonan bear down all. Those two women have gained a lot of traffic. Beautiful women. Easy to provoke male protection. The same will get sister sympathy. Everyone hates the scum. They became a victim. Xiaonan was scolded on one after another hot search, but with too much heat hype. There is a limit to how fresh the outside world can get with the same thing, and after a hard day's work, it's hard to have a free time to brush up on videos and relax, and one after another it's all the same thing, and it can make you sick. The phenomenon of what goes around comes around is beginning to emerge. A lot of people were rebellious, and in the process called out the blogger who rubbed it in and a few of the people involved. The outside world is waiting for Xiaonan, the big scumbag, an explanation, want to pick up another wave of traffic, but did not get any response for a long time. Allowing the outside world to taunt, abuse, and suspicion of him, did not affect his breakfast, did not eat less. Wrap yourself up tightly back to the hospital. Just in time to run into the diapered ex-wife woke up, lips white. The first words will say, "You guys followed me down here too. That's great." Xiaonan looked at the old man in front of him, only to see his dry face skin could not help but jump. Xiaonan did not go forward, did not speak. When a non-speaking humanoid standing, the former old husband couldn't help but stretch his brow when he saw his daughter waking up. What, can't you figure out that you have to go to extremes? So sorry to not be dead. Xinyi had a lifeless look. There is no one I care about in this world anymore. What's the point of living? Might as well let me die and get it over with. Who says no one cares about you? Xin Jianqiu looked at the former son-in-law. Xiaonan didn't he close his eyes for a night last night until now? If he didn't he break down the door? You really, Dad? I can't imagine. The former old man finished with tears in his eyes. Say what about me? Xiaonan saw his diapered ex-wife looking over, barely squeezing out a smile at her. The outside world scolded him like that and didn't see any emotional impact on him. Xinyi took his gaze back and asked, "Really? Really? Many owners and neighborhood properties can testify." Xin Jianqiu wiped her tears and nodded. "I want to remarry. This is impossible. How can you hold people back?" Xin Jianqiu secretly thought to daughter, "You're not repaying a favor. You're taking revenge. Forget it. This time you can save me. Next time may not be. I only have one wish. I want to remarry. You choose. Will you let me give my marriage or give me a funeral?" Xiaonan guess. She is determined like a stone heart to understand that the old father loves her very much to dare to use life to blackmail, and then forced him to compromise. The heart is like a mirror, but recognize the deadliest reason not to come out. The former old husband answered a phone call and left. Only the two of them were left in the hospital room. Xiaonan walked to the edge of the bed and sat down. You can really spare the cost. If you hit a little harder to cut the vein, my heart a little bigger. You are now estimated to enter the incinerator. You think you're saving my life? Or what? Shonan asked rhetorically. Then you marry me, and we'll have a huge wedding. You little put away your little mind. Not high IQ but also full of 800 hard eyes. I can take care of you for a lifetime, but in no way can I marry you. Shonan put away the smile on his face. His eyes looked deeply at the birds leaping on the branches outside the window. Maybe I'm more realistic. Love and people always get the same. Love is not available and people are not available. Why would I want to remarry you? I want a healthy, stable family. I've had no family since I was 14. I'm the only one left on this earth. You wouldn't understand the kind of longing I have for my family. But then I'm the kind of person who would rather have nothing than nothing. For the first time to see the pain on his face, Shenyi slightly touched instantly. In the past, I felt that as long as I had money, I could not care about everything. But nowadays, I am afraid of having money. And I am afraid of not having money. And there is no one who has enough security by my side. She sobbed uncontrollably as she said it. Alas, you, me, Xiaonan stammered, not knowing what to say. Shenyi urged, say it quickly. I'm speechless. You go to hell. I curse you to be a bachelor in this life. End up alone you. Shenyi reached out and wanted to grab him over and whack him, but he was too far away. Brother has money in face. Can't meet a glance of 10,000 years. Will find a good hand and good use. Xiaonan almost said her most sensitive words. Unable to talk to shameless people, Shenyi looked around. she didn't see Lu Ma. She needed Lu Ma to take care of her in her life, and it was disturbing not to see her. Where's Mrs. Lu? Detained. Why? She found someone to beat me up, so I guess she'll have to be locked up for 10 days or so, Xiaonan said. It was definitely you who provoked her first. You quickly go and ask someone to release her. I can't live without her. Xinyi glared at him with eyes that seemed to spit fire. I shouldn't have expected you to grow a brain, but where you have a little bit of a brain it's not so bad that you're still wearing diapers at 30 years old. Is that I've misjudged you? Xiaonan said with a look of anger. Little leaf. Mommy Lu made you worry. The old woman had already changed her clothes and burst in with a breeze, carrying a thermos bucket in her hand. Xiaonan asked, why did you come out? Of course. I didn't break the law, why can't I come out? Lu Mom directly toward Xinyi said, boiled some chicken soup for you to make up for your body. Girl, next time don't do this kind of stupid thing. Worry to death. About me. Fingers affectionately and gently nudged Xinyi's head. They got along like a mother and daughter. And if it weren't for the huge difference in appearance, Xiaonan would have thought of the rotten bridge of the evil nanny switching her child. Oh, yeah, well, you guarantee that the search wasn't caught on camera or recorded? Lu Ma Ming was stunned for a moment, quickly responded. You being beaten has nothing to do with me. Don't just slander people. It's only been in for a couple hours and soup was made, which means someone bailed her out right after she left the house. Could that person have been the ex-old man? The former old husband is completely unnecessary to make a show in front of him to get people out again. Even if he did not use the relationship to pursue, Xiaonan cannot say anything. Thankless things he will not do. The old woman went in to lock up a dozen days Xinyi no one to take care of. Put back just to take care of Xinyi. Anyway, not much. Xiaonan does not want to bother. Chapter 41 Compromise. The internet era has a fast spread of new things, and the degree of enthusiasm and curiosity is also short-lived, with novelties taking over old things every day. The heat of the rumors about Xiaonan's derailment subsided, and without the title of Vice President of High Technology, no one would pay attention to how an ordinary person, the company said to the community investigation, confirmation not a little action, in addition to suspension, and did not arrange for people to investigate, intends to use the word delay trick, play down the incident. There is no need to staff life behavior on the line. Another article, unscrupulous Phoenix man beats 60-year-old woman, once again put Xiaonan on the hot search. The tipster said it was a caregiver in the Linshur hospital to provide information. No specific person's name. The beaten 60-year-old woman is Lu Ma. At the moment, High Technology is facing a new product listing. The directors had to meet to open a closing meeting, intending to give up Xiaonan. At the moment this critical node cannot be wrong. Wang Junfa said, Xiaonan's workability is beyond doubt, but personal behavior affects the company will have to reconsider whether to appoint the issue. I personally believe that sufficient compensation is given to terminate the labor contract. Not good. What if things turn around? It's better to arrange for someone to investigate, to give an explanation to the society and also to the employees. Vice President Zhang Yuxiang said, no need to arrange people to investigate. This matter is someone malicious rumor. The focus of attention should not be on such a small matter. The new product is not going to open the conference, just so we can take advantage of this wave of heat. Shen Jianqiu said, Mr. Shen, will this be too risky? Vice President Wang Funing worried. I know the causes and consequences of the matter very well, and I dare guarantee that there will be no mistakes. The company's personnel adjustment had come to an end, and Shen Jianqiu felt that the time had come. There's still a month left for this year to end. Let's take advantage of this time to set our goals for next year. In previous years, the chairman of the board of directors to set performance targets. Other people unanimously agreed to pass. Earning money is shared. This year, naturally, there will be no one who does not know how to go up to intervene. In previous years, it was you who set the target, and we all signed together to pass it downward, or follow the old rules. Zhang Yuxiang was the only director who didn't make a move, and he happened to want to see a few other old guys suffer as well. Since everyone let me set, then I'll give the departments set performance targets. Do a good job. Do a bad job will have the appropriate rewards and punishments. Shen Jianqiu to the business divisions, the market sector to set next year's sales, then in previous years set the 5 percentage points higher than the targets set in previous years, and the department heads involved in the year-end conference were asked to sign warrants, which will be used as a future assessment. Performance reviews are not simply a matter of docking performance and criticizing, but packing up and leaving. With a system that naturally comes rewards, the profit portion of the growth point is split 50% among employees. Keeping up with the development of the industry is the main theme. We cannot do that as feudal and buy-in shameless capitalists. Since it is a science and technology enterprises should contribute to the development of science and technology in the country. Manufacturing upgrading cannot be separated from us. First said the future said ambition to continue to say. The money invested in research and development every year 20% upward increment. Only sustained investment can stabilize the current position. Do not mention beyond. Just do not fall behind. Having done so much padding, the directors did not agree with the targets set in their hearts, but no one was willing to be the first to raise a different opinion to refute them. In the last month, there have been a lot of staff transfers, and if you speak up against it, people ask, if you know that person is not good enough, why did you push him up? No one can answer a question like that. No one has the guts to say, he's better and wants to give it a chance to practice. The company is going to make a profit. Who will give you time to learn? But anyone who says a word against it is looking for a scolding. The company should put more effort in the market next year. In the past, we do not focus on publicity. Only focus on technology research and development. That good technology will have a market. But the market is also not a lack of competing products. Over the years appears to play out the propaganda flowers, the product over a comparison. Our technology is indeed more cattle than others, but the market share is not as much as others. The company lacks visibility, lack of influence. Zhang Yuxiang said. Several of the directors' lowered eyes suddenly widened. Shen Jianqiu said, speak your mind. Zhang Yuxiang said, patented technology integrated into a program packaged authorization. But wherever we use one of our irreplaceable patents, we have to use the whole set of technical solutions, not just one. First, can better popularize the patent. Second, increase revenue. Will this make the customers who originally cooperated have a problem with it? This is forceful buying and selling. Wang Junfa said, the cooperative bought and paid for enterprises can be given certain concessions. And the enterprises with their own R&D capabilities, how many chances do you think we still have to earn their money? Domestic enterprises do as the supply chain. We do not respect patents. The morning of this release of a certain technology, tomorrow morning then there will be 2 or 3 peers have related technology listed. Rarely a company can be a leader in an industry. Why not take advantage of the current opportunity to make a fortune to earn back the money invested in patents? A large amount of money to invest in R&D to realize the technology generation difference. Their own dry terminals and friendly head-to-head competition. A few old men discuss some when they clabbered. That the total program of the chapter is very feasible. Can continue to cooperate to give concessions. Cannot be sustained to kill the chicken to maximize the benefits. The ex-wife's mood suddenly became very agitated and irritable. And she even self-harmed. And her stitched wrist was torn open by her, which was discovered in time without too much damage. Not eating, not drinking, not sleeping, not talking, making herself inhuman, a living image of insanity. The whole thing looked so haggard that the doctor gave her a sedative to sleep. She's tossing herself around just to get remarried. Any conditions offered she did not compromise, only insisted on a principle of remarriage. People who do not know the inside story thought how much love for her ex-husband, Shan Jianqiu, his old father, put down his work to come to the hospital to stay with Xiao Nan. Xiao Ye's emotions are getting paranoid. More than paranoia, is simply a piece of steel, oil and salt. Xiao Nan looked at the old man who secretly wiped his tears several times. Why don't you give us a remarriage? And when she is emotionally stable, I will communicate with her. But this will hurt you. I will use 3 years to let her come out. The future. Xiao Nan didn't want to toss and turn, staying in the hospital every day. He was annoyed, not used to seeing Shenye's kind of extreme approach of disregarding the people who loved her, just to achieve his goal. Can be merciless to Shenyi, cannot do a favor to their own people, turn a blind eye. The former husband-in-law did count him, but in his daughter's car accident the first time is not to tie them up. But the daughter is worried about dragging other people, immediately arranged for a divorce. Dissolve the contract. Xiao Nan was very young without a father, 14 years old. The only relatives died. The long-lost affection felt in Shin Jianqiu. If the father is still alive, probably also like Shinye's father, care about her as much as he cared about him. I hope you take good care of her in the future. Even if you don't have a relationship, you can start another family. Please, don't let her live on the streets. I have been sorry enough for her, haven't given her enough care. Shin Jianqiu choked and fell in tears. His eyes did not have the sharpness of the past, turbid and difficult to distinguish clear. The original offer will be given to you. This time there will not be any setup. The contract is only useful if the person is alive. If the person is gone, there will be no constraints. It will make you resentful. In the last stage of life, I want to make a heart-to-heart. Xiaoye will ask you to take care of him in the future. After saying that, he bowed deeply towards him. I volunteered. I will take care of Xinyi as my sister. As long as there is a breath of me, I will never let her be bullied. He wasn't doing it for the sake of profit, much less for the sake of Xinye's death or life. He only wanted to let this windswept old man in front of him spend his last little bit of not much more than a few days with peace of mind. The former old man does not drag his feet, and in less than half an hour the former old man becomes the old man. Chapter 42 Clarification. If you wish to remarry, Shen-yi no longer make trouble. Peace of mind to raise the body. Actively cooperate with the treatment. Lying down every day, nothing to plan the wedding. Xiaonan did not intervene. All handed over to her to operate. For the time being, he didn't expect Shen-yi's attitude towards him to improve after remarrying. There are many people who want him to be unlucky, and not many who want him to have a good life. And Shen-yi is one of the majority of the crowd. About his rumor there is heat. The company did not notify back to work. Simply stay in the hospital every day to accompany Shen-yi chat. The two people cannot say what good words. Cannot talk about 2 sentences, will always choke each other a few sentences. Barely open. Unhappy end. Mainly Shen-yi that broken mouth meets Xiaonan mouth. Both will not say to make each other happy words. Shen-yi every time to eat, but she is happy to find fault. Lu Mom last time to hire someone to beat Xiaonan was arrested. Is Zhangya find someone to bail out? The old man face to face warning you again carry their own identity. Status, go back to the salary settlement early retirement. Since then stayed in the hospital less and less time. Only send 3 meals a day. Perfunctory concern a few words. Not like a period of time like a few hours a stay. Only do what should be done. Do not say what should not be said. To Xiaonan is not like the usual sneering deliberately looking for trouble. Do what needs to be done, immediately leave. In the hospital hired a caregiver to take care of Shen-yi. With or without Lu Ma does not matter. Someone to do the dirty work for her. Ting and pissing work she will not be up to. Cannot wait for someone to do. After living pretty much like an employer for the past 10 years or so, getting paid tens of thousands of dollars a month, having a bunch of servants to boss around, and having money and power, who wants to be a mom and pop who washes people's asses? She's just a nanny who gets paid to work, not her own mom. How can she always have the patience to take care of it? The passionate concern is just for a moment. If it was not for the sudden drop in temperature last night after a whole night's drizzle, not realizing that it was already winter when he entered November, Xiaonan added a jacket and put on a mask and a hat before going to the TV station. The heat about him dropped quite a bit, but he was still afraid that he would be recognized on the road. Various media have been trying to find an opportunity to interview him face to face. Some people ate the dividends of stepping on him, and some people hope that the incident will be reversed and eat a wave of dividends. But he has been deep and simple not to show up. Without clarification and response, there is no material for an article, and people will be disgusted by the hot pot of fried rice every day. The old man arranged for him to have a live TV talk show, with invited guests who were entrepreneurs and practitioners of various industries, and the guests who participated in this program all had one characteristic: all have controversial topics on them. Xiaonan's participation in the program was previewed a week in advance, and there is still a lot of discussion about him on the internet, but the outside world's positive understanding of him is limited to less than 30 years old, working in the middle of a technology company, which is considered to be young and talented. Originally, no one will not pay too much attention, since the body affixed with soft rice man, cheating, violence and several other labels, to the eyes of the outside world to achieve results naturally equated with eating soft rice. Cheating is not uncommon in today's society. Soft rice man plus cheating man plus violence proper scum. He has never come forward to explain a word. Outsiders are more curious about what kind of scumbag at once would eat a soft meal while having his feet in 2 boats. People who pay attention to this part of the world are just entertaining. Everyone has a soft heart. Television station leaders smiled from ear to ear when they learned that the hottest and most controversial guests had been invited. And they didn't care if the guests invited would be scolded as long as the program stood in the public's shoes and asked the viewers what they cared about. Xiaonan got to know the program team, the director, and the host, and briefly matched the scripts. Waiting until it was time for the start of the broadcast, the host read an advertisement, and then introduced today's guests. Xiaonan appeared in the camera with a fall, sitting upright with a composure that did not match his age, and greeted the camera. As a man who is popular at the moment, I believe many people already know me, so I won't introduce myself too much. When he appeared, the pop-ups were full of mom-loaded words. The host was dressed in a lady's suit, rimless glasses, hair pulled back on the back of her head, pointed chin, thin lips, looked very snarky, that type of looks, legs together. Then we officially enter the question session. The audience in front of the TV can also participate in the question. We will choose a few questions with the highest repetition rate to ask. The next questions will be a bit tricky, most of them solicited from the internet, and all of them are of great interest to netizens. The host glanced at the hand card. A netizen asked, "What makes you a softie?" Asked very directly, without a bit of modification. This type of program to host pointed, sharp questions as a point of view. Xiaonan hadn't cared about what others thought, and had he not been afraid of affecting his life, he really hadn't intended to pick up on other people's misunderstandings. Before I got married, I already thought I would encounter this problem. Took a sip of water and opened his mouth again. Of course it's because I'm handsome and have outstanding abilities. I'm a relatively low-key person who never likes to mention the past, since some people are questioning it. Then I'll just casually mention my brilliant life history. The story is rather long. It has to start from my early childhood. I was born in a small town with a population of less than 20,000. Lost my father at the age of 4, and my mother said she was going to the big city to make money to provide me with enough for a good life. But I only received $3,000 and not a peep about her. Xiaonan's sharp eyes became soft. Afterwards, I only have my grandmother in my life. 14 years old that winter. That day is also drizzling. She left forever. She is tired to death. A 60-something-year-old woman for survival to do the hard labor that young and strong people are not willing to do. A person carries more than 20 tons of cement a day, just to have money for me to sell meat to make up for the nutrients. The last family member left. No more financial resources, but the schools still have to go to school. I promised my mother to study well, to work and live in the big city, sell the yard to go to school. 12 years ago 200 square meters of yard. People guess how much money sold? It has been a long time since I have mentioned the past. The days are full of food and clothing, and I have not remembered the unpleasant past. And there is a bit of silver light flashing in the eyes of the self-revealing scars of Xiaonan. The hearts of those who had scolded him wavered, wondering if they were being overly harsh on a man who had crawled out of the mud. In the end it's just about living a good life. Others believe that his family of origin caused him to have a character flaw. The live streaming pop-ups had the winds of those who had cursed him change and began to sympathize with him. And there were still quite a few curse words floating by. Taking a couple deep breaths to calm his emotions, the tone spat out softly. $2,000? Used for 2 years. Said my origin is not to win sympathy. I do not need people to sympathize. If it is not the company to arrange clarification, I simply will not pay attention to the outside world's voice. Do not like the voice, do not listen to it is not. Wow, this bird man is so gripping. His words caused a lot of people to be dissatisfied. Watching the live broadcast of more than just a hilarious show. There are a lot of media and then waiting to rub it in, and immediately arranged for him to be on the hot search phrase. Unfortunate childhood affects his whole life. Xiaonan's original family's influence on him. Xiaonan, who was sitting in the studio, naturally didn't know about this and talked about the process of getting to know Shinjianqiu, said a word of thanks, and talked about the projects he had done during his school days. I personally accumulated some wealth before joining the family, and I don't need to eat soft rice to change my life. By the way, to the audience in front of the TV set, to give the basis of eating soft rice, first of all, you have to have hard skills to eat the softest rice. Into the company is not my resume. Is the chairman of the company invited me to serve as an assistant? Secretly thought, just can eliminate part of the impact of eating soft rice. Said did not eat soft rice, but the old man to send equity to send room. This is of the company's chairman has invited me to be his assistant, and I'm sure he'll be able to help you. Chapter 43. Babysitters earn $500,000 a year to make hosts break their defenses. It was impossible for the host to let Xiaonan sing a monologue. Unwilling to be reduced to a chaperone, she had not seen a guest go through the process on his own and interrupted. Because of the length, let's talk about the next topic. The host flips his hand card again. May I ask if you joined the family for the money or do you really love your wife? We had not met before we were married. We did not know each other's names, and it would have been too false for me to say that I loved. She also does not love me. We do not love each other this time. Together purely by accident. Specific details need to be coded is not convenient to say. Say it, the program will be blocked. Xiaonan made his words ambiguous, not wanting her to ask further questions. His reaction led to speculation that it was a one-night stand, and that the rich white girl was compelled to be with him. And it's not as if there's no one like that in today's society, night after night, groom after groom, bride after bride, and that they counted themselves conservative for being together because of an accident. So there was, white rich wine and then lose their virginity, forced to marry down. The show continues in the studio, and the hosts don't delve into why they're together. Skipping to the next question. Why did you assault the 60-year-old woman? Did you see me hit someone? Shonan asked rhetorically. The host was slightly stunned and quickly responded. This is a question from the netizens. I'm just using it as a paraphrase. So then I have to criticize the official media. As an authoritative body should be more rigorous. Recruiting should be rigorous. The heart is not right. The only chaos in the world should not be recruited. The media need to maintain objectivity and impartiality. The official media to treat hot events report to be rigorous. Can not only ice hot. Do not go to prove the authenticity of the information to go to stand in line. Nowadays, everyone is a reporter in the era of self-media, and it is more necessary for the official media to stand in a fair position to look at the problem. You are the referees. How can you go down and take sides without examining the truth? Does authority still have credibility? Xiaonan spoke at length, then said, at that time, my wife's car accident is still in a coma. I guarded the night. When she woke up at dawn, the doctor came in to see, told me to sleep at ease for a while. Who knew that not even 2 hours of sleep The nanny who took care of my wife rushed into the room and directly gave me 2 slaps on the face, and in the days I didn't see who it was, and returned the 2 slaps with my backhand. The host was scolding her openly and secretly for having a bad heart, and the host was in a bad mood. So since she admitted to the beating, don't blame her for what happened next. The other party, a 60-something-year-old woman, is still working at retirement age, which means that her family is in financial difficulty. So how can you bear to hit her? Or is there no bottom in your eyes? She hit you, may be too concerned about your wife. May I ask how much your monthly salary is? Xiao Nan didn't answer directly and asked in return. That's not convenient to say. The host wasn't sure what he meant by asking that and didn't dare answer. Xiao Nan let out a light laugh. It's okay if you don't feel comfortable talking about it, so let me tell you. $500,000 a year, 2 months of vacation a year, and before my wife's car accident she had 12 maids at her suburban villa at her beck and call. Everyday work is to accompany my wife's stepmother to drink coffee, shopping, maintenance, $10 million of real estate in Magic City. Please ask the viewers and hosts in front of the screen, have you paid off your mortgage in Magic City? The information was provided to him by his old husband, who was really ho, and gave the nanny such a high salary, probably because of her high salary for taking care of Xinyi. Someone broke the defense. 996,007 exhausted only enough to live in this city. God, I'm a 985 undergraduate is not as good as a retired aunt. School really have a way out? Sour. I'm sour. I can't do more than a retired old woman when I'm tired. I might as well be allowed to die. I came to Earth to make up the numbers. The pop-ups are saying all sorts of things. The program team urgently got a few hot search phrases. More and more people came in to watch the live broadcast. The heat was unprecedented. But the host was a little emo. She earns a 200,000 or so a year. Her master's degree is not as good as an old nanny. What kind of world is this? She did not ask questions. Xiao Nan then said to himself, I believe there are a lot of people in self-doubt, self-denial. Social value embodiment is not to see who earns more. Peace of mind to cultivate internal strength. There will be a bowl found you. $500,000 didn't start out as a 22-year stint at one job. And now that my wife is paralyzed and incontinent, I'm usually busy at work and the task of taking care of her naturally falls to my aunt, who needs to endure the nausea to clean it up. Some people will say give me 500,000, I can do it. But the premise is that you have been pampered for more than 10 years. Have some assets. Do not have a big desire for money. Suddenly you have to hold the poop in your hand. Change the diaper. Wash people's bodies. Ask how many people can do it for a long time. You can't arbitrarily trample on other people's dignity even if you give money. It's already the 21st century. How can you still have your old-time style? The host finished regretting. As the host of the program cannot bring a personal position to make things difficult for the guests, but it was too late to regret. Xiao Nan didn't give her a chance to remedy the situation. Look at this. You're standing on your own feet and criticizing again. The people who raised me haven't touched a single finger of mine. Wouldn't I be apologizing to my grandmother if I let just anyone touch me? You have the option of taking the legal route. The host, who used to be her high and mighty self, encountered a guest like him for the first time, and was a little confused with anger, making her displeasure with the guest explicit. A guide alert came over the headset. Stay awake. Don't let him lead you away. You should be asking me why I did that, not telling me how. The host's smile could not be strained. Xiao Nan continued. Don't want to waste the country's public resources. The security personnel are very busy. This small matter we can just communicate and mediate privately. The fuel cost of going back and forth is also money now. The host, who came back to his senses after the guide's reminder, pretended to look at his handcard. You just said that your wife was paralyzed and needed someone to take care of her life. So you chose to divorce at the first opportunity when your wife was paralyzed in a car accident? This is the netizens' question. We will soon have a wedding to make up for the regrets of our last marriage and we'll get to know each other again. As for me stepping on the boat of 2 rich white women, how white is my face to make people look at me? Xiao Nan answered the question without any hesitation. There was a person whose eyes were looking straight at the live screen in his cell phone and couldn't help but curse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lie without blushing. Ghosts understand you. The host is asking again. The 2 ladies you've been rumored to be married to said they weren't aware that you were married. Did you intentionally hide it? I'm just making friends with people. It's not like I'm going to go live with them for the rest of my life. Xiao Nan's body leaned forward slightly. If there was a man who told you that I was married as soon as we met, would you be unhappy? Would you think that this man is sick? So you guys are still hugging in the street? Xiao Nan opened his mouth. A friend broke his leg. Another friend is also a woman. Wearing high heels, short skirts is not convenient to bend down to assist. In other people need to help when I cannot because of married or gender reasons to stand by. I do people clean and white. Is the fact that it's been going on for so long and you haven't responded positively prior to that drawing attention to it? How cheap do I have to be to make so many people curse me? Xiaonan said. Eat deflated a night. The host hated to end the interview, which has a guest rhetorical questions. The live broadcast cannot be stopped in the middle, can only be communicated in the commercial breaks. The director to find Xiaonan. I hope that he can speak. Do not speak to the host with hostility. Xiaonan full of promise. As for can do, the problem does not lie in him. Depends on the host, will not do people. Rest 15 minutes. Live interview continues. Chapter 44. Guests who go through the process on their own. There's no over-explaining online rumors, which weren't that big of a deal in the first place, and as long as the rumor mongers don't continue to spend money, the heat will naturally recede. The host even a few tricky questions down. Xiaonan can always lead the topic to other issues. Do not get the desired answer. The program group and no longer intervene. Did not sign a contract to take him no way? Had to let go and let him play as he wishes. Without the intervention of the host, Xiaonan chose to answer the questions on the pop-up screen with confidence and ease. Without the tension of facing the camera for the first time, that kind of unfamiliarity and uncertainty, as if it was the kind of sitting in front of the camera every day and shouting, 1, 2, 3, on the link. I'm just lucky than most people. Perceive the wind. Make a sum of money. Wonderful record is here. The next few years is just an ordinary wage earner. Real talent to go far. Everyone will have a high period. Some in the pre, some in the middle, some in the late. My kind belongs to the early stage. The future of life is full of bumps and bruises. Only dare to be mediocre. Dare not go to do anything adventurous. Having described his personal accomplishments as luck, with the help of noble people, and having thanked the school for its openness and inclusiveness, and for the noble people who have helped him along the way, there is the old king of the coffin store in the town, the teacher who taught and invested in Shinjianshio, and everyone mentioned has a story with him. He didn't mention a word about how good he was. He was a chosen one given his background. Most people would have drifted off, but he was so humble. The words cursing him on the pop-up screen gradually disappeared and began to praise him for being humble, talented, and not anxious. Seeing the string of scrolling pop-ups, Xiaonan secretly thought, you guys think I'm willing to pretend, but it's not for the sake of not being scolded tomorrow. A lot of rich people like to give people the finger, talk about life, talk about pattern. Up the high profile of that part of the people eventually suffered a backlash. Only humble people can go to the end. Not to mention that he is not what rich people. The old husband transferred to the equity worth billions, but this money will only take the original 2 billion, and the other 6 billion will be returned to Xinyi in the future. Not wanting to be low in front of her, they say they don't care about other people's opinions, but they don't feel good about being called a soft rice man, and they don't feel good about taking other people's money, so they don't talk tough. Sitting backstage, the vice president smiled like a daisy when he saw the ratings peak at breaking 2.7, and with this episode they captured the traffic focus. The next step will be to change the style of the program so that guests can self-nominate, and those who want to participate in the program submit the topics they want to talk about to the station for approval a week in advance. The host opens with a few questions and the guests are free to play within the reported topics, which is more interesting than following a tableau. The more explosive the guest's point of view, the more it can cause social discussion and attention. As long as the guest does not talk about sensitive topics, feel free to play. And the one who gets scolded is not the producer of the program. The host is reduced to a sidekick, and Sinan holds up the show's length for half an hour on his own. As the episode finally comes to a close with the host saying a few lines of read-aloud dialogue from a handful of cards, thanking the title holders, the vice president of the station personally came over to say some words of thanks, said that there is time to be on their program at any time. There are hot and talkative guests cannot wait to come more than a dozen issues. After saying some polite words that they would contact each other when they have time, they exchanged contact information with each other. Before leaving, he bowed deeply to the program staff. Everyone worked hard. Goodbye. From the TV station out directly to the hospital. Enter the door to see a pair of grudging eyes. Xiaonan strides over to cover the corner of the blanket for her. You engage in so many things for the sake of remarriage. I'm really convinced. The curses of this life in this short 10 days all bear the end. Don't you open your mouth and slander people. It has nothing to do with me. Other than you, I really can't think of anyone else. You're not afraid to use shameless and nasty means in order to get my beauty. Xiaonan pinched her face, noticing some ambiguity, and coughed twice to cover it up. What do you want to eat at night? We did remarry, but please keep your distance and don't make some intimate gestures in private. Otherwise, I'll sue you for molesting a disabled person. Xinyi wiped the place where Xiaonan had touched with her hand. Her tone was disgusted. Bah! Xiaonan spat on the 2 fingers that had touched her face and rubbed them hard with a paper towel. Accidentally touched a dirty thing. Later find the nurse lady to get alcohol to sterilize it properly. Did you come here specifically to invite my anger? Saying that it is not, she will not believe it, and she has engaged in so many things just to make him stink. Xiaonan simply said heartlessly, yes, can't wait for you to get pissed off. I can inherit all your property. but you're a man with nothing but a load of debt. Knowing a few months, she had some understanding of the character of this asshole in front of her. Just love to make people angry. The more angry you are, the more pleased he is. Xinyi very reluctantly squeezed out a smile. That might disappoint you. I'm bad enough as it is. There's nothing I can do to put me in a worse mood. It'll boil you up in the future and I'll die again. I can't leave you in the world to plague others. Well, don't say obscure words. I still like which is still tugging 2,500 of you. Otherwise, noisy when you have no sense of accomplishment. Xiaonan lying on the side of the bed. The two of us alone, men and women in a room for half a month. In the end you have no fantasies about me? Ha! You are not as attractive as you in my eyes. Xinyi hooked up the corners of his lips and sneered. You've gotten this far by being shameless, right? He didn't push back, staring straight into her face, seeing the signs of age after all. Extremely beautiful woman is a piece of porcelain, slightly chipped, unusually obvious, lying down every day, no makeup and no maintenance. 30 years old is a woman, little young woman and big mom watershed. You like lying down every day is not good. Do you want to go out for a stroll? Want to go out? Want to go shopping like normal people, but do not want people to see her paralyzed, and also afraid of sudden incontinence. She cannot accept people cast a strange look at her. There were several times when I dreamed that I had been able to walk normally, but when I woke up, it was just a dream after all, and Xinye's eyes suddenly moistened. I just don't want people to know that I'm married to a yellow face. That's why I'm planning to take you to a beauty treatment. Don't ever be self-motivated. This time she was surprisingly silent, not nodding her head and saying go or shaking her head and saying no, as Sinan carried the person to the wheelchair and called the caregiver who was taking care of her to go out with her. Someone spends money on treating beauty. No woman can refuse. This time out without glasses, masks, strutting out of the hospital and got into the car. He is a big man who does not know which beauty salon is better. Turned back and asked Xinyi. Cheap wives have acquaintances, and when they arrive at the place they are entertained. Xiaonan sits in the rest area and sips, and the beautiful saleswoman enthusiastically promotes the products in the store. Xiaonan put down his coffee and sizzled, let out a long sigh and looked into the sales eyes. I don't need maintenance for a face like mine. A box of snow cream takes care of it. Don't push it. Look for the ugly-looking ones. A few of the older guys reading magazines next to me broke their defenses, but no one would be the first to open their mouths to argue that whoever opened their mouths first was the ugliest, and no one wanted to be right. What is the purpose of chapter 45? In front of this guy rely on handsome bull ********. Sales cannot dare to stay. Continue to sell may say what offending words. Find a reason to leave. Xiaonan took the initiative to strike up a conversation with the big brothers on the side. Little girl really has no eyesight. Wrong sales target. Our group of people don't need beauty. Don't you think so? The original people who were not too full of him immediately looked at him with a smile. Older, big belly, spend money to get a face for what? Men have money in their pockets every day as 18 years old little brother. We men do not need to rely on the face to live. Care about more things the slower the steps forward. Little brother Xiaonan. Nice to meet you all. Chu Tianwu, Man Jiqiang, Hui Ju, Tang Jia. Each of the four introduced themselves, none of them with titles, dressed seemingly casually, but the watches on their wrists and the belts on their waists could be luxury items. As a popular man, Xiaonan did not believe that these people did not recognize him, and the fact that the three people were not curious to ask him about his recent affairs showed that these people were not the gossipy type of crowd at all. There is a person, Guoshu is what he wants to know. This person used to be a big man in the automobile manufacturing industry, mainly doing engine parts supply. With the electrification of some of the struggling, talk about a cooperation down can get a lot of money. People in his position don't read car magazines to buy cars, not to learn about the culture of the industry, trying to find information on other people's points of view that they haven't detected themselves. Xiaonan picked up the cold coffee and took a sip, his gaze falling on the magazine in the other's hand. The current automobile magazines still have to look at our domestic ones. There's not much research necessary for backward industries. Guoshu moved the magazine away, pushed his glasses and looked at him for a while. Kid, you're talking crazy. The domestic automobile industry has been on an upward trend in recent years, but you can't be blindly confident. Take the World Formula One Championship for example. There is not a single one in the country that can reach the level of participation. Just eat, how can you have so high requirements at once? First, do the universal market. Accumulate enough technology will one day see our domestic automobile brand on the field. Besides, there is no one in the country whose brand power is as strong as the ones participating in the tournament, and it's not worthwhile to engage in technical research and development in this area for the time being. Xiaonan usually also visit the forum, will always encounter tenacious species, do not look at the strengths, only to find shortcomings. Guoshu froze for a few moments. President of Ols Auto Power Technology, handing over his business card. Others gave business cards next. Natural have to talk. Xiaonan glanced at the pocket. There are 10 or so days not on duty. Went out and forgot to bring a business card. After I call your phone. I have been in contact with a few of your company's old bosses. You are a little too young. Wushu does not pretend. There is no point in pretending. Xiaonan is too hot. Do not want to not understand is difficult. He knows that Xiaonan is the assistant to the president of High Technology, but also know that this kid was suspended, criticizing him for speaking frivolously and easily offending people. I guess what he said with sales made him unhappy. Who made him grow a rosacea? Xiaonan said with a smile. Precisely because of my young age, that's why I'm not the old boss. High's young people are still in the cultivation stage. One word changed him a lot. The man in front of him wasn't very old, and when he was serious he spoke with sophistication. Young men at his age spoke either putting their attitude down or being nervous. He was natural. Wushu closed the magazine and looked at him sideways and said, your company's Guangdong is very strong. If you want to cooperate you have to purchase the entire technical program. Is High encountering any difficulties? In the past, Civic C technology is not strong. Want to use which patent to pay money on the line, and now want to cooperate with the mandatory requirement to use a complete set of packaged technology. I've been suspended for a period of time. I'm not sure what strategic changes the group has made, so I can't give you a satisfactory answer for the time being, but one thing's for sure, High's operations are in good shape, and with $100 billion of liquidity on the books, there won't be any major problems. Do not understand is not to understand. Xiaonan cannot make up his mind. Do people still have to be sincere? Cannot take people as a little cute. Look, people have traveled more bridges than he has traveled. There is no lie others see through at a glance. If little brother resumes work, remember to call me first. I'm still looking forward to having a collaboration with High. Wushu finished by unfolding the magazine to cover his vision. Xiaonan smiled in response. Definitely. The meaning of the people's words is obvious. Don't contact me if you're fired. You'll contact me when you go back to work. Wushu does not want to chat with him. Naturally, will not lick his face to come up, then find the other three chat. Chu Tianwu do traditional food processing. Tang Jia do traditional retail chain. The fattest man Jiqiang do land transportation. Chatting and getting acquainted. Xiaonan became a center point, all complaining about the difficulty of doing business. The cost is too high. Can't earn a few dollars a year, and even some stores stick money to operate. The stock market of the day makes limited margins, and the slightest lack of attention to keeping costs in check is sticking money in it. Tang Jia said. Man Jiqian's obese body leaned back and said, the general environment does not work. The business is not as good as a year. I will insist on 2 more years. Cannot make money to sell the company early retirement. A few simple words can distinguish who is what kind of person. These grandchildren's self-introduction did not bring the title is afraid of encountering shameless non-climbing relationship. Understand the background, since there is no need to hide down. Chu Tianwu spoke the least among the several people, seeming to occasionally chime in, but in reality, he disdained chatting with them. Fat people are always complaining about the environment. People with real skills will not complain about the environment. The environment is not just bad for you alone. Peers earn money you cannot earn, shall not look for their own reasons. The environment is good when you cannot pick up money out of thin air. Just as a few people were chatting away, there was a sudden who brought the paralyzed in their pants. The sound was loud for fear that everyone would hear it, and Xiaonan quickly stepped over and glared at the woman. You'd better keep your mouth shut and take me there. Xinyi is a person with extremely high self-esteem. If everyone knew that she was ting in her pants, she might not be able to think straight. She stained our expensive sofa. This damage. The woman's unforgiving attitude made Xiaonan impatient. Don't nag. Quickly take me over. You pay for it first. I go to your mom. Believe it or not, I let you. This store cannot open. Take the payment code over. No one with ghosts knows Xinyi in which room. Cannot find one by one. The women's body maintenance area doesn't allow men to go in at will, in case someone inside is doing maintenance on their private parts, and he rushes in and creates a bigger misunderstanding. That's when the store manager approached without first understanding the situation, looking for a bow and an apology. I'm sorry, I apologize for the employee's behavior. She was well aware that people who could spend money on a membership here were not simple, and in the past Xinyi had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars here every year. Store manager. Shut up you. The store manager glared at the store's technician, inquired about the front desk, and looked at Xiaonan and said, I'll take you there. Passing through a pink-lighted passageway and walking to the penultimate room at the end, Xiaonan pushed the door and went in. Xinyi was lying on the sofa wearing only a pair of disposable boxers, with a towel covering her upper body, her face full of tears, and her tears were falling silently. The room filled with the smell of rotten eggs, and Xiaonan told the store manager to go get the caretaker who had come with him, exiting the room to stand against the wall. Sorry, today's consumption is on me. The store manager knew the background of the store's members and didn't want to offend, didn't dare to offend. That's still money I can afford to spend, so count the damage. And I don't want to hear voices I don't like when I go out later. His voice was cold and blamed the store for not training the staff. The mechanic knew who brought the person in just by asking the front desk, and it always seemed like the mechanic was deliberate. What's the point? Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The store manager nodded and left. Chapter 46, A Thick Skin After Doing Many Disgraceful Things. After waiting for about half an hour, the door of the room opened. Shenyi had changed her clothes, expressionless, sitting in a wheelchair, pushed by the caregiver to push her out. Xiaonan did not say a word, turned around and walked in front. Before he even reached the hall he heard the scuffle outside, she obviously in her pants. What's wrong with me telling the truth? Why are you docking my pay? You can't bully people like that even if you're the store manager. I'm going to sue you at the boss. You've been here for years. You're not a new employee. You've always done well in the past. What's wrong with you today? The store manager suppressed the volume but couldn't contain his anger. No matter what kind of guest, as long as they are willing to come to us and spend their money, they have to serve the people well. You can take care of it at the front desk. Why are you making a lot of noise? Go to my office. No, you have to give me a statement or don't blame me for flipping you off today. You guys wait here for a while. I'll be back soon. Xiaonan tried to shut up the people outside. There's no need to deliberately stop it. Feel free. You can block a few more people's mouths. I'm mentally prepared for this. Shinyi opened his mouth to stop him and looked back at the caretaker. Sister's son, let's go. The store manager and the technician were still arguing, and the customers who had been watching the show turned their attention to the woman in the wheelchair, looking at each other and whispering. It's sad that she was born with a beautiful face but is in a wheelchair. Shen Yi, who had always had extremely strong self-esteem, was surprisingly calm. Her eyes were clear and cold, and she looked ahead without slanting her eyes, and Xiaonan signaled the caretaker to push the person out first before waving at the store manager. Come over and calculate how much? The store manager's originally dark-clouded face smiled companionably. It's our job, mistake. Count me in. Said I don't lack this amount of money. I don't need your compensation. Don't nag. I'm in a hurry. Xiaonan had no intention of giving the other party a good face. The customer had to bring out the bill without admitting it. There were 2 items not done. Count them as $8,000. Count that leather sofa in. Move it to the front of the store tomorrow and I'll burn it. Xiaonan finished handing over the bank card. No, the person below doesn't know any better, so don't bother with her. The store manager still kept his smile. It's not that she's unintelligent. She knows too much about what's good for her own self-interest. Certain that there must be someone behind that technician. KTV, bars and other service industry practitioners will be very strict training, not to mention the annual fee of more than $100,000 of beauty hospital. Eyes retracted from that technician to look at the store manager with a big smile on his face and no action to swipe his card. Xiaonan impatiently said, my words aren't funny. You don't need to grin all the time. Not joking with you. Quickly swipe your card. Good. The final swipe was 20,000. I'll be there at 12 noon tomorrow. On time. Xiaonan signed the bill stepping outside. Customers did not give a good face but the store manager had the cheek to send him all the way to the car. Watching the black car did not enter the traffic before retracting the line of sight, and immediately dialed the boss's phone number. To add fuel to the matter reported, the person on the phone said, transfer the employees involved to the Linshire branch. Don't let the customers see it again. Since they paid for it they have to give it to them. Arrange for someone to move the sofa to the door. Mr. Zhang, would this not be a good idea? It goes against our company's business philosophy of customer first. The store manager didn't understand why the boss wanted to bail out an ordinary employee. If you are told to do it, you will do it, and immediately, right away. You will take care of it the way I want it done. There are some things you don't need to understand. Just do what I want. The tone on the phone was very unpleasant. Yes, I'll execute it right away. Going out for the first time since the accident and being so humiliated, and for the first time in my life, wasn't really as hard as I thought it would be. Maybe pulling on your pants every day and letting people take care of you has made you thick-skinned. People always have to grow. Do disgraceful things as a necessary experience in life? Shenyi self-consistency, from the beauty salon back after half an hour open mouth to say the first words. You go back to work tomorrow. I don't need you to accompany me here. You surf the internet every day. It's not like you don't know that I've been suspended. The company's infighting is explicit, and it's highly likely that I'll be out of a job. Xiaonan faced despondent. In fact, do not care, would not want to continue to work for someone. The development is too restricted. Praying that the company takes him out to get a big payout, which is why the live interview didn't over-explain the rumors. Being idle for a while and not wanting to go back to work at his old job. It may have been a ridiculous marriage that started with the idea of leaving already. In any case it's not clear when the idea of not wanting to do it came up. It just didn't want to do it. Shen Yi, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Why don't you work at my company? The partner hadn't been told about being paralyzed yet. Sooner or later people would know. She also wanted it to be known that she had acted freely in the past and couldn't wait for him to cheat on her and get a divorce, whereas today's situation had to put a moral yoke on him, so that at least he'd have some privacy when he did something out of the ordinary, and didn't want to make it known to the world. Working is nothing but jumping from one pit to another. I want to do my own business. I want to be called boss, even if the income is only tens of thousands of dollars a year. I don't want to continue to work. I can give you shares without restricting your free play. Xinyi wanted Xiaonan to sit in on the company for her. The paralysis would lose control of the company once the partners knew. He is not a science and technology man, cannot write code, cannot do R&D. There is not enough money to engage in science and technology. The fastest and easiest way to make money in the industry is entertainment and culture. As long as there is a huge number of fan groups to pay the bill. Counting money to the hand cramps. How many shares do you have? 37%. Give me 27%. Give shares for nothing, you can go ahead and try it out. Just as a practice. Ask for too little. In case you do get a payout that isn't promising. He has a big appetite. Chuanyi Entertainment has several projects that will definitely make money as long as they are revitalized. And it is impossible to let him pick peaches after suffering for so long. Xinyi has a serious face. I can't give you that much. Up to 7%. I'm afraid that company of yours won't last long without an infusion of capital. And if I'm not mistaken, your last trip to America was in the name of a rendezvous to do debt collection, wasn't it? No matter how brainless the children of the rich and powerful are, they can't just lick it. You can solve the company's short-term funding problem _? Xiaonan couldn't possibly take her own money to fill the hole. Her company might be rotten to the core. Said frankly, no. Where did you get the nerve to Leoneize me? I need you to have full authority over all matters, including recovering the money you lent out or the return on your investment. Xiaonan continued after a pause. If one day you recover your health, I will return the company to you, but I won't take a penny less of the portion that I should get. I'm not the least bit attractive to you? I didn't have thoughts when you were healthy. Now if I have thoughts, how sick old man must be. Xiaonan faced to even more beautiful women heart like water. Doubt is not a disease, and worrying that she was thinking too much immediately remedied it. I should say that I haven't met any women I'm interested in at the moment, so maybe there's something wrong with my psyche. The woman who abandoned the woman who gave birth to him and the woman who swore, brother, I'll love you for the rest of your life, and ended up abandoning him anyway. He's been hurt but hasn't lost hope of starting a family in the future, and regrets that he's never met anyone who made his heart skip a beat. Chapter 47, Testing, Verification. Words follow the law. Hold a grudge is Xiaonan a characteristic. Even 10 years ago was kicked in the foot to the present still remember. Not to mention yesterday's events. Bought a bottle of high degree of white wine poured on the leather sofa to light up a blazing fire. The surrounding merchants lying on the glass door in the look. Yesterday's matter is not a secret. Less than an hour to spread. Many peers specially rushed over to shoot, intending to go back to spend money to buy some water army black. The store manager of the beauty salon still had a humble accompanying smile. The boss had made a bad move this time, and his peers designated how to black. Do you want to go to the store to sit for a while? Remember to clean this place up later. Don't take money and not work. I'm a particularly vindictive person. Xiaonan did not look at her and said towards the hired workers. He wanted to burn the couch to test whether yesterday's conjecture was correct. Not brain dead simply to vent his anger. Being in the service industry is the most fearful of someone making a mess and affecting their reputation. And no one comes out to stop it or says and shows that they got a lot of benefits and don't care about a little loss in front of them. People don't take him seriously either. Got into the car, did not hurry to go immediately. Looking at the crowd not far away busy fighting fires. Muttered, my old husband, your disease thought to hide from many people. But in fact it is the emperor's new clothes. You're running naked on your bare ass. There's no such thing as an impermeable wall under the sky. He died. The inheritance is naturally inherited by the children. And the only people who have a conflict of interest with Xinyi are her little mother and half-brother. This incident the other party understands that Xinyi has an extremely strong self-esteem and will be ashamed of it and not want to live. Its purpose is nothing more than to make herself end. After all, in order to money to do the murder of goods is too risky. Attack the heart. Who expected Xinyi the dead woman suddenly enlightenment? Property division before Xinyi committed suicide. Shinjun vested interest. If the property division Xinyi no longer, Xiaonan is the legitimate heir. Doesn't that mean she's been targeted for a long time? Have to check it out. This matter has to find cheap old man. I am still weak after all. Xiaonan hands on the steering wheel to drive towards home. Do not want to stay in the hospital. Has explained that the caregiver moved in to accompany the bed. Stay in the hospital for too long. Feel self-sick. It has been a long time since I have not seen cats and dogs, and I do not know how they are. Xinye's door is Xiaonan to find someone to change. He recorded fingerprints. Open the door in front of the eyes of the horrible hygiene. Exit to confirm that the room number did not enter the wrong door. Shoes were falling all over the floor. The leather couch was riddled with holes, and globs of sponge littered the floor. There was a puddle of foul-smelling water and a dark pile of poop on the floor that didn't look like it had been pooped today, and a pile of melon and peanut shells on the coffee table. It had lost a circle of weight. Its originally smooth fur had become messy, and there was an unpleasant odor on its body. It looked like it hadn't been bathed for a long time, and there might be fleas on its body. Xiaonan kicked it away in disgust. "You're a real dog. Lu Chuiyi is just like you," immediately called his old husband. "Has Lu Chuiyi returned to the suburban villa?" "No. Wasn't she told to take care of Sayaka's 3 meals a day? The family made a mess. If she is too old to do, give some money to arrange for retirement." Xiaonan's words have just fallen. Will hear the sound of the door opening. Turn around to see Lu Mom humming a little song. Footshoes casually kicked on a drag dragged in. "Is this how you look after your family?" Xiaonan shouted angrily. Lu Chuiyi was startled at Xiaonan's man-eating eyes. "Ah, you, how do you come in? There is no Xinyi present to back up. The speech gas is insufficient. Old thing, you're leaning on your old age. Don't think Xinyi can't live without you. Hundreds of thousands of dollars a year can hire 2 people to take care of you day and night. Alone in the situation again. Dissatisfaction also. Dare not quarrel with him. The last time to be beaten is still fresh in the memory. This soft rice man will not respect the old and love the young. I'll clean it up right away. I'll give you half an hour to clean the house. Otherwise, don't blame me for blowing you out." Xiaonan turned around and went back to the house across the street, the phone still hanging up. "I don't understand why you still want to keep Lu Chuiyi. Sayaka won't allow it. Just keep it around. When I'm not around, you can just deal with it." Not ruling out the possibility that the old man was placing a bet on her daughter to give her an extra measure of security. "Why does it have to wait until you're gone? If I fire Lu Chuiyi, Xiao Ye will make trouble with me, and with me gone, there's no one to back her up, so she won't make trouble with you," Shun Jianqiu said. In the past, he had neglected his daughter too much, and recently he had quieted down to feel his daughter's mind. She would only mess with people who cared about her, not with people who didn't care about her. Xiaonan wouldn't take the initiative to hurt her, but he would never spoil her. She should learn to grow up on her own, and there was only so much that her old father could do, and as for his absence, whether he chose life or death could not interfere. "Yesterday I took her for skin care." Shonan told the story of yesterday and today, waiting for the old man to say a word. "You don't have to worry about this. The truth will surface naturally, and all instability will be removed before I die." I was tempted to ask, "Does that include your son?" but swallowed back the words and said, "I want to leave Sihai. I'll notify you to come back to work in a few days and arrange a new position for you. Don't be impulsive this time. Stay for another 6 months and you can go wherever you want." Without giving him a chance to open his mouth, the call ended, and Xiaonan walked over to the chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and sat down, looking at the busy skyscrapers on the other side of the river and letting out a long sigh. "I'm still too poor after all. People don't take me seriously. It's better this way. I don't lose any money by taking it, and I can be at peace with myself as if I deserve it." There is the same chain of contempt for all classes. Those with tens of billions don't look at those with over hundreds of millions. Those with hundreds of billions don't look at those with tens of billions. And those with money don't always get into the eyes of the crowd with careers. Never heard of a rent-collecting landlord with a wider network than an entrepreneur. Any more equity given and any richer is just a part-time job. A grasshopper with a thicker arm. More than $1 billion in the 18th line of the small county counts on a figure. Magic City, such a metropolis. Casually have a few supermarkets. A few suites in busy areas are richer than him. Xiaonan Emo I want to have their own business. To become rich. After a little rest, got up and went to the opposite side of the house to check. The old woman did not know where to hire 3 people to clean. She sat on the side to get high. Xiaonan looked at her and said, "You hired housekeeping. You pay for it yourself." They were specially arranged by the madam to come and clean the house for Sayaka. Someone backing her to talk about the bottom seems to be enough sum. Xiaonan is strange. Xinyi and her little mother do not deal with. Lu Chuiyi is to take care of Xinyi's grown up. Close to Xinyi. Why can still be close to Zhanya? This old woman has no charisma. She's got a sour face. So what makes her so popular on both sides of the fence? Murphy. Xiaonan did not continue to think down. And then think down. The eyes are not a good person. Looked at the broken sofa under her ass. Said towards the busy few people. Later take the sofa and throw it away. No one sits in the house anyway. I will come over to check it at night. Lu Chuiyi is clear about her own situation. Dared not say anything. She is really afraid of getting a beating with no place to say. Turned her face to the side not to look at him. With an old lady over. Really no fun. Greet the cat and dog out. Sent to the pet store to wash a bath. The 2 guys are too dirty. Put a lot of shower gel to clean. Niaotu's alertness is very high. standing on Xiao Nan's shoulder with sharp eyes. I'm not to be messed with look. Oh no, previous excitement seems to have matured a bit. The stomach is also deflated. Walking slowly in front, passing by the brisket store, Xiao Nan bought 2 chicken legs for the 2 of them. A man, a dog and a cat sat in the corner of the park, the yellowed leaves on the treetops shaking like the few hairs on a middle-aged man's head, the last of his stubbornness. It was cold and I didn't see many people in the park. Xiao Nan tore the chicken leg to feed Meow too. Oh, that guy, a chicken leg 2 bites to finish. After eating also want to go to grab Meow too. It is usually afraid of Meow too, but the wealth is moving the heart. The chicken leg is very tempting to the dog. Several times boldly try to go to snatch it, but Xiao Nan pulled it. Cannot resist but lie on the side of the low whimpering as if it had suffered much. Saliva from the corners of the mouth overflowed. You don't need to pretend to be pitiful in my place. This time to mix with me, to give you some human food. Chapter 48, Courtesy, Hypocrisy, and Pretense. The old man did not notify to go back to work. Xiao Nan stayed at home to tease the cat, walk the dog. The days are not pleasant. Some days did not go to the hospital again. Every day a call to the caregiver to ask about the situation of Xinyi. People do not necessarily want to see him. A couple of times he was invited to work for her company. The 2 of them didn't come to terms on shares and were furious with him. Both sides called several times. Each side made a step back. Xiao Nan bit the 20% half, unwilling to be less. Xinyi also made a compromise, at most only willing to give 15%, and taunted him with no ability to dare to ask for a lot of money. Xiao Nan opened his mouth to degrade people's companies as worthless. The 2 people had a very unpleasant, I should say that the chat has never been pleasant. It is reasonable to say that there are not many women who can resist a handsome man like him, and there are a few men who will not be confused when they look at a beautiful woman like Xinyi, but they are not fond of each other. Xiao Nan was greatly puzzled. Idle days to cultivate some useless hobby. The game technology has soared. Playing the game, time flies. A dozen games played, half a day passed. Eyes sore. Looking into the distance, all heavy shadows. Xiao Nan locked the screen of the phone, closed his eyes to rest, muttering, maybe some people will say that playthings are not life, but who must pull the mill every day of his life? Waiting for death is not life? The phone clasped aside rang, and Xiao Nan took it over and casually connected it. Mr. Gu, what's the matter? It's been a long time, come out and get together. Without waiting for Xiao Nan to speak, Gu Dandan immediately said, there's a group of friends who want to get to know you and don't have your contact information. Send me a location. First things first, you guys pay the bill. Xiao Nan hung up the phone and lay quietly for a while, reviewing something in his head and muttering, it's to see how white my face is, isn't it? The last time was handled quite awkwardly. The meeting was not as cordial as in the past, just a simple greeting. Curtin led him into a private room with 30 people sitting on the huge round table. There were a few who had met once but could not remember their names, and quite a few new faces. Wu Peiyuan was sitting at the first place, and there were people on the left and right sides who were climbing up to talk to him, without raising their eyelids towards him. The last time they met they were easygoing and enthusiastic. This time they were a bit uninviting. Xiao Nan didn't wait for the other party to open his mouth. He pulled out a chair and sat down under a dozen gazes. Brother Yuan, Xiao Nan has arrived. Godandan's voice was not too loud to remind. Oh, brother Xiao, long time no see. Seeing the smile on his face, a few words instantly popped into Xiao Nan's mind. Polite, hypocritical, pretentious, but couldn't say them. It's been quite a while, and I miss your treats very much. Last time, we all had too much fun to leave our contact information, so we let Dan's sister contact you. Wu Peiyuan raised his hand and pointed in a circle. Everyone here is a friend. You're a celebrity. Everyone knows you. This guy is still really disgusting, nah. Xiao Nan does not make a rebuttal. That's natural. Maybe some people have even scolded me in other people's comment sections. After all, it's not rare to see a man as capable as me, eating soft rice and still hooking up with 2 rich white women at a time. Wu Peiyuan didn't expect that people would hit themselves in the face, not giving him the chance to play at all, and there was no place to say a bunch of words that he had prepared. You don't know how many men envy you. There are quite a few brothers here who are still waiting for you to start the class. I didn't expect things to be reversed. The comic naturally had to come out to support the stinking feet. Right. Brother Xiao is a model for my generation. All of you are sons of famous families, guilty of competing with me in the soft food market, and I have nothing but a face. Carrot, I've never seen you so brazen. The crowd swiped their eyes on a greasy-headed youth, and the same thought emerged at the same time. This person, putting words so bluntly. Wu Peiyuan looked at Xiao Nan with a smile on his face, wondering how he would take it. May I ask which one of you? Xiao Nan said with a smile. Shut up. He had just opened his mouth when the woman on the side opened her mouth to reprimand him. The woman looked to the crowd with a smile and said, I'm sorry, Xiao Lin is young and unintelligent. Wu Peiyuan laughed brightly. It's been a long time since I've come out to get together with everyone, so I must drink to my heart's content today. Wu Peiyuan pretended to be a bully. Naturally there were people who held up their feet. Wu is always a person who does great things and hasn't forgotten about our group of friends. It's lucky to have a friend like you. What a thing to say. I never care about whether I have money or not and what I do to make friends. As long as I have a positive outlook on the three things, I can definitely be my friend. Wu Peiyuan looked at Xiao Nan with a smile and asked, "Right, what is Xiao Yi busy with recently? Calling her doesn't answer. Sending messages doesn't return. This grandson is too fake." Xiao Nan does not believe that he does not know that Xin Yi is paralyzed in a car accident. The expression is calm and the tone is calm. I am not sure what she is busy with recently. Mr. Wu has a wide range of contacts. What you don't know? How would I know? Ha 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 ha. Brother Xiao can really joke. How do I have any connections? Compared to Xin Jianqiu is far worse. Wu Peiyuan walked over and pulled his hand towards the person accompanying him on the left. Li Mang, make way for Brother Xiao. The youth did not hesitate for a second at Wu Peiyuan's words, and Xiao Nan pressed the youth's shoulders. Don't. I'll still sit at the end of the table. Just have a meal. I can eat anywhere. Not to mention I can eat thin rice. Sentences. Do not forget to mention a sentence. I eat soft rice. Never give people the opportunity to open their mouths to ridicule. People are not afraid of low status, for fear of not cognitive. He has a clear cognition. And then someone looking for this excuse to make things difficult. That is unintelligent. No pattern. Undignified. Self-respecting people can't do this. Will find a remedy for the poor face? The more they find a remedy, the more they are looked down upon. But Xiao Nan's self-knowledge didn't make it easy to let go. Formal opening of the meal did not eat a few bites rounds to toast him, without fail to say that he was at the exhibition of the wonderful explanation. There are people deliberately asked, "Xiao brother, I heard that you took billions of foreign trade orders in the exhibition." The vice president of the position was also surnamed Wang's replacement. Alas, really feel worthless for you. Some other day brothers to help you find the field. This era of the capable can be topped as my incompetence. If I take a few tens of billions of orders, shall not walk horizontally in the company. The chairman of the board of directors have to bow when they see me. Xiao Nan's face had a resigned expression, a look of speechlessness. In addition to Godan and other people took turns to pour wine. Xiao Nan simply directly pretended to be drunk, and his speech was slurred. Drink, cannot drink, drink, again and die. No excuses to leave in the middle of the day, just to see what the end goal is. Everyone's pretty much drunk, so let's move on to the next one. Wu Peiyuan asked. Well, carat 0 carat. The crowd stood and waited for Wu Peiyuan to go first, and Xiao Nan was the only one lying on the table like a dead dog. Next match, Platinum Palace. The location has been set. Sober ones help the drunk ones up. Wu Peiyuan walked from the upper seat toward the door in a spirited manner. Xiao Nan suddenly got up, stumbled and hugged him, and sprayed Wu Peiyuan in the face with his mouth open. When Wu Peiyuan couldn't dodge, his face was full of vomit. His hands spread out, trying to restrain his emotions. Immediately someone came up to offer to wipe his face. Someone pushed Xiao Nan away. You soft rice man, deliberately looking for trouble, right? Xiao Nan propped up the ground and got up. Right. Sorry, Wu is greatly good people. Invited me to eat and drink. How can I find his business? There was still drool and undigested leaves of greens hanging from the corners of his mouth, which made him look sick to his stomach. The young man with the Korean haircut was righteously indignant. You, little one, I'm fine. Wu Peiyuan patted the youth who wanted to continue picking a fight. You hold Xiao Nan and take everyone over first. I'll find a place to wash up and go over to everyone right away. Brother Peiyuan, that guy puked all over you. Why do you still want to bring him along? The youth was very reluctant, but reluctantly set up Xiao Nan in Wu Peiyuan's death stare and walked outside. The others walked quickly, each looking for a chauffeur to go over ahead of time. Only Xiao Nan, Xiao Wen, and Godandan, who was following behind, were left behind. Xiao Nan pressed his entire weight on the youth, spat a mouthful of saliva on the youth's shoes, and asked with mesmerized eyes, brother, what is your name? You have no business knowing me. A person from a high family like Wu Peiyuan calls me brother. Could it be that your status is even higher than his? Xiao Nan muttered. People didn't pay attention to him. Continued. You were not willing to help me just now. You disliked me. You loathed me. You looked down on me. With a look from Mr. Wu. You wimped out. You said you. Why force yourself to do something you don't want to do? The person still didn't pay attention to him, but his cheeks puffed up and he could tell that he was angry. And Xiao Nan spoke up again and again. Brother Wu, really? Why force a brother who almost worships him as his own father to do things he doesn't want to do? His behavior looks like a stupid fork without a brain. Words slurred but sentence poked the heart. Almost directly cursed you a dog slave of Wu Peiyuan. The youth really cannot stand. Pushed him into the green belt outside the hotel. Raised his foot to kick. Surname Zhao's, I see you are looking for smoke, rolled up his sleeves and made a move to go up on him. Good Dandan scolded sternly. Go Wen, you're not qualified to make a move on him. Help the man up and apologize. Hearing Good Dandan's voice was like being cast to stasis. Sister Dandan, isn't he just a soft man? Why are you all defending him? Xiaonan couldn't wait for this kick to land, testing how important he was in his old husband's heart before deciding whether or not to remain grateful. Apologize when you're told to. Where's the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Xiaonan several times to get up, stumbled and fell to the feet of the gull text, just short of saying you step on me Gull text full of anger and do not dare to foot. Xiaonan yelled but, you fell me hurt, quickly send me to the hospital. I want to go to the hospital. Muttering under his breath, he pulled out his cell phone and was about to make a call. I apologize for Xiao Wen. You were just drunk. You didn't fall and hurt yourself. Good Dandan said, struggling to help the man up. Xiaonan was too heavy and yelled at Gowen, who was off to the side. Hurry over here and hold on. Chapter 49, Pretending to be drunk. With Good Dandan's pressure, Owen is no longer upset but also have to lower his head and apologize, mixing the circle of the first to understand their own position. Good Dandan's position is not as good as Wu Peiyuan but a lot stronger than him. Said I'm sorry, carried Shonan on his back into the clubhouse. Thanks for all. You're handsome and still have a good heart. Xiaonan's speaking breath sprayed on people's ears. Will you keep your mouth shut? Alas, you are really modest. People say a word of truth you are embarrassed. This world like you listen to the good man is not often seen. Xiaonan chatter non-stop. In the eyes of the people is a drunken drunkard to say the words of the wine. Until into the he only stopped talking when he entered the private room. A few people gathered around and poured a glass of wine for one person. Brother Xiao, let's drink. We must enjoy ourselves when we come out to play. That Wu guy is afraid that his friends won't enjoy themselves. Tonight, happy, so happy to know you group of friends. I give up my life to accompany the gentleman. Xiaonan took the wine glass and clinked it, and fell unconscious on the sofa. Brother Xiao, wake up, get up and get drunk. Wake up, I'll take you home. Someone pushed him a few times. The hand that slapped on his face was heavier than once. Seeing that he showed no signs of waking up, come a few people to send Brother Xiao to the upstairs room to rest. Huffing and puffing, Xiaonan was sent into the room with the combined efforts of several people and thrown heavily on the bed. Someone took the opportunity to kick a few feet. Waste thing, if it wasn't for Wu not allowing to get you, I would have gotten you killed at least. Enjoy tonight. Xiaonan wasn't sure who had moved, and continued to play dead in order to figure out the group's tricks. Alright, hurry up and get going. It's important to do the right thing. Don't waste your efforts when he wakes up later. This group of people before leaving also gave him a few forced pocket, so it is good. A little hurt to go back to find the old man to make a fuss. Take a look at his reaction. Just figure out what the way the last name of Wu. Dry, but first endure, and in the future efforts to dry him down. Until the sound of all the people disappeared, Fong only eyelids lifted a little slit. Pink light, close to the face put a few black silk. Not far away from the wall there are several fairy pictures. A look is not what serious people's room. Seeing a female thief in very little clothing came in, closed the door gently, and came up to undo his belt. Xiaonan grabbed her hand in a daze and muttered, I like the man who carried me in, take me to him. The woman didn't react for a long time, and only came back to her senses when Xiaonan pushed her away, feeling insulted. You are sick. Am I not beautiful? Am I not beautiful? Xiaonan looked at the woman who was only a few centimeters away from him. Drift. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful drop. But I don't like you I've seen many psychiatrists over the years, and the treatment had no effect. Until tonight, when I saw that handsome man who carried me in, I moved. The eyes were particularly sincere, saying something about the first time in 20 years that he had moved on to someone. Sister, I know you can't look at abnormal men like me. Alas, I don't want to be like this. I am destined to have no fate with you in this life. Asterisk you for wasting my mood. Go to sleep and I'll stay here with you, the woman said as she was about to take off what few clothes she had. No, I'm not going to sleep. I need to pee. Help me to the bathroom. You are really troublesome. Take a job and still meet you like this. It is a waste of this face of yours. The woman reluctantly helped Xiaonan up from the bed and went into the bathroom together. Do you need my help? No need. Xiaonan pulled his arm out of her arms, where there was still a bit of drunkenness, his eyes clear and sharp. Tell me, how much did they pay you? I don't understand what you're saying. I'm just getting paid to spend the night with you. No matter how much they gave you, I'm willing to give you double. Xiaonan carefully sized up the good-looking woman in front of him. Do one more thing for me and I'll give you another double. You pay for it, I pay for it. No need for conspiracy theories. The woman turned and was about to leave. Xiaonan pulled the man back. What we just said is recorded. I might as well call and report you for prostitution. The woman looked at her with a teasing face. Not seeing the slightest panic on her face, Xiaonan leaned against the bathroom wall and slowly spoke. I know you're not afraid of threats, and I may not be able to walk out of the clubhouse if I don't delete the recording, but do you think you'll be able to offend me? Then said, this person is particularly vindictive. There will be revenge. As long as the suspicion will certainly not let go. I no longer help than you a meat seller lady better. The woman bit her lip and asked, what the hell do you want? Asking won't bring out anything, Xiaonan said. I can guess what they want to do even if you don't say. Just want to get some answers from you to verify the guess. It doesn't matter if you don't say. I have ways. Then he said, if things don't work out, you probably won't get paid, and you don't appreciate the opportunity you've been given to make an extra buck. After saying that, he pushed away the woman in front of him and was about to walk out. The woman suddenly pulled him back. If you give me $20,000, I'll tell you right away, Shonan said with his back to her. That depends on whether what you say is worth $20,000. I've been offered $10,000 to have sex with you and take pictures of it for them. She's just a very unimportant character. It'd be the same for anyone else. Why do they all play such low tricks? What's your name? Lin. Whoever works in a place like this will tell their real name to the customers. Xiaonan said, leave a phone number and I'll send you the money tomorrow. Didn't want to leave evidence in case the clubhouse was raided for pornography and his uncle had to call him over to talk once he found out there was a deal. Leaving each other's contact information, Xiaonan cupped her chin and looked at her fondly. You're really beautiful. It's a shame, it's such a shame. Lin tilted her head to the side. What am I going to tell them? Money isn't that good. The reason is up to you. Xiaonan glanced at the time and walked toward the toilet. Turn around. Che, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Lin muttered and turned to the door. The sound of clattering water came from behind her, releasing the excess water in his body. Xiaonan didn't rush to leave, worried about the surveillance in the room, covered the toilet, sat on it, and asked, how long have you been doing this? 6 months. Why do you want to get into the business? Introduced by a sister. Just a waitress at first. Family needed money on. The old formula, young brother, sick mom, gambling dad, broken relationship. Knowing that she was bull ting, but Xiaonan listened attentively, and from time to time spoke out to comfort. You're really not easy. I thought I was miserable enough, but I didn't realize that having relatives was worse than not having relatives. Think of it as small talk to pass the time. He is not the kind of person who likes to stay in the place of fireworks, but he does have some good looks. But he is not the kind of person who likes to stay in the place of fireworks. Then her clean are not interested in, let alone a stray club into the 3 escort princess. I really want to sigh. I thought the fairies are on Earth, but it turns out that the fairies are in the private room. No wonder there are no fairies on the assembly line. Seeing that it was about time, Xiaonan got up and prepared to leave when Lin pulled his hand. Wait a minute. Flying to plant a lipstick on his face. Make the play a little more real. Then use your hands to get lip gloss everywhere. I have to say that the people who live in a mixed place of fish and dragons have a lot of hard eyes. Xiaonan immediately recovered as soon as he went out of the door. His eyes were confused. His feet were floating. His left hand was holding the wall to look for the elevator, and he walked to the end and didn't find the elevator. Turning around, he accidentally saw a woman he'd been drinking with tonight in a passionate kiss with a yellow hair in the corner. Not her side of the oil head, wearing a suit partner, and yellow hair dressed a bit like the clubhouse young master exclaimed, rich people's children really know how to play. Xiaonan deliberately went over. He laughed. Hello? The two froze for several seconds before separating. Seeing that it was a drunken idiot, the woman tilted her face to the side as the yellow-haired man asked with a polite smile, how can I help you, sir? Which way is the elevator? You're going in the wrong direction. Go right to the head. Thanks. You guys continue. Xiaonan walked in the direction yellow hair pointed with 1 foot low and 1 foot high, and took a taxi straight to the hospital after leaving the clubhouse. Chapter 50, Testing the Old Man's Attitude. Figuring out his thoughts. The cheap wife lived in the hospital overnight, hung up the emergency room. A simple check under the diagnosis. In the hospital so long, more or less know a few people. The doctor on duty asked, do I need to put some medicine on you? No, I don't think it's bad enough. Why don't I trouble you for a few? I can't help you with that. Do it yourself. The doctor gave him the diagnosis and simply got up and walked away. I can't get off on my own. Xiaonan quickly thought of a person who was so angry with him that she hated to peel his skin off. Going to wake her up in the middle of the night, would reward her with 2 slaps, not being a criminal, but just wanting to make the face a little more swollen. The play arranged tonight was nothing more than an attempt to drive him away from Xinyi. Paralyzed is far more sought after than healthy. And what man doesn't like to have a rich wife? The key to marrying Xinyi can take her money to support other women, and she can't interfere as a wheelchair user. Men who are vulgar to the extreme will only have such thoughts. Wu Peiyuan is by no means a person whose lower body dominates his brain. His gaze is not that short-sighted. He wants more than just profit but also fame. Hypocrites like to set up a perfect persona for themselves. Xiaonan's brain was spinning fast and had already given him an idea of what he would do in the future. First, he would come up with a good husband image of being loving in front of people, and then a deep love persona of thinking about his deceased wife. In his position he will eventually be judged by the world as men of wealth and fortune are more infatuated. Thinking further, a question popped up in Xiaonan's mind: how should he create an opportunity to get Xingyi into his hands, without an emotional foundation, even if he drove him away? How should he convince his old husband? If he has thoughts about Xingyi, why hasn't he made a single move before? One question after another surfaced in his mind. It did not make sense. With Wu Peiyuan as the focus of the whole thing, the idea did not hold water. If he really wanted to pursue Xingyi, no matter for what purpose, he could have acted as if he didn't know that Xingyi was married, pursued directly, and boldly confessed, pushing back all the previous assumptions in his mind. His thoughts became less and less clear. Things were far from as simple as he thought. Thoughts were stuck in a dead end with no direction, and the results of the conjecture became more and more vague. If a few doubts are established, there is a black hand behind tonight's events. Wu Peiyuan is just a pawn, or it is a joint effort with others to fix him. Xiaonan is a very strong implementation of the person. To Xingyi sent the face over to let her smoke. To the inpatient floor, the nurse sister to do not disturb the patient rest as the reason to drive him away. Persuade the oil and salt not into. Forget it, it doesn't matter if it's serious or not. It's not like his purpose was to touch the porcelain. He simply wanted to test his old husband's attitude, and hoofed it home with the smell of alcohol. Edit today to send it to the old man. And rest assured that I'll wait to see what reaction he gives tomorrow. In less than 2 hours after Xiaonan left, the news of the good male style spread. Goldman's heart tightened, disgusted and bad. He carried a person with a special fetish. How can he give his back to a dead pervert? And he was still being watched by others. He was a big man who felt ashamed to be looked at by another man. Not at all honorable. Suddenly, I feel that the few good buddies I usually hang out with are not safe. Hell, I don't know if they have any private pet peeves. In the past, drunk often squeeze a bed together, and later dare not sleep with a man. He looks fine skin and tender flesh. Who if the heart lives in the bottom of the little devil? In case, dare not think. Spend so much money to invite personnel did not do. Wu Peiyuan cannot have half the idea of gossip. He held a stomach of evil fire, and the circle of people playing to the middle quietly slipped upstairs with their own. After a while asked, "You just brushed your teeth without?" "No, get the outta here. Why don't you brush your teeth? What's wrong? People just joke. Why are you angry?" Brushed many times. "Don't worry, my mouth is clean. Don't believe you smell mint flavor." Lin didn't leave. Instead she came over and took a breath. Xiaonan heart loaded with things do not understand. The whole night's sleep is not particularly stable. Early to receive the old man's phone will go to the Sea of Science and Technology to see him. Meet on the self-conjecture out. Please old man help analyze it. After all, Ginger was still old and what he couldn't figure out might be answered here at the old man's place. Slim, dry brows locked together for a long time before he made a move. Taking his cell phone out of the drawer and dialing, his tone grave. "Make an appointment for me with Wu Hao. Tell him to bring his son with him." Words are very concise and dry, finished and hung up. The less words the more serious the situation. Raised his eyes to Xiaonan and asked, "What kind of explanation do you want?" The old man suddenly asked Xiaonan some surprises. Froze for 2 seconds and asked, this time to offend people through. "In the future you are not there. Revenge will not come more ruthless?" How could he not understand this little thought of Xiaonan's? And said with a sneer, "The robbers have already come into the house. Do you think that if you are friendly and don't resist people won't rob you?" Seeing that he didn't answer, Shan Jianqiu continued, "If I don't go after them today, they will be missed by others in the future. So I might as well step on those people first while I'm still alive. Xiaonan have revenge. Do not want to live tomorrow how life and death look down. Do not serve on dry." Wu Peiyuan calculated that he this breath to be out. The future dry but run away. "I smoke them a meal and then demand compensation is not too much, right? It's not too much. You're out of breath mainly. Out of breath or to ask about the background, so as not to get the old man into big trouble. What is the background of the Wu family?" The Wu family's background is nothing much, but it's a financial enterprise with a market capitalization of several tens of billions, and Wu Peiyuan has a younger brother who took over the family company. He works for a large international consortium, is responsible for domestic market investments, and has maneuvered several large projects with extremely high returns, and became the vice president of Dahua distinctions a few years ago. There must have been a few people in that group last night whose backgrounds were stronger than his, but the willingness to take him as the center was not the influence brought by his family background. It was entirely his personal strength that went on conquering, and his age should be about the same as Xingye's, which was indeed a character. "What is the purpose of those people?" Xiaonan asked. "This is not what you should be concerned about. In the future away from those people a little farther, Shin Jianxiu didn't want to take care of the kid who was pretending to be confused. All he wanted was a promise, find a chance to introduce a few people to you. Even if I'm not around in the future, you'll have to weigh up if you want to move. Why don't you authorize me to leave my job? Xiaonan tried. The time is not yet right, and the overseas branch is doing very well in sales. The branch headquarters is set up in Tabriz, a country where investment is basically not required to go through stringent formalities, not to mention the need to prove the source of funds, without too many rules and regulations. An account given is not the point. A short period of time to have achievements and do not feel strange must be less than he has a helping hand behind the scenes. Shin Gongzi is really powerful. Achieved good results in such a short time. Xiaonan hypocritically patted a few asses to find an excuse to leave. He liked to idly speculate on other people's ideas, and he couldn't do it without thinking about them, and there was nothing else to do, and his old husband's ideas were speculated on. The company is currently focusing on the market this piece. The old man put so important market to just graduated son in charge. The purpose is naturally want to let his son in the company to stand firm. The old man put so important market to just graduated son in charge. The old man put so important market to just graduated son in charge. With him as his dad behind the scenes, just facilitating a few big orders is enough to blow a lifetime. That's the background. The backdrop that has relegated countless good bulls and horses to the backdrop. Achievements. Germany can match the position back to the main department will be supported by most people. See, high technology is not a few directors of the hall of one voice. There are tens of thousands of small shareholders below. Whoever is the boss would not dare to ostracize Shinjun. Inner sigh of a powerful father is really good. Young people have the phrase in their hearts, whoever loves whoever is worse. Give me resources I can also do. Xiaonan is equally unconvincing. Leave C high technology to do their own business heart more firmly. The father did not give the regret. The future always have to compensate for their own regrets to future generations. Cannot be generations of regret. Chapter 51, we're all animals, so it's no different. Promise to give something. Xiaonan naturally will not go back on his word. Took $20,000 to contact Lin Lin in a relatively hidden place to meet, but do not want to let people rumor again. Vegetarian face value is very bare to fight. Hair scattered. Wearing a relatively vegetarian clothes. A few points of pure strength, like a girl next door. Completely unable to see that she is a girl working in the club. Xiaonan didn't want to get too involved with her. Handed her an envelope and turned around. Do I disgust you so much that you won't say a word to me? That's not true. It's better to leave the industry you're working in early and do anything than to be in your current job, Xiaonan said as he turned to look at her. Going back to dry 007 again? Lin Lin looked self-deprecating. I don't have a high degree. I can't find any good jobs. It's not that I haven't thought about being a good person, but this face has brought me endless troubles. Why don't you put a price tag on it, so that anyone who wants it can get it? Indeed, without education and without a background, a good-looking face was not a plus and would become a liability that plagued life. Xiaonan could not discern the truth of her words. Jobs such as modeling and netizen are fine. A few $100s a day for a casual twirl like you can always be earned. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Lin Lin lifted her wrist. This watch of mine is $80,000. I can earn it in 10 days at most. Sometimes it's enough to attend certain parties for one night. And you're talking about an industry where I may not be able to afford a watch for a year of work. Xiaonan is not a saint, has no preference to persuade a lost woman to go from good to good. Life is your own. How to choose I can't interfere. Just now the words are just a proposal. There is no other meaning. What to do in this era is not important. It's important to live a decent life. Even if you live like a dog in private, you have to shine in a crowd. And it may not be you who is at fault. It's the people who pushed you down this path. I related as you said. That group of people often come to our clubhouse. If there is any news about you, I will tell you the first time. You are not as bad as they say. You are not disliking women. You respect me, Lin Lin said with certainty. Years of mixing in the place of pleasure has seen people from all walks of life. Xiaonan knows that self-made-up words cannot deceive her. Respect can't be talked about, just not looked down on. Last night if she didn't cooperate, at most directly leave. I can't give you benefits. Why should you help me? Lin Lin said with a sincere face. I hope you will pull me in the future when you are developed. Although I don't want to reduce the quality of life, but I am not willing to live with the curse of a for the rest of my life. I will be old, and the value is only a few years. There are a few seniors in the industry who have been doing this for more than 10 years, spending a lot of money, not saving up savings, and not being able to marry a good man, and coming out in their 40s to return to their old jobs, hosting street sweepers and masons, for $50 a time, and I don't want to be like that. Hatred sometimes originates from promises. I can't give you any promises. If you help me today, in the coming days if I am developed I will definitely remember you. Xiaonan finished and got into the Audi A4 next to the red Ferrari outside the park. The Ferrari is Lin Lin's car. and it is understandable why she is reluctant to leave a profession she knows is dishonorable. The concepts of morality and legality are discarded in the face of huge gains. A person's annual income is comparable to a small company's revenue for the whole year. Easy money to earn a long time. Who is still willing to work from 9 to 5 as a cow and horse? Chickens and cows and horses are livestock anyway. Xiao Nan rewarded himself with a slap. When did I have a problem with my 3 views? Xiao Nan, aimlessly driving around the city, very unexpectedly received a phone call from Xinyi. She agreed to give 20% of the shares. The premise of 1 year to make the company normal profit. 2 years' revenue is not less than 1 billion. Failure to do what she asked. Shares returned to her, and $10 million in liquidated damages. A betting agreement of sorts. Her request is a bit like dreaming. Do not understand her company situation. Xiao Nan will not rashly agreed. Just a few young actors cast, a few plays touted, not fire. Practice half a year to prepare for the group debut. Need Xinyi test clap whether to meet the standard of debut. She is not convenient to appear in the company. Entrusted Xiao Nan over to understand before deciding whether to bet with her. Chuani Entertainment is located in the office location in the Sea of Science and Technology building lot. Prosperous. Money did not earn. Row face to do enough to come to pick up Xiao Nan is her assistant, a 20-something girls. Dai Meng with Xiao Nan turned the whole company. The whole company has 800 square meters on 2 floors. It is considered to be better in this line. Some entertainment companies are about the same size as a front room, roughly counting 30 people in the office. Xiao Nan asked, how many artists does the company have? There are 13 that have some name recognition, and 2 that just joined the cast for their first production. Doesn't that 13 people include the 4 that are going to debut as a group? Sinan asked. Right. How many male actors are there? 5. Is there visibility? Some. What is the overall business value? 50 million. How many ongoing projects? 2 movies. 2 Netflix. 2 Netflix. Xiao Nan's questions Dai Meng answered one by one. Before getting the business data, Xiao Nan couldn't tell if the words she said were lines prepared in advance, and from what she said, she heard that the whole company was operating badly, and the business only added up to 50 million, which was less than 2 businesses for a first-tier artist. 8 of the 13 artists are ready to transition to the group form of debut. The first half of next year to launch a female group to test the waters. The second half of the year to launch a male group. In order to quickly let the artists go to the circle of money. Really want to do everything possible to increase the popularity of the entertainment industry. Has the potential for 2 more obscure groups. Xinyi famous school graduates are not so much as to run the company like this. After Dai Meng introduction, Xiao Nan did not ask further. Involving the confidentiality of people's company, asked people will not say. Take me to see the group that the company is preparing to launch. The site is still being prepared. Why don't I take you to the president's office for a short break? You take me there. Xiao Nan followed her into Xinye's office, which was clean and seemed to be cleaned often. Go about your business. Come and let me know when you're ready. Do you drink coffee or tea? No need to prepare. Xiao Nan walked to the boss chair behind the desk and sat down. There was nothing else on the desk but an office computer. Surveying the entire office layout once again, a few pots of greenery on the windowsill were abundant and lush. There was a bookshelf with a lot of books and some expensive hand-me-downs on it. The wall to the right of the entrance has a fish tank half the size of the wall. The office layout is even more extravagant than the old man's. There's still a lot of poor student stationery, summed up in 4 words floating on the surface. Chapter 52 Problems with the licensing Xinyi company. The temporary preparation of a small stage is decent. 4 girls look very clean and pretty. This is not surprising. After all, to enter the entertainment industry, no pretty face cannot eat. A deliberate action before the self-introduction, so that Xiao Nan is not satisfied. After watching the 2 songs, honestly, based on musicality alone, Xiao Nan thought he would write 10 songs in a random day, and a few words popped into his head. Well, it is hard to comment. The music stopped. Xiao Nan didn't open his mouth at first. The others didn't speak either. The trainees stood on the stage with trepidation, and their small eyes surreptitiously surveyed the handsome man sitting in the middle of the group. His face didn't look too good, and he looked embarrassed, and the way he acted made the trainees very nervous. There are few things more frightening than the sudden quiet of the air. The deathly silence can cause an unspeakable feeling of fear and stress. Compared to the trainees, the teacher responsible for training them was even more nervous. He stood under the stage, hands clenched into fists, palms slightly sweaty. His eyes were locked onto the trainees, not daring to be the slightest bit slack, knowing that this performance means a lot to the cadets. A poor performance will not only affect their self-confidence but may also have a negative impact on their future development. Therefore, more than anyone else, he hoped that the trainees would be able to perform at their best and show their best side. However, in the face of such a tense atmosphere, he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Dai Meng reminded, Mr. Xiao, you can comment on their performance. Xiao Nan looked around at the people around him, his eyes revealing a sense of confidence and determination. He squinted his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about how best to convey his thoughts. Then, he opened his mouth and asked, "Would you guys like me to express myself more bluntly, or slightly more tactfully?" Xiaonan's voice was clear and strong, allowing everyone present to hear his questions clearly. His expression was undisguised, showing the sincerity and candor of his heart. He didn't rush to give an answer, but waited for the people around him to respond, as if giving them enough time to think and choose. No one dared to open their mouths to explain something, although they were slightly dissatisfied in their hearts, but this was the person the boss had arranged to come over. After a few moments of silence, Xiaonan spoke again and said unabashedly, "I think sometimes it might be better to be more direct. This can avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and speculations. However, if people find it easier to be euphemistic, I can try to put it that way. After all, the goal is to make each other understandable." His words carry a firm stance while exuding respect for the opinions of others. This sense of balance makes one wonder and expect more from him. Just how will he continue to interact with those around him? This has certainly become a center of attention. Xiaonan moved his body. What I see is not just as simple as the problems that exist in these girls, but the entire team from top to bottom, inside and out, has problems both big and small. Look at these dance moves. You see, they are stiff as wood, with no beauty to speak of, and listen to these song choices. They are bland, with no hint of passion or contagiousness. It gives the impression of being a puppet on strings with its soul drained out, limp and powerless. You are doing an ornamental stage. You must give the aura of 4 people creating 40. The tone was full of disappointment and dissatisfaction, causing everyone present to lower their heads. Xiaonan didn't stop there. The teachers who teach them, they should really be more attentive. Daily teaching or training found in the existence of any problem, then must be timely. Do not hesitate to point out, after all, only by doing so that these students can better recognize their own deficiencies. At the same time, as trainees undergoing training and learning, they should also work harder. Don't always think of being lazy or taking shortcuts. Otherwise, when the 10-year contract expires, I'm afraid there'll still be a group of obscure, ordinary people. There were tears flashing in the eyes of the 4 girls on the stage, and 2 of them couldn't hold it in and left 2 crystal tears. Xiaonan did not show a bit of emotion and continued, "My words may be difficult to accept, and since I have seen it, it is only right that I should not have seen it in vain, but should speak out the most truthful assessment without reservation. To be fair, for all of you, there are not enough distinctive and prominent features in each one of you to be considered distinctive at all, and the introductions that each of you made were too greasy and unpleasant to look at. To be honest, I'm afraid that even you yourselves will feel a little embarrassed after making these introductions, right? After all, it is difficult to make a deep and favorable impression on others with such a performance. In my humble opinion, the best thing to do is to stay put for the time being and not to rush things. If we are truly determined to embark on this path, then it is imperative that we prepare a number of well-produced, high-quality pieces that will quickly gain a wave of attention. And there are still 2 full months left for you to focus on your skills, so go for it and good luck with your future." The whole time there is not a person to interject a sentence. Xiaonan finished without saying again, waited for a few minutes, no one to speak, got up and bowed to leave. He did not feel that what he said just now what is wrong. Responsible must have to say something truthful. Encouragement is for those who are self-aware and talented. Those who are struggling need to hear some real feedback. Good advice. Today you're dealing with one bad review. Tomorrow you'll be dealing with tens of thousands of viewers and the kings of internet savvy. Driving the car, plans to go home with cats and dogs to find a place to spend time. Shenyi, a phone call over splitting the criticism, which makes Xiaonan very upset. "I'm not your employee, why should I report to you? Besides, don't you know everything? What's your attitude? I finally found why you 3 years did not make the company up." Reason. Xiaonan did not rush to say what he saw, still waiting for her to ask. "Shenyi, that woman, the more you get together the more she does not take you seriously. You have to let her beg." She didn't believe that she could see the problem after only one trip to the office, and with a watchful eye, thinking that she could take the opportunity to taunt him for a few moments, and pressing on to find out what he'd found out. She didn't wait long enough for him to say what followed. "Tell me, maybe I'll poach you at a high salary. Even if your shell company closes down, you may not be able to finish paying your employees their wages." Xiaonan's words were full of dislike. "Always tell the truth." Shenyi bit his back teeth. "Do you say it or not? Knowledge payment. Transfer $500 to me, and I will tell." Doodle 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 doodle. Xiaonan looked at the phone, all hung up. There is no way to play chant. Did not say a pleasant word. The scene of more than a dozen people did not dare to jump out to explain a sentence, indicating that Shenyi and the company to engage in a one-word. The staff pressured to dare not tell the truth. Will only be in accordance with her meaning of the numbness of the implementation of the company? For a development period of the company is terrible. The barbarian is bound to be unpopular, but any team needs a few people who sing the opposite. so that people can always remind the responsible brain sober. Defeated can reflect on themselves, successful not to lose themselves. She learned the model of C-high technology, learned a four-pronged approach. Chapter 53, Hypocrite Meets True Little. The direction of the meeting is naturally the upper level of a few countless times to argue settle things, the lower level of the implementation of the Department of Business Skills. Even if the boss put forward the general direction is not perfect, the implementation of the process will be consciously perfect. The team of Chuanyi Entertainment doesn't have that kind of ability. Xinyi doesn't have the ability to take the lead alone. Sure enough, when I think of her, I have a phone call over. Xiaonan connected. Hello. Good your grandfather's leg. I am very bad. Xinyi pressed the hard upset. Turned 500 for you. Can say it? Seeking knowledge also has a hangdog attitude. Well, who let people spend money? Xiaonan cleared his throat and said, the problem is you. Reflect on yourself. Do a deep reflection. Finished, not give her the opportunity to respond, will hang up. I smiled with pleasure. Maisie clicked on the red envelope. I go. You dead woman, pick me. The result is a picture. Xiaonan painfully said, and scrupulous $500 are to cheat children. Indignant and disgruntled, he edited the message, you won't be able to get half as much out of me in the future, and sent it over. Seeing the message that moment, Xinyi mood cool through. More than making a lot of money to make her happy. For the first time to overcome the Xiaonan that encountered him for a moment to feel that self is a little cute. Quarrel but, argument time and again defeat. Finally win once. Good thing I people smart, did not really give you to turn the money over. Put down the phone to pick up a side of the book. Maisie look. Paralyzed, cannot do anything. Like to read. In the past to buy a lot of books, do not have time to read, and now there is a lot of time. She would like to accumulate a little more knowledge. Find a job that can be done at home. Maybe it is the power of words that makes her quickly get out of the past, and she has already seen a lot of openness to paralysis, and has the courage to accept the reality that even if she can no longer stand up for the rest of her life, she wants to live decently in a different way, and doesn't want to be disheveled. She began to plan her future life. Set a goal to read a book a month. First study and then position yourself for what you want to do in the future. The company is out of control. In the morning, she woke up on time and waited for her caregiver to wake up to help her wash up, put on a delicate makeup, and was pushed by her caregiver to go for a stroll in the park behind the hospital. The only thing I can't walk out on is my mother. It's almost New Year's Day. It's almost the day of the sacrifice. And in past years one person has gone over there. This year it's probably going to take two, and I'm going to need help moving around. People in the hospital can be year less about Xiaonan things. The circle of many people should have guessed their relationship, still pretending not to know. Called Xiaonan for the cousin. Especially today to get the news. Most shocked heard Xiaonan is a. More than one person has said this. This also explains why he is not close to women. Even more beautiful women in front of him have not seen his eyes show any desire. Thinking of his lion's share of money, Shen Yi muttered. You said that you want so much money for what? And don't need to raise a child. On the other side, Xiaonan parked the car steadily in front of a tea house and was about to get off when he sneezed several times, one after another. While rubbing his somewhat sore nose, he muttered secretly, I'll go. Shouldn't I be catching a cold? This is really bad luck. Obviously, I have exercise every day and my physical condition is quite good, so how could I suddenly sneeze? Could it be that I didn't sleep well last night because I had something on my mind, causing my immunity to drop? Or is it that when I went out today, I wore too little and was frozen by the cold wind? As he rambled on, he got out of the car. At this time, the sun had already sloped to the west, and a gorgeous evening glow was rising in the sky. Standing in front of the entrance of the tea house, he took a deep breath in an attempt to make himself feel comfortable. The temperature in the evening is more than a dozen degrees lower than during the day. Xiaonan wrapped his jacket around his body and walked quickly into the tea house, explaining to the receptionist the purpose of the visit, and led by a young lady up the wooden stairs to the second floor. The appearance of the tea house is very plain. Cannot see the Wu family. Father and son will be. The old man will be asked to meet here. The tea house soundproofing done very well. Located in the busy downtown streets. Cannot hear a little bit of noise outside. Walked to the end of the passage in front of the private room. Miss raised her hand and knocked on the door. Not long after, the door opened from the inside, and in front of him was a cynical face that startled the young lady. The corner of Xiaonan's mouth tugged slightly, and he said towards the young lady, "Thank you." Walking into the private room to see the Wu family, father and son are accompanied by a smiling face. Xiaonan's appearance to interrupt the atmosphere of the chat. The three different expressions. The old man's eyes amicable. Wu Peiyuan habitual smile. Wu's father a puzzled face. Xiaonan walked to a stop next to his old husband, bent slightly at the waist, and respectfully said, "Dad, I'm here." "Well, sit down." Shen Jianqiu didn't raise his eyelids. "Good Lu." Xiaonan took off his shoes and went up to the tatami and sat down. never moving or saying anything else. "This is my son-in-law Xiaonan," Shin Jianqiu said in a salty manner. Wu Hao smiled and said, "It's really a talent. The one who can make old brother Shin look at him must be a talent. The young man is not simple. Brother Xiao can get Xiao Ye's heart is not simple for brother 31 years old has not married so far. Some other day to ask you to teach how to curry favor with women." Wu Peiyuan smiled, making out how good their relationship was. "Look at this atmosphere at the moment. The old man is estimated not to mention last night. Have to create an opportunity. Xiaonan had a bright idea. Very proud, that is, to not have a trick or two how to take a lot of people cannot chase the woman. Or not." "Shut up," Shin Jianqiu rebuked, picking up the tea on the table, slowly sipping it, hesitated to speak again. Next to Xiaonan, like a child who did something wrong, lowered his head and said nothing. Trembling, Wu family father and son looked at each other. Wu Hao said, "Older brother, don't be angry. Young people, they all like to show off. Chasing a girl like Xiao Yi is indeed worth showing off. I was blind to see such a no-good thing like you in the first place. Just last night a few no-good people were able to bully you. You said that you have something to brag about. Those people who dared to bully you were slapping my face." The old husband's palm slapped on his face, acting very angry. Wu Peiyuan heard this was met. Before Xiaonan opened his mouth, hastily said, "Xiao brother, last night someone bullied you? I changed clothes to the private room. They said you drunk to rest. Who bullied you? Brother, for you out of anger." Xiaonan still kept his head down and didn't answer. Wu Peiyuan said with a sincere face toward Shin Jianqiu, "Uncle Shun, I was the one who asked someone to ask Xiaonan out last night. I didn't take care of him. It's my fault." Wu Hao is not clear about what happened last night, but he understands his son. Full of reproach, "This is your fault. Ask your friends out, must be taken care of. Go back unless with those fox friends of yours to come and go. One by one. All day long do not work." At this time, the old man is certainly not good to say pursue. He came over to support. Have to wait for Xiaonan to raise the requirements. Will also wait for Wu Peiyuan performance. Xiaonan looked at the Wu family father and son play on, and then do not hurry to open, things will end. Hypocrisy is really a lineage, but encountered as sincere he cannot be good. How can Wu take on other people's business? Does it mean that those people have a heavier position in your heart than me? But where Wu Peiyuan if he said his words a little more perfectly, not so much that he could pick out the faults. In my place friends don't have 3, 6, 9 classes. Those who can sit together to eat and drink are friends. Wu Peiyuan said, as the person who organized the bureau, you do have an unshirkable responsibility, whether it is in terms of ethics or jurisprudence. Participating in the bureau you organized, something happened. You have the obligation to take part of the responsibility. He is not a master of 3 words to muddle through. The more Wu Peiyuan pretends to be humble, the more aggressive he is. Hypocrites are afraid to meet a true villain like him. Xiaonan's performance was unexpected by the Wu family's father and son, and for a moment the atmosphere descended to the extreme. The old father-in-law gave him kudos in his heart, secretly pleased that he did not look at the wrong person. Xiaonan's performance in the past few years was ordinary, but it did not mean that the past was the same. If he did not understand his past in nature, he would not look at it. Chapter 54, No More Pretending. I didn't expect him to be the least bit facetious. Wu Peiyuan still maintained his trademark smile. Brother Xiao is right. I am partly responsible. I will not be able to resign from the responsibility that I should bear, and I will definitely make compensation for the harm that you have suffered. I was kicked 4 times and slapped 6 times last night. Are you going to take it for someone? Xiaonan took out the hospital's diagnosis from his pocket and placed it on the table in front of him. This is the diagnosis given by the doctor to see if I'm lying. Wu Peiyuan didn't expect Xiaonan to give him this, reaching out and preparing to pick up the diagnosis on the table to confirm it, when Wu's father suddenly spoke up. Call those people from last night over to apologize to Xiaonan. Dad, me, what are you waiting for? Go. Wu Hao was afraid of Shin Jianqiu, who was sitting and drinking tea with a cloudy face and an attitude of not caring about anything. Elder brother Shin, the child doesn't know any better. You see, he wanted to be a peacemaker, to have a face. Shin Jianqiu simply do not take the trick. Young people's things let young people solve. We old guys do not get too involved. But Xiaonan is the son-in-law I chose, not what cats and dogs can be casually moved. Originally, Wu Peiyuan thought that if his father opened his mouth, things would be reversed, and Shin Jianqiu's attitude was so resolute that he had to temporarily leave the private room and stood on the passage outside, momentarily unsure of what to do. If he calls a group of people over to apologize to Xiaonan, then his position in the hearts of that group of people will be affected, and his father will have to smile when he sees Shin Jianqiu, and he will not dare to have the slightest resistance. An old man who is going to die is not scary, and he is not scary even if he is rich. What is scary is the connections in his hands. It seems to be very low-key, but in fact, there are friends in all walks of life. Alumni. Many of the people who came out of the prestigious schools in his era were top of the line in all walks of life, and there were even a few alumni who went straight to the halls of heaven. Magic City Han to see him have to respectfully called a senior. Dare to engage Xiao Nan is someone to provide information that Xiao Nan is not taken seriously. Rumors on the internet was suspended. The rumor half a month did not call back to work. After the last party, he looked for someone to check Xiao Nan, knowing that he and Xin Yi were married, but Xin Yi introduced it as her cousin. At the party combined with two things, and some people disparaged Xiao Nan in front of him before he dared to mess with Xiao Nan. I did not expect to be set up by him. Today, if they did not call the group of people last night, their father and son cannot go. Really dare to go. Tomorrow the Wu family factory will be someone door to door to find out a little problem. Shut down and reorganize. Xiao Nan, you've gone too far. Yes? Suddenly appeared the voice of Wu Peiyuan, startled a big jump. Eyes shady, quickly replaced with a trademark smile, turned around. I am contact person over. Brother Xiao, go back to rest assured to wait is already completely flipped. Your hypocritical smile can no longer be put on your face. Xiao Nan grimly pinched the side of Wu Peiyuan's face and said, if I can't get what I want today, I'll never let it go and I'll definitely make a big deal out of it. Wu Peiyuan opened Xiao Nan's hand with one hand and put away his smile. His gaze gloomy. If I don't apologize, what can you do? I don't have a background, and I don't have as much money as your family, so I really can't take you? Xiao Nan laughed with a teasing face. I have a powerful old man. How do I want to pinch you? How can I pinch you? If you don't like it, you can also find one. In the end, you're still dependent on someone else. What else can you do but eat soft food? Who is nobler than whom? One has a good family background, studied abroad and was exposed to the outside world early. One came out of the mud, got lucky and met his old man a few years in advance. No one is better than anyone else. They all rely on others to get up. Xiao Nan leaned against the wall and lazily lit a cigarette and said, don't you guys put me on the spot because you're moving up the ladder on the foundation laid by your fathers? With a reversal of status? I would have done better than you guys. I don't loathe backgrounds, but I hate your attitude of obviously relying on your backgrounds to gain a certain amount of success but thinking how good you are, looking out of the corner of your eye and seeing no one else. Wu Peiyuan stared at the sight of Xiao Nan's face, is very tempted to give him 2 punches. The young man connotation cultivation is no longer good. Always eliminate the subconscious want to take action. How should he spend today? It is not easy to have a leadership position in the circle and have a group of fanboys and girls. If I don't see anyone today, you'll be responsible for all the hits they put on me, and I'm going to charge interest. I won't just whack you and be done with it. Xiao Nan stomped out his cigarette and wrapped it in a tissue and put it in his pocket. Wu Peiyuan gritted his teeth and said, don't go too far as a human being. Xin Jianqiu can't protect you for too long. Xiao Nan suddenly realized, oh, you did remind me. Thanks then I'll hit a little harder later, and demand a little too much. You won't let me off the hook in the future anyway, so why not let yourself have a good time when you have something to lean on? I don't think you're aware of who I am. Xiao Nan interrupted the arrogant Wu Peiyuan from pretending, but it's just a multinational capital executive. Even more powerful, has nothing to do with me. Don't think I'm not clear about your purpose. Knowing you, then what can you do? Wu Peiyuan's words had a deep meaning, mixed with quite a bit of testing, wanting to hear what Xiao Nan knew. This kind of person is really extremely conceited. Xiao Nan said with a cold smile, I can make sure you can't get any shares about Sihai Technology. Isn't your aim to hold Sihai? The target is out of shares. You have to replace them. The shares of several shareholders are impossible to sell. Never told the public about the plan. How did he know? If he saw it, wouldn't Xin Jianqiu see it too? Can't admit it to death for fear of dragging the Wu family down before Xin Jianqiu dies. You know, a man who is about to die doesn't have a care in the world. Wu Peiyuan smiled easily. You can be really funny. Sihai Technology is not a listed company. Capital seeks profit, not interested in a company that is full of bones. You're really addicted to being a dog, helping foreigners maliciously hold quality technology companies. People like you with even higher achievements are nothing more than a dog in my eyes. Xiao Nan turned around and walked towards the private room after saying that. The upper class panders to foreigners very badly because most of them learn refined egoism and are inculcated with an elite education that is more in line with Western values. Some people are so proud of their mother tongue and foreign language that they are proud of the country of my boss and the country of their second boss. Hypocritical and selfish people are only willing to accept flattery and benefits from others, but never learn to help others to share the responsibility or bear the pressure. Once the situation is not favorable to their own, will immediately discard others as pawns. Pretty sure Wu Peiyuan will call his group of foxy friends. The 2 old men saw him come back alone. Wu Hao had a kind face. Someday you must go up to Uncle Wu's house to have a meal together. The young man is really handsome. Father and son are as hypocritical as each other. Do you need to pick a good day for dinner? The moment is not just right. You old dang. You don't have words to talk to me to find words to talk. Xiao Nan sat down and said, pick a good day. Just tonight. There is a big hotel next door. Let's go over to celebrate together after the matter is dealt with. Chapter 55, stupid enough to give himself away again. Xiao Nan had an arrogant, domineering and unrivaled look, and relying on the fact that he had someone behind him, he was aggressive towards Wu Hao. Although Wu Hao's heart was filled with anger, he did not dare to express it easily, and even had to force a smile to praise Xiao Nan's true nature. Xiao Nan's attitude makes Wu Hao feel very stifled and helpless, but there is no way to change the status quo, so I can only appease myself. Today's hatred is the deeper, the revenge of the next day the more ruthless. For a long time there has not been today so suffocating, but on the Shin Jianxiu in the backing of Xiao Nan, had to break his teeth into the stomach. Xiao Nan was clearly looking for a fight, and 2 out of 3 words could accurately step on Wu Hao's minefield. Wu Hao was furious in his heart, but he was afraid that he would not be able to control his emotions and argue with Xiao Nan, so he made a random excuse and hurriedly fled the room, and urged his son to hurry up and call the relevant people to put things right. He really didn't want to stay any longer for a second. Excluding the non-speaking Adong, the room was left with only the 2 men. Shin Jianxiu, who hadn't spoken for a long time, opened his mouth and said, "The Wu family's father and son have been thoroughly offended. Since they have been offended, don't be soft-hearted later on, and do whatever you need to do. I do think what you think." Shonan looked around, and what he wanted to say he thought was inappropriate here, saving it for later back in the car. There are things you see that I see through, but it's not easy to see through a lot of things at your age. A little better than I did when I was younger. In the face of absolute strength, I can no longer have a 7-pronged mind and predict other people's purposes, but I'm not capable of stopping and solving them, so I still have to find a way to lean on them. There is no background, no power, randomly involved in the struggle. Death do not know how to die, only will blindfolded head to others' gun muzzle. This is exactly why Xiao Nan is not willing to participate in the struggle. On the card table must have capital. Want to win, have cards. The fight is only about winning and losing, about proving you're right, and there's always a part of the world that has the right to referee, and most of the time the right to referee is in the hands of the enemy, not in the hands of someone like him who has no background in the world. How do you fight when others are both the judges and the players, and others have the right to shamelessly disobey the rules and push them back to redefine them? What if you win the fight at the end of the day? The game starts all over again, into an endless struggle. Entrepreneurial projects to do the best stage of cooperation with the power elite want more. Others are not satisfied with the benefits he let out. Met with people who have the right to referee. He did not have a little resistance. Had to gray exit. Even if you know that the development of the project has reached a bottleneck. But that is a stable income project. Not that you have not thought about the struggle, but in the face of absolute power, all the small-mindedness and cleverness is not worth mentioning. The current struggle is just fighting contacts, fighting background, and not in the past directly real dry. The gap between people is not big. No one is much smarter than anyone else. The real gap in the background. It doesn't take much talent. Shin Jianxiu understand what his son-in-law means in the words. He was young when he wanted to do things other people a sentence can let him do not. This is also the importance of the circle of contacts. Regardless of all walks of life have to have a common circle of interests. We are firmly tied to a piece. In the circle you either really get to the top and take others to get benefits, or you serve tea and seek shelter. But if the person who shelters you is ready to assess your value and sell you as soon as someone makes the right offer, I'll introduce you to people in the circle, and it's up to you what you become in the future. I don't like to put my fate in other people's hands. Better forget it. Don't have a penchant for giving people slaves. Xiao Nan wanted more. As long as he had enough resources in his hands, his status in the circle was high enough. Shin Jianxiu laughed and said, I personally hold shares in 10 companies outside of High Technology, and these shares can be held on your behalf. The 2 of us will speak directly later. No need to beat around the bush. You're not afraid I'll swallow the shares? You'll brace yourself. He'd been in the world of fame and fortune for decades and didn't want to trust people anymore. This era has long been not the era of heart for heart. Counting for a lifetime would have liked to go to the end of life to heart for heart. Do not want to count again. Who let Xiao Nan himself to the door to provide him with the opportunity? Come on, let someone set up again. How can the mindful Xiao Nan not be clear that he has been counted again? Day by day, when he was on the hook, when he was different, either on the hook or on his way to the hook, he wanted to test his old man's attitude, and people took the opportunity to bring a yoke around his neck. I'm a bare-ass bouncing minion after all. Old man, you're the high-end hunter. Admire. Xiao Nan gave a thumbs up towards his old husband. No wonder the old man has been letting him bounce without stopping him, combined with the fact that he has no chance to choose. The more he bounces, the deeper the enmity, without the slightest chance to back down. Having offended the Wu family's father and son and a group of second-generation people, without a backer, people would get him in the open in minutes. Xiao Nan said, don't make some weird content to restrict me, or I'd rather die than compromise. Not this time. I believe that you are a good child who knows how to be grateful. The old man is not a person with an evil heart. I only ask that Xiao Yi not be bullied. Shin Jianqiu has a lot of things that he can't say at the moment. Wait until the last moment to give him an explanation. It can't all count after all. Knowing 8 years he is considered to understand Xiaonan, this person cannot just use the rules to limit, have to grace and mercy. This kid, usually do not show the mountains, do not show the water. But the truth is that the heart is deep. Honest people who will have nothing to guess other people's minds, do not fight with people as no knife in the hand. Forcing a hand him a knife, he will become another person. Holding shares in other industries on behalf of the company is that knife, as well as a stepping stone into the circle. The son-in-laws each have their own affairs of the heart. Did not speak again. Xiaonan in the dark cursed Lao Deng heart deep, but also cursed their own stupidity smoke. It is not easy to lift the shackles on the neck, and then to put on. But this time you can talk about the conditions. The Wu family father and son finally came back. Two hypocrites with a warm smile. If before yesterday Xiaonan would have felt that this person has cultivation, see the essence, this smile is really disgusting. Uncle Shun, I booked a reparation banquet at the hotel next door. Please move over. When the old husband didn't show a single sign, Xiaonan asked, has the person who made amends arrived? There are a few who couldn't make it back today from out of town. They didn't participate. The ones who are in Mordor have already come. Wu Peiyuan said with a sincere attitude, not long ago alone outside with a haughty, disdainful look, only an hour and change a humble and courteous face. Xiaonan secretly said, can bend and can stretch. There was no trace of panic or despondency on his face when things went wrong, which Xiaonan still admired. Can't look down on it, but still have to recognize the merits of others. Outside the eyes of the excellent people are not exactly millions of people's advantages integrated. The different two faces in front of his old husband and himself is not precisely because he has no background, and soon has the buff added by his old husband to mobilize those resources, if not his personal wealth. Chapter 56, Temporary Change of Plans. The hotel's huge room opened 2 tables. One table sat only 4 people. The other table sat 22 people, of which only 2 are Xiaonan's acquaintances. Gudandan and Owen, 2 people on Xiaonan's gaze is not natural. This group of people are all smiling. Not smiling cannot be. Stretching the hand does not hit the smiling face of people, understand. However, since Xiaonan had already started to make trouble, he didn't care whether you wanted to cry or laugh, only to see him turn his head towards the group of people and said loudly, you people, you obviously know that you're going to be smacked later on, but now you're actually able to laugh so happily. You're really guilty. There was a youth whose name Xiaonan did not remember. Brother Xiao is really funny. Uncle Shen is an idol that we rarely even see on a regular basis. To be able to meet here today, it's really hard to suppress the joy in one's heart. Xiaonan said meaningfully, then you mean you can bully his son-in-law in order to meet? This time it's me. Next time is it directly bullying Xinyi? It is clear that the stomping on the nose. There is no fault in the words to pick out things. The crowd was asked by his sentence, so they had to turn their attention to Wu Peiyuan as the backbone of this moment to highlight the importance. Wu Peiyuan dry smile, 2 voices, everyone dine first. Let's go from one to another to apologize to Brother Xiao. Last night is indeed my biggest problem. Did not reconcile the contradiction between him and all the brothers. At this point in time he was still thinking of taking the opportunity to set up a persona for himself in the circle. Xiaonan wouldn't let him have his wish. Mr. Wu is speaking too lightly. Some people I only met last night. I can't even call them by their names. When is there a contradiction? I'm unilaterally being bullied. It's me who didn't think it through well. I left last night for a while and didn't understand exactly what happened. I deserve to be punished. Wu Peiyuan picked up the wine dispenser and drank it all in one go. Even if he was drunk, Xiaonan wasn't going to make it easy on this issue. He looked to the people at the other table. I gave Mr. Wu 2 choices. One is for him to take all the responsibility. The other is to find the few people who beat me up last night. I have no intention to make things difficult for you guys, but I just have anger in my heart. I was invited to a banquet, but I was kicked a few times and slapped a few times for no reason. If I don't have some reaction, people will think that I'm like a dog, and that I can be bullied at will just by being given a couple of mouthfuls of food. Wu Peiyuan's heart pounded and he secretly screamed that it was not good. If this matter is not properly resolved today, then I'm afraid that from now on these people will never pay attention to him again. However, before he could say anything, Owen, who was acting as Wu Peiyuan's number 1 junior, replied with a smile, how could anyone possibly think like that? Brother Xiao, you will be a part of our brotherhood in the future, so if you need any help, just ask, and we will definitely work together to help you. At this moment, Wu Peiyuan had no time to care about anything else. He had to take immediate action to make up for it, so he said without hesitation, Brother Xiao, you are too kind. It's all my fault. I alone should take full responsibility for everything that happened last night. This group of people were certainly not all as simple-minded as Gullman, and secretly despised in their hearts. If you have the guts to take all the blame on yourself, then why did you gather us here? We are all old foxes, who can't be clear about what's playing in their hearts. There were a few people whose gazes flickered with burning anger, but this anger was not directed at Xiaonan, but rather pointed at Wu Peiyuan. The series of things that had happened last night had actually received Wu Peiyuan's tacit approval and authorization before Xiaonan's arrival. However, the only thing that did not go through his instructions was hitting Xiaonan a few times. Combined to help people work also have to cover. Wu Peiyuan in the hearts of many people's image fell a lot. Things have been done. This moment in the shirk seems very inappropriate, especially Good Dandan. The person was the one she had asked out. Knowing the group's purpose, she still asked the person out, but it was just to get some resources, not expecting Xiaonan to recoil so badly. It was very uneconomical. She walked over carrying a wine dispenser, bowed deeply with a grave expression, and apologized. I'm sorry. After saying that, she raised her head and was about to drink it all in one go, but as a result, just after the first sip, she was choked by the pungent wine, causing her eyes to tear up. She patted her chest and was still planning to finish the remaining half, but Xiaonan suddenly got up and snatched the wine dispenser away. Alright, you can go, Uncle Shun. I'll visit you at home some other time. Shin Jianxiu looked at her with a kind face. Dandan girl, the old man has to criticize you for a couple of sentences. Nothing to do less to some messy circles. My niece remembers. Goodbye. His daughter is even more ed up, but he has nothing to say. Ji's family has a background, but it is far less than Shin Jianxiu, who came out of the compound and has a lot of people above him. Someone to play the first line of succession of people carrying wine over a mouthful of boredom. There are a few girls obviously cannot drink. Xiaonan is not difficult, but to Owen he cannot be so good to talk. Last night the boy sent him upstairs, at least kicked him 2 feet. Owen, Wu Xiao said that last night you sent me upstairs. I was beaten. Is it you hit? This talent is the main event. Deliberately targeting, there is another layer of purpose. Grabbed his collar with a voice that the two people can hear and said. The look on his face is gentle. Gowen's face became grim to the core. The veins on his forehead bulged out, and his eyes revealed an uncontrollable rage. He clenched his teeth tightly, his cheeks trembling slightly from the exertion. He forcefully opened Xiaonan's hand that grabbed the collar. His voice was filled with suppressed anger. I will naturally apologize for what I did wrong. I beat you up. You can do whatever you want, but please don't insult people, and in no way will you do those things. Good. Xiaonan clapped his hands and said several consecutive good and then chilled. Last night a total of more than a dozen people to pour me. I drank 1.5 pounds of high degree of white wine. Since you bear all the responsibility, it is up to you to drink. Counting a whole number of 15 pounds. I do not force. Drink dead, don't come to find me. Oh, I almost forgot. 4 kicks and 6 slaps. You take it all together. I don't want much. As much as I drank last night, you can refuse. You don't go too far. Gowen's fists clenched, and there was a sense of powerlessness in the moment. No one but Wu Peiyuan cares who takes the blame, and the others can't wait for someone to take the blame. All of them are watching Wu Peiyuan's performance. Brother Xiao, I come to make a sample. Wu Peiyuan picked up the table, just opened the wine, tilted his head to pour into his mouth. After drinking the body softly to the wall behind, Wu Hao immediately rubbed up from his seat to check his son. A face of nervousness. Shin, old brother, I have to send my doggy son to the hospital, and then come to the door to make amends on another day. Go on. Getting Shin Jianxiu's promise, Wu Hao hurriedly called out to the driver, and the two of them worked together in unison to help their son out of the room. Surprisingly, however, none of his so-called good brothers came forward to help. These people seemed to have their own thoughts, each with their own little agenda in mind. Some of them stood by coldly, as if all this had nothing to do with them. Some were pondering, as if they were calculating something, and some even showed a hint of a gloating smile, which gave people the chills. At this critical moment, these friends who usually call themselves brothers and sisters look so cold and selfish. It is really saddening. Xiaonan laughed, pretending is quite like a thing. Couldn't follow the plan any further though, had to change tactics. The main target was gone and the remaining minnows weren't worth the fuss. Chapter 57, Shannon's Candor. This group of people usually not less together. How much alcohol is clear. I did not expect Wu Peiyuan will use this way to get away. After this time things are considered to see his true colors. Before Xiaonan again difficult to take advantage of one carrying a bottle of wine to dry. Xiaonan stopped. Everyone is a good friend. Do not need to. Yesterday hit me the few each of their own 2 slaps. And by the way, to give me a little convalescence fee, I will no longer take it into account. Except for Owen, though, who let him not wake up at all. A good young master even to the foreign dog is a dog. He must have to deeply apologize. The main person who wanted to clean up got off. There was no point in making more trouble. The desired effect had already been achieved. Why not leave yourself some leeway, as it were? It's not like this group of people are stupid. They only mix together for their own interests. Two people stood out from the crowd. I'm sorry, we got carried away for a moment. After saying that, they did not hesitate to slap their faces. After hitting him twice, Xiaonan called a halt. Just mean it. It's okay for a friend to do something wrong once in a while. Brother Xiao, add a contact. Let's get together some other day. Xiaonan opened the friend QR code to this group of people to scan. In the future, there will be activities that must remember to call me. Alas, don't mind that I am a door-to-door son-in-law. After this incident, who still dares to treat him as a talentless soft rice man? Men, women, recognized, do not know, added friends to say hello and leave. At this moment, only Owen was standing there alone, and he felt that his inner beliefs were gradually crumbling. All along, he had regarded Wu Peiyuan as his big brother. Yet now, this person whom he had once admired and relied on had so irresponsibly thrown a pile of mess at him. Owen clenched his teeth to force back his anger and disappointment, and asked in a trembling voice, "What exactly do you want?" His eyes were filled with pain and confusion, as if the entire world had turned gray at this moment. Xiaonan looked at Owen indifferently. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and with a hint of a mocking smile, he said, "Smack yourself twice, then get out of here. There's really no point in bullying a brainless person like you." When he finished, he also shook his head lightly, seemingly full of disdain for Owen. The old father-in-law also got up at this time and said, "It's getting late, go back and rest early." After saying that, he walked out, and Ah Dong immediately followed. This is to remind him that the purpose has been achieved. There is no need for things to be messed up. Looking at the two tables of untouched delicacies, Xiaonan did not follow. A hand grabbed Owen to the face of the hand pumped. "Go and call the waiter in to pack the meal. I want to take it all away." Old man ing forgive you. You ing let go. Old me is to die will not let you have your way. Being touched by a person, Golwyn feels disgusted, and would rather smoke himself than be touched by him. It doesn't matter if you don't like Lao Zi. I'm not forcing myself. If one day your tastes change, you can look for me. Xiaonan loosened his hand. Quickly go and call the waiter in for me. I won't hold you responsible for your stupid behavior last night. And not guilty. People do not pursue the natural will not whip themselves. Oh, good. Golwyn walked outward, still turning back from time to time. Xiaonan muttered, "What a simple child to be tricked into being a cutie." Not a moment later, the waiter came in with a lunchbox to pack a few expensive dishes on the table. Soup and water is not good to take away. Xiaonan left them all, carrying 2 large bags of dishes out of the hotel. See a white sports car, will he hit the double flash? Xiaonan see the old man's car is not yet gone. Walked over without getting on the car. Out so long, have not gone home? A special note to say I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Go home early and rest. Yesterday's matter is turned over. He didn't believe Good Danden's bull *******. Compared to Sure Lean's kind of behavior that was put out in the open with no fear, Good Danden's kind of introverted character was more frightening. Stepping towards Gulman, who came out slowly, he said, "Go back to rest early. Oh, bye. Call me when you get home. Make sure you remember to call me Don't you ing disgust me. There are thousands of beautiful women in the world. You, alas." Go inside a quick breath and ran to his car without a moment's pause. The old man has not gone, must have something to ask. Xiaonan went over to pull open the door to sit in. Shin Jianqiu asked, "How did you suddenly go back to the big mess? I don't believe you didn't read the form." A number of the young men in that group read it, so how could he not? But it was a deliberate question. "I was worried that you might have taken things too far, but you do know how to take the measure of things, and you know exactly who the main opponent is. This is considered to be over for the time being. At least there won't be anyone making small moves against me until you close your eyes. It will be hard for Wu Peiyuan to get people together again in a short period of time, and he'll have to give a lot of resources to get people's hearts back." Xiaonan said, "You want to be friends with that group?" Xiaonan was very clear about his own weight. Who would put a soft rice man in their eyes? But it's just a superficial compliment. But in my heart, I might be scolded for what I've done. My top priority is to make achievements. He wanted to say you are not allowed to be so presumptuous, but Shin Jianqiu didn't say anything. He knew that Xiaonan was very strong and didn't need to be comforted. "In a few days I'll have someone go through the formalities. The job at Sea High Technology can't be resigned for the time being. You might have to work a little harder. In the future, I sincerely hope that Shin Yi will have no involvement with Sea High Technology as much as possible, while Shin Jun should be transferred back to China as soon as possible. In fact, Wu Peiyuan is only a small role to play. The real behind-the-scenes manipulator is coveted by Sea High Technology. In line with the customary methods of international capitals grab and go, we cannot rule out the possibility that they will resort to despicable and dirty tricks to achieve their goals." Shonan stated his own suspicions without any concealment. He considered the matter. Shin Jianqiu early consideration, he said, not to say is not important. he said, proving that he is a person credibility is very high. For the people frank, in exchange for greedy people cannot wait for Shinjun in foreign countries, so that one hand hold all the family business, and even take the initiative to collude with outsiders to seize the family property. The old father-in-law was pleased with his candor. I have not misjudged the man. I will not stint on what I should give you. Don't worry about it, I'm sure you'll do better than I did, but it's a pity I won't see that day. After chatting in his car for a while, Sinan got out and walked towards his car to drive home. All day long nothing to do. Net gets him close to the early morning. The home of the cats and dogs hungry straight spinning. Xiaonan returned to the home on the pounced over to bite his clothes to the dog bowl pull. Meow 2 followed him around and kept barking, probably not saying anything nice. Open a bag in his hand to take out a roast duck to share with them. Wow, eat wolf. Meow 2 bite a duck leg and run away. Xiaonan left a part of the easy to digest as a midnight snack. The remaining food into the refrigerator, while eating and thinking about tomorrow. Chapter 58 Resumption of Work. Teasing cats and dogs became Xiaonan's daily routine. However, such a life did not last for a few days. The personnel director notified him to go back to resume work, and there were new personnel appointments. Automotive intelligence business has not been done, cannot be merged with the profitability of the project, set up a separate department. By Xiaonan is responsible for. When he received the notification of personnel appointment, he was a little bit confused, and could not understand which bit of great talent he had. Sitting at his workstation, his eyes were glued to the computer screen in front of him, but his mind was turning over like a river. He knew the importance of this new department, but was also aware of the company's plight in this area. Is it really possible to fulfill this position? He couldn't help but ask himself in his mind. Fingers gently tapped on the desktop, the uneasiness in his heart growing stronger. He thought back to the little bits and pieces of himself in the company. Although he worked hard, there did not seem to be anything particularly outstanding. Repeating the same tasks day in and day out may seem like an improvement in your ability to do your job, but in reality, it's not much of an improvement. And now, the company was giving him such an important task, which made him feel both excited and nervous to prove his worth. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself down. It's a challenge and an opportunity. If he could successfully lead this department out of the dilemma, then he would have some influence in the circle. Even if he is not in high technology in the future, there will be a large number of companies throwing out olive branches. Reemployment or entrepreneurship will be equally appreciated. But if it fails, at best it will be a rich man. Take someone else's company to try the water. Can't do it up, at most be killed. Xiaonan no longer think about some have no. He stood up and walked over to the window and looked out at the view of the city. He told himself that he couldn't back down. He had to try 100% to get things done as best as I can. Currently not getting the resources the old man promised to give. It seems this is an opportunity, a chance for the old man to test. Make sure you succeed. It will be about a few less detours in the future. Did not leave him time to react. The meeting notice will arrive again. More than a few new faces, not seen for a long time. Acquaintances met to congratulate him on his promotion. The big boss in the company did not say Xiaonan is his son-in-law, but have their own channels to hear some news. Wang Bowen, his replacement from the previous post, also came to the meeting, and walked past him with an expressionless face, as if he hadn't seen him as a person. Several directors' meetings generally come in at the same time, and each goes to his own place and sits down, and the meeting begins by mentioning the business. First of all, let Wang Bowen reported the performance. This month's performance did not meet the standard. He looked to make up for it, almost the end of the year. A lot of companies do not have the need to purchase. Next year I will try to make up for the performance. Xiaonan lowered his eyelids and stared at the cover of the notebook in front of him. Did not go to see the expression of Wang Dong, but knew that it must be very difficult to see. In the meaning of high technology can only say the difficulties encountered. The solution: never allow empty promises. Vice President Wang, you have time to read more about Article 6. 1. 2 of the Employee Daily Behavior Rules. Wang Junfa asked in an icy tone. What kind of methods do you use to make up for the performance you didn't achieve? There are still 3 days to New Year's Day, and this month is short of half of the performance. Wang Dong, did not prepare a moment to answer. The first 2 months signed a few contracts, have 3 as Xiaonan previously approached. Wang Bowen feel to engage in the market is difficult. The people he comes into contact with are working people, and he can't do the groveling to give people a smile. Seeing that his son couldn't answer, Wang Junfa slammed the folder in front of him. I'd love to throw you out of this window. How can you come to a meeting without a little preparation? The brain has to move. If you don't move it gets rusty. What do you do all day long? Isn't your job to summarize problems, solve them, and give feedback? Without the slightest forethought to solve the problem. Are you begging God to wait for performance to deliver itself? Say it. Are you deaf or dumb? Didn't you study abroad for a few years and think you were awesome? Wang Bowen did not speak. His father Wang Dong completely let fly, cursed unpleasantly, to the point that the ear needs to be coated. There is no half a bit of father and son friendship. Xiaonan knew that there was more than half of it was an element of drama, deliberately done to the others. See, I even scolded my son. Whoever of you does not do the right thing, don't blame me for scolding without mercy. There is also a part that really hates the iron. Perhaps the son is not colorful enough to meet expectations like that. Pressure on the board of directors to set up a separate department to separate out Wang Bowen's business. A bit like in the ring, but for the sake of the collective interests, Wang Junfa had to agree. Why should corporate executives be known for being serious, fierce and vicious? Personally, Xiaonan felt that it was completely unnecessary. With the money in place, the boss is a good boss and the employees are good employees. But there always has to be one or two villainous characters in a collective. If the boss is too nice, the people below him will not take it seriously and think that they can make conditions on everything. Of the several board members, the old man wouldn't be very direct in his criticisms, but it's intriguing to go back and think about it. The two Wang Dong are famous for their fiery character, criticizing people without mercy, and Zhang Dong is responsible for integrating the group's technical character is the most moderate. The cursing continued, and those attending the meeting each kept their heads down in silence as those whose performance didn't meet the target reviewed whether the rhetoric prepared in advance was convincing. Ultimately, Shin Jianxiu spoke out to interrupt. Vice President Wang has done a good job in the past few months since he took office. The overall performance is still okay, just this month is worse. Go down and walk around more with the existing partners. It's almost the holiday season, so I'm calling everyone over for a wrap-up meeting to set a goal for next year. And I've already emailed everyone earlier, and no one has suggested that there are any objections. So let's get this thing finalized today. Another piece of good news. The overseas branch was established a month to get 1 billion order. There is a 2 billion purchase order is still in the process of contact. He'll be participating via video in this meeting today. The technician turned on that TV on the wall and a fair-faced, handsome young man appeared to greet him in Mandarin. Hello colleagues, I'm Shin Jun, the head of the overseas branch. I was supposed to be back in the country at this time to meet with you all. There are two businesses being approached. Television brother-in-law fell generous, tone of voice fluent said. The whole person looks very confident, calm, not a little just entered the workplace rookie look, completely a long time in the workplace veteran look. People look handsome and money. This is not exactly the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless people, from which it can be seen that the old father-in-law has good genes, and the little mother-in-law does not have a facelift. Xiaonan was shocked in his heart. I won't really ing like a man, right? Too terrible. A cold sweat broke out on his back in the middle of winter. Gotta make time to see a therapist. Haven't had thoughts about the opposite sex in a long time. Can do nothing, but won't even think about it. Really need to get it checked out. If it really goes wrong in my heart, am I an attacker or a sufferer? Bah, Lousy is definitely a ing attacker. No, I like my sister's son, Xiaonan thought randomly, until the brother-in-law reported the performance of the branch. The general manager of the chapter named the party back. Chapter 59, brother-in-law with foreign expatriate tendencies, with a little bit of brand power. I personally don't think it's realistic to try to take the exclusive rights to work with a particular brand, and very few people would put their fate in someone else's hands. With process technology backward enterprise joint work control is difficult to control, even if we are responsible for quality control, but the market inherent impression is difficult to change. Need to spend more publicity costs. The only way to do a new brand is to do a joint venture with a branded car company, where we provide the intelligence and electrification part, and they provide the whole vehicle assembly line. Since the discussion has come to this, let's finalize today how much we provide. What percentage of the whole vehicle? What's the partnership share? Xiaonan wants to immediately put into the role of the work. The heart has a number of people to talk to more relaxed. The final authorization needs to be the board of directors to make decisions. Set out of a number of words in the artificial intelligence division during the period of tenure has been thought of. Not yet had the time to say it was transferred back to the assistant position. Zhang Dong opened a document cast on the curtain. We have a complete set of intelligent digital system, broken down into digital chassis, motor, electronic control. The company's intelligent driving technology has not yet been applied to the actual vehicle, which Xiaonan is not clear. But one of the most powerful and lack of technology is the supercharged power grabbing technology. As soon as a vehicle equipped with this high-voltage charging platform from Sihai enters a charging station and starts charging, it will rob several charging piles next to it of voltage to meet the highest charging voltage of its own vehicle. And there is also a set of high-voltage controller system, mounted on the charging pile can be adjusted according to the actual voltage of the vehicle, which is a disruptive technology in the industry. The fact that the bullish technology was not widely used in the market is related to the fact that the company originally focused only on the technology and did not study the market properly. In the past, meetings were focused on R&D, but nowadays, the The market is the focus of the meeting, and it seems that the executives also realize that times have changed. In terms of C-High Technology's technology reserves, the valuation should have been much more than 600 billion. The technology patents into products is currently the top priority task. Terminalization of this road through holders of equity will gain huge benefits. Thousands more people worth more than 100 million, tens of thousands of people stepped into the millions of dollars, choose to do the terminal to avoid competition with some of the original partners. The senior management, since the decision is naturally determined, royalties only a few dollars, not as good as their own products. There is a part of the patent is not used by others also have to use. Change the manufacturer to cooperate with or around the C-High Technology patents. It's just a matter of what percentage. Other people's son the more excellent. See their own stupid outrageous. The more you want a stuff back to remake. This is the idea of Wang Dong's heart. Engaged in so many things to fight for the opportunity. The son does not work hard. The ability cannot help. Overseas branch chiefs also joined in the discussion, expressing their personal views, although the most common word that came up in many of the remarks was, we take the West as the goal of learning. We still have a big gap with others, especially in the field of high-end science and technology. We have to face up to our own shortcomings. I live abroad for 10 years, and I know very well the gap between the two countries. The eyes were full of adoration, unilateral praise, no data comparison and a lot of empty words. This is completely brainwashed, pushed on the foreign listing of the product to get so much recognition. He is not a word. Xiaonan also often browsed the forum. In the past, in the above chat communication, people have a common language, big not listed casual language. Civoteka's language model solves the language barriers for people from different countries. Even if they only speak their native language, it does not affect communication. An artificial intelligence that has been very hot recently in Western countries has also been taken out and praised by my brother-in-law. I've used that software, and the language text, picture, and copy processing is very good. Deja Vu was talking about it. Xiaonan secretly observed the old man. His face, from a face of pride to the smile, gradually stiffened. Inner dark asterisk. We and others development is two directions. People rely on application scenarios, and the company is the technology split to do the various vertical areas, more to industrial products. The development direction is different. This just shows the problem of hollowing out the Western industry. Many domestic companies only do the intelligent development related to their own, to empower the product, not a wide range of development of various fields. Areas unrelated to the industry cannot quickly have a profit. Every day is burning money. It is better to go all out to maximize a certain area. This is precisely why, as soon as an AI model comes to market in the West, more than a dozen domestic companies launch their own AI models. The old man hates when someone panders to foreigners. Favoring his own son has this tendency. How can you not be angry? The main thing is to deviate from the main theme of the meeting. Who does not know that we have a gap with the people? The need for you to science? Shinjianqiu, tone of voice low, interrupted. Well, we are online every day. On the industry, each published out of the technology have an understanding, and the meeting has nothing to do with the topic to this point. As small as a screw, as large as high-end processing chips have price data. Put the data into the model will soon give each unit price, the whole set of product costs, the price of the whole car all calculated, the whole set of technology down $80,000. The chapter always describes the things that were used, the price of the whole car to $200,000, not counting labor, site, utilities, equipment depreciation. Xiaonan said, somewhat high. These technologies can only be applied to about 300,000 cars. This price can be used for the whole set of intelligent programs. The price is cheap enough, which is relatively low compared to the peer group. Chapter total said, I personally think that if you want to do the whole series, do not do optional. Intelligent driving is originally the soul of the brand. Do not buy the soul of the brand. Why? Xiaonan originally wanted to ask whether there is a little bit of program again, but then thought of a little bit of technology. People also have why cooperate with you. A number of people offered a different opinion, saying consumers should be given more choices. Xiaonan gave a counter-argument. Business point of view should really give consumers more choices. If consumers choose not to use our intelligent car, out of the problem will affect the whole brand. Since the brand's tone is intelligent, can only be the whole range of products intelligent. It's not like I can sell a few more products just to get consumers to buy cars that were not made to work and have a different badge. I'm in charge of that business. I call the shots. It was the first time I had heard someone say such strong words at a meeting. And the first time there had been such a big argument at a meeting, and several of the directors didn't say anything to stop anyone. Hanging on the wall of the brother-in-law and said different opinions to refute the words of Xiaonan, cooperation with the partners before communicating with the car, proportion of the minimum to do how much. The user can choose according to their ability to accept the product. The same can enjoy a part of our technology. Anyone who runs over to point fingers, How can we proceed in the future? Cannot set a precedent. Xiaonan obviously do not have the patience to pull here. This is the first time to stand on their own position for a relatively large degree of freedom. Since I'm in charge of this business, no one should meddle in it. If you want to generalize the company's patented technology to your products, you can choose to supply other brands. His words caused the executives to think, can indeed be two hands. Brand manufacturers want to purchase what anyone choose. Split to do supporting services is a good choice. As for whether it is only to do smart driving or to do optional, for the time being, there is no conclusion. The problem is stuck on this. Before the meeting a few executives did not discuss this issue. Xiaonan suddenly mentioned only to bring the topic over. The old man opened his mouth to bring the topic to the meeting theme. Chapter 60, The Old Man's Soft Tactics. This one was a long meeting, longer than any other, with an overall overload of sales figures to criticize and reward as needed. At the end of the year, the time to share the money has come. In the sharing of money on this issue is discussed for a longer period of time. Hard work a year is not to wait for this moment. Naturally do not allow the appearance of eating a big pot of rice. Have to be in the sharing of money to see the gap. Then came the setting of program goals for next year, followed by the signing of a military order. One of the old man's tactics to counteract the infighting of the previous 2 months. The old man did not directly ask, also did not get angry. Just waiting for this day does not move by increasing the performance of the task to clean up a number of inaction and like to make a mess of the people. The ability to not directly leave, who have nothing to say. The person who comes up has real talent, can generate revenue for the company, and can do a better job than the last guy. It doesn't matter who comes up. It doesn't matter who it is. What matters is that the company makes money and grows. The old man just need to hold the board of directors in the hand, and then how to fight below as long as it does not affect the normal development of the company. Can completely turn a blind eye. Xiaonan only said one word in his heart high. The company is too big, too many things, too many people, everything asked, which can manage overall. Of course, he cannot directly intervene in the work of subordinates. Through the softer means to curb a little, and by the way, tell those who are not capable of, want to get to the top can give you the opportunity. First of all, you have to pass the test. Even if those people end up not meeting their performance goals and get fired, no one will say anything. The directors are also human savvy. How can they not understand that this is deliberately knocking them? But State Face did not directly ask. As long as they pushed up the person does not work, there will be tens of thousands of shareholders staring. In the future, who still dare to mess around. There are high goals and penalties, naturally less high incentives. Who led the team can exceed the target value of 10%. Given a discount of 35 million. There are also a lot of attractive rewards. Hit workers like to be hit by the money. As long as they are hit by the dizzy, the boss let do anything are full of answers. One like a chicken blood as excited. In fact, many people think to themselves, how am I going to accomplish such a high performance goal? You have to hold your anger in front of your bosses. Several directors take turns to preside over the meeting. Already after lunchtime meeting is still continuing. The leader will always say before the meeting, I only say 3 points. In fact, is 1, 2, 3 hours, not finished. The focus is back to the newly established departments. Shin Jianxiu said with a serious face, all departments must cooperate with the work of the automotive business department. Mr. Xiao needs what people? See who? Not allowed not to give. Worried that the following people are contrary. The workplace is not short of the kind in order to facilitate their own fish. Not willing to let go of capable subordinates to other departments of the boss. First, do not want to let the former subordinates in self-equalization. Secondly, do not want to lose a capable and obedient people. Xiaonan has no excitement, only full of pressure. The more resources given means more pressure. Everyone will keep their eyes on a place at all times. If not done, without the company to cancel the contract, he himself has no face to stay down. Until 3 p.m., the old man invited to go to the cafeteria to eat together. See high technology employees and the old boss's dining area is distinguished, and is not open a small stove. The meals are the same. The purpose of doing this is just to not affect the staff to eat. Just ask, when the leader sits in front of you, do you have the nerve to pick up your plate and wolf it down? The few old bosses who usually dine together didn't come with them. Only Xiaonan and his old husband dined in the room. The old man ate very little, stopping his chopsticks without eating a few. You can't go on like this. You'll starve to death instead of getting sick. Xiaonan looked at his old husband and said, push yourself. Maybe you can eat a little more. You kid talk so hard. No wonder my daughter never looked at you. She has a sweetheart. Besides, I'm not the kind of person who is particularly good at licking. Habit is full of thorns. It is difficult to change for a while. Xiaonan just started to eat. Said while eating, we look at each other. Not that she can't see me. She doesn't want to see me. And I don't have anything good to say about staying with her. Sometimes he wondered if the boy didn't like women. And if he hadn't known he had an ex-girlfriend, he would have asked, did they live a sexless marriage for the rest of their lives? No matter, want to care also cannot control, while alive to arrange a good afterlife, the future how to follow them, cannot die but also busy, time is like a knife hanging on the gears of fate, I do not know when to fall. Gathering his emotions he asked, any thoughts on this meeting today? Your old man is powerful, invariably set up the directors infighting some time ago, only I don't understand why Wang Bowen's final punishment was cancelled. Wang Dong proposed to cancel Wang Bowen's year-end bonus at the meeting, and the old man proposed to give everyone a chance. Why not kick out the incompetent Wang Bowen? If we penalize Boon Wang, will the others who didn't meet the standard be penalized as well? It's natural. Shinjian Xiaolongsai, poor performance did not meet the standard is not all their problems. The year-end bonus can be less but not sent. People work hard for a year, may also wait for this year-end bonus for the year. Wang Dong if direct dismissal of Wang Bowen. I will not stop. Penalties for a little money to Wang Bowen, this kind of son of a painless. For others may not be able to uncover the pot. Do not look at the division responsible for the business of the vice president of the annual salary of millions of dollars, but earn a lot of money, spend a lot of money, the company to give the rewards of the majority of the equity. There's not a lot of cash at your disposal. The youngest in the middle ranks are close to 40, dragging their families along, and with layoffs at least getting a large compensation, and those with equity getting a large lump sum at a time. They won't have a problem making ends meet anytime soon. The fine system is only for the board of directors. Lower-level department heads are not competent enough to generally compensate and plus one direct notice to leave. The compensation given is sufficient, which is exactly why Cibotech has thousands of employees laid off every year yet no one makes a fuss. If someone goes out and wants to start a business and the project is in line with the company's development and has a promising future, the company will give investment support. To use a hypocritical phrase, it is sending talent to society. Understanding his old husband's bitterness, Xiaonan gave a thumbs up and said, "You're so kind. When you get to my age you realize what good is more money, but it's not like you can't share the pussy without it. Knowing how to share is the only way to make a career out of it." He makes a very good point, and it's not just empty nonsense. The old man doesn't move around like other people and get over $100 million a year. He gets about $50 million a year, and he only gets a few tens of millions a year in dividends. A lot of money is given to employees. Chapter 61, Shinya's Doorstep. Do not fight unprepared battles. The new department is only shonens for now, but planning has already begun. It was 11 o'clock when I got home from work. The dog is upset with him and yells at him when they meet. You eat my food, live in my house, and I have to clean up here for you. So what gives you the right to give me a face? Xiaonan grabbed the dog's face and questioned. See, there's a piece of on the patio. Don't forget you're a dog. Eat some pads for yourself when you're hungry. Ow. 250. 250. Barking in the middle of the night to disturb the people. Xiaonan hurriedly pinched the dog's mouth. If you keep barking, someone's going to call the dogfighting team over and beat you to death. So shut the up and I'll get you something to eat. He was more active than anyone else when there was food, and Xiaonan followed him wherever he went, until he ignored him when there was half a roast duck in the dog's bowl. Meow too, still looking high and mighty, slipped away with a duck leg in his mouth. You get me bones all over the house. Invite the rats in, and I'll skin your cat for a cushion. The words just fell on the doorbell. Xiaonan threw the cat's eye out, did not see anyone. The neighborhood in addition to no feelings of his wife. There is no second acquaintance. Asked, who me. Xiaonan opened the door and looked at the woman sitting in the wheelchair with a stick in front of him and asked, what are you doing in my house in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping? Then he immediately asked, how did you get out of the hospital? I'm your wife. What's wrong with coming over to you in the middle of the night? It's only normal to sleep under the same blanket as you. Shinyi maneuvered the wheelchair and said, get out of the way. I want to enter the house. Lonely men and women share a room, wear out to my reputation not. Sizzle. You hit me for what? Damn woman without warning to his leg to draw a stick. Recently read some books, have some ideas, make a little change. I quarrel can't beat you. In the future do not talk nonsense with you. Direct action. Said and raised the stick in his hand again. Don't read some messy books. Confucianism is quite good. Xiaonan hurriedly snatched it away. Don't think I won't fight back if you're crippled. Really piss me off. 3 days a small beating. 5 days a severe beating. Cut the crap and hurry up and get out of my way. It's better not to go in. I haven't touched a woman for a long time. In case one can't hold it, you'll lose out. Xiaonan was just scaring her. Who knew that Xinyi wasn't scared at all? It's okay. I'm your wife. You can do whatever you want. Little bastard. You obviously like men. What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? What do you want me to do? You have to make me interested in you as well. Chat about whatever you want directly here. It's late. I'm going to take a shower and rest. Xiaonan blocked the door to keep her out. You take my cats and dogs away and I want to see them and you won't even let me? Alright, you come in. Xiaonan made way to let her in, closed the door and said, Wow is eating. Meow too is holding in his mouth and doesn't know where to run. Almost said it wrong. She wasn't allowed to feed them human food. The two guys had followed him and had probably forgotten what dog and cat food tasted like. Almost every meal had meat, and once again a little bit had bones. Era's fur was bright and reflective in the light. It's a good thing the dog bowl was on the patio and it was finished by now. Wow will not speak has been around the Xinyi turn, run out on their own. No one chased over, and ran back to get a paw Xinyi and run forward, back and forth several times, perhaps tired, lying on the side of the wheelchair to rest. Suddenly feel Xinyi a lot of peace. Put in her just paralyzed at that time must feel the dog is humiliating her. You eat me, drink me, liven my, and even humiliate me? Meow. Meow 2 licked his paws and came out at this moment and jumped into Xinyi's arms and rolled. Xinyi lifted Meow 2 up with both hands. Have you been catching and eating rats again? Mom told you rats are too dirty. Eat them again and I don't want you. Why don't you take them back? I'll be too busy soon to take care of both of them. Work was going to get busier and busier. Couldn't afford to starve them. And then there was the fact that he was tired of cleaning up dog. Oh, the stank. You give me the password to your house or put my fingerprints in. Xinyi tilted his head and looked at him, inquiring how that was my idea. Don't. If you can have the password to my house, why can't I have the password to yours? I'm deleting your fingerprints right here. Taking out his cell phone to open the app half a day without action. Xiaonan urged, you delete ah. I didn't think you were a cold-blooded person. Xinyi maneuvered the wheelchair to the front of the sofa, braced himself with both hands and lunged forward onto the sofa, paralyzed with effort and failing in several attempts to roll over. You can never let go of that little tiny bit of pride that opens a mouth. Xiaonan finished spitting and walked over to flip her over, sitting down on the single sofa to the side, seeing glistening tears in her eyes. It seems that she still hasn't fully accepted it. Xiaonan was thinking that if he was paralyzed, no one would take care of him because he didn't have a single relative, walking independently on Earth, like a lonely ghost. I'm starting to try to do what I can, and I've recently been searching the internet for scenes suitable for someone living in a paraplegic like me, and I'm going to do my own drawings to find someone to remodel my room on the second floor. Awesome. Change yourself if you can't change your environment. You're the first one to change your environment. Xiaonan gave her a thumbs up and said heartily, I'll grant you what you're asking for, 20% of the shares, plus $1 million a year. I'm sure it won't be long before the partners offer to kick her out, not wanting to let someone pick the peach out of the company they worked so hard to make. Don't be offended if I'm being honest. You say, Xinyi said in a calm tone. In fact, your company is not a good peach. Pick it, anyway, not profitable, and a butt of bank loans, shares, debt together transferred to others. Let them play. Just a few people in your company do not have a little desire in their eyes. Too peaceful and, like a piece of sheep in the closet. Xiaonan thinks not to change the management mode. Not a test. Create a entertainment cannot do. You made a trip to my office and didn't find a single good thing? Well, Xiaonan pondered for a long time and replied, there is really no. Maybe there is it. Listen to the chant. You say what is what no one refute. Go down to do not do it do not know. At first listen to let a person very angry. But Xinyi clears self tonight over to find his purpose. No, a few months have a relative understanding. Xiaonan, this kind of person cannot go against him. Well, tell me in detail. Since she let it be said, Xiaonan didn't have much to pretend and wanted to rest early. The problem still lies in you, not having the ability to control the whole situation. But you have an egotistical heart. It's quite good to listen to other people's opinions appropriately. Some companies fail not because the bosses don't work hard. It's because the bosses work too hard. I'll arrange for a lawyer to come by tomorrow night to draw up a contract. The company executives won't allow me to also manage another company outside. I may not have the time personally. Anyway, you don't worry about food and drink. Let go of your hands and give it to someone else to toss around. Xiaonan couldn't be distracted from other things for the time being. I'm not asking you to sit in. I'll handle the work of Chuanyi Entertainment. You just need to show up when you need to show up. Xinyi could see his concern. I'll solve the problems you're worried about. Chapter 62, Xinyi's Transformation. Chatting in relative peace for the first time in months. The person is still the same person. Only Xinyi has changed a little, and began to try to let go of preconceptions and chat calmly. Xiaonan was still the same Xiaonan, talking as hard as ever, but Xinyi didn't care. Never before had anyone pointed out her shortcomings to her face without mercy. In the past she might have lashed out or even struck out. This time she was hospitalized and calmed down and began to self-reflect. There are some things on that realize they're overdoing it. They just don't want to deal with it. After taking a shower and coming out, she was still lying on the sofa, her eyes staring straight at the sparkling crystal lights on top, and Xiaonan glanced at the clock on the wall. Should I send you back to rest? I want to try to embrace the present moment and want to make a clean break with the past. You don't want to sleep with me, that's another price. Xiaonan pretended to be shy. He hasn't changed at all. He still likes to be a. Xinyi gave him a blank stare. I'm just curious. How did you get your cheeky skin practiced? It's a sign of confidence. Yes, you're right. Confident enough to be fooled. Self understands what the deception in her mouth means. Xiaonan said, I am voluntarily biting the hook. Otherwise just a woman can ask me out. It seems that you have a bit of something, not going out every day, but you can actually understand what's going on outside. Wu Peiyuan won't let it go. I've known him for 10 years. I still know him better. So be careful with yourself in general. You made him lose a big face and suffer a big loss in the circle. People will look for a chance to get back. His personal nothing, the Wu family is nothing. The main thing is the capital behind him. At present, he is not mobilizing a lot of resources in the country, but I believe that he must secretly hold a grudge against you and find the right time to retaliate. You are not willing to be mediocre. Even if you leave the Magic City, to other cities you will be the same want to do business. The business circle is said to be big and small. The hands of the international consortium can't be so big. Sooner or later, you have to run into them. If you want me to see it, directly hard. For the first time, it felt like she had a brain, and Xiaonan stared straight at her for a while without opening his mouth. What are you looking at? You're looking at nothing. Ro are you? Long brain? Earlier have a brain not to happen now. Xiaonan went over and picked her up and put her on the single sofa, lying down on the big sofa himself. Their target is you. Wu Peiyuan is just a pawn. I know. What they want is shares in Civic Sea Technology. I told the old man not to give you the shares of Sea High Technology. What many people like is very inappropriate for the current you. Xiaonan felt like having a frank chat for once, lest she get in the way in the future. Why? Why are you making decisions for me? Sea High Technology has my mother's share of credit. Why not give it to me? Xinyi had a questioning face, very agitated but Nei couldn't move. See, you're being impatient again aren't you? Xiaonan went to the refrigerator and took some drinks out. Opening the lid and handing it to her, his hand stopped halfway. First things first, no hitting me with it. Depends, Xinyi coldly said. What's that hot potato for? Xiaonan asked rhetorically. The part that belongs to me even if I take it and give it away. I don't want to give it to the mother and son for nothing. I think your little mother has quite a lot of action. This your father knows very well. It should give her a warning. It will be quieter for a while. As time passed, Xiaonan overturned some of his original guesses. She has a few properties outside. The beauty salon that time should be her handwriting. I don't have any enemies. The only ones that count as enemies are her and the name of the latter person Xinyi did not say. You'll get into unlimited trouble for taking shares in Sea High. The old man will give you all the outside industries, and I will hold them for you, and you will be my boss in the future. Mixing around, eating soft food and still have to earn your own money. Xiaonan painfully said, you have to believe that I won't harm you, and even if I marry another woman in the future, I'll still protect you. It will only take the part that belongs to me, and not a penny more. This choice Xinyi temporarily do not want to choose. Tens of billions of dollars in front of not a few people will not be moved. The human heart cannot stand the test. The you get I will not be stingy. I've said so much to you tonight. Just reminding you not to be alienated by outsiders in the future with a few words. You and I can't produce love between us, but we can at least be business partners, and I hope you won't be a piggyback. Xiaonan lit a cigarette and swallowed it. She didn't respond directly. We'll see how you do when the time comes. Talking here both of them had nothing to say. Xiaonan pressed his cigarette into the ashtray. I'll send you back to rest, Mrs. Lu probably won't be able to send you upstairs by herself. She's not here tonight. I'm sleeping at your place tonight. I'll clean up the first floor. Wait a while. She had trouble moving alone. In case something happened in the middle of the night no one could help. Unloved for what it was worth, but didn't think about making people how they were. No, I'll sleep in your bedroom. She said this very easily. Her face did not blush. Her heart did not jump, but gave Xiaonan a whole uncomfortable. Don't. You sleep on the first floor. I sleep in the living room without closing the door. You can call me anytime if something happens. After saying that he did not give her a chance to retort, he simply cleaned up the first floor guest room and took the four-piece set from upstairs to lay it on. Carrying the person to bed, Xinyi hooked his neck at this time and suddenly kissed Xiaonan's lips. The sudden arrival made Xiaonan freeze for a while, only to feel his face burning. Xinyi hadn't let go of his neck yet. Xiaonan broke her hand and covered her with the quilt, and said in a good humor, "What are you springing for in the middle of winter? This is a sign of intimacy between sisters. From now on you are my sister." Xinyi waved her hand as if nothing had happened. "Go out. This palace is going to bed. Lousy is a hard man, not your sister. Don't kiss indiscriminately in the future. If you kiss out of feeling, don't blame me for not being a man." Xiaonan left a bedside table lamp, turned off the light and left the bedroom. It was not meant to be a man who was into love affairs, much less one whose lower body dictated his actions. Fang Xinye's actions did not stay in his heart for more than a minute, was blown away by a wisp of cold wind. Upstairs to carry a quilt downstairs, lying on the sofa opposite the bedroom on the first floor, stayed up to rest in the middle of the night but did not sleep. Xinyi shift a little big, did not adapt, doubt that she is not messing with things again. It was difficult to change one's impression of another person at once. Xiaonan also doesn't trust people casually. Unless he sees a huge benefit, he will fall into it. Chapter 63. New Year's Day is the initial of the year. The day before New Year's Day the company held an annual meeting. The entire hotel package, tens of thousands of shareholders were invited to attend. Arrangements have to be made with specialized attendants. I'm just afraid that someone will get drunk and not be able to control the lower half of that 2.5 and the word will spread. In this day and age, profit is king. What's face? After all, there are a lot of popular idols are down in the hands of the periphery. Obviously out to sell, still shamelessly widely publicized. Some people like to rub it in and give those people a chance to make a quick buck. This era is in line with the saying. This era doesn't belong to the post-80s and post-90s. It belongs to the thick-skinned. Sihai is currently no less hot than a popular idol. And as long as the company is involved there is bound to be heat. The PR department wrote a few blog posts to publicize the company's achievements. There is a great deal of discussion for some money spent. In the past, sneaking around and getting rich. But the world has changed. The top management is now very concerned about visibility. Visibility means credibility. Consumers will definitely consider the big names first when they buy something within their affordability. The number of shareholders is too large to gather in one place. Not like other companies in the morning, a few executives to talk endlessly, but directly arranged to be seated. The hotel's various restaurants were fully booked. There were 3 big screen TVs in each room on which the directors could be seen speaking. And without the usual seriousness, the old men were all smiling and very much on the scene, wishing everyone a happy holiday. After mentioning a vision for the coming year, we went straight to the last big dish that everyone cares about the most, splitting the money. Finally, President Shin Jianxiu came to report on the year's business. This year our total revenue is $500 billion. Profit 11.2%. According to the usual practice to take 20% out to shareholders' dividends. The money will be in your accounts immediately after the vacation. Reported on last year's inputs, revenue, dividends, and then said a few pep talks. Over the past few years, the group's dividend has been hovering within $10 billion, and for the first time, it has exceeded the $10 billion mark, and the equity in the hands of many patriarchs has been increasing in value, and each of them is beaming with joy. Of course Xiaonan was very happy to be able to share several tens of millions of dollars at once, which was more than what he had earned in 3 years of hard work selling condoms. A few of the old men who usually like to curse were more than friendly, and they were much cuter today. He sat with a few bigwigs from the business division, not qualified to sit at a table with a few old men for the time being, who were accompanied by the top brass of a few subdivisions of the group. The directors. No forced drinking. Those who are willing to drink a little. Those who are not forced to drink. The party is not long, just a few hours end. It's hard to have a vacation after a busy year, so you have to let someone else go home to be with your wife and kids. The old man drank a little wine, and Xiaonan sent him to the car. The old man lowered the car window before leaving. Bring Xiaoye home for dinner tonight. Let's get together as a family tonight. Aha! Xiaonan nodded in agreement. Father and daughter each have their own obsessions and don't always get together properly. The older one doesn't want to talk about things outwardly and the other doesn't want to walk out. Intuition told him the deceased mother-in-law must have had secrets that the old man did not want to disclose. Still don't know if Xinyi will agree to go over, whether she is willing or not. Buy her. Directly threw on the car and pulled to the suburban villa. It's easy to spoil her. There are times when you can't go along with her, go against her, and pull out all the thorns from her body. I guess everyone around knows that the old man's days are numbered, but only Xinyi is still in the dark. To the neighborhood where he lives, Xiaonan went to 602, and when he entered the door, he saw her sitting in a wheelchair working on her laptop, and Luma was mopping the floor, and the atmosphere was very quiet and peaceful, and he kind of didn't want to disturb such an atmosphere, because as soon as Mrs. Lu saw him, the peaceful atmosphere immediately disappeared and she walked away with a cold snort carrying a mop. Your father asked me to bring you home for a reunion tonight. Xiaonan didn't want to linger too long, and directly explained his intentions to her back. You promise? Or what? Who are you to make decisions for me? Shin stopped working and turned her wheelchair to look at him. You can't even walk. So what's wrong with doing your job for you? Give a face. He talks forever where others poke where it hurts and doesn't let anyone in at all. He trespassed a little angry, now even more angry. In order to no longer be angry, Shenyi said in a calm tone, I haven't spent the holidays together in years. Going back for the holidays would be a terrible mood. People meet together in this life in just a few decades. There is this life, not the next. The old man didn't know when he was suddenly gone, and Xiaonan wanted to try to fulfill his wishes while he was alive. There were too few people in this world who were good to you, and his old husband was using him, but giving a lot, and being used still made him grow and made him feel good, at least for a while. So many people in the world, why didn't they choose others, but chose him? Meeting was destiny, and without his old husband, he would not be where he is today. No need to nod your head for a few tales of broken silver, much less worry about what you're going to eat tomorrow. Shenyi thought back to those past years, and the impression of that face made her uncomfortable. Zhang Yi's family was the same as Xiaonan's. All of them came out in swishy. She wanted to see what kind of reaction the two groups would have when they came together. It should be hilarious. Every year on New Year's Day, Zhang Yi's mother's family will have quite a few relatives come to their door. None of them are good people. I hope you'll be as tough with them when you meet them as you are with me. You're quite arrogant, and you didn't just say it when you promised. It's just a meal in the past. With the old man there, they shouldn't say anything excessive. Xiaonan didn't understand what was going on in Zhang Yi's mother's family. Can you tell me anything about them? There are a lot of people in Zhang's family, and every year there will be 7 or more than 24 people coming to the door to spend the holiday together. Zhang Yi's mother's family was originally very ordinary citizens. Since marrying her old husband, Zhang Yi herself opened a number of stores outside, and earned money to start funding her mother's family. Nieces and nephews study abroad all rely on her financial support, but also with her family brothers together to earn money. She has a small family background, but she is not a big person. She and little mother don't get along, and Zhang Yi's maternal relatives will be all kinds of shady when they see her. But that group of people know how to take the degree of talking so that people can't find fault. This makes Shenyi very distressed, want to make a scene, want to turn the other cheek, but also feel that the self cannot stand. The pro-father just watched and did not help her to say a word. She felt that she was redundant in which family. Zhang Yi's nephews and nieces have ideas about Shenyi, and in the past, they always tried to get close to her, and when she went abroad, they also chased her abroad to be in the same school as her. Those people didn't die until they met their childhood friends. After understanding the situation of Zhang Yi's family, Xiaonan acted full of unconcern and said, surprisingly, there are people who want to eat soft rice more blatantly than me. Thick-skinned enough, and how handsome they look to have this confidence. Are they as handsome as I am? I hope you can take out the attitude of disliking me. Don't let someone humiliate you to the point of coming back in ashes. It was her provocation. She believed that not many were Xiaonan's match for just playing lip service. This man can be completely faceless. Perhaps he doesn't even know what face is, and knows how to belittle himself, flirt with himself, and leave no room for error. Typically, when someone is about to punch him in the face, he'll say, wait, I'll do it myself. And finally, the question will be asked, did you hit the left and right sides evenly enough? The spirit of shamelessness is at its best in him. Calling him a soft touch, he'll proudly say, you're jealous of me. No self-esteem baggage, no regard for shame, and a perfect fit for all the essentials of a businessman. The work should work, the life should live, the seriousness should be serious, the should be a. Sometimes, I envy his mental state. Recently read a book, People Like Him Are Rich Inside. He was cyberbombed a while back. He didn't take what people said to heart and simply chose to ignore it. Being stared straight at, Xiaonan was a bit uncomfortable and touched his face, asking, is there something dirty on my face? A phrase popped into her head, couldn't quite remember the original, and blurted out, your whole body is black, but anything more into your face is glorifying you. You are busy with your work, there is, and you're in hurry to pull. Do not arrive at the dinner table to give people to perform stunts. Xiaonan see her hand touched to the side of the cup of water, nimbly to run outside. The sound of a glass breaking came from behind him. Chapter 64. Disliking the little mother-in-law. Crossing the bustling and more than noisy busy avenue, he sped in the direction of the slanting sunset. It wasn't a very happy chat a couple hours ago. He always spoke in a way that was revealing and not without a point, but was able to say things that could not be refuted. Shinya's face stank, unwilling to take care of him, and looked at the scenery outside in a daze. But Xiaonan is not able to idle character. Nothing to do when there is a dog around can pull to chat a few words. How can let the mouth has been idle? Leaving the city for a while. Finally still speak. Not quite understand why you rich people like to buy a house in the suburbs. Daily commute to spend an hour back and forth. Is it because you think it's a waste to buy a luxury car and not drive it? After a few minutes of seeing that she didn't care, Xiaonan once again muttered to himself and sang, see how precious time is while I'm lying on a garbage heap. Shinyi suddenly thought of his friend who had written songs for the company. Your friend is a man of few words, talented, opens his mouth, is humble and polite. You, Pushin, are a broken man, plus extraordinarily shameless. I can't even realize I have so many flaws if you don't tell me. That's why we need to look at people in the mirror and need to listen to others more. Xiaonan had gotten to where he was now, and had long since stopped caring about other people's comments. It is said that people are divided from the group. How did you become friends with someone? What does he see in you? Shinyi stared sideways at the side of his face, somewhat expecting how his would answer. She couldn't remember having such a friend until she mentioned it. He and Jiang Yiming were the kind of friends who didn't think of each other easily. He took life seriously as a job and had no business joking. Every day he lived carefully. Even if the weather dropped 1 degree, he had to wear an extra shirt, afraid of catching a cold and couldn't afford the medicine. I'm so sick of you being broken. And truth be told, I envy your attitude. The words came from Shinye's heart, envying him for being brave and good at expressing what was inside. My life in the past was similar to that of Jiang Yiming. Life has slowly gotten better over the years, but work tortured me and I had to find some fun in life to balance it out. Some time ago, I was out of work and had no friends, so I could only chat with cats and dogs. I'm very happy with my life at the moment. I have no complaints to talk about. I stay in the environment. I want to have someone to talk to when I feel something. It doesn't matter if the other person is a human being or not. Trying to say even a word of nonsense. The two people all the way to chat casually, to the villa area. In Shinyi Guide down to the No. 3 villa, the external wall looked on some years. A group of young men and women sat around a table in the courtyard, boiling water rolling in a clear kettle. In the spirit of propriety, Shannon got out of the car and was the first to say hello. Hello guys, the youth with a head of yellow hair asked with an unkind face. Are you Xiao Nan? Since politeness wasn't getting the respect it deserved, Xiao Nan wouldn't pretend to be a good guy. Exactly under me. I didn't realize I was so famous. Which one of you? I'm Yet. Asterisk 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 you for speaking properly. Don't make me curse on a big day. Brother, you've cursed. No one expected Xiao Nan to be so vulgar and unpleasant. I was about to snap when an elegant woman came out of the house, walking and behaving gracefully. Enthusiastically, he greeted Xiao Nan. Welcome to your home. Without waiting for Xiao Nan to speak, she proceeded to introduce her nieces and nephews. This group of people are either returnees, or from prestigious domestic schools or well-known art schools. Each one looked up at the others with a superior look on his face, hoping Xiao Nan is a native hyena. He's disdainful of all this. People who go out into society and then continue to hang on to prestigious schools don't do well. The life highlight stays in the high school scores. It was upsetting that Zhang Yi's line about being welcome to the house. It wasn't that he was personally upset. He was upset for Shinyi. Even if they didn't have feelings, they couldn't watch her be bullied by someone else, missing the best point to pick up the conversation, and currently unable to find the opportunity to bide their time to make her uncomfortable. With a hypocritical smile and a hypocritical group of polite people, suddenly he tapped his head. My wife is still in the car. I almost forgot. I'll go back and arrange for the kitchen to be quicker and we'll start the meal earlier. This opportunity does not come well. Xiao Nan immediately answered. Xiao Ye grew up here. We go back to our own home. It does not matter what time to eat. The main thing is that the guests have to go home. Do not let people wait too long. You go. You can find flaws in even the most perfect of words if you intend to find them. The words arranged her like an underling. Zhang Ye was so angry in her heart, but she still held back her anger. You young people chat. I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. The rush of footsteps toward the house did not have the grace of those who came out. The last time they met, the little mother-in-law did not personally fight, but arranged for Lu Ma to be the pawn. Xiao Nan can always remember it, and did not dwell on it, making him a little disappointed. Took the wheelchair from the car and carried Shinyi down again. Zhang Yi's nephew Hu Kong opened his mouth in surprise. Little Yi, you, what are you? Zhang Yi probably didn't celebrate much, and it's no fun to pretend to be confused when you're trying to figure it out. Hu Kong was too pompous. The others looked at me. I looked at you, and had no intention of being hypocritical and polite. Seeing that Shinyi did not care about the other party, Xiao Nan took over the nonsense. She said she was tired of walking, didn't want to walk, and wanted to enjoy queenly treatment. Nothing to make a fuss about. If not, the value of finding a door-to-door son-in-law couldn't be reflected. You can't catch a sentence without practicing it. Xiao Nan looked at this kid a lot more smoothly. Hu Kong was the only person in this group who made a somewhat favorable impression on Shinyi. Laughing, he relieved the other party. He likes to joke. I had an accident a while ago. I've been hospitalized. I was just discharged 2 days ago. Didn't want anyone to be overly concerned about her health. Then asked, didn't you graduate and stay abroad to work? I want to go back to China to develop my personal career. Youth only comes once. You can't work for someone else for the rest of your life. Hu Kong also looked at Xiao Nan and then said, I didn't expect you guys to be together for so many years, but in the end you didn't get together. Doing it is too obvious and the purpose is obvious. You're no match for him in juggling, and a group of you coming up here may not be able to take advantage. Tell your younger siblings not to make trouble. Shinyi turned back to Xiao Nan after saying this. Push me in. There you go. You can sit firmly. Shinyi exclaimed to push the person to the door to stop. Threshold can be really high. Only a man like me can cross the crotch without getting stuck. Hyukon is not like the others. It's not like I'm going to fall in love with him. I don't have time to understand what kind of person he is. It's all good to say that he doesn't provoke me. Xiaonan had once told herself that she would never let herself be aggravated after living a carefree life. Of course, money in place can properly break the principle a bit. Xinyi was just a reminder and had no intention of offending Xiaonan for an outsider. Seeing him again is not good. Today is on the same line. Chapter 65 Fascia Gun. The older of Zhang's relatives sat together and laughed, with a servant standing next to them to wait on them. I didn't see my old husband, and I didn't see Zhangya. This group of people completely ignored the two people who came in, and it was true that Zhangya called Xinyi a guest. She's no different than a guest back where she grew up. Zhangya's mother's family was more like the master of the house than Xinyi, and they talked about how difficult it was to do business, how their son was doing well again lately, and how excellent anyone's daughter or son was. Meeting for the first time, Xiaonan took out an attitude that a junior should have to greet him. Hello everyone. I'm Xiaonan. People continued to chat, pressing on without a single glance toward him. No one to take care of. Naturally will not be guilty of staying. The living room sofa has been filled with people. There is no place for them to sit down and rest. Xiaonan leaned over and asked, do you still have a room here? Xinye's sideways glance met the eyes that were only a dozen centimeters away. You wimped out? She even used this low-end agitation. Xiaonan whispered. I'm just being but not crazy. I can't bite everyone. Then stand by yourself. This is my home. Back in my own home I don't need anyone else's consent to go wherever I want. Xiaonan said and beckoned to the maid, go upstairs and pack a room out. But, Auntie, Madam has asked me to be here. Don't need you. Just tell me that room is empty. I don't know. You don't know anything. It's a waste of money to invite you. Xiaonan stopped asking about the servants in the villa, looked at Xinyi and said, I'll sleep in whichever room I want in my own home. We'll go upstairs to rest and come down later when dinner is served. I don't have a room. Return to the country, did not come back to the villa to stay. The room has long been given to the son of the mistress of the house. Who cares whose it is? See which room and which room to rest. Anyway, it's your own home. They are all your own people. Being polite is really becoming a guest. Xiaonan leaned over and picked up the person and went upstairs. He didn't care whose room he was entering. Carrying a woman of less than 100 pounds up the stairs doesn't take a moment's effort. Entering directly into the room at the stairway, Shan Yi whispered, this is Junior's room. Can't hear you. What did you say? Xiaonan deliberately pulled his loud voice. Don't you nest. Have the balls to go down there and discuss that crowd. It's no fun. You have no trust in me whatsoever. I'm afraid that the older ones down there have bad hearts and will be angry at me and go into the hospital. Xiaonan turned the lights on and put the man on the bed, just like going back to your own home. Turn on the air conditioning and heating. Walk over to the couch in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and sit down. Don't ever be polite. It's time to pull. She sometimes forgets in a trance that she has been paralyzed, and heartless favorites like to pull people back to reality. Can you speak without always poking people's heart. To desensitize you, you have to get used to people's verbal attacks. Never lie to yourself. Sooner or later, you're going to have to face the outside world and get used to people's unkind looks. Seriously, I want you to stand up for yourself more than anyone else. I'll believe the hell out of you. Xinye's head tilted to give him a blank stare. You can bounce around so I can get out early to find my own happiness. I'm actually looking forward to married life, even though I see a lot of things that aren't good, but I want to try and run it myself. Didn't consider me? Xinyi ghostly asked. All you have in your heart is someone else, and I don't want to waste my time trying to guard against a resurgence of past feelings. Xiaonan is particularly unsure of himself in the emotional world, having been cast out of the shadows. Ask yourself if you have emptied your heart? No, I'm still in love with that guy. Even if I haven't contacted him for a long time, I still remember exactly what he likes, and I still know exactly what he looks like. Bits and pieces of the past are still remembered, and the memories aren't as fuzzy as this point. She didn't answer, and Xiaonan didn't continue to rub salt in someone else's sinking wounds. It's okay to bury her in the matter of her physical paralysis, because she can't stay home all her life and not go out, and get used to people's unkind remarks and looks. After taking so many favors from other people's families, there has to be some value. Emotionally, there is no need to force her to forget about her favorite person. The old man is gone and will try to arrange for them to meet. If the other person can take good care of her and she's willing to move on to be with someone else, Xiaonan will divorce and set them up. Xiaonan will hold the share of assets belonging to Xinyi in his hands, giving her a guarantee, and will give her support as her maternal brother. Inside, he still wished there was someone who understood him. It's been more than 10 years. I've been traveling alone for more than 10 years. Laying down something cackled in his back. What is it? Reached out and touched out a pink fascia gun. Cannot help but make people's eyes red. Once started a business selling this type of related products. Disgusted to the carpet. As if nothing happened to spit out. the family is so rich do not call door-to-door massage still need to use the fascia gun. Shen Yi, who was deep in his memories, looked at the thing and drew back his thoughts. Not used does not mean that I have not seen. This era of developed network, what is not convenient to show the public private items have not seen. I don't know where it was used to press, and said with a face full of disgust, you go wash your hands or you don't touch me. People's sanitary conditions should be okay. Xiaonan said this on his lips, but his actions did not slow down and went to the restroom to wash his hands, purposely washing them twice with hand sanitizer. This guy, what words to his mouth can be said in a very reasonable, very normal tone. Shen Yi only felt his face burning. The pink fascia gun lies on a white plush carpet. The sofa didn't want to lie down either. Xiaonan turned around and sat in Shen Yi's wheelchair. The old man is about 20 years older than the youngest mother-in-law, and the age of the father and daughter is ethically 2 generations. You've got a lot of charm, and I'm getting old. Not exactly their kind of old married family. The old man-in-law has a lifetime of fame in the end by the assembly line products as a stand-in. Looking for a wife or to find a similar age. We all have the same decline in function. Slowly grow old together. Slowly reduce the need for certain aspects. Seeing him sitting right in front of the bed, Shen Yi turned her face to the other side not to look at him. That pretty face was red as a monkey's ass in the light. Xiaonan asked, why is your face so red? I can't be hot. Don't talk to me. Why don't I lower the air conditioning temperature? No need. I like to sweat and steam. Shen Yi secretly said, don't you ever talk to me again. Be cold to me and let me slowly get through the embarrassment. She didn't have Shaw's thick skin. There was a time when I was a people pleaser and everyone's favorite child, only because pleasing didn't get the respect it deserved. Shonan spoke to himself. After a long pause, he continued, I'll be as happy as I can be, and when I meet a disgusting person, I'll be even more disgusting than he is. When others in my bowl, I'll in his rice cooker. No one is talking to him himself. The room was pushed open to see the young mother-in-law and a good-looking girl enter. The first thing the two saw was the guy on the ground. The expression of the girl beside Zhang Ye froze slightly, glancing towards her, her face instantly crawling with redness. Zhang Ye, as a strong woman with experience, was calm in the face of such a small matter, and the best way to deal with it was to treat it as if she hadn't seen it, and flirted with it with a smile. The youngsters are just enamored, and they can't even be separated for a while. She acted as if nothing had happened, but Xiaonan inwardly exclaimed, great. No matter what, people are elders, can't make fun of other people's private hobbies. What she said is also normal. How is also the wife of the old man? There is no need to pick on people all the time. Word for word, Shen Yi can be brainlessly malicious towards her. Self must be sensible, can't brainlessly dislike people. The corner of Xiaonan's mouth hooked up a shallow smile tone calmly said, we do not have a relationship basis before marriage. Usually work and busy, not many opportunities to meet. We are not young anymore. Wait a few more years. She is a woman of advanced maternal age. Why do you have to involve me if you just say it? Shen Yi was dissatisfied in his heart. Old Shen has been wanting to see his children have children as he gets older, and little June is still young. Rely on you guys. After chatting casually for a few moments, Zhang Ye said that dinner was served and everyone was already on the table. Looking at a person with a bad face, Xiaonan knew about to break in. It seems to be still overestimated the small mother-in-law measure. Chapter 66, Poisonous Xiaonan. The dining room in the villa is very large and luxuriously decorated. Its size is no less than that of a medium-sized private room in a hotel. When the old husband saw the two of them appear in front of him, his face couldn't help but show a look of delight. Probably because he didn't expect Xiaonan to be able to bring his tenacious daughter over. I drank a little wine at noon, and I slept a little when I was older. So sit down next to me. The old father-in-law was the first to speak, purposefully whispering towards Shen Yi. He explained, don't argue with the old man today, pushing the wheelchair to the left of the old man. The person sitting next to him had the good sense to move his chair out of the way. The tables are large enough to accommodate dozens of people at once. Speak in a lower voice and people won't hear you yet. The table is decorated with delicacies of various flavors, prepared with different ingredients, which emit tantalizing aromas and colors that make you salivate. The position very close to his old husband was already occupied on both the left and right sides, and Xiaonan sat himself in a more distant position, which was also considered to leave space for their father and daughter. They father and daughter have to fight and don't want to interfere. Zhang Ye, who was busy greeting people back and forth, took her seat and officially opened the meal. The old man mentions the first cup. The opening was the same as in previous years, welcoming everyone to the house. And there's only 1 or 2 days a year that bring people together so well, and this year it was even more so. He said as his eyes fell on his daughter beside him with a kind smile. We're all family members, so feel free to eat and drink freely, and don't be too formal. The crowd raised their glasses in unison and clinked them across the room, each tilting their heads back and drinking from their cups as they sat down. Zhang Ye refilled her husband's wine and said, tonight's wine is brought by Xiaoming. Yes, it's expensive. It's not easy for young people to earn money. You don't need to bring anything to the house in the future. Shin Jianxiu's face did not appear surprised and said casually, I told them in advance. They all said that they wanted to thank you for taking care of the Zhang family all these years. I can't refuse the younger generation's good intentions, and I'll let it be if I have this filial piety. Zhang Ye said and pinched another piece of meat into his bowl. It's nothing more than trying to put some eye candy on the two people who came empty-handed, and with the ones who threw the question out there, it's only natural that someone would want to hold it up. The crowd dropped their eyes to the man at the end of the line, ready to lash out. Without waiting for the others to speak, Xiaonan poured a glass of wine and got up to look at his old husband. I'm back in my own home for the first time today. You don't lack anything. Materially you have what I have, and what you have I don't. There's nothing to bring back to your own home. And this glass of wine has the blessings I brought to wish you a healthy new year. Good. Or you kid will come to things. This cup of healthy wine I drink. Shin Jianxiu said several good in a row. Had to lament young people are really resourceful, really thick-skinned, able to react quickly. Twice emphasized back to their own home, meaning I go back to their own home, do not need to bring gifts. Zhang Ye did not expect this kid will be easily resolved. Take the son and nephews, do not speak to others to make a comparison. There is a gap. The gap is too big. The nephews are tied together in one piece than others. In the past years, Shani alone wanted to take out a pinch, and dared to be angry. Xiaonan cannot eat half of the loss. Is it difficult to deal with the Lord? No one expected him to come to this. It is a real dog. Several young juniors of the Zhang family rose one by one to toast Shin Jianxiu, using the same words that Xiaonan had used. The old man just touched his lips. Half a glass of red wine tan or so down, and not even half of it down. There were several others still waiting, and the old man said, you young people drink by yourselves. Don't look for an old man like me. 20 years younger, I can drink you all down. The group of grandchildren turned to Xiaonan just because he was too pretentious. Xiaonan came and drank a dozen or so cups and gave a respectful toast to the elders of the Zhang family. He wasn't a troublemaker. Everything starts with a gift, and there had to be a standing reason for being forced to fight back. However, others do not think so. The small cannot. Then the old to come. A Zhang family elders. Zhang Ye's elder brother Zhang Xiong carrying white wine over, holding the back of Zhang Nan's chair with one hand. Those here who have known each other for more than 20 years will get together on important days. And you're coming over today for the first time to show it. It's certainly no problem. Just think of it as getting to know everyone. Xiaonan got up and took the wine dispenser in his hand and drank it in one go. Good lord, you drank away thousands of dollars in one gulp. It's really a mountain pig that can't eat fine chaff. Zhang Xiong immediately smiled and remedied. Sorry, used to it. Mantra, sorry, really sorry. He said, I'm sorry, but his attitude was obviously very perfunctory. Xiaonan does not care if you are joking or a slip of the tongue, and does not care if your attitude is sincere or perfunctory. We are not familiar with each other. Come, open the collection code. I am sorry, I am old and my brain is not clear. You a young man can't afford to bother with an old man like me. The old man's attention was on his daughter, and he didn't mean to speak. Who says you have to be senile when you're old? My father-in-law is quite a bit older than you, and I think he's wide awake, so don't put being senile on age. The unflinching dislike was something Zhang Xiong had never expected, and he was awkwardly in place, encountering a young man like Xiaonan for the first time. Seeing his old man being given a hard time, Zhang Shiming rose up expansively. Xiaonan, my father apologized to you even at his age, so don't go too far. Otherwise, what else do you want? The old man just looked away, continuing to add food to his daughter's bowl. The other party's tone was unkind and his face was filled with anger. Xiaonan teased, to be so old and still not know how to behave. That's what you're doing wrong as a son. What you need to do is not to spoil him by continuing to be wrong, but to drag him out and educate him. The lower laughing girls couldn't hold back their laughter, and a couple of them tried to pinch their thighs to restrain themselves. The faces of Zhang Xiong's father and son were so dark that they dripped water, unable to catch Xiaonan's words at all. In front of Shin Jianxiu's face only dared to fight a war of words, but did not dare to really get angry and go up to have a physical conflict. The snickers passed and the atmosphere was a bit gloomy, with Zhang Xiong still standing beside him. Xiaonan said in a voice that wasn't too big or too small to ensure that everyone present could hear. Just now it was just a joke for everyone to have fun. A big holiday to have fun. I'm young and ignorant. I don't know what's important. I'm sorry. You go back and sit properly. Don't break your brain again. It's fine. Not so old that I can't walk. Zhang Xiong smiled sarcastically and walked towards his position. After seeing his poisonous tongue that disliked people, those who wanted to give him a hard time had to take their thoughts back. None of them ventured out to pick a fight again. There was a chance of winning in a group fight, and there was really no confidence that they could win against him by playing smart. Except for Zhang Ye and her maternal relatives, the others were in a happy mood. Especially Shun Yi, who had been wronged for many years, finally had a kind of revenge. and only felt in a happy mood. The Zhang family boys only felt a big slap on their faces, and after eating a bellyful of losses they could only force themselves to swallow it, secretly vowing to get it back someday. Xiaonan secretly sighed, inviting hatred again invisibly. In a few words, it seems that the strength of Zhang's family is not good. Chapter 67 Realizing class, aunt, uncle, and cousin had all suffered, and Zhang Shiwen, as the leader of the new generation in the family, naturally could not just stand by and watch his own family suffer without doing anything about it. He slowly pushed up his glasses, then raised his head, raised his glass to Xiaonan through the air, and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao is really eloquent. I don't know where you are now in your senior position." His voice was low and magnetic, making people sound and feel very comfortable, and there was a bit of arrogance in his demeanor and attitude. This was Xiaonan's first feeling, to the villa area so far. This was the first sentence he opened his mouth to say, no matter how cleverly and painstakingly to justify and explain. Eating soft rice, this label is like a dogskin plaster sticking to the body. How to shake cannot be shaken off, even if he becomes famous and successful in the future. As long as the onlookers have the heart to dig deeper into his career, then this black history of relying on women to get to the top will certainly be uncovered. Xiaonan was a person who never cared about what other people thought or said about him, and he didn't even bother to make any explanations, because he deeply understands that in the middle of this absurd and incomparable marriage, he has practically gained wealth, which may be a height that he could not reach by his own struggle in his whole life. What's wrong with taking the easy way out and letting people be sour about it? Those people don't pay to spend money, so don't care what they say. The other side is known to all. Why don't you punch yourself in the face? How uneconomical it is to give it to someone else. Xiaonan likes to hit his own face, spit the shrimp shells out of his mouth, takes a sip of red wine, highly accomplished. As if somewhat embarrassed, he pondered for a full dozen seconds before reopening his mouth again. Well, how do I put it? This is considered a high job, but it's not really a high job. My job is to take care of my wife. My family has tens of billions of dollars. Why would they still need me to earn a few dollars? So my job is really not worth mentioning. What about you? Xiaonan asked rhetorically. Zhang Shiwen wore a smile, his eyes revealing a hint of complacency. He tilted his head slightly and said in a confident tone, I work in a foreign company and currently manage a team of several hundred people. I can dispose of $2 billion of funds and have had a few good battles. Is there equity? Xiaonan asked. No, but, soon. Then it's a wage earner, Xiaonan said in disbelief. Well, let's put it this way. I make 1 million knives a year. So what if it is a wage earner? A part-time job is still better than him, a soft eater. To have such an achievement before reaching 30, Zhang Shifeng felt that his resume was outstanding enough to make many people feel ashamed of themselves. It's a class gap. The most common thing I used to hear when people met in the winter in my hometown was, how many thousands of dollars did you save this year? In the younger generation of relatives and friends in a merchant family like the Shin family, the achievements of even more inconspicuous people are the end of how many people's efforts. Damn class. You can't touch the class threshold in your life without going a little out of the ordinary. Countless young people from ordinary backgrounds are still struggling to survive at their age. And then think about what they would be doing if they hadn't met their old man. Alas, really envy you young annual salary of a few million. Unlike me, tired to work also a few million. The words have a few points true and a few points false. Looking to his old husband, he said, Dad, give me a raise. The old father-in-law glared at Xiaonan in dissatisfaction. Dissatisfied that his son-in-law dragged him in, he still smiled and said, there are tens of millions of dollars in dividends this year, so you should be content. If you want more, you'll have to be sent to the Black Continent to explore the market. With his little aunt's open mouth to intervene, Zhang Shiwen didn't dare to use the excuse of eating soft rice as an article to mock Xiaonan. He has the task index of pulling investment. May as well show Xiaonan to let him hand over the money to his own management. Can help him earn money is not important. The important thing is to have management fees to take. Earn his money, then bull asterisk 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 bull asterisk 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 win comfortable. Brother Xiao is the goal that my generation strives for. Someday we will have time to get together and discuss together. Eating soft rice is not something honorable. You'd better work hard. You can't eat in my line of work. My old husband only has one daughter. Not all door-to-door son-in-laws have the same treatment as me. Nothing worth exploring. Ha ha. Brother Xiao is so funny. Zhang Shiwen didn't want to chat with him anymore and had to snort to cope. Xiaonan and Zhang Shiwen spent the rest of the meal chatting politely. For the rest of Zhang's family, it was like sitting on pins and needles, like having a fish in one's throat, like a thorn in one's back. They couldn't wait for it to be over and go home. On New Year's Day in the past, at the end of the meal, everyone would stay and chat until the moment of New Year's Eve at 0 o'clock before leaving one after another. However, due to the presence of Xiaonan, a stirrer-like character, The New Year's Day of these dozens of Zhang family members this year was not particularly pleasant. It is really not a moment longer that I want to continue. The dinner had just ended and he couldn't wait to find an excuse to leave in a hurry. The New Year are trying to get lucky. Really not sure what kind of words Xiao Nan will say. Afraid of the start of the year is not good. Everything is not good. It took a lot of time and money to hand-pick a bunch of gifts to bring over, only to realize that none of it was as effective as a casual word of blessing from him. It was a real loss. And one more look at that face made one hate the other person so much. The male soldiers were overflowing with disgust for Xiao Nan, as if he was the most detestable being in their eyes, and they couldn't bear to break him into pieces and eat him alive. However, this aroused the curiosity of the young sisters in the room who were in the throes of puberty and love. Two of the daughters of the Zhang family even took the initiative to ask Xiao Nan for his contact information before they left, as if they wanted to know more about this handsome and venomous man. Their actions surprised everyone around them. After all, Xiao Nan was not a popular character in the eyes of the crowd, but perhaps it is this distinctive quality that attracts the attention of young girls. Their parents had eyes as if they wanted to eat people, very unhappy with their daughter's behavior, but they couldn't say anything in front of outsiders. No phone, no contact info, can't add friends. Very bluntly rejected the other party. Really don't want to have a few more unstable factors in his life. Xiao Nan is not so conceited that the girl likes him at a glance. Is a beautiful girl, so what? Even more beautiful girl cannot affect his heart bent on doing business. Even more beautiful girl, as long as there is no thumping heart feeling, he will not look at more than one glance. Carrot. Zhang Shuhui grunted and walked away. The girl who accompanied Zhang Ye into the room, Zhang Linger, was more intelligent and said with a smile, I'll send you a cell phone some other day. Okay Lu, bye, see you next time. Waiting for you to send me a cell phone. I want the latest model of fruit. When the people got into the car, Xiao Nan also got into his own car. He had been drinking and insisted on going back. If you don't go back in the villa area, you'll have to share a room with Shen Yi. The old man didn't stay too long arranging for a driver to take him back to the city. Shen Yi, on the other hand, stayed behind. Lu Ma went back to the festival in the afternoon, and went home with no one to take care of her. Not that she was too dirty and didn't want to change her diapers, take a bath, and wash her body. He took care of his grandmother when she was paralyzed for 3 months before she died, when he was only 14 years old and used to it, and wouldn't change things just because they went with the passage of time. Shen Yi is not a blood relative and it is not convenient to go and take care of it. Furthermore, I wish they had more time to spend with their father and daughter. They left the country in their teens and couldn't see each other twice a year. What about when they grew up? They met and quarreled. Tonight father and daughter got along quite harmoniously. The old husband's time was running out, and at some point he was suddenly gone, and his clothes were getting looser and looser, and I don't know if the others had noticed, but Xiao Nan could have been paying attention. Auntie, are you going straight home or? The driver asked tentatively. Outside the drizzle, under the street lamp, every droplet of water carries light. Xiao Nan withdrew his gaze, his voice was a little low. Go home. This temperature, this weather, this point of decent people who do not go home to sleep, to this damn winter with will make him moody. Before there was expectation, now there is no expectation. There is no special day. Every day is just living. Every day is the same. Chapter 68. Xiao Nan meets someone with the same poisonous mouth. The following day, New Year's Day, a small rainy cloudy day. The temperature seems to be several degrees lower than yesterday. Xiao Nan rare lazy once, did not take Wow out for a walk, do not have to think, wake up to pick up dog. Wow has his daily bowel movements on time, has to clean up after him, and complains to himself why can't he be trained to squat on the toilet at home by himself. Luckily the kennel is outside on the deck. If you keep him in the house, a little laziness is a hygiene concern. Wake up, people haven't eaten anything yet. Serve the cats and dogs first. Got a whole chicken thawed and baked in the oven. When he picked them up he didn't take the dog food and didn't go to buy it. Xiao Nan thought that what people can eat, they can also eat, and the two guys followed him to eat meat every day. The family freezer is full of chicken, duck and goose for them. Xiao Nan most of the time in the company meals, even if cooking at home, very simple bowl of noodles to get it done. Cooking skills are limited to do complex meals, don't want to waste too much time in the kitchen. More importantly, the craftsmanship really isn't as good as a cafeteria chef. The company has free meals, so why go home and cook your own food after a long day of work? Wow, the poop that comes out of eating meat stinks worse than the poop that comes out of eating dog food. After cleaning up the dog's poop and going to the cat's litter box to clean up meow too, Xiao Nan complained. I'm raising two ancestors. The novelty of them was wearing off and his patience was running out, especially Wow, who ate and pooped a lot, and had to check that the doors and windows were closed before he left the house, just in case he got in and wreaked havoc. Stinky, warm is a turn-off. I'll be too busy at the end of this vacation to take care of you, so I'll give you back to your mom some other time and cherish the few days I still have left to eat human food. sated in full, Wow rubbed Xiaonan's leg and circled around. Wailing as Meow too stretched and yawned. Xiaonan crouched down and controlled the dog's face with both hands to look out. Open your dog's eyes and take a good look. It's raining outside. You can't get out. Hurry back to your own nest and lie down. Dare to bite my sofa. I'll peel your skin to make up for it. Humph carrot ow. Ow 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 ow. Teasing them for a while, ready to simply get something to deal with, when an unfamiliar caller came in and answered. Hello? A bright laugh came from the phone. Hello Xiaonan. This is Zhang Shirwan. Do you have time to come out and meet? Why don't you do something over the phone? It's pretty cold. I feel that you are different and unique from many people, and would like to make friends with you, Zhang Shirwan said with a bright smile. I'll believe the hell out of you. Even though we only chatted a few times yesterday, Zhang Shifeng is not like his cousins. So first you tell me how to get my contact info? This, in short doesn't matter. What matters is that I want to make you a friend. The other party stammered. Xiaonan said in a nonchalant tone. You're not sincere enough as a friend to begin with. I'm worried that you'll stab me in the back. Your contact information isn't a secret. We all hang out in the business world and can get it just by asking around. I really want to make friends with you. These people who play the fun have a wide social circle, and their connections are also very rich in resources. Just like Zhang Shirfen, who holds a few $1 million of annual salary, and surely holds a lot of rich customer resources in his hands. Thinking of this, Xiaonan made an instant decision to go forward to meet and said to him, please send me a specific location. Doesn't a circle form when you mix and mingle? Staying at home every day, only cats and dogs, nothing to grow. Neither had eaten lunch, so the two hungry men made an appointment at an exquisitely decorated private dining room, a 3-story building that looked out of place in the surrounding complex. The facade looked very shabby and unassuming, revealing signs of age everywhere. In the current wave of rapid urban development, it is surprising that a building that is completely incompatible with the modern plan and slightly out of place can still be preserved. It's enough to see how deep the background of the people behind it is. Such a restaurant has a strict membership system and is not open to the public. Those who are willing to pay a high price for a membership card usually want to be connected through the people behind the scenes so that they can get to know some famous people. Not so much a place to eat as a gathering place for a circle of contacts. The decoration inside the private room of the tavern was moderate, heavy with majesty and dignity. If the sound outside is noisy, you can't hear a thing in the room, which is very suitable for talking about things. The two don't know each other very well, and there's nothing to meet for deliberate pleasantries. Xiaonan didn't come over just to make friends. Retracting his measuring gaze, he said, it's unlikely that you want to make friends with me. Get straight to business. It's not easy to have a break. You can't waste it on some nutrient-less pretense. You're a person who speaks too sharply. It's easy to offend people. Zhang Shirwan put away the smile on his face and said, that depends on how much value the other party can bring to me. If you guarantee me a lifetime of wealth and prosperity, I'll recognize you as my father. Xiaonan teased. The annual fee here starts as low as $500, 000, and a lot of my clients know each other through this restaurant manager. He still couldn't hide all the arrogance and pride. While the meal is still coming up, why don't you just get to the point, so that I can decide early on whether or not I want to eat this meal of yours? I'm afraid that I won't be able to fulfill the request you make later on, and I'm not the one who's going to get a reputation for being greedy. See his aggressive look. Zhang Shirwan felt that encountered him cannot speak too politely. You're underestimating me. I'm a very caring person. The road to see the beggar will be thrown to him a coin. Look away. This kid's mouth is poisonous enough. The old man as a beggar. Met the opponent. Xiaonan Tone calmly said, then I can be a beggar today. Shamelessly rub you this meal. It seems I'm good enough to be your friend? This can be examined. I don't want to be a beggar who was sent away by you with a coin. I want to have meat and wine at all times. Xiaonan said. Talking here Zhang Shirwan does not speak. People's meaning is already very obvious. Want to talk further to come up with strength? I'm not good at fooling the Lord. Zhang Shirfen has further knowledge of Xiaonan. This kid is unable to eat half a point of loss. Vigilance want to be very high. Now that we're here, let's eat first. It's a long day. We'll talk slowly this afternoon. At this moment, he decisively discarded that ridiculous and laughable thought from last night. After all, the act of trying to pit someone else's money was just too childish and stupid. A few words of conversation to recognize Xiaonan is a witty and cunning, shrewd-minded people, when the heart is very clear, with their own skills simply cannot master each other. If he chose to become friends with the other party, the benefits gained would far outweigh what he would get from being an enemy of the other party. Therefore, he did not hesitate to make a wise decision to put aside those bad intentions and befriend this person with his heart, because only in this way can we truly realize a win-win situation and benefit each other. Chapter 69, Misunderstandings. The stuff in the private dining room isn't really that great. It's just a few more ingredients that are easy to eat outside before you get to the sewing machine. According to Zhang Shifan, the place will reserve extremely rare and precious ingredients for more prestigious guests. There is a class gap between the poor and the rich. The rich and the rich class hierarchy is more obvious. There is the 100 billion club. There is the 10 billion club. In short, different classes are exposed to different people. To be able to bring so many rich people together, not rich can do. There must be a monstrous background. The enterprise is rich. Individuals are rich. Then people can mobilize the resources of all parties. There were two relatively rare meats, and Xiaonan asked, "It won't be illegal to eat this, right? If you want to go to jail you would have arrested it earlier. It's farmed. Don't worry about eating it." Zhang Shirwan cast a you-know-what look. The meat really doesn't taste good. And medium to large-sized birds that haven't been bred in captivity usually don't have too much meat. The word for it is rare. Eating at such a place demonstrates status, and eating is not the main objective. 8 dishes. Xiaonan tasted a bite of each dish. His favorite tomato scrambled eggs. Both of them did not drink alcohol. The mealtime is very short. How to bring up the wine, how to return back. Fill your stomach and remove the leftovers. On a glass teapot filled with tea, put a tea bag inside. You can see that it is very cheap. Xiaonan poured a cup of tea and only drank a mouthful without moving. Quietly, he waited for Zhang Shifeng to speak. Honestly, from the food he ate to the tea he drank, by the time he got to this part, he was not a fan of the circle here. It was a complete pig in a poke for people. Annual memberships start at $500. 000. And you have to say, smells good, when you drink tea. Making all that money and giving people a pig in a poke. Are you kidding me? He can't do it. After 10 minutes, Zhang Shifeng did not open his mouth to say the purpose of the appointment. Usually work habits speak of efficiency. There is no time to waste here. Instead of just sitting here comparing who has more patience than who, why don't you go home to your dog? I've eaten the rice and drank the tea. Thank you for your hospitality. I still have things to do. I'll entertain you next time. Xiaonan got up after saying that. I thought he would wear out his patience, but I didn't expect him to just get up and leave. Zhang Shirwan hurriedly opened his mouth. I did ask you out for something. I'll give you 3 seconds. I don't have much patience for this one. I want to manage your wallet. Zhang Shifeng directly stated the purpose. How much growth can you promise to give me in a year? Or what can you give me? We can sit down and have a good chat. Zhang Shifeng made a gesture of please sit down. There was still a confident and calm look on his face. I was surprised that Xiaonan did not sit down. Seriously, you should kinda hate me. Don't you feel sick looking at me? Compared to Zhang Shirwan's calmness, Xiaonan's behavior was much more impatient. And he didn't care if his mindset was worse than others because he understood that the other party's status was at most equal to his. So he didn't need to take his few patience and waste it. Even more so, he didn't like it when people pretended to be superior. Everyone's time is limited. Don't waste too much on some nonsense. Xiaonan took a step and was about to walk out. Zhang Shirwan said immediately before he left the door, I didn't expect you to be so direct when you opened your mouth, and without preparing in advance. I can't promise you anything for the time being. That was a true statement. He didn't take people seriously before the date, suddenly changed his opinion. Some of the words originally prepared were completely useless. If he was to treat others as a little cutie again, then he himself is a biggest cutie. I don't think you even took me seriously before I got here. And rather than trying to make me a friend, you just took me for a sucker. Suddenly you realized that I'm not easy to fool, and the rhetoric you've prepared won't work. The mind was seen through and poked on the spot. Even if the mental quality is good, Zhang Shirwan felt embarrassed and did not dare to look at Xiaonan's sharp eyes. I'll see you when you have something of equal value to make in exchange with me. But I don't have much time. I'll treat you to dinner again sometime. After Xiaonan finished speaking, he flung his hand behind him and directly left the private room. Putting his hopes on Zhang Shifeng might as well look for local giants. Xiaonan thought of his best friend who he hadn't contacted in a long time. The content of the message was deleted and cut down. And finally it was very tacky to send, in, no sickness or disease still in the next few decades. I'd like to meet you for coffee. I got a quick reply from the other side. Since the last time she was scolded on the hot search, Sherlin Lin did not contact her again after she posted a clarification. Xiaonan looked for a cafe close by that was still quite upscale, and looked for a good location before replying to her. While waiting, a young woman in a snow-white pinafore sat down across from him and asked with a smile, Is there anyone here? Appointed someone. We'll be there soon. If you don't mind you can join together. The dozen or so tables in the store were all seated, so she had to find someone to share a table. There were 4 seats, and Xiaonan didn't have the intention of letting the other person go, as long as she wasn't embarrassed. Feel free to sit. Thanks. You're welcome. The woman ordered a cup of coffee and asked, Do you work in this neighborhood? No, the company is quite far from here. Xiaonan replied with a faint smile on his face. My name is Mo Yuja. And you? Sinan. I know you. Haven't seen much of you on the internet in the last month. A big hit. Since I was notorious on the internet a while ago, she went so far as to use the big red one. The girl's emotional intelligence was quite high. Xiaonan smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth and said, "It's more apt for you to use the word infamous. Those are misconceptions, but I kind of like your character." Since the chat, Xiaonan carefully measured the girl in front of him. The appearance is slightly inferior to Xin Yi. Not much, just a little bit, perhaps a little less heroic, more a sense of softness. Long brown hair cascading over her shoulders, rosy full lips, goose cheeks, almond eyes, a small, upturned nose, and sharp, slightly upturned corners of her eyes. Small figure, face is not big, but wins in the 5 features look exquisite, put together to give people a very pure and beautiful, such as the feeling of spring breeze, looking very comfortable, a moment to look in, look fascinated. Xiaonan dared to say, "I promise I don't have thoughts I shouldn't have." Look with very clean, very pure eyes, but others don't think so. Mou Jiao was embarrassed by the way he looked at her. She was originally at another table, and a guy came and kept staring at her before she switched over. "I thought it was a handsome man is not obscene. Who knows the blatant staring at her to see cough cough." Deliberately coughed twice to remind. Eyes full of anger. After mixing for more than 20 years, this kind of small scene is nothing to Nan, and he pinched a piece of impeccable rhetoric in his mouth. "I can't remember people. I'll look closer when I meet someone interesting, and the next time I meet you on the road and say hello, I'll be able to remember who it is without looking awkward." Mou Jiao only felt that this guy's skin was as thick as a city wall. She couldn't afford to muddle through with just 2 words. "You think I believe your bull asterisk 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 asterisk?" Xiaonan said frankly, "Whether you believe it or not has no effect on me. Being misunderstood by you. The big deal is that it's another meal of net exposure. I'm used to it. I don't care. A while ago I also said a few good words for you on the internet. It seems to be that I look away from the trash." Mou Jiao picked up the bag that was placed aside and got up. Good thing she didn't take the hot coffee to splash her face action. Misunderstanding on misunderstanding. "It doesn't matter. Is celebrating." Then heard a familiar voice. The departed Mou Jiao is chatting with Shi Lin, eyes alertly looking his way. Xiaonan was thinking, "You're afraid that you've never seen Shi Lin playing a hooligan. The guy in front of you is the real hooligan." The two of them joined hands and Mou Jiao huffed as she sat down in her original position. "I didn't expect you to know Sister Lin. She even said you weren't that kind of person. I want to know what method you used to trick her." Xiaonan ignored her and used his cell phone to scan the order code on the desktop and handed it to Shi Lin. "Order yourself what to drink. You're so generous to invite someone for coffee and find such a place. If he hadn't asked to come over, Shi Lin wouldn't have come to a cheaply priced cafe. I'm still going back and forth with you. It's atmospheric enough. If it were someone else, they would have been tearing each other apart on the internet. You have to be lucky to have met a man with such a commitment as me." Chapter 70, Unexpected Luck. Since her last experience, Slimane has become very cautious and measured in her dealings with people. As a result of the cyber violence she suffered, she has been under a lot of pressure from her family. Not only did her family pressure her to disassociate herself from the negative events, but they also arranged up to a dozen blind dates for her. According to her past attitude, she could have chosen not to participate in these blind dates. However, her own mother took the approach of crying and hanging herself. "Our daughter is almost 30 years old and hasn't found a date yet. I'm sorry for the old ancestors of the Shi family." Faced with this extreme behavior of her mother, Shi Lin felt very helpless and confused. On the one hand, she understood her mother's worries and expectations, but on the other hand, she also wants to live her life the way she wants to, and not be bound by traditional ideas. In the real mom forced under the real father to help abuse, with handcuffs to the door, not forced to go on a blind date, and even threatened not to go to the company that she had done things one by one out of the rake, randomly according to a crime to send in a few days of confinement, just arrived from a blind date. The blind date was introduced by a relative of her family, a mature man with a successful career, but she did not lack career and money. Why should she look for an old man? Wouldn't it smell good to play a few more years and find a brother? Rich, generous men are too old to be funny. Young, handsome men are too stingy. First time I've ever had a $10 cup of coffee. Sometimes quite envious of Shinyi. Her father gave her stuffed a few years younger than her handsome. The same parents. Vision gap is so big. Xiaonan wouldn't ask out for no reason, and probably with a purpose. "You didn't ask me out for a simple coffee, did you? There are indeed some things to beg you." Xiaonan asked her whether there are automobile circle contacts, although it is not clear that her background. A lone look at her did not enter Wu Peiyuan's circle can be seen that she cannot see that group of people. The background is by no means simple. "We don't have much left between us after what happened last time, and we're limited to seeing each other without making a move. Who am I to help you?" Shireen had a businesslike tone. "What do you need?" Xiaonan hadn't thought of white whoring, begging for something and not knowing what she wanted, so he could only ask. 1 second he had a serious face. The next he smiled playfully and said, "What if I said I needed someone? Would you say yes? People don't come as far as money, and if you can sacrifice yourself for profit today, you can do the same tomorrow. What is it about a woman who can't take care of herself like Xinyi that attracts you?" It was envisioned that Xiao Nan was attracted to Xinyi because of her beauty, but then quickly dismissed it. Xiao Nan was not a shallow man. "Enough interest, perhaps? I can pay you just as well. Don't you dare say anything about tigers and wolves. It's only been a few days since the last hot search. The position I've recently been transferred to is quite critical, so I can't allow negative things to get out, and the work at hand is related to the fate of the future." Xiao Nan was particularly afraid of negativity lately. He also didn't want to say too much about the current state of life with Xinyi with people. They couldn't talk about this relationship as a pushover. "I've heard about you. That's just a bunch of rabble. It's nothing." She hadn't heard much about Xiao Nan shagging that group of pretentious people, specifically calling to taunt the dog's balls. That wear diapers no. Sure, Linlin no is not surprising. Her circle of contacts can be stronger than Xinyi, can make Xinyi and Godand and hate but cannot do anything about it is only her. It's true that good things don't come from bad things. I want to make sure of one thing. Slimer fluttered her big eyes. "You say, it's been rumored that you like men. Is that true?" "Fake. It was just to gross people out at the time." "Man bang bang hard." "It was indeed just for fun at the time. To gross out Gulwin. Nothing more." Xiao Nan chagrined to take a bad move. "In case one day drunk people to arrange a man to sleep, then he shall not be disgusted to death. Xinyi can't satisfy you in a situation like that, can he? I think some things are more important than the physical bit. For me, other than eating, drinking, and sleeping, which are necessary, everything else can be left out," Xiao Nan said with a serious look. Mo Jia, who was sitting on the side, gave him a high look. How does she feel that Sister Lin is a female hooligan constantly molesting people, and speaking so bluntly that she can't wait to give them a backhand? Inwardly sighing, "It's me who doesn't know any better, and I've spoiled the good things of others. Just thought if she didn't return to be a light bulb, people would probably go up to the hotel next door. Xinyi doesn't know how to cherish holding the pearl, don't have to go to the fish eye. If the pro-father stuffed a handsome guy like this, regardless of whether there is no emotional foundation, slowly cultivate, really cannot be replaced, but not like Xinyi is completely do not give people hope. You have the spirit of Chao Gong, which is very undesirable." The two of them were bull ting you and me, and as time passed, after sitting for 2 hours and drinking 4 cups of coffee, Sher Linlin looked at Mo Jia, who was transparent on the side, and said, "Don't you want to say something after you've been listening for so long?" What did I say?" Sher Linlin gave Mo Jia, who was acting dumb, a blank stare. "Stupid nah. Doesn't your family have Dao Kong shares? I just graduated into the company. I can't make the decision. This has to be my father. Dao Kang's shares rot in the hands of no one want." I didn't realize that Mo Jia was still a golden girl who held the shares of a cold car company. Xiao Nan immediately said, "I can propose to the company's senior management to take over the shares in your father's hands. The shares won't sell for a few dollars now, so why not cooperate to get the car built? Maybe Uncle Mo can take this opportunity to make a big profit." Sher Linlin said. This Mo's family in front of her was well established in the investment circle. Xiao Nan defined himself over to ask if you know the car circle. Not just want to enter the car circle well, as a news to eat the paparazzi, not only digging celebrities that a lot of things within the enterprise have heard. "This is my business card. If it's convenient for your father, you can contact me anytime." Xiao Nan handed Mo Jia his business card. "Okay, I'll go home and talk to my father and will give you news as soon as possible." Mo Jia snorted and left. Left behind the two people gossip just passed, cannot dare to be alone, before and after less than a minute. Each left. Encountering Mo Jia was an accident. Sometimes good things come to the door by themselves when you are lucky. Xiao Nan knows that Dao Kong, the car company, used to produce 7-seater vans, with the change in market demand, did not press the track. Facing closure, the heyday of the sales is not so good. Currently, two other car companies do some simple accessories barely survive. Departmental teams have to be put together to engage with Dao Kong as soon as possible. The company should at least be prepared to lose about $10 billion next year. Business operation is not a small storefront. It is impossible to earn money before entering the market. R&D, manufacturing, publicity, need to spend money. Chapter 71, Caught in the Act. Know your enemy and know yourself. A lot of information has been collected and analyzed about Dowcom Motors. By the way, looking for tycoons with the surname Mo on the internet, trying to find out Mo Yuja's background, did not get a bit of information. Xiao Nan was always ready in case he met and didn't know anything about it, which would be embarrassing. Group departments are very cooperative with Xiao Nan's work. 3 days after the resumption of work to complete the formation of the team, put into normal work, only to return home in the early hours of the morning every day. Cats and dogs dinner as a late-night snacks to eat. There is no shortage of cursing. I do not know what they are cursing. Look at the expression to know that the curse is very dirty, usually high and cold. Do not love to scream meow to CM did not have a good face, not even allowed to touch. Wow is a very picky eater. The feed prepared for him in the automatic feeder is not eaten a bite. She is very loud and screams for hours on the terrace when she is hungry, which is often complained by the neighbors. Wanted to return the dog. Shani stayed in the suburban villa and did not come back. In her words, why go home when there's food and drink and people to take care of you? Complete disregard for the two oldest sons. The main work of the new department is still in the improvement of the internal staff structure, and in the mutual friction. Xiaonan assigned work to the two vice presidents. Vice President Monsanto is in charge of technology. The Vice President Shiyu is responsible for the day-to-day management and coordination of the department. He's in charge of the marketing side of things. 7 days after resuming work, he received a reply from Moyuja, a tea house by the Bund, and Xiaonan followed the navigation. This is not the direction to go home. Rarely go out for shopping and know nothing about the neighborhood except that there are schools, shopping malls, and hospitals. When they arrived at their destination, Moyuja was already waiting. Today I wore a long gray trench coat with baggy denim and my brown hair in a ponytail. The body is elongated and tall, with a dry energy. The appointment of the tea house is different from the previous rustic style. Only the word Moyuan at the entrance. Garden design. White courtyard wall. Outside the wall cannot see inside. Xiaonan quickly stepped to meet up. Such a cold day. I can go in by myself. You wait here. Moyuja squinted at him and interrupted. Mr. Xiao, don't you think it's strange for a married man to be attentive to my little girl? It was annoying to see married men shushing and caring about little unmarried girls. She felt it was just a case of impure mindedness and impure purpose. So much hostility? Could it be that she looked at her last time? Not so much. Xiaonan remembered what the purpose of coming over today was for, and held back his habit of being cheap. I've always been like this to my friends. Don't be hypocritical. Quickly follow me in. Moyuja turned around and went in after saying that. She hated it when people kept staring at her. Xiaonan just got off the car and was staring at her again. The garden is delicately laid out, just like a beautiful painting. The lush, swaying bamboos on both sides of the road intertwine with the sound of gurgling water to create a symphony of nature. Walking through it is like being in a fairyland. It's amazing that there's such a secluded spot on the Bund. Walking close, only to see the artificial simulation of the water flow on the rockery like a silver practice cascading down, splashing crystal water, such as beads falling from a jade plate. Beautiful. And not far from the rockery is the sparkling artificial lake. The breeze whisked through the clear water. Ripples. The weeping willows around the lake gently swayed as if dancing, adding a touch of vitality and spirituality to this beautiful lake scene. A large garden with only the occasional person in sight. This place is on your family's property? Yes. Looking around all stacked up with money. This one garden 500 million is not hit. Xiaonan can only curse in his heart dog big house. To build a garden like this in such a location on the Bund is not something that can be done by ordinary people. And the most important thing is that this place is not for people to live in. It is mainly used for socializing. Moyuja lightly jumped onto the wooden boat. Xiaonan followed and jumped on. The boatman skillfully paddled the oars, and the wooden boat slowly sailed towards the pavilion in the center of the lake. Moyuja stood at the bow of the boat and looked at Xiaonan sitting in the cabin. The wind blew her hair and her eyes revealed anticipation and excitement. Xiaonan was puzzled in his heart. It's just an artificial lake. You haven't come here before. Why get excited? As the wooden boat approached the pavilion, the boatman carefully docked the boat, and Moyuja carefully stepped onto the pavilion steps. When Xiaonan had gotten off the boat, she stepped onto the boat again. You wait here for a while. I'll go inform father. Thank you. Xiaonan's heart is not happy again, but also have to endure. Who let himself anxious to make achievements? Wait for it. People are big brother. Wait for a moment and what does it matter? Akiu. Xiaonan sneezed violently, rubbed his nose and muttered, asterisk 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 asterisk. The wind is really strong, really thief cold. The temperature in the center of the lake was much cooler and windier than outside. The pavilion is windy on all sides. There were only 4 stone benches and a stone table in the pavilion, and there wasn't even the bare minimum of hot water. The heart felt dissatisfied. The high and mighty really didn't put a little karami like him in their eyes. He wrapped his clothes around his body and hunkered down, sitting on the cold stone bench, his feet stomping on the ground in an attempt to warm himself up. The cold wind whistled across the lake, kicking up waves, and the temperature in the pavilion seemed to be a few degrees lower than outside. He stood up and wandered back and forth across the teeny-tiny pavilion. After about half an hour, there is still no one over. He muttered, we can climb around the whole garden. Why haven't we arrived yet? Sending a message to Moyuja, Mo, can you arrange for someone to send me some hot tea? It's cold as hell. Sorry, I accompanied my dad out to meet someone. I'll be back in about an hour. And I don't have the number of the garden janitor. Just bear with me. We'll be back soon. At this moment, Xiaonan cannot endure, and it is not necessary to her family. Give her a reply. Cooperation is placed on the basis of mutual respect. You ask me to come over. Run out to see other customers. I think we do not have the need to talk about it. When he looked up, the boatman who had sent him over was nowhere to be seen, and he couldn't be found even if he wanted to call out for someone to come and fetch him. Xiaonan was furious. Damn bully. Swimming the 10 meters or so to the shore wasn't a problem, but it was too cold. Waiting doesn't know how long it's going to take to blow the cold wind. It's only going to be cold for a few minutes to walk over there. Xiaonan did a bit of warming up and jumped directly into the lake. The cold and bone-chilling lake water was so cold that his teeth chattered and his scalp stung a little. Gnashing my teeth, I swam for a few minutes to the shore. My clothes were all soaked through and constantly dripping water onto the ground, so I hurriedly took out my car keys and cell phone to check them. But luckily, the waterproofing was done well and they still worked. Water dripped the whole way he walked, and the occasional passerby in the garden glanced his way without a word of greeting and continued to talk to his fellow travelers. Mo Yujia, who said she was outside accompanying her father to meet the guests, nervously greeted him and blocked his way to apologize. I am sorry for being sorry. I didn't mean it. Yeah, you didn't mean it. You meant it. Don't block my way. Xiaonan pushed the person to the side of the road with one hand and walked quickly outside the garden. Don't you go. It's me personally. My dad will be here soon. I apologize to you. I will take you to change your clothes. Don't go. My dad will scold me. Mo Yujia clung to his clothes and wouldn't let go. Father meant to meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just not happy about being stared at by him last time, and called the person over 2 hours in advance to catch him in the act. How would I know that Xiaonan would just jump into the lake and swim over? In less than an hour, her father will come over, and if she can't see anyone, she will be scolded. Mo Yujia almost cried. Arrogant Missy is sick, not an adult. Talk about cooperation can continue, but Xiaonan did not like this kind of joke without boundaries. It always felt like I was a monkey casually letting people play with me if I didn't do something. Turning to look at her, he said, I can stay. You go to that pavilion now and stay there for an hour, then swim back. You are good. There is nothing more important than making money, not just a little aggravation. Cold and flu infusion. Well, Mo Yujia gritted his teeth and agreed. I will take you to change your clothes, and then go to the pavilion to stay for an hour and then swim back. You arrange for someone to take me there, and you take the boat now to stay in the pavilion in the center of the lake. Xiaonan looked like his old man was not easy to fool. Okay, I'll call someone to send clothes over. Mo Yujia called to arrange for someone to send clothes over, and then had someone take Xiaonan to take a hot bath and drink ginger tea, explained all the affairs of the person in charge of the garden, and called the boatman to send her to the center of the lake. Just as he stepped onto the pavilion, a piercing wind passed by, his clothes instantly not keeping him warm, and he shrank back to sit on a stone bench and stomp his feet. In his heart, he felt that Xiaonan was too petty to joke. Comfort yourself with it's okay to suffer a little bit for the sake of making money. If you are going to do a great job, you must first suffer your heart and mind, labor your bones, and starve your body. Suffering is just for tomorrow's business. Chapter 72, Xiaonan, excessive courtesy will make people think I'm a bully. Need still think she is a competent person. Never thought. The same childish not look away. Look away. In less than 2/4 of an hour, well-fitting clothes and shoes were delivered. Xiaonan changed into a brand new outfit and leaned against the window leisurely drinking steaming ginger tea, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a faint smile looking at the woman who kept stomping her feet in the pavilion in the lake. The woman sitting across from him pursed her lips and spoke. Well, Mr. Xiao, Yujia is too young and doesn't know too much. Why don't we stop here? She is the person who manages the gardens, is a lady in her 30s, full name Su Shallow. The body is very good. Even Xinyi like a small cow have to bow to the wind. Secretly said, ********. Why should I use Xinyi as a template to compare with others? Her appearance wasn't the kind of stunningly beautiful, but it had a unique aura. Her features were well defined with hard lines, revealing a heroic aura, especially that pair of eyes, deep and sharp, as if they were able to see everything. With just one glance, one could sense the shrewdness and intelligence of this woman. If she wasn't shrewd, the Mo family wouldn't have given the circle of contacts to her to take care of. What Xiaonan wanted was just an attitude from Mo Yujia to admit her mistake. Sniffling, he said, I'll be a grown-up. You let her swim over. Mr. Mo loves his daughter very much. You stop in moderation. Mr. Mo's love is none of my business. I'm still the old man's favorite son-in-law. Xiaonan said, you should know who my old man is. You're Mr. Mo and my old man compared to who has a higher status in the Junhu? I'll call the lady. In fact, Xiaonan's own heart also has no bottom. He is just testing the old man and the other side in the end who is in the jung whose status is high. It seems that the old man is still a cow. However, we are not mixed in a circle. For the time being, he has not taken over his old husband's industry outside, and Xiao Nan is still not clear about what companies he has invested in. Currently only know that in addition to C-High Technology, there is a private hospital 37% shares. The old man is very low-key, never participate in entrepreneurial gatherings, nor participate in various forums. Even the official media want to interview. He is not willing to accept. I'm in business, and I'm not in business to be famous. Always refused with one sentence. He didn't like to be in the limelight, and even the people below him had to keep a low profile. But today the major manufacturers to invest in self-research, have their own product lineup, cannot afford to be low profile, have no choice but to let hide this enterprise into the public's field of vision. In the past, few people in the field knew that there was such a company that only did technical research and development. Xiao Nan retrieved his thoughts. Not far from the lake, only a head was exposed, swimming toward the shore. The staff on the shore jumped into the water to protect her swim back to the shore. Just on the shore, immediately a group of people gathered around, and is handing towels, and is handing hot water, just like a treatment of the old Buddha. Mr. Xiao is very ungentlemanly. Su Shallow retracted her gaze dissatisfied. I'm just nice enough to those around me. I don't need to be too polite to those outside. Excessive courtesy will make people think I'm weak and deceitful. There were footsteps at the end of the sentence. Xiao Nan raised his eyes and looked at the tall, old, handsome man who came unaccompanied by two men. All three were no longer young. They were probably around 50 years old. The old handsome man looked better than the two beside him. Su Shallow stood up as if she had springs under her buttocks. It was time for the main man to come. Xiao Nan also immediately got up. He didn't go forward to greet him rashly, waiting for Su Shallow to open his mouth to introduce him. Who knows that the middle-aged handsome man who walked in the front did not wait for her introduction, walked straight over and smiled brightly towards Xiao Nan. You just said that you are very handsome. I didn't believe at first that anyone could make my daughter praise him for being handsome. Indeed he is as handsome as I was when I was young. Who compliments people on their good looks as soon as they meet? He couldn't have heard rumors from others. Could he be a? Xiao Nan's back instantly broke out in goosebumps. Ha 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 ha. You don't have to worry about me liking men. I don't like men. The old man is bona fide hard man. Being told what was in his heart at once, Xiao Nan did not show half a bit of discomfort. Hello, I'm Xiao Nan. Mordecai. Turning around, he introduced the two people who came in together. These two are Daokong's executives. This is Daokong President Kai Xin. This one is Daokong Business Director Zhu Xiao. Recognizing each other and being polite to each other, Mo Diqian smiled and said, sit down and chat with everyone. When the three of them sat down, he turned his head towards Su Shallow and asked, where's Yu Jia? Yu Jia rowing boat play fall into the lake. Go change clothes, come over soon. Can't say it's to make amends to someone. She knows the boss's temperament. Looking pleasant, but once whoever upset him, will definitely be scolded. The same goes for daughters, holding them in their hands when they are good and criticizing them just as harshly when they do wrong. You go and arrange for tea and refreshments to be reserved. And by the way, go and hurry up Yuja. Okay. After Su Xiao answered, she nodded towards the few people in front of her with a smile on her face before turning around and walking towards the door. In fact, for these things, there was no need for the boss to personally instruct her. With her experience and ability she could completely handle everything properly. As for the boss just said those words well. Su Shallow heart is very clear, which I am afraid only half is true. The tea is not the point. To leave her to talk about things is the point. There were only 4 people left in the room, and Mo Diqian put away his smile as if he was a different person. I should have made an appointment with a young talent like Mr. Xiao a few days earlier, and at the beginning of the new year. There are too many things to be busy with. I'm not one to beat around the bush either. Let's get straight to the point. I'm afraid it's not a lack of time. You're investigating me, Xiao Nan said with a straight face. Dao Kong, name your needs, and I'll come and say what I can provide. I did not expect that he would be so direct and dry, eliminating a lot of unnecessary trial process. Mo Diqian dispersed a cigarette to each person and lit it for himself. Old Kai, tell us. When he said this, it meant that he was not selling his shares, and Xiao Nan lit the cigarette he had given him and waited for Kai Xian to speak. Kai Xian sat upright and opened his mouth. We have continuously invested in research and development for 3 consecutive years, and we are currently able to produce motors on our own. The technology in terms of fuel vehicles. Mo Diqian frowned and spoke out to interrupt. You directly say what's missing. There's no need to make a report. Not saying what's missing, but only what's there, is not to cover up the weakness, not waiting for the other side to speak. Xiao Nan preempted. Kai's words I kind of understand. Electrification aspects and intelligent technology are not. You only have the qualification to build a car. Do you have to be so direct? Indeed. As he said, the three people have no way to refute. The technology owned by Dowkong is nothing in front of other people's science and technology research and development-oriented enterprises. Xiaonan did not rush to speak again. Look at the three depressed face. About the same age. Mo Diqian obviously much younger than the other two. It seems that the days of Dowkong Automobile is really bad. In the past to engage in the buy and sell enterprises, buy other people's parts back to their own assembly, pure and simple labeling, before can barely survive. Now no longer. The downstream market volume is very strong. There is no technology accumulation before doing OEM can do piracy, earn money must be invested in R&D, have their own technology. Technology companies today to make money without investing in R&D, tomorrow can only buy other people's things at a high price, pricing in the hands of others, assembled and cannot be sold. 10 years of money is not enough to lose 2 years. Only continuous investment in research and development to seize the core industry chain in order to survive in the industry. Some companies make $10 or $20 billion of profit a year and take a large portion of it as dividends, which ultimately results in a rich top management and a debt-ridden society. There are still too few people who are as pure as the old man. This is clearly a lack of foresight on the part of the managers, or just trying to make money. The room fell into silence, and Kai and Zhu were filled with sadness. It was impossible to talk about things all at once. Xiaonan is not in a hurry. This key point needs the other party to open his mouth first, and then he will come back with the conditions and the program of cooperation. Chapter 73, Preliminary Talks on Cooperation. The woman's face is flushed like a lotus flower. Before meeting her is not love to look at women. Originally suspected that the self-orientation problem, confirmed, is a hard good son. Hello Uncle Kai. Hello Uncle Zhu. Mo Yujia greeted the two men nicely, directly ignoring Xiaonan. The big man's minds I was too small and too vindictive. My daughter, you guys know each other, so no more introductions. Mo Diqian looked at his own daughter. Find yourself a place to sit. Be a good student. Don't just interrupt. Taking advantage of the matter of his daughter's arrival to break the stalemate. Continuing the stalemate. Today's meeting would be meaningless. He did not have the extra time to get to know a young man. High Technology's current situation is slightly rumored to be pushing several terminal products to market in a row, and the strategic purpose is not difficult to analyze. How can Xiaonan not understand what Mo Diqian means? Not arrogant, not impatient. Said, the company will certainly launch another revolutionary product in the first half of the year. These years, many industries are too comfortable. No progress. Highs kill part of the terminal market, just to let everyone wake up in advance. If you wait for the foreign evil wolf to break in, I'm afraid that even the bones are not left. With an enterprise like High Technology, there is no worry that domestic technology will not prosper. Had the honor of interviewing Mr. Shin a few times, proposed cooperation, but were rejected. He is a pure person, but the market needs to embrace capital. Capital who do not want to hold the golden eggs like High Technology, in case one day listed not to earn over. Naiha Shinjianxiu that old man oil and salt, but also very hate them such capital. In Xiaonan's mind the old husband's greatness, although he would count on him, but overall the flaws were great. Let's get back to the point. I currently have 3 intended car companies. It was by chance that I met Mo, and considering the distance factor, that's why I first chose to discuss with your company. This is not only an opportunity for myself, but also for your company and your employees to continue to stay and work. Entrepreneurs should have a bit of social responsibility, and the primary responsibility is to share the wealth with the employees. We can't be landlords in a feudal society. It's easy to elevate the old man's image in one paragraph. At the same time scolded a group of people, you only know how to make money. Did not think about long-term plans? Only short-term interests in the eyes. Feudal thinking, as pedantic as the old landlords in the past. Even he was scolded together. Mo Diqian hated his teeth and could do nothing about it. This time to continue to dwell on the same topic. It seems that he is right. He floated in the business sea for dozens of years. It is impossible to not see the problem. Cooperation with High is a good line of work that benefits both sides. Cooperation is to cooperate. Gently touched General Manager Kai who was sitting next to him. Kai Xian more than anyone else wants the product to be empowered by emerging technologies. The same mix of business circle. Other people's sales clunk up. He got worse and worse. There is a big gap in the heart. Investors see once scolded once. The whole person has been numb. Dowkong Automobile can work with High. You're right. The technology we have is outdated. It's not his fault that he hasn't invested in R&D over the past few years. The money was all split amongst the shareholders. He's just a minority shareholder with little rights. I'll name a few issues that might not make a few of you sound particularly happy. Xiaonan swept a circle of several people's faces, also waiting for them to nod. Waiting for more than 10 seconds did not open his mouth. Not nodding, not shaking his head that is acquiescence. He then went on to say, Stalking car market recognition is not high. Continue to use this brand, the outside world will be skeptical. So, the two joint ventures to establish a new company alone, a new brand. From hardware to software design is redesigned by High Technology, and some parts are purchased or processed by Stalking's own factory. He didn't want to keep running a brand that had a rotten reputation. Why work with a brand that you know has nothing to offer? Naturally, a lot of time and cost can be saved for car building qualifications, factories and use of the supply chain. The original brand they want to operate can be operated. Want to use the technology of High can only pay for it. Before they came they didn't think the progress would be so fast. His head was still in the clouds, and he hadn't envisioned any cooperation or shareholding issues. We can't talk about this today. We have to wait for the internal shareholders meeting and then arrange for a representative to come and talk about it. Xin said, since we met today, we naturally have the intention to cooperate. Stalking Group still has a dozen shareholders. We need to discuss it internally, and we can give a reply in 3 days at most. The fact that a bigwig like Chen was willing to condescend to meet a small Kara M like Xiaonan was naturally because he was also in a hurry to solve Stalking's problem. After all, a few $1 billion was a lot of money for anyone, even a rich man like him. Investment organizations are taking other people's money and investing it, and if they don't fix this soon, what happened to Stalking could set off a chain reaction that would have a huge impact on his business and reputation. He couldn't let that happen, so he had to step in and fix it himself. Before meeting Xiaonan, Chen did a long time of mental preparation, struggling with the question of whether or not to personally meet a small person like Xiaonan. At the same time, he was curious as to what kind of person Shen Jianxiu's son-in-law was. As expected, the two sons-in-law have very similar personalities, speak very directly and do not like to beat around the bush. A few short sentences can make a person gag so hard they can't pick up the words. Xiaonan hopes to have the results as soon as possible. The two sides to talk about cooperation, signed a contract, the first car at least to wait until next year to get off the line, a variety of software compatibility, debugging, road test, and so on, not a year or two on the market. This is just to meet and get to know each other. Feel the two sides of the meaning of the specific cooperation negotiations do not know how many times the two sides have to go to the negotiating table to talk about. Even more urgent cannot be accomplished overnight. It was necessary to find a way to put a bit of pressure on the other side, so that they would quickly organize a negotiation. In fact, they understood in their hearts that cooperation was more beneficial to them. It was only human greed that prevented them from voting immediately, considering not only the interests of this aspect of the factor, but also in the new brand of the rights of the proportion. The right is a man's aphrodisiac struggle for half a lifetime. The hair fell out, not only to eat, but also in order to win the respect of others. Talking about here has clearly expressed the meaning of cooperation. There is no need to talk further today. He dared to vote. Xiaonan may not have the right to make decisions on behalf of the company with full authority. Again, it was the first time we met. There was a bit of a gap in age, and we couldn't always fool around with hootenanny Haiti. There was also the presence of his daughter. He could not say flowery, meat and vegetable things. The atmosphere was a bit dull. The matter of cooperation will be talked about here today. Both of us go back to consult with the team and come up with an effective cooperation as soon as possible. This is my business card. Xiaonan exchanged business cards with the three of them, intended to give the business card to leave. Chen said, another 2 hours to mealtime. The garden has a lot of can play the project. Go and experience it properly. Yu Jia, tell Suasa to prepare to the highest specifications. Okay, Dad, go on. Chen watched his daughter leave, sneakily took out the tablet from his pocket, opened the album, put it on the table and slid it down. Xiaonan curiously looked at it and, it's full of little-known artists and models, with their measurements, skills, ages, relationship status, and even their regular vacation times. There were several first and second-tier artists, both male and female. He didn't ask, waiting to see what Mordikian was going to do. Pounding around a bit he raised his eyes to look at a few people and made a gesture of invitation. These are the ones that will make it for the night. Take your pick of whoever you like. Xiaonan wasn't surprised that he could say such words and do such things. As a capital, a big shot like Chen naturally dabbled in a very wide range of industries. None of the three made a move. Xin spoke up. Mr. M.O., I love my wife very much. This is not appropriate. Me too. Zhu Xiao hastily agreed. Xiaonan believed that getting married was not a secret. I'm just like my two brothers. Xingye's intention should have been to have a wedding and humiliate him in the process, so that everyone else would know that he was willing to marry a paralyzed woman for money. Recently for some reason there was suddenly no movement. Maybe afraid of the future of bad days. Out of the mix sooner or later is to pay back. This time to humiliate the more ruthless in the future to be retaliated against the more ruthless. If you don't like it, then I'll pick it out for you according to my own preferences. Men don't earn money just for this. Really, for what national righteousness? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Those who shout slogans who are not second and third marriages. These words meant something. Xiaonan cursed Nima. The old thing really holds a grudge and still remembers that bit of talk from earlier. Here to give him eye drops. Chapter 74, Meeting an Acquaintance. Here he has the highest status. People's big brother has given the word. No one refuses again. Xiaonan at best in the social scene to play along. To keep the last bottom line. His current segment rarely have the right to refuse. The other two were definitely just being polite. Xiaonan noticed a flash of excitement under the eyes of the two men. Chances are there are idols on it that they've liked. They must be thinking, if they work hard to become rich and have status, idols can come and serve them. Xiaonan has contacted a few people with status. The old man is the most disciplined. The others? Not many do not like to play. There are only two kinds of people who don't play. Either they're afraid to play, or their private life is really clean. The former is that the original wife's background is too powerful for them to have a heart. The latter have self-imposed moral standards governing behavior. Why is it that bigots rarely blow up about their private lives? Is to give enough, so that people have nothing to say. Engaged in almost a little status. Most of the flat panel is a star. Models, public figures rely on the capital Big Brother to hold. Naturally do not dare to offend. Shonan didn't pay any more attention and wondered what kind he had picked. While waiting for the dinner to begin, Mordecai led the three of them to the chess room. This is certainly not the kind of place to open a gambling house, but merely for entertaining guests and socializing. A big shot of Mo de Qian's caliber is not short of money at all, so naturally there is no need to risk those illegal and disorderly businesses. Mahjong is a very popular social activity, the natural choice to play Mahjong. Xiaonan does not know much about this stuff, at best called. Do not want to spoil the fun, had to go up to play. The result was predictable, with the underdog putting up a hand. Without getting down to business, Mordecai put away his seriousness and occasionally made a couple of dirty jokes. Xiaonan no less. No matter how meaty or yellow the other side said, he could pick up the conversation and not let the cold scene. When men get together, they talk about women. When women are together, they only talk about handsome men. The old colorful lot doesn't distinguish between male and female. What kind of person can't talk about something and then has to go back and forth and talk about it in circles? In front of the investors, Kai and Zhu were not as comfortable as Xiaonan and occasionally concurred. It was obvious that the two were uncomfortable, and Xiaonan found topics to chat with them from time to time. Mo de Qian, as Xiaonan's underboss, barely touched a few rounds before he won't be able to play any cards. Xiao Xiao, you're still a loose money child. You child yo, lost again. Can I say I won't play? Xiaonan smiled and said, it's good that Mo is having fun. A big man like him listens to other people's flattery every day, and occasionally wants to hear something different. The closer the status, the better. This is what Xiaonan has learned from following his old husband for a few years. If you are humble as a dog at the beginning of your acquaintance, you can only be a dog in the future. Big brother wants to pull a bull, let go and pull with him on the line. Grasp the degree. Besides, with the backing of the old man, Xiaonan can also let go. Mo de Qian mouth holding a cigarette. Living is a city folk like, and paste a hand of cards. You kid is in the intention to get me to put the sia. It's you who is the better poker player, and there's no way in hell I'm going to let it go. Who doesn't want to win all the money in other people's pockets when they go to the poker table? Xiaonan naturally couldn't say I don't know how to play. Losing a few tens of thousands of dollars was still something he could afford to lose. How can a mean person like your old husband look at a kid like you who is not big and small? Mo de Qian very rude spit a mouthful of spit into the ashtray, making a snap sound. Your mama's old thing. Really your uncle's unhygienic. Xiaonan secretly muttered. Said, each flower has its own fragrance. In the future, Mo's other half, others may not be able to understand what you see before agreeing to them together. Some people have pearls in their eyes, and some people have blinders on. If we get along for a long time, we will naturally find the sparkling point on our bodies. I belong to the peacock, like to show themselves. My old husband has a unique vision. The first time we met, he invested $5 million in my business. Your mom, little thing, put here to scold me blind. Mo de Qian venting like the mahjong forcefully smashed into the countertop. Touch, paste, give money. Xiaonan threw the last few chips over. No more games. If I keep playing I'll have to drink tap water to fill my hunger this month. The company will reimburse a few $1,000s a month, and you can't be an ingrate with money. Just stop. Xiaonan lost the most. 20,000 chips lost. The other two lost 5,000 a person. Mo de Qian waved his hand at them both. You two keep your own money. I'm only this kid's. Does the kid have anything to say? Mo de Qian was very dejected and opened the QR code. Xiaonan transferred the money to him and said, I'm afraid to let go and say I accidentally put you in the hospital. then say something nice. He doesn't pull a stomp on his old man first. Shonan doesn't yin and yang him. Just about to open his mouth to speak, the phone rang, looked at the memo, said hello and walked out of the chess room. After connecting the phone, he heard Shinyi clamped voice came. You come over from work to pick up people. Xiaonan's first reaction was whether this person was sick or not, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Listening to her tone, she should have been doing quite well recently. She even used such a disgusting word as people. Xiaonan wanted to ask, you didn't break your brain, did you? At one time she might have been a little willful, and the old man had suppressed her more or less for the sake of family harmony. Now realizing that he had neglected his daughter too much, he might be trying to make some amends. I am out socializing, you find someone to bring you back. Hurry home and take your pet. The tone of Shinyi on the phone became very unhappy. I don't care. I want you to pick me up. You're just relieved that your own wife is letting another man hold her? A few months ago bearing her cheating was to get a divorce and give herself back her freedom. The current situation is different. No relationship is no relationship. And naturally, she doesn't want another man to touch her before the divorce. Xiao pressed his voice and said, are you out of your mind? Can't you just let Mrs. Lu send it back? You silly bird. Lu Ma can't hold me. Then you will stay one more day. Tomorrow I will pick you up from work and go home. Anyway, after staying for so many days, you should be quite happy staying. First, hang up. Xiaonan doesn't nag her. After playing mahjong for a few hours, the sky has been as dark as ink. The garden roadside lamps are like stars, illuminating the path. The fountain and the artificial lake like an elf changing positions. Turning to walk into the boardroom, just as the three came out, Mo de Chien, who was walking in front of him, patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. It's ready. Immediately a staff member came up to lead the way. No one spoke along the way. There were some things that could only be said behind closed doors, not while walking down the road, not even in front of one's subordinates. After about 5 minutes or so, through the corridor to the last row of houses in the garden, there are two pretty-looking staff members at the door, wearing cheongsams in winter, and one of them is a familiar face. The other party saw his eyes somewhat dodge. Xiaonan did not pretend not to recognize. Fell to greet. You work here? You know each other? There have been a few encounters. After receiving Xiaonan's answer, Mo de Chien did not ask any more questions and stepped towards the house. Xiaonan nodded toward the uncomfortable Su Yuan and followed inside. Not realizing that Su Yuan worked here, she said she was a yoga teacher. Ghost O. Chapter 75, Unexpected People. Xiaonan had just stepped into the room with one foot when his footsteps stopped. The three women and one man in front of him were dressed in such a way that he was stunned. These people were not bad looking. The woman had a delicate figure, while the man was as thin as a thin dog. They wore breast-flaring red strapless dresses on the top, and the bottom was matched with little short skirts with tails, which were very short, so dressed out to meet people, and did not see that they were the least bit uncomfortable. Mo de Chien glanced back at Xiaonan who stepped in with one foot. Come in. Big brother is different. Preferences are different from mere mortals like me. Xiaonan's heart was withdrawn by this moment. He had always disliked such occasions. Mo de Chien smiled wistfully and said, is that so? I also think that many people's preferences are different from yours. It's strangely cold. Don't freeze the future movie king and queen. Shonan smiled sarcastically and didn't go in. He also surfed the internet when he had nothing else to do, and these people had swiped on the video. The oldest woman is close to 40, but well maintained. The face cannot see the age. I do not know whether the inside is the same as the surface. The remaining two women and one man were in the 30-year age range. Young people who believe they can change tomorrow won't compromise easily, while people in this age group have been changed by yesterday, have nothing but dreams in their mouths, and sleep afraid to dream. It's all about what you want to do when you come out to play. Mo de Chien made a wink towards the two people behind Xiaonan. Mr. Kai and Mr. Zhu racked Xiaonan into the house left and right. The two women waiting outside the door also came in and closed the door. They looked very indifferent. Mordikian waved at the four oddly dressed men and women. Come over and say hello. This is Mr. Xiao. Hello Mr. Xiao. This is Mr. Kai. Hello Mr. Kai. This is Mr. Chu. Hello Mr. Chu. After a round of introductions, each returned to his place. Heroes don't ask where they come from. They don't ask their names when they come out to play, and they will know when it's time to know. Xiaonan won't ask these people their names, and if he does, he won't say his real name. Suyu, stay with me. The one who was ordered to be slightly older, shyly stepped on the lotus flower step, twisted his waist and came over to sit next to Mo de Chien and kissed his old face. Mordecai wrapped an arm around the slender body. Then the division of people began. Little B, you stay with Mr. Zhu. Xiao Lu, you accompany Mr. Kai. Two young women came with smiles on their faces and sat next to Mr. Kai and Mr. Zhu. All that was left was a man with a clavicle that raised a fish and was bony. Mordikian spoke up. Little G, you go there. Don. T, I can't use it. Go to a company, Mr. M.O. I have a bad temper. I see disgusting people will kick away. Xiaonan waved his hand as if by reflex, very resistant. The man who had taken 2 steps out gave a slight lurch, then walked toward Xiaonan's side. Xiaonan pulled Xiao Su, who was beside Ma Qian, over. Sister Su accompanies me to drink. This and little G you drink. Mo de Qian's eyes glared round. You robbed Lozi's woman. So what's up? You get rid of this little G. Do you believe I'll call your old man? Mo de Qian threatened. The old thing was deliberately trying to disgust him. Xiaonan didn't have half a bit of cowardice. Meeting those tiger eyes and looking over. Do you believe that I will call your daughter and see who comes fast? Feel free to call. Mo de Qian waved his hand for little G to leave and said in a light tone, I'll greet the crew on the other side. Without saying a word of thanks, the man named G went to his room to change and leave. This is the sweet layout of the house, which is convenient for people who are too drunk to go back home to rest. Go over and accompany Mr. M.O. He's the big boss. Xiaonan pushed the person shrinking in his arms to Mo de Qian. Mo de Qian embraced the woman and said with concern, baby, didn't he scare you? The woman pouted. How long has it been since you came to see me? I miss you so much. How much? You'll find out later. The two of them were talking about love like no one else. Mr. Kai, Mr. Zhu and the other two bit their ears and whispered, it's no fun for you to be widowed alone. Mo de Qian instructed towards the two men waiting by the door. You may serve the food. Then he started flirting again. Hopeso picked up a walkie-talkie and said serve. Then hands folded on the belly. Standing straight. Eyes focused, try not to look at Xiaonan. Working in such a place was recognized by the people see very embarrassing. If I had met her here, I would have known what she did for a living and would not have been embarrassed. Instead, they met outside and ran into each other here. And when they met for the first time, they said they lied about being a yoga teacher. On the contrary, Xiaonan was very natural and didn't bother to look at Su Yuan. It's not that he dislikes it, but he has also experienced a low point in his life and understands the embarrassment of meeting an acquaintance. It wasn't long before 2 succinct words came over the intercom. Delivered. The women standing on either side of the door gently pushed open the door to the room and slowly pushed the food cart that had been placed outside the door into the house. There were more than dishes on the table. There were 6 bottles of white wine. The two of them set the dishes on the table, pushed the food cart out the door, came back and poured wine for a few people and stepped back to stand. There is no this or that at this table. Only brothers and sisters. Cheers. Only mention this cup. Next drink your own. Have fun and drink to your heart's content. Mordikian gave them a wink. Without the slightest hesitation, the two of them sat down on Xiaonan's left and right sides. You two should accompany Mr. Xiao to have a good drink tonight. Mo de Qian threw them an ambiguous look and said to the woman at the side, baby, eat more. You eat more too. Xiao Su daintily picked up a chopstick of meat and fed it to Mo de Qian. In fact, just now she was expecting the person tonight to be Xiaonan. Who doesn't like to be young and handsome? She also wants to taste the fresh meat, isn't it? There is no wine table, you two, and from the socialization of the test. Each eat each. Xiaonan is not seen. Calm and self-conscious eating and drinking. Prepare to evacuate when the time is almost right. Su Yuan was very uncomfortable and only used her afterglow to look at the side of Xiaonan's face. Not to mention that she was uncomfortable. Xiaonan also felt uncomfortable. The woman with her sat down and pinched food into Xiaonan's bowl, occasionally rubbing Xiaonan's arm. Seeing Xiaonan ignoring it, he shouted towards Su Yuan, who was fuming from time to time. To the side, Yuan. Let's feed Mr. Xiao a drink. Okay. Su Yuan smiled brightly and brought the wine over within in her mouth. Don, I drink by myself. No need for such high etiquette. You guys work all day. Feel free to eat whatever you want. Eat up and go back to work. Xiao thought that even if he was very rich one day, he would not enjoy this kind of extravagant life. Good. Su Yuan's voice was so light that it was like a mosquito hum. Her face reddened to the roots of her ears, and she didn't know where to put her hands. As a working partner and career BFF, Jiang Xiaoman doesn't understand why Su Yuan doesn't seize the opportunity to show off when she knows someone like Xiaonan, even if he's already married. So what? How many of the people who come here to play don't have families? Being a little is better than working here. Sister, if you don't want it, then I'm not welcome. Jiang Xiaoman picked up her glass and said daintily, Mr. Xiao, you are the second most handsome man I have ever seen. I'll toast you. This woman has a more petite figure than Su Yuan, but she is not flat. Xiaonan only looked at her for a few seconds and immediately averted his gaze. Feeling that after spending a few hours with Mo de Qian, his thoughts had become filthy as well, he averted his gaze and asked, who is the first handsome? Mr. Mo. Yesterday I believed you when you said he was handsome. Today I don't. Hey, you kids said that people don't carry a little. Where am I not more handsome than you? Mo de Chien tilted his face and stretched his neck. The hand also unconsciously touched a few lipstick marks on his face, as if this could make him look more convincing. Xiaonan raised his cup and clinked it with her. Drink one. Looking to Su Yuan on the side, she said, you come along too. Only their group was normal, and the other 3 groups had even fought. Xiaonan didn't like such a ridiculous occasion, feeling that he was out of place in a nasty occasion. Who would have thought that an old handsome man with a sunny appearance like Mr. Mo would have such unpleasant hobbies? He didn't want to change himself too much to fit in with them, thinking about what kind of excuse to find to leave. When a phone call happened to come in, it was his old husband's number. Xiaonan said, old husband's phone, I'll go out and answer it. Get going and get back. Chapter 76, Getting Away. The old husband's voice revealed some impatience, urging Xiaonan to hurry home and fetch his wife back. I'm sure there was another argument between that father and daughter. That gave himself a perfect reason to get out of it. Mordecai didn't take any of this to heart at all. He hugged Sue tightly and flirted with her to his heart's content, only asking, do you need to arrange for a driver to take you back? No, I'll just get a chauffeur. Have fun. A toast was made to a couple of people, one for each, and those other guys weren't left out. This world tolerates differences. It's normal for you to be different from us, different hobbies, but it doesn't mean it can't be a good cooperation. Mo de Chien spoke out of the side of his mouth. The hand placed on Sue didn't stop for a moment. Mr. Mo, Mr. Zhu, I'll go home first. Next time I'll treat everyone. Xiaonan greeted and left. As for Mr. Kai, he has long been unknown. Perhaps it is because the two are in love with each other. To the next room in the depth of communication. Home so early, not spending the night? Looking in the direction from which the voice came, the elongated figure walked under the streetlight in a graceful manner, like a fairy coming out from within the light. Something at home had to go home. You know, I'm a door-to-door son-in-law. Many times a call from my wife. Even if it's late, I have to go home. Xiaonan said carelessly. I'll get someone to take you back. No, I'll call a valet. Xiaonan waved her off towards the gardens. The valet who had just arrived at the door to take the order had already arrived. Tossing the keys to the other man, he got into the car and closed his eyes to fake sleep. Not a word was exchanged the entire time. It was 11 o'clock at night when we arrived at the villa in the suburbs. Sinan told the valet to wait a while before placing an order to go back to the city. The only thing that came into view was the lights in the old man's villa. Go up and ring the doorbell. The person who opened the door was sitting in a wheelchair, full of frost, did not see a maid, did not see the old man. The home is cold and quiet, surprisingly quiet. Suddenly felt that she is also quite poor. Meeting without a word, he pushed her out of the villa. It was a cold night in the countryside. They were the only car on the road, and the haze was so thick it was hard to see the road. Xiaonan stood up straight and then slowly leaned his head against the car door. He couldn't think of what to say to her. After all, given the current stiff relationship between the two, if one said the wrong thing one would upset the other. And to top it all off, she was having a hard time listening to whatever was being said. She was clearly in a bad mood tonight, not knowing what she and her father were fighting about. It was easy to speak up for fear of accidentally touching her scales and starting a heated argument or worse. Xiaonan also did not have the preference to be a referee, and could not be the reconciler between their father and daughter. People's fathers and daughters have not made up for more than 20 years. He did not have the confidence that he could make peace in a few words. Can't help but sigh, secretly muttered in his heart. Alas, it's really difficult to get O. Suddenly his shoulders sank and his dark hair brushed against the side of his face. You're looking for a woman? Work socializing will inevitably stick to some perfume. However, I am not like you. There is a moral bottom line. Unless I meet a woman who makes me have no bottom line will. Sizzle, you have a disease. Go crazy at night. Xiaonan pulled the hand on his waist out. I don't like being cuckolded. If you really have a favorite person, tell me and I will let you go. Xinyi leisurely said. Chauffeur brother full of brain, whose wife is so reasonable. Really? Xiaonan asked, pretending to be full of surprise. You have revealed your original form in this trial. Haven tu? In this life you will die by my side, unless there is a miracle. Still say you have a moral bottom line. Men are all the same. Xinyi removed his head from his shoulder. You can't meet one bad one and think they're all bad. Faced with such a statement from Xiaonan, Xinyi scoffed and said, the appearance of a cockroach in the house means that there are countless ones in the dark. So many that they can't be hidden. You can't hide your tail like a stinky cockroach. That's the second time you've called me names today. It's a bit much, haha. Yes? Tell me about it. I don't want to argue with you. And it's not a good idea to keep arguing every time we meet. Maybe we're not meant to be friends. You're too stubborn to listen to good advice and I don't know how to say pleasing things. But there's no need to be pinpointed. At least speak calmly. Xiaonan said helplessly. Tomorrow morning you take a leave of absence to accompany me to a place. Mother's Festival Day has arrived. In previous years one person to go over. This year no one to send. She cannot go. Originally did not want to bother him. Wanted to let Lu Ma to bring to go. The cemetery has a long stretch of road as steps. Lu Ma cannot hold her. Got to report to the office in the morning and have a little meeting on the side. What do you think about noon? We'll have to catch up on the debriefing from today's meeting, and the departmental group will have to meet to discuss it. The whole department is still in the figuring out stage, and when you think of work your mind is a mess, so you have to take the time to smooth things out. Well, for all, just get over there before dark. Suddenly there were no words between the two of them again. In silence, he reached the neighborhood and went back to Shonen's house. When he opened the door, he saw Meow2 clicking and gnawing on a mouse. Pink intestines dripping all over the floor. You didn't feed it? How can I put it? You can't say that it doesn't like feed and only eats meat, right? Xiaonan had to put the blame on his work. The two of them entered and walked around the door without bothering Meow2 for a late night snack. Meow2 ignored them. My house will be renovated recently, so I'll be borrowing your place for a while, Shinyi said as he parked his wheelchair by the sofa in the living room. You can stay, but it's not convenient for me to take care of you. Xiaonan didn't want to see Lu Ma still scowling at her in her own home. I'll hire another caregiver for the time I live here with you. The one from the hospital last time was good. Shinyi also didn't want Mrs. Lu and Xiaonan to fight every day. She liked to be quiet now. She had already contacted the caregiver yesterday. You can do it yourself. Need help. Besides offering your body, you just open your mouth. Xiaonan couldn't help but mouth off again. Think you're a Tang monk, meet yourself. Shinyi finished maneuvering the wheelchair into the room he slept in last time. He followed her in and carried her to bed, covered the quilt for her and left. The action is all natural, even if in front of him is a bumpy body. Xiaonan did not have heart. He had the minimum respect for people and would not intentionally pretend to accidentally touch the other person's more sensitive position in order to satisfy his own lust. Chapter 77, Wanting Money and Power, slightly modified. For the convenience of Shinyi in the middle of the night there is a need to call someone. Xiaonan sleeps in the living room, really to the need to let him change diapers. Wipe his ass. Cannot find someone, not yet will refuse. Simply out of sympathy. It was good that Shinyi only spoke a few words in his sleep and slept peacefully throughout the night. The caregiver is already at the door before dawn. There was no rush to clean up the room Xiaonan had arranged for her. Prepare breakfast for them at the first opportunity. Xiaonan lost his sleep and went out on the deck to clean up the poop that Whoop had pulled out. Instead of the smell of fresh grass in the morning, it's stinky dog. Naturally can't have any good mood. Kicked the dog that was wandering around his feet. Can't you eat a little less? Pulling so much still need me to clean up. Or you can recycle it? Pack it up with trash and put it at the door. Suddenly he realized that he didn't personally make as much trash as the dog pooped. The weather has not been so good lately in the morning. I've been too tired to work. I've been a little lazy not taking it out for a walk every day. And the result has been waking up every day to pick up dog poop. At home after breakfast there is still half an hour to the work point. Shinyi is still sleeping. Explained the caregiver a few sentences and left the house to go to the company. To the company immediately put in charge of technology Vice President Meng Shan called to the office. The other party is an engineer. Not like the engineer kind of fat and bald. 30-something big head dense. Strong body. Xiaonan said, you let the whole set of technical solutions as soon as possible to organize. In a few days there will be car companies to talk about cooperation. We must take what we can get out of the way to let people see. Must not make mistakes. Meng Shan sat on the chair opposite Xiaonan. His body sitting straight. The technical aspect is only waiting for the actual car to go into production. We have done 3 years of technical accumulation in this area. Just waiting to use the actual car to debug on the road. Anyway, I'm in charge of the outside market. You are the technical master. In the future, whether or not the progress of my work outside is smooth, it all relies on your technical support. No matter what time of the year, it won't change the idea that technology is king and see high technology. Technology will not be eliminated in any era and will always be the mainstream of social development. I like this, and the company is a marginalized figure. Management without technical experience in technology companies will not go far. This point Xiaonan cognitively very clear. Then asked, I don't know if you've noticed that there are quite a few companies whose patents overlap with ours in recent years? Knowing that there are quite a few in the team who don't quite convince him. That's why it's a good idea to delegate to others. To grab only one thing for yourself, and not to meddle in the management of what you don't know. I haven't cared about that. Been staying in R&D. Didn't pay attention to the market. Meng Shan really hadn't cared about the market side of things, as R&D only purely cared about the projects they researched. He did not know that it is normal. R&D is only responsible for research, so there are drawbacks. Do not understand the development of the market is very easy to take the road off course, especially the company in the transition of the critical period. Xiaonan said, cooperation for more than 10 years of customers' patent license expiration. In the gradual use of self-research to replace our technology. It's not replacing all of them at once. but it's slowly reducing the proportion of patents. This is exactly the point that makes the senior management feel anxious. We are not without the possibility of being replaced. The R&D staff is not a little cutie. Naturally, he could hear something in Xiao Nan's words. Meng Shan also looked high at Xiao Nan. At least this person has not interfered with his work since he took office. Don't worry, I will do my share of the work well. Don't forget that I'm a shareholder of C-High Technology just like you. At my age, I'm not as popular in the workplace as a young man like you. I want to market our department more than anyone. We'll work with you 100%. If there's nothing else here, I'll go ahead and get to work. Technical gurus who are great in the industry also need to fit in with the right companies, which is why many R&D layoffs at big manufacturers can't find jobs. I'm counting on you for the technical side. Sinan got up and walked the man to the door. C-High Technology has always been technology-oriented. In the past, the upper echelon has been very focused on technology investments. Suddenly the winds have changed and they have started to go overboard to focus on the market side of things. There are a number of people who are suspicious because of his relationship. No one openly discusses, but Xiao Nan has to prevent because of some suspicion affect the work. The team is still in the teething stage and can't afford anything to go wrong at this critical juncture. He lives a carefree life and doesn't care if he can do the job or not, but doesn't want to be fired for lack of ability. As a team leader to do eyes and ears, always understand some of the dynamics of the team. Some rumors should be taken seriously and stopped in a timely manner. It is necessary to put the outside world in its place. It is never about tripping over each other to marginalize people, but rather about pulling people together in one direction. After spending some time alone in the office, he came to the president's office, where several directors were present except for his old husband. Xiao Nan greeted them one by one. The old father-in-law, slightly dissatisfied with his son-in-law, woke up to see the message sent to him. Work to gather the directors. I have something to report. The old father-in-law was talking with a few directors. His eyes didn't look at him. Find yourself a place to sit. Then I'll make it short. Xiao Nan had originally organized what he was going to say, and opened his mouth to report on yesterday's events. The Daokong team will have the results in 2 days, and we need to come up with a plan quickly on our side. There's definitely going to be a difference in what the two companies are thinking at the beginning. We're going to do 2 pre-screening programs. At least it's good for both companies, and time waits for no one. So I'm going to reach out to other car companies once this side of things is over. A few of us discussed it before you came. There is no hurry to contact other car companies first, and do the right thing at hand. Xinjianxiu at the moment, others don't understand how our smart driving program is, and negotiations will be more troublesome. Intelligent driving market not only needs models, vehicles on the market also need to carry out a variety of working conditions road test, and collect data to train the big model. Who runs more cars on the road the easier to perfect. Many manufacturers in the peer group already have products on the market, and in terms of data collection, other companies are certainly far beyond C-High Technology. The only way to achieve transcendence is to innovate in the technical architecture of intelligent driving technology. No one can be sure that they are heading in the right direction with their technology architecture when the test of the market has not yet taken place. Even if the peers have products on the market, very few of them are profitable, and everyone is burning money to compete. Intelligent driving predicts that only a few companies will be able to stand out in the future. At present, we have a large model split out of dozens of products. Voice input keyboard, mouse. Zhang Yuxiang is responsible for the product this piece, listing the first half of the listed products. To make the market bigger, it is still necessary to start from the price. According to our supply chain, the price will not hold much advantage. Wang Junfa said, I think this year, we should invest more money in the supply chain to improve. Can acquire the acquisition, can enter the shares of the shares. Personally, I suggest supporting some relevant small businesses. What can I say about Wang Dong? It's hard to judge. He danced the most last year and had a bad son, but I have to say he does have the ability to be convincing. Supporting a small business can be less expensive than an acquisition. And by the way, licensing your own technology can get you a portion of the royalties. C-High has patents but no factories of its own, and what's in the patent pool always has to be turned into something practically applicable. The idea of splitting the model into terminals was something he came up with, breaking it down into individual areas vertically, with each area being self-sustaining. Xiao Nan said, I am now responsible for the department. In the next 2 years cannot be expected to earn any money. On the road to Kong, this one cooperation company will have to invest 10 billion. Since the intelligent factory should even be intelligent, our company's bottom-of-the-barrel technology together with the use of the intelligent production equipment used in many domestic smart factories is monopolized by foreign companies, and the price is ridiculously expensive. C-High has the technical reserve in this area. It can be applied to Dalcon's factories first without losing the opportunity to test it. And anyway, it's already costing money, so it's not too much to spend a few more billions. What he said about not being able to make money is that he is going to lose money. Shen Jianxiu asked, How much money is needed? Well, roughly figured around $20 billion. That amount represents 20% of last year's entire earnings. With a separate company, we can't take the money earned by the other divisions and burn it for you. The money can only be considered a loan from the group to you. Is this the case that only a portion of the money earned in the future needs to be turned over to the group? Xiaonan asked. Wang Junfa just drank a mouthful of water almost sprayed out. I know you cannot eat a little loss. This matter allows us to think about it. You just go ahead and do it. The group has money. At the moment I feel like my team is like a grassroots team. There are a lot of things that I want to take a shot at, but I don't have the authority. Xiaonan feels that his current authority is not clear. The top management just gave him a department to manage and did not clarify what rights he has. A few old men looked at each other. No one expected that he would want this and that. Early in the morning to ask for money and power to come. Shin Jianqiu waved his hand to drive people away. You can go out. We'll give you the answer tomorrow. I'm taking the afternoon off for something. Got it. Chapter 78, Miao Tu engages in farming. When Xiaonan left for a few minutes, his old husband opened his mouth and asked, Do you guys see the need to agree to his request? Let go and let him do it. This department should not have to be established. Wang Dong was very clear that it was his own son's incompetence that split the business to create such a department, and the old brother gave him face. Of course you have to be the first to support it. Follow the standards of the division. We just need to know what he's going to do. Zhang Dong and another Wang Dong agreed. Shan Jianqiu, of course, very much expected his son-in-law to achieve excellence in the company. He knew very well in his heart that the reason why those old brothers who had fought with him for many years would express their approval was certainly influenced by the human factor. However, from the company's point of view, it must not rely solely on these personal feelings to make decisions. As the head of a business you must be responsible for the interests of all shareholders. If the development and profitability of the company as a whole is neglected simply because of personal feelings, the damage will not only be done to individual shareholders in the end, but may also affect the stability and future prospects of the company as a whole. In dealing with this matter, the pros and cons of all aspects need to be fully weighed. On the one hand, he has to consider how to give his son-in-law appropriate support and opportunities, so that he can have enough room to display his talents and realize his ambitions, and to confirm that he has not misjudged him. On the other hand, it is also necessary to ensure that the operation of the company always follows market laws and commercial principles, and that the legitimate rights and interests of the general shareholders are not infringed upon. Only in this way can we really make a clear distinction between public and private affairs and take the overall situation into account, so that we can live up to the trust and expectations of our old brothers, and also promote the company's continuous development and create more brilliant results. Holding on to the idea of testing exactly where the limits of Xiaonan's abilities were in passing, then we might as well add another topic. It's fine to give power, but there has to be a clear and unambiguous standard for exactly how far it should go. While a few old men were discussing how much power to give to Xiaonan, he went to the flower market and bought 2 bunches of chrysanthemums, and went to buy some more offerings before heading home. The door to his own concierge was open, and the door to room 602 across the street was also open, and someone was talking, and there was more than one person, and Xiaonan walked in to see that his cheap wife was sitting in a wheelchair and pointing at the computer. A man and a woman sitting on the sidelines listened to her attentively. It's the first time I've seen her take something so seriously, and all I've remembered about her in the past is that she's selfish, stubborn, and a bit of a fool. As if sensing someone behind her, Shenyi turned her head to see him and revealed a smile. A little surprised, don't you have time until noon? Finish what you should say. You are, Xiaonan asked when he didn't hear the point. Planning on remodeling the house tomorrow. I'm almost done here, so give me a minute. Then I won't interrupt your conversation and go wait for you next door. Xiaonan turned to leave. The woman sitting next to Shenyi had a puzzled look on her face. My husband, Shenyi said very frankly and generously. She herself was surprised that calling Xiaonan her husband didn't have the slightest psychological barrier. Xiaonan went back to his house and saw the caretaker cleaning up, packing out a pile of bones and 2 dead rats just sitting in a garbage bag. Sis, this is living on such a high floor. Where did the mouse come from? No, move your eyes to the cat nestled on the sofa. As the caretaker worked, she said, I cleaned up the utility room, and there were so many bones in there, it was becoming a rat's nest. Miao Tu, you give me death over here. Xiaonan gritted his teeth and walked over. Miao Tu's reaction moves were faster than his, jumping aside from the couch to head across the room 602 before he was caught. I hadn't counted on Miao Tu raising his own rations. If we don't find out in time that we mustn't expand our breeding, we'll have Tom and Jerry chasing each other around the house every day. Throw away everything inside, and go buy some rat poison back this afternoon. Xiaonan is afraid of 2 things, snakes and rats, and the sight of a rat's bare tail gives him goosebumps all over his body. A little worried about the night they fall asleep mice crawling into the covers. It is not unheard of. When I was a child, My family lived in an old house with mice, and experienced night mouse fights off the bed. Occasionally, we encounter snakes coming into the house. In those days the house lived on the edge of a farm field, and in the yard grandma picked up so many scraps that mice often made their nests in it. Fall harvest season home drugged. Some mice ate did not die, dazed scurrying around, sometimes bumping into the foot dazed looking at people. When I think of my old home, I remember that I have not gone back for a long time and I cannot help but feel a little sad. In the past, people spent their lives in only one place from birth to death, while today's people have their hometowns wherever there is room for their physical bodies. The soul is adrift. Children with parents live like orphans without parents. Older people with children live as if they were on welfare. The times they are a-changin' and with them comes loneliness and hopelessness at all ages. What are you thinking? The white palm of his hand shook in front of his eyes, and Xiaonan came back to his senses. You're done with your work. Well, I'm going to change my clothes. Xinyi called on Xin caregiver to go to the next house to get a black dress. Today this day for Xinyi is considered very solemn. The first time to see the mother-in-law who has not met, whether to like or not her daughter should be respectful of the deceased. He changed his shirt inside to black and his shoes to a pair of black leather shoes. Suit pants with a black down jacket is a bit unorthodox. Xinyi stared at him for a long time. Your clothing has a lot of room for improvement. There is time to learn more to wear. In this regard, she is right. Xiaonan rarely wear their own clothes. In order to corporate image, the company will give the management every year customized work clothes. Spring, summer, fall and winter where the company issued work clothes. Every day is busy as hell. As long as I can cover up, Xiaonan said as he carried her to the passenger side, put the wheelchair in the trunk and got into the driver's seat to start the car. What are you spending money on clothes for when leaves and straw can also cover you? She said the right thing. Xiaonan has nothing to say. Instinctively want to be, think of today to see her mom, not angry at her, quietly leaving the cell and hitting the road. Xinyi pounded the phone and handed it to him. Go to this place and buy something. I'm ready to navigate straight through. Looking back, the back seats were filled with sacrificial offerings. Xinyi inwardly slightly touched. This 20 years has been in preparation. Opened his mouth to ask how do you know? He swallowed back the words that came out of his mouth. Chapter 79, Mother-in-law's Day of Sacrifice. Solemnity came to the forefront, without any semblance of cacophony. Not a single pedestrian or passing vehicle was seen. The sky was gray and overwhelming. Xiaonan hated this atmosphere. Loved ones were gone, and after going through all this in advance, the toughest days were already over. The temperature seemed to be a few degrees cooler than downtown, and I carried my ritual supplies in my right and left hands. Food, drink and 2 bouquets of flowers. The city expressly forbade the ritual burning of incense and paper money, and he had not prepared these. Silently, he followed the wheelchair. The gatekeeper who guards the cemetery has a pot of charcoal in front of him and sits drowsily on a worn-out couch. A knock on the window woke the man up, and the two made the register. Before going in, Xiaonan handed Moncler outlet store a cigarette and warned, don't close the window too tightly, be careful of poisoning. The old man froze for a moment, looked behind a vent, smiled and said, okay, thank you for reminding me. Put the cigarette into the pocket of the military coat. In front of us is a stairway several hundred meters long, and the whole mountain is lined with tombstones. With Xiaonan's knowledge of rich people, the location of his mother-in-law's grave should not be too low. Looking at the steep steps was a bit disheartening. Deposit the wheelchair in front of the Moncler outlet online duty room door. The former crouched down. You hold on tight. Aha! A softness was felt on his shoulders. Xiaonan then got up. You remember to remind me when we get to the place. At less than 100 pounds, it wasn't much of a challenge for the young, strong lad. Can walk more than 100 meters? Physical strength is a little bit unable to eat. Footsteps began to slow down. His temples were already wet, and his panting gradually became more rapid. Xinyi wiped the sweat that flowed down from between the strands of his hair with his sleeve. No, let's rest for a while. No? How dare you say I can't? Men just can't hear no. And Xiaonan was no exception, riveting his way up. This could all give him a desire to win. Xinyi suddenly thought that he might have thought wrongly, and was really an asshole. Shyly grabbed his ear. You said you are obviously a very careful and soft person inside. Why do you choose to say things that are annoying? Xiaonan was stunned by her words. It had been a long time since he had faced his heart squarely. Hadn't understood what kind of person he was. Had forgotten what kind of person he had originally been. Having money changes the character more or less. You mean the ones I prepared? Well, you were talking extra loud in your sleep last night, saying extra words and chanting 2 names. Anyway, when I came home and came out and had to prepare, I took a detour on my way home from the company to buy it. And then again, your mother is my mother-in-law, Xiaonan said. How normal it was to talk in your sleep. And besides, given the relationship between the two of them, there was no need to be embarrassed even if they said something they shouldn't have. You don't have a crush on me, do you? Here's a chance for you. I really don't know when she became thick-skinned and rightfully said such shameless words. Xiaonan didn't have the heart to say, I really don't care about the opportunity you gave me. Humph! Xinyi sneered and said, don't look at me already crippled. Still very much in demand. Every day people call me and send me messages to shush me. Really narcissistic. Not paralyzed before. Xiaonan believes that Xinyi is very marketable. Paralyzed she. No one is willing to live with a woman who may pull in her pants at any time for the rest of her life. That's not that you have a market. It's that money has a market. You don't either. This I admit. But I can keep you alive. Others may not. Xiaonan admitted it graciously. There was nothing to explain. Being honest is good for everyone. Other people are afraid of not being honest, and the villain flings a little to get away from them. I always thought you were deliberately disguising yourself. Then you are looking at it wrong. I am greedy for money. Within a reasonable range, Xiaonan didn't want to suffer others to look at him again with eyes like looking at a bumpkin. Having had enough of being belittled and humiliated by others, there was a defiant energy at work in his heart. The two didn't speak for the rest of the uphill ride. The person on her back kept walking without stopping until she pointed to the right, over here, the one on the far side. After walking a dozen meters, he put the man down gently and leaned against the tombstone. The entire cemetery was clean and you could tell it was cleaned regularly. It's true that you get what you pay for, and the grass is probably taller than a man on his own ancestor's grave. The woman in the photo looks elegant and beautiful. No wonder the daughter born is so beautiful. Xinyi looks like a replica of her mother-in-law. Xiaonan set up the tribute and handed a bouquet of flowers to Xinyi. He placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the headstone and bowed as he walked to the side steps and sat down, leaving space for the mother and daughter who were separated by yin and yang. There's not much to say. I haven't said anything about visiting the graves of my loved ones in the past, and I haven't made any wishes. They want him to be well, hopefully better than anyone else, and don't need to ask for it. It will be given. Take out a cigarette and light it. Looking away. The wind was gusty and stronger on the mountain than at the foot of the hill. Xiaonan wrapped the clothes around his body, and his idle mouth spat out, "Thief, your mom's cold." There was a very handsome-looking young man in sight, dressed all in black, with an upright figure, and his footsteps were not slow, coming upwards, dressed in a very elaborate manner, edging closer and giving him a polite nod. Shonan responded with a smile. Coincidentally, his relatives and mother-in-law are not right. How he stopped at his mother-in-law tombstone. He didn't rush over to see what was going on, not taking his eyes off of it, scrutinizing his past memories, not recognizing the man. The youth put the flowers in his hands in front of the tombstone and bowed reverently. Then he saw the youth squat down and chat with Xinyi. The distance was a bit too far to hear what they were saying, and Shonan wasn't interested in getting to know her friends or other relatives around her. Suddenly the painting style is not right, only to see the youth hard to embrace Xinyi. She is pushing hard. Xiaonan transformed into a sprinting little master, darted over and kicked the person away. Without caring about the paralyzed Xinyi, he went over and greeted the man's body. Rubbish, playing hooligan in broad daylight. You're looking for death. For some reason there was such a thrill in my heart. Behind her, Xinyi was lying on the ground with a tear-stained face. Don't fight. You don't fight, asshole. I told you not to fight. The fact that she could make her call out an asshole was probably a good guess as to who this person was, but Xiaonan played dumb and pretended not to know, just simply wanting to punch him in the face, and waited for her to say who this person was at best. He then says, "I'm sorry for all. I'm sorry. For all." No matter how much the woman behind her screamed, he had no intention of stopping, cursing under his breath, "Look at you as a human being, but you won't even let a paralyzed woman go. The scum of society. Garbage. Scum slaughter." Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, Xinyi crawled over with force. "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding," reacted the youth lying on his side to protect his face. "******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Nan was cursing while kicking at others. We know each other. Stop fighting. Stop. I told you to stop. Yi hugged his legs. Nan's face full of hostility disappeared, transforming into a clueless big boy, picking his head. Sorry I thought he was a hooligan. Since you know him, why are you still so resistant? I thought you were forced. After saying that he was going to help the person up, his legs were still being held. Nan smiled and said, since it's a misunderstanding, I'm not going to do it again, so loosen up. Youth which dared to continue to lie on the ground. Decent clothes crumpled. There are clear footprints on it, covering the stomach. Pointing at Nan yelled, I want to call the police, you hurt people. Don't think that a sentence of sorry can solve all the problems. Stay with the hat, uncle said. Stumbling around Nan, he was about to pick up the woman on the ground who was holding Nan's legs in a death grip. Don't touch me. Yi yelled with great resistance. The youth's hand froze and he swallowed, not knowing what to say. The three men were frozen, one with his back to them, one bent over, and one on the ground with his face full of tears, holding onto the leg of the man in front of him and not letting go. The atmosphere was weird, and it was a good thing they were the only ones at the cemetery and there were no onlookers, otherwise it would have become internet talk again. Chapter 80, Xiao Nan's Temptation. Loosen up. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's talk. There's no misunderstanding that can't be solved, Xiao Nan said in a very calm tone. Squatting down, he broke Xinya's hand away and picked the person up. Go to the car and talk. On the surface looks very upset look, but in fact the heart happy to fly up. The other side to really choose the legal way to pursue him to beat people. Xiao Nan will say he forced women. If Xinyi hadn't been on his side, it would have been a misunderstanding at best. He could have withdrawn and left, no longer caring whether she lived or died in the future. The descent was hugging and slow going. Stepping on each step, the youth walked side by side with him, his gaze always staying on Xinya's face. Xiao Nan felt a bit offended. How did he feel like a slave? Brother's name? He only knew that Xinyi had an intended lover surnamed Jiang, but he didn't know what his name was. Exempt, your name is Jiang Tianzi. Jiang Tianzi. You carry it, Xiao Nan said and turned around ready to hand Xinyi over to the other party. When Jiang Tianzi reached over, Xinyi suddenly shouted, Xiao Nan, you scum! Is this how you say you take care of me? I don't want him to hug me. Both hands wrapped around Xiao Nan's neck in death. Jiang Tianzi withdrew his hand, his face indescribably sad. Really treating me like a cow or a horse? Xiao Nan spat out a sentence had to continue down the mountain. It took over 20 minutes to get to the bottom of the hill and it felt like my arms were going to give out. Sitting in the driver's seat, with room in the back for the two, he watched the dynamic of the two through the rearview mirror. She is obviously very uncomfortable expression, there is hesitation. There is struggle. Jiang Tianzi's eyes did not leave her. The color of heartache overflowed. You two have something to say quickly. I'm busy. Xiao Nan didn't feel a bit of a light bulb. Please avoid it for a while, Jiang Tianzi said in a commanding tone. You don't get to talk to me like that. I can let go of your behavior just now. Jiang Tianzi threatened with what just happened. Is Lousy scared? Xiao Nan turned back with a cold smile and said in an extremely grim voice, but if you two dare to make some intimate movements under my nose, I'll let you live in the mountains today. Anyway, Lousy doesn't have as much money as you guys and doesn't have any relatives. It doesn't matter. I have a bottom line. You, give me 10 minutes to make things clear. Xinye's tone was not warm. The last time you two met in America I didn't care because I wanted to take the curse off my head. These are different times, and I'm more than happy to let you two be together, but only if we get a divorce license first. Xiao Nan said from the heart. No one likes to be cuckolded. No feelings of wife and her first love alone together. Even if nothing has been done, also let a person diaphragm panic. Mr. Shaw. Then I'll have to resort to legal means to defend myself. The carefully done handsome hairstyle becomes a mess, and even though it looks messy, it still maintains an elitist look. It's not like I did it on purpose. I only acted in self-defense when I saw my wife being forced. It's not like it did much damage to you. I'll go in for a few days at most. And my old man hates your surname Jiang. Do you know why? Xiao Nan laughed disdainfully. Jiang Tianzi gritted his teeth and didn't reply. And Xiao Nan stared dead at the rearview mirror, trying to see something on his face. Before he could see something, Xinyi suddenly hissed, do you have to think that you're happy because I cheated on you? Eyes red with rage. No names were named, but the goal was clear. Xiao Nan said, reason is not in the voice. I didn't think that Xiao Ye would marry a vulgar guy like you. What kind of mesmerizing soup did you give Uncle Shen? The most displeased with this kind of face full of superiority of the grandson. Xiao Nan snorted, elite on the old people 50 million payback will not be unable to take out it? Jiang Tianzi looked at the tearful woman and said very feebly, this is between me and Xiao Ye. What's it got to do with you? We are legally recognized as husband and wife. I have half of her property, and naturally I have half of the money lent out. Saying this, Xiao Nan was not half embarrassed. What do you base on? He wanted to say, what do you base on that I borrowed money? Do you have any evidence? And suddenly felt wrong, good in time to realize that something is not right to stop the words. There was no point in continuing to stay here and bull ********* ting. Xiao Nan said impatiently, what do you guys have to say to hurry up and chat? If you don't want to say anything, then get the hell out of here. Being a man is a good thing. What Jiang Tianzi said through gritted teeth. Xiao Nan didn't take to heart and said lazily, as if you can look down on me just because I leave a line open. You elites tend to have your eyes high above the ground. A gentleman is nothing but a robber's gorgeous coat, and even if he is polite to people, it is only on the surface. But in his heart he despises people like me. But you are also inferior. Revere the West. Think that yellow hair and blue eyes are the masters. Loathe your own countrymen, and at the same time hate yourselves for being yellow. Pulling some borderline words. Xiao Nan is idle boredom scolding play. Sent to the door without scolding, white not scolding. You go. Xinye's tone was incomparably cold. Xiao Ye, I. Xinyi squeezed out a smile, looked at the other party with firm eyes. and interrupted in an undeniable tone. Please pay attention to your address. I am Xiao Nan's wife, so please call me Mrs. Xiao from now on. Of course, if you feel that this is not too easy to call, you can also call me MS. Shen. Her voice was not too big or small, but it carried a power that people could not ignore, as if she was announcing to the other party who and what she was. I know you don't love him. You divorce him. We stay together. We leave the country. She was seen in the rearview mirror biting her lower lip and not answering. Xiao Nan recognized that she moved. In fact, at this moment he put Zhang Tianzi. This person looked flat, really like a person regardless of the opposite side of the knife mountain and sea of fire resolutely face, is not to escape. Then he spoke, I support you to stay together and pursue your happiness. If you are not happy, you can come back. I will be your strong backing. Your tens of billions of assets will be held by me. There is no interest between you. Mr. Zhang must love you. Trying to test Zhang Tianzi with that one sentence, but unfortunately didn't see anything. Either that or he's very good at hiding his emotions. Either that or love Xinyi very purely. However, Xiao Nan didn't believe that there was love without desire in this world. I'm your wife. Your wife in the legal sense of the word. What do you take me for when you push me to someone else? Xinyi cried out, grabbing his collar and tearing it. Xiao Yi, calm down, calm down. Zhang Tianzi reached out to pull Xinyi's hand. Get lost nah. I don't want to see you. The moment I married Xiao Nan, we were already over. Are you trying to force me to die? You all want to force me to die. Xinyi mumbled with his eyes lifeless. Her body fell out of the seat and she was just paralyzed. She doesn't want to see you. Just go. Xiao Nan opened the car door and invited the person down, then went to the other side to carry the person on the seat to buckle her up, started the car and drove towards home. If Xinyi nods today, Xiao Nan will take her to get the divorce certificate to fulfill them. The old husband knows that there is nothing he can do, at best. Another way to clamp down on the Zhang family to ensure that his daughter is not bullied in the future. Chapter 81, Xiao Nan talks about the past. No one said anything on the way back. There was a black sedan following far behind right out of the cemetery. Turn around and leave only when you reach the neighborhood where you live. Xiao Nan knew it was Zhang Tianzi's car, and he didn't stop the car to block it. Even if we stop it today, others will know if they ask around a little. Some sympathize with what happened to Xinyi. Talk about a relationship father does not support. Went out to avoid my own father and got into a car accident and got half dead. It's sad that the man of your dreams says he loves her but he's afraid to meet her father. In Xiao Nan's place, liking a girl would be straight up and convincing her family. It's not a tiger that eats people. Let's talk about it. If it doesn't make sense, go rogue, get on the bus first and buy a ticket later, and cook the raw rice. It may be a little selfish, but the people who stand in the way of happiness are equally selfish. The only way to meet a selfish person is to be more selfish than he is. It doesn't matter what means are used, as long as they work. Can't figure out why Zhang Tianzi would be afraid to face an old man? And I can't figure out why the old man hates the Chang family so much. Equally confused as to why Xinyi was so obsessed with hating her own father and obsessed with Zhang Tianzi. She drove the person off the bus and Xiao Nan's opinion was just not wanting to involve the person. There might be that little bit of hesitation present. She wasn't sure how long she could keep the love. When he arrived at the basement, Xiao Nan parked his car in his own space without rushing to get out. Xinyi in the back seat looked out the car window and was secretly sad, and tears fell silently. Pull out a tissue and hand it over. Is it convenient to tell your story? Someone like you, with your eyes full of profit and your head full of chickens won't understand. Xiao Nan pointed to his nose and said with a snort, you're right, poor and scared. What does he mean by being poor and scared? There were a few boys his age who weren't poor. Besides, he's not poor. Although there was curiosity, Xinyi did not open his mouth to ask. I was born in a small town with a grandmother, a father and a mother. And when I was 4 years old I only had my grandmother, who was less than 5 feet 6 inches and very small. And she was very small for as long as I can remember. There were not many jobs in the town. And at that time the livelihood policy was not as good as it is now, without all kinds of government help. With me such a drag. She is almost 60, still have to go to the construction site with the young adults to grab work. But none of the foremen wanted to use an old man of her age. And she was only given her turn for work that no one else could see fit to do. And work that she was unwilling to do at low wages. As a result, it affects other people's interests, and is gradually hated by peers, and is pointed at by the human side and called old and undead. Disaster star. I am also often called unwanted little garbage. I have no friends. Speaking of which, Xiao Nan wiped his face and took out a cigarette and lit it. Grandma's temper is big. If she hears me scolding me, she will move a small horse to the door of the person scolded all night. 7 years old when I reached school age. Enrollment is late to come up with 300 yuan school fees. Neighborhood kid called me a little piece of garbage nobody wants and I got into a fight. And the guy got beat up by me. It turned out that I was beaten by his father. Grandma found out and came to the door to argue and got 2 teeth knocked out. How could I watch her being bullied, going up with a kitchen knife and slashing, and being slapped unconscious before I could touch anyone? Wake up with a long period of time where you can't hear on the left. In the summer, if the environment is very hot and stuffy, there is temporary deafness. The matter went to the sheriff's office. The old lady usually quarrel with anyone. The neighbors said it was us who caused trouble to the family. Under the mediation of the sheriff's office, that family eventually only paid the medical bills. Another compensation of 2,000 yuan to settle. People are spineless when they are poor. Xiaonan knew that grandma compromised because of his school fees. I used the compensation money to pay the school fees that made my teachers push me every day. And since then I've worked harder at school. Always remembering that my grandmother traded beatings for the first tuition and fees at the beginning of the school year. The family did not fare well because of hard work. The grandchildren lived on no more than $15 a day. The family had cabbage and tofu stew all the time, and could only afford meat once a month. But I often get meat, and every time I eat it there's still a lot of dust on it, but the meat is really good. Whenever grandma goes out she will definitely bring me back meat. I thought at the time that the lunchboxes on the construction site were the best food in the world, and naively assumed that my grandmother had big fish and meat for her daily work meals. As he spoke, Xiaonan's face filled with tears. He hadn't shed tears in a long time. It still hurts to expose yourself to wounds after so much time has passed. Not healed by the migration of time. The wounds are still bloody. Quietly listening to his story, Shenyi is not sure how much is true or false, and wants to ask where his mom and dad went. He opened his mouth to swallow back the words that came to his lips. Since we met he's lived a heartless life, giving off a vibe. I didn't realize that childhood could be so difficult. She wanted to hear more from him. After a long silence, Xiaonan smoked 2 cigarettes in a row to calm down. I ran to the construction site to play in the summer vacation only to learn that it was my grandmother who specially picked out the meat in the boxed lunch and saved it to bring home to me. I secretly vowed to grow up and earn lots and lots of money so that my grandmother could live a good life and make others envy me. But she didn't wait for that day. When I was 14, she died and the family had no money for her funeral. It was a neighbor who lent money for the funeral. The funeral was simple. No wreaths, no Taoist priests to overtake. The next day it was carried up the mountain for burial. The grave was much smaller than others, just a very short mound of earth. I've never been able to figure out how so many people hated her when she was alive. Why would anyone help when she died? I'm the only one left on the family register. I thought the neighbors had changed for the better, that they were the ones looking at my house. For the next year, there was always movement in the yard in the middle of the night and I heard it, but I wasn't scared. Neighbors said they came home in the middle of the night and saw someone in the yard dressed colorfully, unable to see their face. People pass it on. They say I didn't have a good funeral, and that grandma is going to come back and haunt me after she dies in peace, and possibly come after me for my life. So what if it's haunted? It's my family. She'd hurt someone else, not me. There was a time when it was tempting to take me away. I'm so tired of living alone. Until I graduated from junior high school and went to work night shifts in a brick factory. My house caught fire and nothing was left. I had no home. The township government arranged a temporary place for me to live. A lot of people looked at my family's homestead, which was less regulated at the time and could be bought and sold privately. Other people looked at me as a child and offered very low prices. The neighbor who lent me the money used all kinds of reasons to collect the debt. Just $3,000. I can't get it out. The tuition for high school has not yet come together. There is no way. $20,000 to sell 200 square feet of home base. I didn't realize at the time that it was someone setting me up. And then I met more people and more things and realized it after the fact. Going to high school even though I got good grades didn't change the fact that I was looked down upon for dressing shabbily and wearing the same clothes in the spring, summer, fall and winter. If it's hot in the summer, wear less. If it's cold in the winter, put more on your body. It just so happened that I met a good teacher who bought me clothes, bought me milk, and helped me apply for a grant from the county, which paid for my schooling for the next few years and gave me $300 a month to live on. It's the first time I've ever felt kindness from anyone other than my grandmother. The first time I felt someone's kindness. Xiaonan felt the missing mother's love in Ms. Healy. I was the first student to go to Kyoto University on the 90th anniversary of the school's founding, and local entrepreneurs and the county government gave me a $200,000 bonus. When I went to college, it was like my life opened up and I met your father. The first time I met an old man in all his majesty. I didn't feel a sense of distance, but an indescribable kindness, and I wanted to talk to him. I didn't realize that he was so successful that he was willing to put his foot down and take me on, and I was particularly touched at that time. He asked me what I wanted to do in the future. I said, I want to be a great person like you. I actually didn't know what he did for a living at the time. I just knew that the distinguished alumnus had to be a great guy. We talked a lot and I talked about what I wanted to do at the time. He only asked how. I only said the general idea. He didn't hesitate to sign a $5 million check, and he brought me to meet the principal. That was the second person who changed my destiny, and I think my suffering ended at 18. Without a good teacher and your father, I think I'd still be the same person still struggling for 3 meals a day. In my grandmother I saw that hard work doesn't change life. I am a person who knows how to be grateful and will give back to those who have helped me in the future. So, in the future, when your father is gone, I won't hurt you for the sake of profit. There are too few people in this world who are good to me. You can be released to pursue happiness, but you are not in the right situation to have a great deal of wealth. Having a great deal of wealth will only hasten your death. To be honest, I don't like Jiang Tianzi as a person. Why would someone who loves you not dare to face your loved ones? Why take you to run away from your loved ones? I don't really think he's a good person. You really want to be with him? I'll make it happen, whether you loathe me or are grateful. What was done was nothing more than gratitude to your father. I don't care what others think. I only care about what I am thought of by those who can give me the benefit of the doubt and have the ability to influence my future. It feels so much more comfortable to open up and speak from the heart. Something I haven't said to anyone. There's the past, there's the recent past, and there's the present. In life, the story goes on and on. Birth to growth, from 1 page to 2, to a number of pages. The length of the story has nothing to do with achievement and everything to do with time. Chapter 82 Shinye's story. I was born in the Hutons of Kyoto, and my family lived in the same courtyard as the Jiang family. The fathers of both families left their iron rice bowls to go into business in the late 1980s, doing some low-end OEM-type goods. It wasn't until we were born that our fathers accumulated some capital to transition into electronics foundry. The two businesses have much overlap and competition, but they come and go more closely, and Jiang Tianzi's mom often takes me when my parents are busy. My mom took care of him when his parents were busy, and that's how we became inseparable best friends. The next words do not know whether to say, how to say. Shinyi thought for a moment to open his mouth. We went to school together, and played together. He was a few months older than me and always took care of me like a brother. The parents joked that the two families would be married as in-laws in the future. There is no official marriage. 5 years old that year for some reason Dad suddenly to Uncle Zhang's company, robbed of foreign trade orders. Haven't called my dad in years. Used to call him by his first name, probably infected by Shonen's story. Hadn't experienced a life like Shonen's, but she could imagine how hard it must have been for him. The two families fell out and met like enemies. He didn't stop there, and grabbed many orders in a row. Uncle Zhang's company almost closed down because of it, and it took someone stepping in to mediate to get him to stop. The fact that the parental generation is no longer interacting with each other has not affected the relationship between the children. During that time I noticed that my mother was very out of sorts, often sneaking off to hide alone with tears in her eyes and growing impatient with me. Learned to smoke and drink. My father was busy at work again and often didn't come home, so Jiang Tianzi became a support in my life. When I was 8 years old my father suddenly said that he wanted to develop in the Magic City, and all the company's assets had been moved here. Wouldn't even go back to Kyoto in the future. I didn't want to leave. I cried and cried the night before I left Kyoto, but who cares what a child thinks? Children are easily changed by their environment, and it didn't take me long to meet new friends when I arrived in Magic City. But none of them could replace Jiang Tianzi's place in my heart. Make friends only on the surface. The relationship between the parents became worse and worse, and when they met they quarreled and even got into fights, and the father became more and more impatient with the mother. Mother smoked, drank, played cards, even to the point of staying out at night. My father's career is going well. He lives in a big villa, and he is getting busier and busier, and there is only one nanny at home with me. That's Mrs. Liu. Every time they fought Lao's mom would take me into the bedroom and she covered my ears to keep me from hearing what was going on outside. No wonder why she was close to Lu Chui. Perhaps it was the old husband who felt indebted to his daughter and compensated the people she cared about. Xiao Nan listened carefully to her. In fact, many of the stories did not interest him, nor was he specifically interested in Xinye's story. There are some doubts and speculations that I would like to analyze from the story to corroborate. In just 2 years my mother was like a different person. At first she came home once every 3 days, gradually once a month, and then she didn't come home at all. The last time I saw her was at the funeral. Father said she drank herself to death, said Xinyi sobbing uncontrollably. Xiaonan didn't bother to comfort and asked, so you blame your father for everything that went wrong? It's his cold shoulder. If he wasn't so busy and made some time for his family, Mother wouldn't have gotten into the habit. Seeing her somewhat maniacal appearance, Xiaonan said, take it easy and continue with your story. The mother's funeral was hastily organized. I didn't see half a bit of sadness or grief on his face, and after dealing with his mother's aftermath he immediately went back to work. He brought his mistress home less than 3 months after his mother's death and was pregnant at the time. It was he who had an affair to do cold violence to his mother, and it was he who drove her to death. You don't understand that Shin Jianxiu is a good person in your heart. Regardless of how ridiculous the old husband was when he was young, he was good to himself. Xiaonan couldn't judge, couldn't get on the opposite side of the fence and go over and step on him because he was bad to others. There was no explaining anything to Xinyi. He sent me out of the country when I was 16 for junior, where I met Jiang Tianzi, who also went to study abroad, and he took care of me like before. I know he's interested in me and have been avoiding his emotions, but then I enjoyed how good he was to me. Before I graduated from college I agreed to his advances. We went into the same company. I didn't really like where I was working, and after 3 years I quit and went back to China and joined Civic Tech in finance. Then came starting my own business and the company has been doing very poorly. Then it was arranging a ridiculous marriage to meet you. There was a lot of detail left out of the flowing narrative. Didn't get much useful information, and she spoke in generalities. Did she see her mother-in-law die in the hotel? Or did she see the remains at the funeral home? What are the details of how she and Jiang Tianzi met? None of these. They dated to that. Shonan didn't think any further. The woman cried all over her face. Tears fell down like no money. Her makeup was blurred. Shonan wanted her to add the details, and the words that came to her mouth were not asked. Damn you. Life goes by like a detective. Shounan's whispered spat was clearly heard by her. The still grieving man snapped his head up. Please speak in a civilized manner. I just don't talk very civilized. Being civilized is not civilized. Xiaonan didn't look half as hurt as he looked at her with a swish. There were a lot of things left unsaid. Wasn't he curious? Xinyi asked. You don't have anything to ask me? You wanted to say it a long time ago. Why should I ask one more question? Xiaonan threw her half a pack of tissues from the center console. Wipe your tears clean, or people will think I'm bullying you, doesn't it? You've been bullying me since the day we met. Haven't seen a man more than you. Xinyi was surprised at how quickly he changed his face, how quickly he could pull out of his sadness. Is this personal? After another 10 minutes or so, the two of them got out of the car and headed home. The older nursing sister glanced at the two and silently went about her work. The home is cleaned neatly. See, the caregiver is still busy. Xiaonan said, Sister, this home has nothing to be busy. You usually just need to take care of her. The public area hygiene a day a sweep on the line. It's okay, I'll be done soon. The older nursing sister smiled a bit, taking a towel and wiping it here and there. Obviously there's no work left to do, so I'm inclined to find work for myself. Probably a professionally bred habit. This habit was an instinct that had been forced out and developed by her employer, and she had her own way of working. Xiaonan did not persuade any further. Looked at the woman in the wheelchair with the dirty face. Go into the room she's staying in and wet a towel with hot water. Handed it to her. You do it yourself or I'll do it. You wipe for me. You really consider yourself an old Buddha? Xiaonan spat on his lips, spreading the towel on his palm and wiping her face with very light strength. This was one of the rare times that Xiaonan was so gentle, and Xinyi enjoyed it rightfully. It always felt like he had a lot of unspoken doubts. He's not an inquisitive person who would be interested in someone else's story for no reason. Chapter 83, Xinya's Vault. It took 2 hours to move the 2 walls of clothes and dresses, and Xiaonan joined in moving them together. I thought hundreds of outfits were outrageous enough. Only 2 people were left in the room. She mysteriously pulled Xiaonan's arm and said there is a room on the left-hand side of the stairs where luxury goods are kept. The key is her fingerprint. Only she can open it. Flip the switch on the entry door and the light in the glass cabinet comes on. A wide variety of jewelry comes into view, as many as hundreds of pieces. There was the illusion of entering a jewelry store. It's perfectly possible to open a small jewelry store. There were a few pieces of jade jewelry that looked expensive. Xiaonan is not a professional jewelry appraiser. Don't know the exact value, but a prediction would be over $10 million. Kids who have been poor are still not too brave to spend money when they have it, and no tens of millions of dollars of freedom to spend as you please. Just a few pieces to sell would be enough to put a down payment on a house in the county. A whole wall of shoes, many of them limited edition. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, Xiaonan only felt his mouth dry. A scene like this has only been seen in a jewelry store. I looked back at her and said through clenched teeth, there is a reason why you are poor. Like you can spend money, not poor, no God. I don't see her earning a few bucks, but she spends it aggressively. I started at 18, I had $1 million a month in pocket money and tried speculating on my own, with losses and wins, and it cost me. There were footsteps outside the door, and Xiaonan interrupted. Don't say it. Xiaonan walked to the door to take a look at the door. The nursing sister people did not come over. Immediately closed the door. Tomorrow take it to the bank and rent a safe to store it. For this little cutie of hers, like behavior, was speechless. If he keeps tens of millions of dollars of stuff in his house, he has to wear armor to sleep at night. She's got a lot of nerve, leaving tens of millions of dollars at home. Robbing her is so much less risky than robbing a jewelry store. Then I don't have to pay the rent every month. Spending a little money is more important than taking your life. You weigh it yourself. Xiaonan poked her head. Are you stupid? These things are easy to attract disaster for you if outsiders see them. If she hadn't moved today, she brought it over. I didn't know she had a different place in her house. Walk over to each cabinet and peruse them. There are a few jade bracelets with nice color, so I guess I could make some money if I bought them very early. Gold items predominate, with rings, necklaces and 24 gold bars. The current price of gold is not cheap. With the existence of a workman's fee, at least you won't lose money. I haven't seen any jewelry on her hands in the 6 months we've known each other. At most a lady's watch. You don't carry them again. Sell them, you pick a few to keep. There's not much room for value added in this pile. You have to pay management fees for putting it in the bank. Xiaonan advocates selling them all. I don't like to carry jewelry, but I'm a big spender and want to buy everything. I don't think my house is big enough. I don't have enough parking, so I thought I'd just buy something that would hold its value and put it away. Blessed with a good father in this Versailles. People 18 years old financial management. Xiaonan think they're own 18 years old and what? Work hard to prepare for your exams. After all, people have money to study abroad. Stayed for a while, did not wait for Shenyi to state. Xiaonan opened the door and pushed her out. Tomorrow remember to contact the bank's people door to door. You are not convenient. I can call. Forget it. She hates her father the most. Shonan. Aha! After a long wait without seeing any intention of her opening her mouth, Xiaonan urged, if you have something to say, I'm very receptive. There's nothing they can't talk about in this current relationship except that they're not fit to sleep together. I think I peed. Instead of feeling embarrassed, there was unspeakable joy, the feeling of dead wood. It's been months since I've felt like this, and it's a fleeting feeling, but it's better than not feeling at all. Well, for all, you have feelings? Xiaonan was first surprised, then with a face full of joy, he squatted down and tried to peel back his skirt to inspect it. Shenyi was a little surprised at this natural movement of his and was ready to open his mouth to remind. Xiaonan suddenly felt inappropriate and resentfully withdrew his hand. You wait here for a while, I'll go over and call big sister over. The edge of the walk and secretly remind themselves men and women are different. Men and women are different, big brother. Pop. Hit his hand. I'm quite the enthusiastic crowd pleaser. The elder sister of the nursing staff saw him muttering as she entered and said, I'll clean up the things in Ms. Shun's room tomorrow. I'll go prepare dinner. So much laundry. Can't be done in a few hours. People have been working all day, even if they are paid well. They can't keep people from being idle. As a man who still had an earthy odor all over him, Xiaonan did not learn the landlord's old man routine. Sister's son, doesn't need to be busy. I'll call the hotel to send over the dinner. You take a change of clothes and go next door to deal with Shenyi. From now on at home you should rest when you need to rest. If you have work to do, you can get what you want to eat from the refrigerator. You can eat what we eat. You don't need to collapse yourself too tightly in this family. Yes, the caretaker's sister responded with a smile. She's been in the business for more than a decade, and for the first time she's met an employer who won't let her work be done for an exorbitant wage. Winter nights come early, and by 7 o'clock it was already brightly lit outside. It seems to rain a bit more than in the summer and is rarely sunny all day. The home doesn't feel cold with the hot air on. Feeling a little hot, Xiaonan took off his jacket, leaving only a white shirt, and sat on the sofa to play with his cell phone while, at the same time, teasing Era with his feet. Wow gently bites his paw. If you bite me, don't ask for those teeth. Wo let go of his mouth with a hung carrot and walked back to his kennel in defeat. You're really something. You can't afford to play with a dog. Shen Yi, who was nestled on the side, fought for her dog son and slapped Xiaonan's leg hard. You recovered your emotions very quickly. It's only been a few hours. Looking at nothing, Xiaonan said. Shenye's age sensibility is only for a moment, and reason can often overcome sensibility. Past youth seems too thin without a little cry, but it's not like you can make dead youth a staple of the future, so let's just cry a little. She is by no means a pure love brain. Didn't block a single word when Xiaonan asked Jiang Tianzi to collect the debt. It was to stimulate Jiang Tianzi to return the money to her through Xiaonan. I knew you were expecting me to be down on my luck and cry every day. In fact, you don't love Jiang Tianzi very much, but you're just used to having his company. The feeling of family and relatives. The only thing that's missing is love. To say that there is no love is impossible. You still cannot let go of him. Only at present you are very confused, afraid to choose. You are afraid to choose the wrong. You do not trust anyone, including your brother Jiang. Xiaonan paused when he finished speaking. Shenyi did not open his mouth, wanting to hear what he would say next. According to his past style, he hadn't finished for the time being, but it was just a pause to observe the other party's expression. You are not young. Talked about for so many years, why not get married? Foreign pull a marriage license. The old man wants to stop, cannot stop, and then get a child out. The child called a grandfather he did not accept also have to happily accept. It is very risky to be in a relationship for too long, and it is risky for the girl if the guy stands out. If the guy is average, the girl could switch at any time. The key is that Jiang Tianzi is not ordinary, has a face and a career, can choose a lot. There is no loyalty as such. just no capital for betrayal. No choice, not enough leverage. These days, people's moral compass is plummeting. Aren't you afraid that they'll play you out of your mind and dump you for a younger girl? Xiaonan looked at her with a smile. It had to be said that Xinyi was a real beauty to look at, and for the time being, she hadn't met a woman who looked better than her. But why don't I have impulsive thoughts? Xiaonan asked himself secretly. Chapter 84, Xinyi, no one cares. Being played? Your whole family is being played. Xinye's face turned green and red. He talks out of turn and it's irritating. Mulling over how to answer him, Xiaonan had no desire to wait for her to speak again and prepared to squint on the couch for a while. I always feel like there's almost something between us, but I don't know what. By we she naturally means Zhang Tianzi. Xiaonan immediately came to the spirit, waiting blearily for Xinyi to speak, but after a few minutes, did not see her have the intention to continue. No? Nope. Xinyi looked at him with big, innocent eyes. You make people uncomfortable by chatting like this, talking only halfway. In the future, when you find me for a chat, prepare your belly first, Xiaonan said and headed to the sofa to lie down. Some doubts plagued him, conjectures but needing evidence to verify them. Count on finding some useful answers in this conversation. How can you say only half again? Like going to the bathroom and only half pulling hard. We haven't lived together. In this day and age you can be shell-shocked after knowing each other for 3 hours, let alone after 8 years together and 3 years of talking. People who truly love each other don't care about each other's pasts. Even their careers can be disregarded. Their relationship as a couple is obviously anything but. Xiaonan didn't believe it, not questioning the truth. I don't care about that. So what do you want to know? I'd like to understand how you were reunited, Xiaonan asked, trying to go for the benefit of the doubt on this one. At an international student exchange meeting, at first we didn't think of each other. A few gatherings down, gradually familiarized, chatting to learn that the other party is a playmate when young. Xinyi said, It's not right. It's not right. You're so dangling that you shouldn't be hitching a ride with someone who accosts you. Could it be that you international students? Xiaonan raised an eyebrow at her. What dirty things are you thinking about? Those who play those are all foreign students who can't make it in China and pay to go to a pheasant university. All day long, his brain is full of yellow. Thinking of people in a disgusting way? Xinyi pinched his thigh in irritation. Sizzle. You chatting is chatting. Why do you still do it? She only paralyzed her lower body. Her hands were not paralyzed, and her hands were very strong. Xiaonan ate the pain and rubbed the place where she had pinched, a fiery pain. In your mind I'm one of those indiscretions. Her expression looked lost. Xiaonan smiled and said, It doesn't matter what unimportant people say about you. It's not like he can affect your life. Who says you're not important? I may have to rely on you for the rest of my life, Xinyi said. The person who loves you is not afraid of you dragging him down. You have the right to live. Even if you are physically crippled, no one can deprive you of. Xiaonan's words were not finished when the doorbell rang, and he got up to open the door. Understand what he means. Ask yourself, do you love Xiaonan? The answer is no, but I like to spend time with him. The past life has been one of conformity and not a single explosive word has been uttered. Emotions are still stable. But after I met him my emotions were more outrageous than an EKG. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Preferring to feel relaxed staying with him. You can swear with impunity. He said, you have the right to live. Which was the answer she was expecting. But inside she was slightly disappointed. Feeling useless, can't wait to push her out the door. Xiaonan took the hotel delivery person to the restaurant. The table was filled with 12 exquisite dishes, all hard dishes, all kinds of seafood, meat, only 2 fried pork with green peppers, bamboo shoots fried pork a little more vegetarian. Dropping off the delivery person, he walked over to see her fuming, her cheeks wet. Hey, why are you crying? It didn't say anything excessive. Was a 30-year-old still so fragile? Xiaonan was baffled. It's okay, thought of something sad. You do need to reflect more. Xiaonan didn't comfort her, the child had to be struck down. Pushing her to the dining room, he handed her a wet paper towel to wipe her hands. Seeing that sister's son was still standing, Xiaonan said, sit down and eat together. Treat it as your own home from now on. No need to be polite. Thanks. You're welcome. Xiaonan poured a little bit of wine for each person. What about this glass of wine is a receiving wine for sister son. After a while the house across the street is renovated and someone takes care of it. You stay and work here in my place. I'll give you a salary. After that the three of them gently clinked their glasses. Sister son was a bit rushed to sit down to eat together for the first time, only pinching the 2 dishes in front of her and eating them with rice. Xiaonan picked a large piece of fish belly and put it into her bowl. Let go and eat. There's no need to be nervous in my house. Shen Yi, who was sitting in a wheelchair, saw that he was so nice to all the nannies in the house. Can't he see that I can't clip a few dishes across the table? With comparisons, there is a fall in the heart. She can only reach a few dishes in front of her, deliberately coughing, to try to get his attention. People hand only pour her a glass of water. Continue to eat. Are you hungry? Can't you look at me for a second? Huffing and puffing, she put her chopsticks down, wanting to cry so badly. No one cared. No one cared about her, and said they were going to take care of her, and ate a meal only caring about herself, not taking her seriously at all. Xiaonan overheard her staring at the plate on the table with a drooping face, asked, "Why aren't you eating? You're so clueless." "Am I not eating? I am not able to eat what I want to eat." She did not say anything. In the light of the eyes there are teardrops flickering. Xiaonan does not understand how a 30-year-old person can still cry. "If the food is not to your liking, I'll buy it for you again." "No." Xiaonan suddenly thought of her inability to stand up and reach the few dishes in the distance and knew what the problem was. Immediately picked up chopsticks and pinched vegetables into her bowl. "This one is delicious. And this one. This one is also delicious. And this one is super delicious." Seeing that there was a lot of meat on the plate, Xinye's mood swept away the previous unhappiness. "Enough. Enough. I can't eat. Enough. Not enough. Not enough. For you never too much. Eat more. Grow more meat." A plate full of meat was put in front of her. She didn't want much, just the fulfillment of what others had promised. Don't want to have that feeling of being ignored. Did not give Sister Sun to clip that chopstick of fish. She did not feel anything, just because of that chopstick. He cared about others. Ignoring her made her feel instantly uncomfortable. Why are you ignoring her? It's an obvious couple without feelings. After half an hour, all filled their stomachs. Xinyi sat aside and burped like a little cutie. Xiaonan was slightly surprised. "Were you like this before?" "No. In the past, she was very ladylike. She did not lose her temper. She did not swear. In short, in the eyes of others, all the advantages, good looking, good family history, high education, without a single disadvantage." Seeing Sister Sun packing up the garbage in the dining room, Xiaonan retracted his gaze. "What do you want in the future? Directly open your mouth. I treat you as a normal person to get along with. There are a lot of details will be ignored. Don't be in to engage in this kind of thing today. People's Sister Sun came to our house on the first day. When your face was black, they ate a bowl of rice. The dishes didn't even eat much. So you couldn't care less about me? I'm afraid that excessive concern will make you feel like an invalid. It's not hard to ask for help. And besides, soon you'll be my boss. So what's wrong with ordering my little brother to do something?" Xiaonan positioned the relationship. The wavering heart is too scary to figure out. Close by eventually one side will be hurt. It is better for everyone to stay together where they belong. Xiaonan is particularly insecure and will immediately give up when he meets people and things he can't control. Chapter 85. Xinyi wants to create a background in Xiaonan's original life. It was rainy. The whole space was wet, and the mood followed the low. Temperatures seemed to be getting colder by the day. Dressing thicker and thicker every day. On the mansion floor, the older sister of the caregiver cleaned all the house and there was no work to be done. It's a little uncomfortable being in the house for the first time. It's uncomfortable to sit or stand. The family did not have a tedious schedule of things for her to do. The two young men had no claim on her. Having been in the nanny business for over a decade, I've come across many people who spend a small fortune on nuclear-powered cows and horses that don't let up for a moment. Can't wait to clean the house. First time I've encountered an employer like them who has no requirements for hired help. In addition to taking care of the female employer, it is sufficient to prepare 3 meals a day on a daily basis. Xinyi was busy with the tablet for a couple hours. Raising his head, he flung down his arm. Seeing Sister Sun's uncomfortable look, "Why don't you sit down and rest? There's fruit in the fridge. Feel free to eat whatever you want. I'm embarrassed that you're standing. By the way, make me a cup of black tea please. You guys are so nice." Sister Sun asked, "What would you like to eat for lunch?" "Just the two of us. Just get 2 random dishes." Xinyi turned the wheelchair to stop in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out the foggy window. Wanted to try and continue the story Shonan was telling. Those past 20 years must not have been summed up in his few flippant words. A sensible man like him would shed tears when talking about past encounters. There must have been a lot of heartbreaking tears. Perhaps those days had made him too sensible. Build up the last few months in dribs and drabs. She suddenly realized that she didn't know when not to reject his presence. He was exasperating, yet somehow felt relaxed with him. He could curse if he wanted to, and he would always back a few times. Not afraid that he would be embarrassed to pick up the slack. He's a man who cares about details and is a tough talker with a soft heart. Say the hardest things and do the sweetest things. The package is not the same as the man inside. Could it be that he likes himself? But there's no like is constantly pissing each other off. Didn't show a hint of liking it. Alas, you, inside and out, are very different. Picked up the tablet and resumed typing on it. She knows that she will most likely not be able to leave the house and work or live a normal life in the future. But people have to find something to live for to show their personal value. In the past, she has enjoyed the state of her work. Even though I didn't make much money, I enjoyed dealing with the people. Paralyzed for months. It's been a long time since I've been seen in the company, and I can't hide the paralysis. Take the initiative and explain the paralysis to your partner. The work was referred to the assistant to act on her behalf. The partners are inactive for the time being. The organization that invested in the bet had the rare privilege of not reaching out to her to inquire about the situation. The assistant reports to her, as usual, by email or phone. The firm's partners and a few of the management offered to visit the house. However, they were all rejected by her. Human intercourse is very troublesome. Always have to bring some gifts. Cheap can't take the hand. Expensive to the people caused by the burden. How can I break someone's bank again when I haven't brought in any money in the last few years? Rainy days always have a bit of a sad vibe to them. Memories of the past replayed like walking lights, with the most repeated segments being the time after the crash. Half the time in self-hatred didn't come out. Half the time in self-reconciliation. The encounter at the beauty parlor made her open her heart at once. He said I have a choice in life. So, she wants to choose another life and live the rest of her life differently. Try writing stories and being an inspirational person to influence people who are going through the same thing. Writing might become a career. He was the first master of her pen. The story is based on his original background, but there is so little information to learn. What about his dad and mom? Nothing about them, just a mention, a passing remark. Thought about asking about it, but he may not say. He said not to be influenced by unimportant people. It is evident that he does not want to mention unimportant people, or perhaps he does not want to be reminded of them. The title of the book is Even Mud Can Produce Delicate Wildflowers. Imagine switching identities around, having been born into his kind of environment and seeing no hope. The beginning of the story is censored. I don't know how old he should be. I don't know what kind of story to use as a start. Close your eyes and construct in your mind's eye a picture of what a backward town looks like, with unadorned red brick walls and field houses with no doors or windows. The building is not high. Black water accumulates in potholes in the road. Various stalls on both sides of the road sell vegetables and fruits freshly picked from the fields in the morning. Old men and women rode through the crowd on their rickshaw tricycles. The people walking along the road were dressed in shabby attire, with mud on their shoes and pant legs. The sky is gray. There's an unspoken depression. With a sharp jolt, the noisy environment suddenly quieted down. The man walking along paused in his tracks, his body stiffening as he turned his head. The barker's mouth hadn't closed, and he'd already lost his voice. The old man pedaling the rickshaw stopped and his head looked back. The scene is frozen, and everyone's eyes converge in one direction. Just see the smoke rolling over that. On the other side of Shawnee, a morning group meeting. He personally hates frequent meetings, but all that can be done at the moment is to meet over and over again to confirm and calm everyone down. Make sure you come up with a product that will make people's eyes pop when you negotiate. It also feeds the team. Waiting is an immense ordeal. It's not like you can call over and rush during that time. Everyone is competing for that useless patience. There were only 10 people from the department involved in the meeting, and everyone's faces were tinged with fatigue. The waiting period is difficult and torturous. We are not sure if the time and effort put in can impress the other party, but this is a cooperative process. Everyone just needs to do their part. It's not humanly possible for things to succeed or fail, Xiaonan said. The executives did not allow access to other car companies for the time being, and it is clear that this cooperation made concessions in preparation. For Sihai, the cooperation with Daokang is actually a market test, an experiment in splitting up AI models for terminization. Technology that isn't used on the physical is not convincing. The negotiation process can be very constrained until the technology is applied to the product. You say, I have awesome technology that can disrupt entire industries. People say, you're selling a product. And what should your excellency do about it? The directors did not say so explicitly, but their attitude was clear enough. And the first partner might lower its attitude a bit. They are waiting for, and other products on the market after the reaction. As long as the product is bullish enough, the whole industry will be said by Sihai. We're all very worried that this time of waiting, of working hard, will come to nothing, that our department is a bit of a startup. Sure said, well, we're a bunch of guys pulled from different divisions to get together. The crowd talked about off-topic topics to ease the depressing atmosphere a little. Off-topic can only solve temporary problems, ultimately does not meet the purpose of today's meeting. Xiaonan said at the appropriate node. Your efforts will not be in vain. I am responsible for the outside market. If I let everyone's time and efforts go to waste, that would be my incompetence. The top management said to wait. Let's wait patiently together. Leaders rarely take the blame. Even in a company like Sihai it is very rare. This young leader is very different, taking the initiative to take the blame. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Xiaonan said. The responsibility is already divided. Is my will not shirk, is your, also hope to bravely bear. Mr. sure is responsible for the daily work of the department. In addition to technology and marketing outside the department, are you in charge? Including in the group higher departments to communicate most of the time is you. Your work is very important. Being a team leader is not about managing everything. Only one piece of focus needs to be grasped, and the rest of the work is nothing more than giving the subordinates a boost. Sometimes it's necessary to give someone some verbal affirmation and encouragement from time to time. Emotional value must be given. Managers always have to empty themselves in order to see the problems that exist in their teams. Took 100 hours of president's classes in my first year with the company and learned a lot. Chapter 86 Unnamed Drafts. For most of the past month, there has been no movement in the department at all. No new business, and they are all waiting for a response from Dowcom. The people who got in by connections are already looking for connections to transfer out, and they're afraid that they won't even have a track record this year, and the whole department will lay off employees. When I came in, my own contacts said that it would be set up according to the standards of the division, and that the new department would have a lot of good positions with a lot of opportunities for advancement. Over the past 20 days or so, this is almost the spring festival. Stay in the office every day. There is no work schedule. Can't see a shred of hope. Xiao Nan is the most anxious, looking calm, but actually very apprehensive inside. He is more anxious than anyone. The heart to fight a tiger does not have the ability to fight a tiger. He wants to hit the fast forward button and fly 3 cities a day, moving the work forward. Don't like the state of nothingness where you can't be autonomous. Watching the other divisions posting shortcuts to their work groups every day. The department for which one is responsible is currently granular. The personnel are in no shape. I should say that the seeds were not even planted in the land. The anxiety was so great that he didn't sleep for days. Staying in the office is annoying and I feel like a trapped tiger. Went upstairs to visit a couple of the directors to get some word of mouth. Too bad. A couple of old foxes are tight-lipped. Had to go to the old man's office, and to see him during the workday. He needed a secretary to pass him through to see him. The normal workflow was such that it would have been difficult for someone of his rank to see the old man if he didn't have the relationship between his son-in-law and his father-in-law. What do you want to find up here? Anxious in my heart. I want to find you for a chat. Xiao Nan moved a chair by himself and sat in front of his old husband's desk. Recently your face looks ugly. Didn't rest well? The skin on the old man's face was dry to the naked eye. It's all like this when you get older. You can't always be as young and handsome as you are. By the time you get to my age you will also. Shin Jianqiu changed his words. You will be in a much better state than I am now by the time you get to my age. Materialistic people like him are also afraid of a prophecy. Not necessarily. Living in polluted air, eating technology and living hard. Who knows if we can live to the age of receiving a pension. Xiaonan leaned back in his chair like a winter meow too, generally not much spirit. By the way, a few days ago Xinyi suddenly felt a little. I do not know if there is a sign of change for the better. The old man with somewhat cloudy eyes immediately lit up. Really? She said it herself. Just for a moment. I thought about not having much work, so I'll take her for a checkup tomorrow. Probably except for her father. Xiaonan wanted Xinyi to stand up more than anyone else. Go to the first hospital she was transferred to last time. I'll get everything organized and someone will be with you the whole time. There was uncontrollable excitement in the old man's words. You're not stepping in? Forget it. We should see less of each other. Just take care of her. I thought I could stand that mouth of hers. I underestimated her ability to gaslight people. As a father he wants to cover for his children no matter how old they are. But his own daughter doesn't like it. He wasn't exactly good-natured, either, and could get into a fight in 3 or 2 words. She has changed a lot, remodeling the house to suit her body, designed by her personally, and is more emotionally stable than before. Seems to have accepted reality and is trying to get on with her life. Don't worry too much about her future. I'm here. Xiaonan spoke about Xinye's recent situation. There was a smile on the old man's face that was visible to the naked eye. Some pity for this old man. Hard struggle all his life. There is no loved ones around to talk to. The little mother-in-law shouldn't be able to do what it takes to talk to him. They don't get along like husband and wife. It's better to describe it like, is too stigmatizing, like an upper and lower class relationship. When I went to the villa for the holidays on New Year's Day I realized that my old husband was like a king in the house and everyone spoke to him respectfully, not experiencing the family atmosphere. However, it's impossible to have a real relationship with an age gap like theirs. I figure you're beautiful. You figure I'm rich. Zhanya doesn't want money for marrying an older man who is more than 20 years older? Does figure he sleeps grinding his teeth, farting, and not bathing. In Xiaonan's heart, the serious, stereotypical old man, seems to be difficult to get along with. Life in fact, he does not have any frame, can allow others to speak in front of him, he gives others the opportunity to speak. Probably was a spirited teenage boy in his younger days, and took off his clothes in the summer to drink beer and eat cheap fast food on the street. It's just that running such a big business, managing over 100,000 people, and having to show a serious face, The smile disappears for too long and you forget how to smile. The mask was worn for too long and could not be taken off. After finishing his cheap wife's recent situation, Xiaonan asked, "You're not going to tell her about yourself?" "Oomph carrot, that girl can't wait for me to die. I'll die just as she wants." Seeing the old husband's exasperated appearance, it seems that Xinyi did not say too many words to anger the old man. Xiaonan retorted, "Wrong. You're hiding it like this. In time it will become a lifelong wound for her. You're not convenient to talk about it. Then I'll be the one to talk to her. Do not want to see the death-seeking Xinyi." The old man is not. Xinyi will feel that her father's death is because of her curse, because she was angry with the disease. People, when they have it, they don't cherish it, and when they lose it, it's too late to regret it. The change in cheap wife is obvious. Every day when she comes home she will take the initiative to find over and chat. With more smiles on her face, she said she found her way to the future. Didn't say what her future was. It's hard to accept reality and have hope in life. You can't just slap her back into the dirt again. After a long silence, Shin Jianqiu said, "No, what you have to do is to take care of her." Xiaonan wanted to let their father and daughter have a little more time to get in touch with each other, so he almost said, "You can go to the house more often when you have time to sit down. You can't quarrel with me." Looking at the time, he said, "Not much work, no overtime today. Aha, let's go. I'm going to have to work another shift while you're delayed." The old man didn't wait for him to go out the door before lowering his head to his work. Xiaonan surprisingly found that regardless of any professional practitioners, work seems to be lowered head. Let out an exclamation. Alas, life always wants people to lower their heads. Going to the supermarket outside the neighborhood to make a big purchase. I was about to get into the car when the door of the black Mercedes sedan parked on the side opened and down came a man in a beige trench coat. Find a place to sit. The behavior of waiting for someone in front of his house was something Xiaonan disliked. Just because his identity was too special, he always felt that this guy wanted to give him a cap. Xiaonan smiled and said, "There are people waiting at home. If you have something to say it straight. You leave Xinyi." It was so direct that Xiaonan was a bit taken aback. It seemed that people didn't take him for granted at all. "There's no problem. Originally, there was nothing between me and her except a marriage license. I'm happy to see you guys together. Why did you marry her if you didn't love her? Ask a question like that, you stupid ing bird. If I love her, just the words you just said are enough to hospitalize you for a week." Sinan lit a cigarette and squinted at him. Then he said, "Her father will give me all the relationships he has in his hands and will give me the management of the portion of the assets that belong to her, which you will not have the authority to dispose of even if you are together. In the future you really together. Treat her well, just for the sake of interests. Let her suffer. Old son will definitely get your family. I've checked your family's company. The market value is a few tens of billions. It's not worth the industries the old man has invested in outside. It's easy to clean up your family. I love her for the person she is, not the body. That statement makes me think highly of you, and I hope what you say is true. Let's go. I won't invite you up to the house." Shonan finished and leaned over to get into the car. Chapter 87, The T-Man. The side face of the woman sitting in the wheelchair was beautiful to the extreme. Her skin was shiny and tight, as if it was a finely carved work of art, making people want to look at it a few more times. She was emotionally stable during this time and loved life even more. There are changes visible to the naked eye inside and out. You can tell if a person is having a good time by looking at his or her complexion. Even if you stay at home every day and don't go out, you will put on a sophisticated makeup. From time to time, his brow furrowed slightly, and he quickly lowered his head again, concentrating on the tablet in his hand. Her fingers swiped and tapped on the screen nimbly and quickly, wondering what exactly she was busy with. She was immersed in her own world. Nothing in the outside world seemed to concern her. Didn't notice the footsteps into the house. Could it be that she's in contact with the guy downstairs? Xiaonan thought darkly, walking over with light footsteps. A blast of hot and cold air greeted him. The window in front of her opened slightly to a narrow slit. The cold, biting chill outside was like a raging tide, desperately pouring into the house. At the same time, the air conditioner in your home is blowing out warm hot air at a temperature of 30 degrees Celsius. The hot and cold currents merged in the air, creating an eerie and unique atmosphere. One really can't fathom what kind of a wind this is. It seems to carry both the bitter cold of winter and the blazing heat of summer. It was both like a bitter north wind and a warm south wind. Such strange winds, like a chaotic and disorganized symphony, brought an inexplicable confusion and disorientation. Stretching his neck, just as he was about to read what was on the screen, the woman snapped her head back, and as the four eyes met, Xiaonan awkwardly squeezed out a sincere and incomparable smile, seeing tenderness in Xinye's eyes. First time I've seen her look at herself like that in months. Is this woman sick for looking at me in such a way? Both froze for several seconds. Cough cough cough. The weather is a bit dry. Xiaonan lifted the supermarket food bag with both hands, bought some snacks. I don't know what you like to eat. All bought some. When sister Sun comes back from grocery shopping later, I'll have her make a snow pear soup. Shinyi snapped the tablet onto the small table in front of the bed. The controls switched around and stared at him with a suspicious look on her face. Is there something you're hiding from me with your thieving head? No, I'm such a great and honorable person. I live a bright life, Xiaonan said. We've known each other for a little over half a year, and for the first time I've heard him explain. Shinyi was slightly surprised, more certainty that he had thoughts he wasn't saying. Aren't you quite outspoken and inquisitive? Doubtful that Jiang Tianze had come to the house and the two had met. Of course, with Xinye's current physical condition, he couldn't do anything that required coding. They can meet, they can be in her own home, but not in his house. Diaphragmatically, I met Jiang Tianze downstairs? What do you mean? Doubt me? Her face instantly fell, and her originally soft tone turned grim. So you suspect I brought him home? She still looked pretty scary with her black face. If she had been able to get up, it's safe to assume that she would have definitely been in the hospital again and again and again. Xiaonan was worried that she would get angry and directly copied the tablet and smashed it over. Play it up. No, actually there's nothing for you guys to meet. Going to the United States to meet him was simply to ask for money. We did not stay together in private except in public. I use my personality to guarantee that I did not do a little bit of things to apologize to you. Believe it or not. She finished maneuvering her wheelchair into the room. Bang! Slamming the door shut as hard as he could in a fit of frustration. In fact, she wouldn't have said it on the day of the license if she was a bottomless person. It's perfectly possible to meet secretly in private and he won't know. It was because of saying it that Shonan thought she was at least open and honest. Can't I just be skeptical? Muttered looking at the closed bedroom door, throwing his snack on the coffee table. Xiaonan sat paralyzed on the sofa, looking at the tablet lying quietly not far away, hesitating to take it over and look at it. Asterisk. Hesitation. Bright look, what cannot be. Who let her not worth to let people believe? Xiaonan convinced himself and walked over to bring the tablet over. No password was set, and the screen lock was swiped to see the document that had not exited. Is a text writing assistant with the title showing Chapter 5. Hold on to your curiosity to see what she wrote. The descriptions are very graphic. The story knows how to bring tears to the reader's eyes. He was a big man who was disturbed by the environment in which Xiaonan grew up. You can tell she has a great way with words. Read the specifics of the story. It's over. Big misunderstanding. Being the man who can be hard and soft, he immediately decided to shy away for a chat. Being under the same roof, she doesn't make a fuss and is happy, and he comes home in a good mood. Aside from not being able to fulfill a wifely duty, it's eye candy to look at. At least it improves aesthetics. Walking up to the door of the room and knocking on it. Is it convenient for me to come in? After a few moments of not getting a response, he pushed right through the door. She sat in front of the dresser on the right side of the entrance door, her eyes staring blankly at the mirror. Her eyes red. Xiaonan touched his nose and opened his mouth. I'm sorry. You only suspect others and have never reflected on how much you've gone overboard. Shinyi glanced at him with slanted eyes and said, it was still inexplicable. What am I doing wrong? He had turned a blind eye to some things in the past, and didn't want to go over old ground with him. He was so good that he backtracked and suspected himself, opening a surveillance video in his cell phone. Throw the phone at him. Fortunately, Xiaonan's eyes were quick and responsive, and he caught it quickly and steadily. Otherwise it's back to the hospital again and again and again. This is not an edible apple. Look for yourself. What did you do? Shinyi said with a cold face. On the phone was a surveillance video composite, dated before the crash last year. That night she got drunk and got herself dirty. He called Slimane over and pestered him when he walked in the door. When did she put surveillance in her house? Why didn't I know? I resisted in the first place. Why didn't you leave that part behind? Xiaonan explained feebly. It's funny to think that he's been suspicious all day. You don't know what you've done. Ha, man. Shinyi looked at him with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I've held city-level sparring championships and suffered under you. I can't believe you're not as strong as her. You can't push a woman as dry as Slimane? You are enjoying the feeling of a woman coming to your door, feeling like you're too much of a catch to push away. If she had been bolder, I'm afraid she would have half-assed the whole thing. In addition to small breasts, everywhere is a high match. Good looking, and understand men. Active and enthusiastic woman not many men can refuse. Just because you have a contract in the body, do not dare to put into practice. I don't want to bother with you not saying it. Don't spend all day imagining dirty images out of your own head. It's not as simple as a simple video. Would the old man have actually honored the contract if he had shown it to his old man in the first place and she had made a mess of the divorce? Why didn't you show it to the old man again? Her methods are a bit scary. Surveillance video is covered off. Is it possible that the only thing left behind is this video in preparation for the divorce? Did she really think she was looking at her property? Fear of haunting the end of your marriage later? There's video testimony of netting or lesser points. These issues can't be taken too seriously. And what didn't happen can't be overly maligned. The relationship that had been getting along so well was back to freezing point when you really counted on it. In the past, she was in good health, so bullying was no big deal. Even if she ran out in the middle of the night in a fit of pique, she couldn't take advantage of her if she met a hooligan. The situation at hand is different. It's so hard to have hope in life. You can't kick it back in her face. The explanation doesn't make sense, of course it's backwards. Immediately, she was given acting lessons, full of sorrow and sadness. The feet walked slowly past, each step particularly heavy. A short distance of 5 meters out of 50 feels like 50 meters. Soft carpet out of a struggling muddy field. The phone is gently placed on the desktop, giving her a very forced smile. He then slowly turned around. The back was indescribably lost and disheveled. Shen Yi, whose eyes moved with him, was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Why is he being condescending? Haven't commissioned it myself. He had already stepped out the door a foot, suddenly stopped, turned his back to her and said, but where you say a sentence, I will be a turtle. In fact, you do not have to use this. Know that he misunderstands the use. Xiaonan, you listen to my sophistry. No, you listen to my explanation. I don't have that meaning. Shen turned his wheelchair to chase after him. Small sample. Brother still cannot pinch you. Really think I jitterbug for nothing. Done. Xiaonan secretly thought, almost could not hold back the laughter. When it comes to reasoning and not being able to get through, a tea ceremony is the best way to go. Who says men don't have tea? Chapter 88, Shen Yi, the question that cannot be answered. I really didn't mean that. You misunderstood me. The corner of her coat was held tightly. I didn't think she would ever need to coax a man in her life. What do you mean by me? His tone was low, as if he had been grievously wronged. You can't recognize it at this time. Wouldn't it be a no-brainer to just say the guess? Got to get some talent on. I don't know. Shen Yi choked. In the decade or so before she met him, Xiaonan had rarely seen an adult cry. She seems to cry more than she's seen in the last decade or so. But knowing her after a few months with her, that's not so bad. Why are you on the crying show when you're fine? Ha! Wasted 2 of her tears. Let go of his coat and pushed, asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't want to coax. I can't coax. Get lost. Why? You people have no patience at all. Xiaonan spat out a sentence stepping forward. Since it's okay to come out and eat some junk, the small conflict is always diffused. It's a tie. It was evident that she wasn't so stupid that she could be bullied at will. It's just that some things are drilled into you and you don't want to turn back. Each sat at opposite ends of the couch, separated by a distance, eating junk food, drinking carbonated beverages, watching boring TV shows. The atmosphere was peaceful. Son, who had come home from grocery shopping, didn't bother them. Sharp-eyed Shen Yi saw the nanny who went home and shouted, Sister's son, stew a cup of snow pear soup to feed the dog. Ah, did more than 10 years of nanny. The first time I heard that the dog also need to drink Sydney soup. Slightly stunned replied good. Small mind did not. This matter to grumble? Xiaonan habitually took out a cigarette and lit it. There's not much to talk about in your own home. Feel free to be anywhere but the bedroom. Life is about a free and spontaneous. You've pissed me off not once or twice, and it's slowly building up. So even if I become a ghost, I'll still be a resentful female ghost. Can you put out your cigarette? It reeks of smoky potpourri and you can smell it from a long way away. If it weren't for that face of yours, no woman would go near you. Shameless Shonan moved over and got very close to her. Close enough to see the fine fuzz of her mouth and face. One step further and you're kissing. The absolutely beautiful face was colored with a blush. The long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she turned her head to the side uncomfortably. You don't want to get so close. I don't feel comfortable. All she felt was a dry mouth and an urge to kiss it. His unappealing personality aside, that dog's face was durable, attractive to the opposite sex, and quite compatible with female aesthetics. How can someone like that be single? Probably no one can stand that mouth of his. If you don't open your mouth, you're a human being, but if you do, you're worse than a dog. Does it tickle you to see my handsome face? But no coloring. A trance of nerves was awakened by his words. Get the hell away from me and don't make me whip you. You snark back and forth, saying childish things that are not age appropriate. Without realizing it, Sister Sun had already prepared a table of food. Very simple home cooking, processed in the hands of a veteran nanny who has been in the business for over a decade. It tastes great. Xiaonan and Shen Yi ate a lot of junk snacks and each tried 2 bowls of rice in a row. It didn't strike Xiaonan as odd that she could eat. Generally idle people eat more than working people. We've known each other for a few months, and I haven't seen her lose her appetite for a single meal, except for the 2 months when she was first paralyzed. Originally a bit fleshy, she often hugged without feeling her weight gain. Slightly chubby is the ultimate. At the dinner table Xiaonan became an old fatherly presence. Not only do you have to eat it yourself, but you have to feed her. After the last communication, she will ask for help with what she wants to eat. After coming to the house for a while, Sun also integrates into the family and is not burdened with eating at the table. This one was the easiest job she'd had in over a decade in the business. The only thing I can't figure out is what is their relationship. The demeanor was close, not like brother and sister. Finish a meal with questions. Sister Sun brought up the prepared fruits. I really can't eat anymore. Shinyi rubbed his stomach. Have some fruit for vitamins. Xiaonan forks up a piece of apple very forcefully and hands it to her mouth. I didn't expect her to open her mouth and bite. Both felt a little awkward. Their relationship shouldn't have developed like this. Feeling self-conscious, Shinyi lowered his head to play with his cell phone. Thinking that Sister Sun had been working for a while, she hadn't given her family a vacation. Xiaonan asked, Sister Sun, is your family in Magic City? My husband works at a construction site and my son goes to school back home. Work should never interfere with people's family life, and it's very necessary for couples to see each other often. There's the freshness of a stranger you see once in a while. Proper distance produces beauty. It takes too long for one of the parties to lose control of their impulses. Tomorrow I'll get someone to come over and substitute for a day, so you go back and stay with your husband, Xiaonan said. It's just like that when an old couple meets. Sister Sun also wants to see her husband, now that she is well enough to have a $30,000 job. For that money people can hire beautiful girls, boys who are young and beautiful and still capable. Rural women of her age are not in demand, and few rich people are serious about hiring nannies. It's a deal. You don't have any burdens. From now on, you'll have 2 days off a month, Xiaonan said. Previously living alone, the family could only maintain basic hygiene. The last few days that Sun came over, it was much cleaner and tidier, and it was soothing to come home. You're not a lowly person yourself. You live in a $30+ million house, and it's not too much to ask for a nanny. Why compromise yourself when you don't earn money to live a comfortable life? After this period of time to see a lot of openness, have the ability to provide the community with an additional job. Sister Lu is a good cook again, so Xiaonan thought about Xinye's contract expiring to keep the person. From now on you'll cook for me, make your 10,000 paycheck, clean the house during the day, prepare 2 meals for me, and the rest of the day is free. I wonder if you'd like to. At her age she's 8,000 a month tops according to the market and has a lot of work to do, and there's not a lot of work here, so naturally she's happy to do it. Without waiting for her to open her mouth, Xinyi grabbed the opportunity to speak first. What do you mean? Trying to steal someone from me? I'm planning to sign a long-term contract. Other than preparing 3 meals a day and taking care of her normally, Mrs. Lu didn't do many things as well as Sister Sun, and Mrs. Lu didn't go downstairs during the time she took care of her. Xiaonan thought of Lu Chui's snarky face and wanted to smack her. It was a miracle that she could grow a face that made people want to break the law and still live that long. Lu Chui was accustomed to reigning supreme in the villa, and a character like Sister Sun shall not be allowed to take her at will. Don't bother. It's 2 more people to take care of you, and I don't even want to comment on her mouth when it comes to your nanny. Tomorrow she's coming over to take care of you, so remember to remind her that this is my house, and don't blame me for beating up the old man if she ever looks at me cross-eyed and gibberish again. She knew Xiaonan wasn't joking. In the hospital in Lin City, he had beaten Lu Ma. This man was vindictive. Actually, she wasn't like this before. Look at people only in the present and the future. I can't see how the past is. In short, she gives me the impression that I would like to smack her to death. In her heart Lu Ma was a second mother, the one who accompanied her through the toughest days when she was most helpless. She could be considered my mother. There's a question that's been bothering me for quite some time. You say, you and Zhangye don't deal with each other. Lu Chui is close to you, so why does Zhangye still value her so much? Xiaonan rested his elbow on the table and angled his body to look at her. This question has not been asked, not thought about, not answered. Chapter 89 Unnamed. The next day, Sister Sun handed over the work at hand to Mrs. Lu and went to accompany her husband. Xinyi listened to Xiaonan's words last night, called Lao's mom before bed to remind her. The first few months hated Xiaonan so much that she couldn't bring herself to strangle him, much less care about how the ones around him treat him. At that moment there is no right or wrong in her eyes. Xiaonan is wrong. Anyone can be right. Only Xiaonan cannot be right. Inexplicably, there was resentment toward him. Stayed over at his house for a few days in a row and got along quite well. He was quite content, always wanting to be close to him. It's as if there's an infinite amount of attraction. The house was almost finished, and she couldn't bear to leave Xiaonan's house, thinking about what kind of excuse to make. Invisibly all have changed to understand that there doesn't have to be love in life. It's nice to have someone to yak about. She used to be able to go long periods of time without talking and be left alone. Such a habit does not know when to be broken. Suddenly I'm afraid that no one will listen to what I want to say, even if it's a different opinion. Life and character were invariably affected by him. She who had never had a wet dream. Last night, all in all the dream was very short. woke up at a critical point. What's even stranger is that one is still a little obsessed with that dream. There's a voice in the back of my head calling out in a daze, trying to connect the dream. So much so that I was embarrassed to look him in the eye in the morning. Since being paralyzed, I have slept during the day and at night, and I have been groggy and not in much of a state of mind. Moved over to live in his house, not sleepy during the day. Even looked forward to him leaving work early and having someone to talk to. Even a couple of arguments will do. Mrs. Lu would also find topics to talk to her about, but they weren't her favorite topics. It's only to keep the other person from awkwardly coping with the conversation. It's not a peer group that can't find the same frequency. Found someone to watch TV shows with, eat junk food with, and have a couple fights before going to bed. Such a day is incredibly easy and relaxing, but he's never shown the slightest bit of affection for her. Speech is still sharp as a tack. I sneak a peek at the guy driving the car and all I can say is, cool, stealing his eyes away. He was a bit vain to have a dream like that. In the dream she was in a healthy state and was seducing people of her own accord. Immediately another voice pulled her out. I have someone I like, and I'm not going to like you. Sometime when I don't come home for the night, you hide it for me and give you 5,000 a time. One by one. These words spoken in the past played in his mind. Like an invisible slap hard on her face, it hurt. She hadn't looked back when she got to the hospital, until the seatbelt was unbuckled, trying to squeeze out a smile. Please, drop your work and take me for a physical. You're welcome. Xiaonan carried the person to the wheelchair, closed the car door and pushed her into the hospital. Mrs. Lu followed behind with a black face carrying her bag. At this meeting, she felt that Sayaka had changed, becoming less close to her. On the contrary, her attitude towards Xiaonan had changed a lot. Went straight to the dean's office. The old man with black and white hair at the door smiled and got up to greet him. Let's go straight there. They're all waiting. The hospital specialists in the field of neurology have been lined up to come out for 2 hours, so that we can all meet and study the results of the tests as soon as they come out. Trouble you, Uncle Gua? Xinyi responded with a smile. It's no trouble. We're all family. This hospital could be yours in the future, so it's only right to share for the boss. People called a Gui uncle. Facing the junior Gui Yong is not good to pat the ass. With pleasure, Sinan said following Dean over. With a professional nurse taking over the care of Xinyi, Xiaonan was happy to be free and no longer followed. Gui Yong arranged everything and said to Xiaonan with a smile, Mr. Xiao, you go to my office to sit and rest. When we get to our own place, you can rest assured. Cheap wife transferred from the Linshire is in this hospital. Met. The old man only made a brief introduction. There has been no exchange. The aged old man had a mouthful of you. Xiaonan was a bit terrified. You are the elder. Just call me Xiaonan. Seeing that the little old man is quite good at what he does. How did the old man's character manage to put someone like that in such an important position? Road anteroom. Xiaonan inadvertently saw the staff table on the wall and stopped. He has many titles, all of them gold, and is also a leading expert in the field of neurology. It was instantly clear why. Who doesn't like a subordinate who can work and provide emotional value? What's wrong? Just curious about the level of our hospital. Xiaonan didn't make a false statement and was straightforward. Wei Yang was not annoyed by the challenge she raised and introduced it rather smugly. Our hospital has talent cooperation with several top-ranked universities in China, and there are 120 highly accomplished experts and professors in our hospital. Even if they have been working in the hospital for many years, every year, they will rotate their staff to the top 10 hospitals in the world for 3 months of further study, and 2 vice presidents do academic exchanges abroad. Many dignitaries retired choose to convalesce in our place. After all, it is a private hospital or to make a profit. In his introduction, Xiaonan learned that this hospital's estate was more than just this one hospital. A large park was built in the suburbs as a natural oxygen bar, where convalescent dignitaries live. There are also 2 biological companies. Into the office, Gui Yong took out a good tea reception. This has been in my collection for 10 years. I don't know if it's to your liking. Then I'm wasting such a precious tea. Xiaonan secretly thought it's fine to introduce what year. I can't drink out of the one picked in the morning and the one picked 100 years ago. Picked up the tea and carefully tasted a mouthful. Usually not much tea drinker also drank the difference. Then in the tea house to drink the flavor of the strong, fragrant much. The old man with an expectant face in front of him asked, how was it? Xiaonan, who doesn't have the relevant tea culture in his stomach, won't try to sell a few words he learned online. It is difficult to hear the truth from someone who compliments himself with outward recognition. He wouldn't have dared to teach him to his face, and would have cursed ***** afterward. If you don't get it, you don't get it. There's no shame in admitting inadequacy, there's only shame in pretending and being dismantled. I didn't drink it. In the future I will have time to come over to your place as a guest more often and learn tea tasting from you, Xiaonan said with a humble attitude. Ha 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 ha, you don't understand. Me either. Attached to the wind is a contraption to add some flavor to the water. Guiyang laughed, then picked up the cup and rudely drank it in one gulp. Uncle Gui is modest, Xiaonan said with a smile on his lips. Your old man, we have been old friends for decades. Before I met him I was a laid-off middle-aged man with a ruined future. Saying this is expressing one's own person, trying to reassure the other person not to overly interfere with their work in the future. Xiaonan didn't say anything, quietly waiting for him to continue. After 3 cups of tea and a few minutes not waiting for the next sentence, my destiny was also changed by him, and to this day I still have dreams that feel unreal. Coming to the hospital and thinking about the old man's illness awful, the topic opened. Guiyang 15 years ago in the Magic City Hospital as in trouble with a medical accident. The other side came to a great deal. The future is almost destroyed. The whole body of a 93-year-old man has deteriorated, and there is no way to save him even if the great golden immortal comes, but he is powerful and unreasonable, and he has to say that he has made him lose his life. Hospital under pressure can only dismiss him, but also backed by the reputation of quackery. In the industry completely mixed, the family also had problems. In the double blow to life lost hope, accidentally met Shin Jianxiu, did not say how to recognize, Xiaonan is to figure out what he pulled these mean, is only to know the shares of this hospital in the future by Xinyi inheritance, he to manage, in advance to pass a gas their own people, otherwise he's idly talking about this. The old husband did not transition the industry to Xinyi for the time being, but he should have gotten through to these partners. At the same time curious about the old man's connections, the other side can put pressure on the 3 hospitals to fire a doctor who has attainments in the field of neurology. The head background is not small. The old man can still smooth things over for him. I can only say that I know too little about the old man. Chapter 90, People Who Shouldn't Be There. Self-invested hospital. Opened the back door. The results of the medical examination soon came out. The dean went to a meeting. Xiaonan naturally will not stay in his office. Go to the building next door and pick up your cheap wife. To his surprise, Zhang Tianzi was half kneeling beside his wheelchair. Not far away stood the nurse who had taken Xinyi's care from him. Flesh-eye visible Xinyi face did not see much smile. Looked like very coping, very vain. Seeing Xiaonan walking in the distance, she subconsciously looked flustered, maneuvering her wheelchair to meet her, and snapped, "Where did you run off to?" Chatting in Dean Guo's office, Xiaonan looked around and didn't see Mrs. Lu's silhouette and asked, "Where's Mrs. Lu? I don't know where I went. I haven't seen anyone since I got out. I'll give her a call. Let's go home." Xinyi had a little bit of weakness to lower her eyes, not daring to meet his eyes. She wanted to leave here immediately, worried that a conflict she would be humiliated. Not far away, the man straightened his clothes and walked over with long, slender legs. "Mr. Xiao, please leave. I have a few words to say to Xiaoyi." Zhang Tianzi hated Xiaonan very much, but politeness compelled him to smile and say disgusting words. He was still commanding and elitist in tone. Xiaonan had no love for making decisions for people. Even if he and Xinyi were like a normal couple, he would not restrict her freedom. Adults have to learn self-restraint. No one can stop someone who wants to die. There is no such thing as 1,000 days of defense against thieves. Real couples can just divorce if they are not suitable, let alone their particular kind of composed marriage. Throwing the question to Xinyi's choice, "Did you ask her if she's willing to give you a chance?" Without waiting for Xinyi and Zhang Tianzi to open their mouths, Xiaonan asked again, "Is Mr. Zhang not feeling well? A client was hospitalized here. I came over to visit and happened to see Xiaoyi here." Zhang Tianzi said, "I believe you. This hospital Xinyi's father has shares. Should I step in and say hello to the dean for special care?" Xiaonan didn't believe in such talk. They could meet, but at least they had to do so in a less crowded place with him present, in case the two of them spoke of deep emotions in public and the two of them hugged and cried. "Where's your face?" Xiaonan didn't know where he got so many strange ideas. Zhang Tianzi froze for a few seconds and replied, "Don't bother. That client of mine likes peace and quiet and doesn't like to be disturbed." Xiaonan said enthusiastically, "No trouble. No trouble. Our friends have to be special care. You do not say. I will also go to adjust the monitoring. Their own people must open the back door. Since Xiaoyi is inconvenient, let's find a time to talk some other time. I still have a meeting. Bye." Zhang Tianzi looked at the woman in the wheelchair with affection. His heart was upset. This should have belonged to him. Froze for a few seconds, staggering past the two men's faces, instantly grimaced. When the person walked away, Xinyi immediately explained in a small voice, "I didn't contact him. I know. Xiaonan had just intentionally tested it." And the other party immediately found an excuse to leave, not saying anything they wanted to say, making sure there was a mole. If she hadn't contacted people to come over, the biggest object of suspicion would have been Lu Ma's wife, and I believe that Xinyi herself would have had her suspicions. Give people a clear attitude. Like it or not, they deserve a result. There's no need to tell me the results. Xiaonan only said half of the sentence, and half of the sentence you deal with your own affairs. No words were spoken. Life should be more peaceful. Work should work. Live should live. not choppy, chicken fly. No one else should be allowed to intrude. When she got into the car and didn't see Lu's mom come back, she called her to rush her, and the other person said, she ate the wrong thing and pooped in the toilet. Let them go home first. She took a taxi back. Can you have some patience with me? Honestly, the last thing Xiaonan had was patience. He has always been a man who does not like to drag his feet, whether at work or in life, and is decisive in all matters. Don't like to be a loser. Don't want to gamble on an uncertain tomorrow. If it hadn't been for the old husband, he would have run out of patience with her long ago. I'm a decisive person who can't give much patience to others. I know. There is a choice, remember to tell me. In his concept of do not like, separated. The other half of the dead face pester up. Big ear melon reward past. Like to be together properly. Giving someone a clear answer is as much about respecting them as it is about honoring yourself. She was too indecisive in this regard. Perhaps Jiang Tianzi was her salvation in the past. A little girl, a first time to live and study in an unfamiliar environment. No friends, surrounded by a mouthful of bird language, domestically and with her own dad. There is a big disconnect, and in her heart of hearts, she believes that she got in the way of her real dad and her little mom before she was sent to study and live abroad, and that her real dad abandoned her. Happened to meet Jiang Tianzi at this time, and is a childhood playmate. The two hearts love each other as a salvation of the medicine, only to encounter the present choice point indecisive. A lot of details she did not say. Xiaonan can brainstorm. Novels are not written like this. TV series are not shot like this. With Jiang Tianzi, an interlude that shouldn't have appeared. The heat of the two's relationship had dropped slightly again. There was no dialogue the entire way home. It was something Shonan could have solved by changing the subject entirely, but this time he didn't want to. Wanted to give her quiet consideration. There was a knocking and banging in her house. Shonan pushed her into her house and turned into the opposite side of the house, where 3 workers were remodeling the stairs. There's no man or woman that we saw last time. The workers stopped what they were doing when they saw a stranger barging in. Full of vigilance asked, "Are you in the wrong house?" Xiaonan pointed outside. "This is my wife's house. I live across the street." "This is my wife's house? What do you mean? Shouldn't it say it's our house?" They've seen the owner of this house as a stunningly beautiful woman who is, sadly, paralyzed. Not sure if he's telling the truth. The people who live here are rich. They're just part-timers, and they can't afford to take the blame for fearing that someone will come in here posing as a thief. There are 3 more days to completion, and you'll come back for inspection then. Can understand what they are worried about? People did not directly drive people out. It is considered very polite. Naturally will not stay. Xiaonan sent a cigarette to each person turned to leave. He knew that the bottom workers' strangers were highly defensive, and the odds were that the cigarettes given would not be smoked, and when he left, they would take them and throw them away, just out of habit and out of politeness. When she entered her house, she was sitting in the same spot as yesterday, quiet as a lotus flower, and walked over to sit on the couch aside without opening her mouth to interrupt. She really needs to think back the road she has traveled. Life is too much doubt. As an outsider, Xiaonan have told her things that happened to her. Accumulated 10Y. Chapter 91, 100 for perfection. Checklist in the experts to discuss the results. The evening will be sent to Xiaonan's cell phone. Would not have too much hope. The results did not give hope. Taking it to Xinyi, she only glanced at it and expressionlessly handed the phone back to him. There's no need to do these useless things in the future. After saying that, he looked out of the window and fumed to himself. Xiaonan opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Striking people he is good at. Open mouth. Comforting people is quite difficult. There were things on my mind. No nights spent watching TV together. No junk food. No communication whatsoever. After eating the meal prepared by Mrs. Lu, each went back to their rooms to rest. Maybe it was because she had been pampered for many years, but Luma's cooking skills were no match for sister sons. That's how Xinyi felt. From time to time, my body feels very numb and I need someone to massage it to relax the necrotic nerves every night before I go to bed. Mrs. Lu was pressing Xinye's back, clearly felt Xinyi was alienating her. There's no endless chatter like there used to be. Xinyi flopped down on the bed, turned her back to Luma and said, "Don't make a fool of yourself in the future." The hand on his back lurched. "Little Yi, what's wrong with you? Why is this child of yours saying inexplicable words? Luma has always treated you as her own daughter, and this time we meet and feel that you have alienated me." There was a hint of loss in Mrs. Lu's tone. It was just a guess without actual evidence. There was no point in pursuing it, and it would instead cause a rift in their relationship. Xinyi did not mention it again. There was no explanation either. She didn't like to explain things, and closed her eyes to enjoy the massage from Mrs. Lu. Her mindset changed. She would start to look at the marriage from Xiaonan's point of view, secretly sighing he should kinda hate me. Daokong Motors finally pressed on and took the initiative to set up a time to meet, and after 3 days of negotiations, the two companies finalized their partnership to set up a brand together. Sihai is responsible for technology, quality control, data collection, sales, and factory equipment upgrades, with a 65% stake, which is somewhat less than ideal. Dowcom Automotive is responsible for production, provision of factory sites, and the day-to-day operations of the company. Originally, the other party did not agree to this shareholding. Pulling around is very troublesome. Feel the face to give more than one. Xiaonan said very strongly, it's okay, there are so many collapsed car companies, we can just acquire one. A business that is going out of business has no choice in the matter when it comes to a company that has the money and the technology to take what they can get when it is profitable for both sides. They can take advantage of this win to make their own brand. Dowcong internal discussion. Decided to enter into cooperation. Xiaonan is just scaring the other side. The traditional car companies slightly better performance. Have technology companies to cooperate? The product has been listed for sale. The fact that Dowcong can drag it out until today is not that they don't want to transform. It's that people don't see them. It was by taking this point that Xiaonan dared to say something like that. There was actually consideration within the company to build their own car, and the executives pushed back on the idea. Intelligent implementation is more profitable than building your own car, and the company's core strength is going to be on intelligence. If Sihai also builds cars, no manufacturer dares to cooperate with it, which is seriously inconsistent with the company's strategy. Internally it is set to be installed at 1 million units over the next 3 years. The focus of development is still on intelligence. The directors also gave reasons to say, if the company builds its own car, new product year-end sales tops out at more than 100,000 units, which is already excellent, and it will only earn more than 100,000 sets of intelligent equipment, with more companies to be profitable enough. The director of the public relations department said beautifully, we do not do monopoly business. Our mission is to help the industry grow together. A single branch is not spring. 100 flowers is spring. Hypocrisy is the norm in business. No one is going to strip their bottoms out for anyone to see. It's natural to start a separate brand with a name that has a meaning and is instantly memorable. There are hundreds of automobile brands around the world, and naming them has become a challenge. When you think of a brand name, you go to the database and check it out, and it's all been registered. For the sake of the brand name, Xiaonan worked overtime until late in the next few days. Naming a child can be a brain drain, let alone a brand name that is memorable and has a meaning. It's sad. The whole department didn't straighten out for a few days. Xiaonan decided with a slap on the head, then thought of a way to be able to do a little advance warm-up, put out a bounty, and solicit from the internet. Offer a bonus of $100,000 for the brand name chosen. Design logo price $500,000. Manuscripts will be accepted for a period of 3 days. After receiving foreign guests at the exhibition, we spoke Mandarin all the time and gained a lot of attention by showing the charm of our products with confidence and ease, and experience and net exposure. On the TV station to participate in the interview became the first guest of their own process. Personal exposure has been further enhanced. Social accounts have 300,000 followers. A temporarily registered email address was put up on the internet to offer webmasters to contribute $50,000 out of pocket to throw traffic. It's not commonly used, and it's very difficult to get push traffic from non-premium accounts. He personally do not love to take pictures on weekdays, not to mention record their own lives. Did not want to create a personal IP. The product and personal linkage is easier to have exposure, but it is a dangerous thing. Something goes wrong with an individual and it easily extends to the product. There will be countless people with cameras on him, ready to catch him talking with or without problems, picking out details and blowing off steam, thus amplifying the conversation. Xiaonan knew he wasn't perfect and didn't want to be a perfect dummy. Doing a career is simply doing a career, not doing the whole rice circle culture thing. The man who disappeared for so long is back in the public eye. A bounty was also posted and the company's official website reposted the bounty to add credibility. For a science and technology enterprise with more than 100,000 workers and more than 95% of highly educated talents, taking a brand name is not a difficult task at all. Mostly, I wanted to get a preview wave going. Hundreds of thousands of dollars is just a small amount of money to do a big job. The directors threw in another couple $100,000 for heat with a big hand. Taking advantage of the heat, the current technical reserves were announced again that afternoon. It caused a furor in the industry. An industry that was already reeling with sparks suddenly kills in a tech company. Amateurs are watching. Insiders are already sensing a crisis. And a bunch of chants have appeared online. Analyzed a wave of automobile technology said the automobile industry is not so simple. Dowcom Automobile already did not do well. Think that a change of name can change the name against the sky. What a joke. There are brainless, illogical statements. I can only say naive and hilarious if you really think businesses are language-based products. There are also take bounty order to say things. Also technology companies, take a brand name need to ask for help from the community. I do not believe that can build a good car. I want to see na. But a group of brainwashed plus retarded companies. The words are extremely sharp. There's a lot of brainless agreement in the comments section below. Agreeing with the point of view. Clicking on the homepage to see the 70% private accounts. Many well-known bloggers have come out to accuse Sihai of not properly engaging in technological research and development. This strategic investment is a wrong choice. There is mockery and support. There are those who use Shonen's comments section as a wishing pool. He suddenly realized that social media was an interesting thing. Social media personal IP is a good thing for first-time entrepreneurs. The comments section gives a real sense of what users want. The existence of the enterprise is not to meet the needs of users. People spend money, the enterprise out of the product. Two-way run to. Provided. Of course, there's a strong heart and a calm mind. Many of the comments were unpleasant and the cursing was direct. Dozens of emails come in an hour, and 95% of them are spam content. At the end of the day of the submission, 100 names were selected. Some were called barley, rice, wheat. Most of them were related to grains eaten, and a few were very meaningful, but hard to remember. There is a name is very special, very simple. At once Xiao Nan's eyes grabbed fixed on the brand name called 100. The contributor explains that the Arabic numeral 100 is complete and perfect. Safety 100. Safety is happiness. Position the brand in one fell swoop. There's also a beautiful logo effect that evolved from the number 100. Picked 10 pitches voted out by departmental colleagues, and 100 of these pitches went to meet the executives. The decision is in the hands of the big boys. Chapter 92, Xinyi, I don't want to live alone. A couple of old men with grim faces sat swallowing clouds, put on his old glasses and read the manuscript over and over again for a long time. After a while, Wang Jun issued the manuscript and said, I chose this 100, not only for the user's wishes, but also for us to spur us on. Striving for perfection is not the direction of our efforts again? I personally feel the same way. The Arabic numeral 100 is really quite nice to use as a brand name. It was actually eliminated during the original voting session, but I still want a few of the old bosses to take a look at it. Xiaonan very much agreed with this viewpoint and chimed in. What I'm more concerned about is 100. Can this trademark be registered? Zhang Yuxiang asked. Professionals do professional things. Xiaonan does not know trademark law, did not consider this level. Shan Jianqiu, who was seated at the first place, swept a glance at the others and asked towards the few directors who had not taken a position. What about you guys? We agree with Mr. Wang. Then set this 100. I'll find someone to handle this. You guys just need to go over and register it. Trademark registration. For Shin Jianqiu this was nothing. Just need to distinguish the use clearly when registering. Involving commonly used numbers and words. Such trademarks are easily confused. There is a risk of causing some unnecessary distress to the brand. But there's also a big upside. Xiaonan had already thought of how to maneuver to gain an extremely high level of attention later on. Trademarks are finalized. Things are sort of over, finally no more overtime. And a short but pleasantly punctual day off is coming up. On his way home, he received a call from Mo Yujia, who invited him to dinner. You, a young girl who was not yet married, actually dared to ask a man like me, who is already a family man, to have dinner with you. And if you were accidentally seen or photographed by other people, it would be quite a bad influence. Today just cast the flow. Now this time period has a high degree of attention. Once there is any wind, I'm afraid it will cause an uproar. It is better to be cautious. Xiaonan knows how terrible the power of public opinion is. Especially right now, this period is not suitable to stay with the opposite sex. It's normal to have dinner dates between friends. You're being too cautious. Besides, I'm not worried as a woman. What are you big men worried about? Friend. They met only a few times between them plus during the negotiations. And she was present as part of the Dokkan negotiating team. It's not a pleasant atmosphere at the negotiating table. You a single dog do not understand responsible married man. Pass out some gossip. I have to go home and explain to my wife. If she does not believe it, maybe my rice bowl will have to be smashed. You don't have to explain to anyone. Naturally you don't have to worry. You don't say yes without figuring out what she's buying dinner for. One didn't figure out what the purpose was, and the other was really afraid of repercussions. Had to push on the family. After a few minutes of no movement, the phone is not hung up. Then said, like you such a big beautiful woman, others will only think it is I cheated you. This year's face value is justice. Mo Jia on the other end of the phone was rejected by him, showing a dissatisfied color. This is still the first man who rejected her, but still forced to smile and said, the reason why this cooperation can be successful, all depends on this young lady to mediate from it. Shouldn't you show some gratitude to me? I've been waiting for a few days, but I never got a call from you inviting me to dinner, so it was hard for me to work up the courage to take the initiative to ask, and then you turned me down for all sorts of reasons, which is really heartbreaking for me. At the negotiation table, it was as if she had changed into a different person, so strong that she could not be ignored. It was not like the kind of arrogant young lady that she had met 2 times before. When the two sides were about to move on to the next crucial part of the process, she would always step in out of the blue and make some over-the-top, almost demanding request. These demands often caught his side off guard and slowed down the entire negotiation process, which took 3 days. Dalcom Automotive just sat down at the negotiating table and asked for half of the shares. On the first day, the two sides were at a standstill, and in the end, they were stuck on the 45% figure. And the key vote happens to be in her hands, after all. She is the representative of the major shareholder. Besides, cooperation is win-win. The biggest winner is her family. After a while, Xiao Nanfang opened his mouth. There will be a cocktail party on another day when the contract is officially signed. I'll treat you to dinner then. Ugh, you really do use people before you use them. She got really angry and hung up the phone after that. That's when Xiao Nan also entered the neighborhood basement. Cheap Wife's house was supposed to be finished a few days ago. The front door was still open, and there were knocking and banging noises coming from inside. Shannon walked in and asked, "Shouldn't it be finished?" Having met him once, this time he didn't look at him with a wary gaze like the last time. A middle-aged man with a yellow hat smiled and said, "The owner said it could be done better. Add money to get it done again. You rich people really know how to have fun, but we like this kind of work too. You guys are busy." Xiao Nan couldn't figure out Shenye's brain circuit. Still sitting in one spot, she walked through the foyer and saw the stunning side view, holding a book in his hands and reading it, with an extra bonsai plant next to him. "I don't know when I bought it. I was so tired from working overtime continuously that I went home and went straight into my room and fell asleep. Didn't pay attention to what was added to the house." "Excuse me, you say, why is your house still under construction? What I got last time wasn't my favorite type. Let them get it again." Shenye's gaze didn't leave the book, but he could no longer read it. He had noticed when he came in. "It's almost enough. It's not like there's too much money to spend." Xiao Nan sat down heavily, his body paralyzed on the soft sofa, sighing a sentence, "Not working overtime is so comfortable. I don't want to live alone." "What do you mean? Planning on sticking around my place?" "I plan on relying on it for the rest of my life if I can." She herself couldn't believe the words were coming out of her mouth, cursing herself for being so stupid to say what was on her mind. A blush crept over her pretty and absolutely beautiful face. It was true that she didn't want to leave from Xiao Nan's house. It was boring to have no one to talk to, and she felt bored every day for the past few days when he was working overtime. "It's still you older women who are old enough to tease." Just as Xiao Nan's words fell, the book in her hand flew out of her hand, just hitting Xiao Nan's crotch. "Ouch! Why are you hitting people with things again? Watch what you say." Shenyi maneuvered her wheelchair over and took the book away as if nothing had happened, but her hot face had already betrayed her. The wheelchair came to a stop at the bedroom door and called out, "I want to sit on the couch. Carry me there." It wasn't like he hadn't hugged before. This little request Xiao Nan categorically wouldn't refuse. Life has been good lately. A bit of hand pressure. In the past few days, there were only her and sister's son in the house. The atmosphere at the dinner table was cold. Her heart was loaded with things, and her appetite was not good. She hadn't eaten any snacks for several days. "You're weak. I haven't shaved in a couple days and it looks solid." She reached over and Shonan subconsciously tilted his head to the side. It was unnatural to turn around and see her smile again. Xiao Nan immediately explained, "There's not enough sleep, so how can I have time to care about this? It is very sad. Very sad." "Which resists itself." Xinyi said, "By the way, I recently wrote a story. There are 200,000 words. You have time to help me look at it. There is no place that needs to be modified." "Where?" "Nah, in that tablet." Chapter 93, Xinyi becomes cautious. Before, during and after meals, Sinan had been reading what she had written. Occasionally a typo or inaccurate wording will be corrected for her. The days together are back to the way they were not so long ago. Each sat at opposite ends of the couch watching boring TV shows. Sister's son doesn't usually show up in situations like this. After cleaning up and going back to my room to chat with my husband and son on the video phone, the living room had all the lights turned off and the TV on the wall played a boring episode. One concentrates and stares intently at the tablet. One stared at the side of the other without looking away. "It's hopeless. It's hopeless. I feel like I've fallen. What should I do?" Xinyi cried out straight inside. More and more, she found Xiao Nan attractive, including the way he smoked and felt good to look at. Being together made me want to stare at her like never before. The feeling is indescribable. Self-hypnotize when you're by yourself and say, you're making him feel cheap, but when you see someone, you can't help but want to be close to them. Sometimes the idea of lying in his arms and sleeping would suddenly spring up. This good feeling may be due to paralyzing dependence on a person. How can you go and hold him back when he's been in this wheelchair all his life? There used to be resentment in my heart, and I couldn't wait to drag him to his death and torture each other for the rest of my life. But I didn't realize that there was a change of heart, and that thought disappeared at some point. Maybe it was the time she went to the cottage on New Year's Day. Or maybe she doesn't usually snuggle easily. She doesn't know. Don't know. I wonder when shonen took root in her heart. Give yourself another problem. Something unclear in your heart. And your face becomes unusually ugly without realizing it. You wrote this anon as. The more Xiaonan looked at it, the more he felt like he was the main character in it. What's wrong with you, heart? Shinyi poked his chest and said, I'll take you to the hospital. Xiaonan said and got up. No need. Shinyi cursed, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? She believed that Xiaonan could see it. It was just that he had been avoiding it and not facing it directly. Remember to tell me if you have a favorite. I'll divorce you. She came to such a sentence for no reason. Xiaonan was full of brain fog. Why suddenly say such a sentence? You don't have to ask why. Just do what I say. Well, there is a bully model. It's been a while since I've seen such a non-speaking bully. Xiaonan gave a thumbs up and said, you have someone you like. I'll stay away and won't bother you. She said, starting to choke on her own words. She thought if Xiaonan lived in the opposite door. Every day there is a gentle and beautiful woman to send him out the door. They are alone and lonely. Can only hide behind the door to secretly watch them happy. Heart-tugging pain. Why are you still making yourself cry? Xiaonan could only hand out tissues as he was at a loss for words. She didn't take it, but could only wipe her tears for her. You can't bear to part with me? No. Seeing that she was still stiff upper lip, Xiaonan asked, then you're still crying? Can't you cry if you want to? Crying every day at your age. Xiaonan turned his head to look away as he finished speaking. Just felt the temples jutting out. Cocking her head, the tear-stained eyes eyed her. You haven't changed a bit. You can't move without wanting to hit someone. I will change. All she wanted to do was punch Xiaonan. She hadn't met anyone as him before. There's no need to deliberately change. What you were like before is what you should be like. And those who love you accept you for everything. Xiaonan truly felt that there was no need to deliberately change for the sake of a certain person. The fact that the other half knew what each other was like before they got together, and that they stayed together despite knowing each other completely, shows acceptance of everything. I didn't used to be like this. Did you used to cry? Sinan asked. I don't cry. It's not just crying. Sit over here a bit. Shinyi sniffled and patted the seat next to him. No hands first. Don't think I don't bully women. I know you don't see the difference between men and women. How could she not know that the two of them fought on the first day of the license? Their asses were opened up and they were hospitalized for a week, the memory of which was so deep that she could not forget it for the rest of her life. He sat over and still had a wary look on his face. She reached out and pulled Xiaonan's arm. Sit next to me. You're not in good health right now. Don't get horny. Xiaonan moved his butt to sit over next to her, a head tilted to lean on his body. Ugh. This person probably can't find a wife in this life. Too dull. But Shonan staying like this, which she liked, meant it was safe to be out there. I once had a conversation. However, it didn't turn out well. Xiaonan was not unaware of Xinye's thoughts. She was merely paralyzed with insecurity. If there hadn't been an accident, would a healthy her be at peace with him? No, it won't. It's time to meet and argue. Taking care of her was more because of her father's kindness, which had been given so much that it was hard to pay it back. Keeping promises given out is just that. You guys got to that point? Shenyi asked curiously. Well, this one has to be coded. Sizzle. Pinch me for what? It is still true and sincere, and it is said when it is asked. Shenyi then ruthlessly pinched his arm. Are you men in love with the idea of sleeping around? Why else talk about it? Xiaonan asked a rhetorical question without answering. He asked with such a straight face, once again refreshing the perception of his shameless spirit. It was quite an eye-opener. Not that she recognized his statement, and in the past she would have argued with him, but she was suddenly terrified that the two of them would hurt their feelings over an issue that wasn't worth discussing. There are not many people who can be contacted at the moment, and Shonan is the only one. She was starting to get cautious. It was pitiful to see her wanting to say something. Shonan didn't want her to become compromised or even ingratiating when she was with herself. She was perfectly capable of being herself. Actually, you could have said what you thought. The world seeks common ground. I can accept other people's comments and won't get angry. Shonan finished ghostly pinching the cheeks of the person leaning on his shoulder. I think spiritual enjoyment is more important, and the physical body is only secondary. No matter what you say, I won't agree with you. Shenye's expression was very serious, not refuting, not her style. The arrogant Shenye should have her own perspective on the problem. Xiaonan did not feel that her ideas convinced her. It's good enough to meet someone loyal to the flesh these days. No one can guarantee that they won't appreciate the opposite sex other than their partner in this life. Mental cheating doesn't necessarily mean it's long-term. It's possible that you've seen a certain handsome celebrity on the TV and had a trance for a moment about him, or co-workers you meet at work. Moral boundaries, personal responsibility to restrain your own flesh is fine. Shannon doesn't agree with the internet that mental cheating and physical cheating are equated with eating. A partner is an independent individual with an independent mind, and it's not always possible for the mind to take control as well. Shonan is more interested in physical cheating. You can like a lot of people at the same time, but you can't sleep with a lot of people at the same time. If you want to be serious, there are not many good people in this world, not many clean people. People with a clean spiritual world will live an extraordinarily miserable life, sometimes with an admiring look at the opposite sex. The same will compare the people around you, which may also be a short-lived spiritual derailment. Chapter 94 Launch. Sitting in each mind. The TV series has been played. Repeated commercials. Do not realize that late at night, Shinyi fell asleep. Shannon sent people back to the room and then went back to his own room to rest. He wasn't a saint. It was impossible to be with a beautiful woman every day and not have some ideas. It's just a matter of duty, of morality, of not wanting to give someone a future and not taking it freely. What's more, she's pretty special and her heart may not be emptied. Getting together blindly will only add a million more problems in the future. Not to test the waters of an uncertain tomorrow. Why not stay in the present and not make any changes? As the days go by, the heat is on at Civotech. Successive announcements of smart car technology and claims of loaded and ready to go. Not a PowerPoint or a dream. High technology is good at analyzing other people's technology. In the original technology to find out other people's technical shortcomings. Their own R&D team to do other people's shortcomings on the things. Do an extended technique. My peers say I'm a few hundred volts and we have fast charging. High technology. Our technology is variable voltage and has the technology to grab power from other charging piles. There have been a number of peers meeting for several days in a row to face the next crisis. Some companies have only just set up a project. People have already done it. Some are still settling for yesterday's technology and playing with the interior stuff that isn't half as technical. Companies with no technical reserves have been scared, and for now, they can only pray that the products coming out of high technology will not be competitors to their own. The announced technological innovations and beyond quickly got the major media talking and down to guess the price. Including the official website of the State Science and Technology have paid attention to it and issued an article praising high technology. On that day, several blog posts were sent out in a row. And the most attention-grabbing one was one of them, those years of Civic C technology, about the outstanding achievements of Civic C technology in various fields, and a great deal of recognition and blessing. It's not as if there aren't more powerful tech companies in the country than high technology. However, it is noteworthy that they rarely come down personally to express their appreciation and praise for a private enterprise. This is quite rare because normally, government departments pay more attention to the development of the industry as a whole and the overall performance of many enterprises. They have a wide range of responsibilities and need to juggle various aspects of their work. When the government specifically targets a private enterprise for recognition, it undoubtedly shows that the enterprise has achieved excellence or made outstanding contributions in a particular field or project. Such recognition not only encourages the company itself, but also sends an important signal to other peers, motivating them to strive towards higher goals. At the same time, it is also a kind of promotion for the whole science and technology sector, prompting everyone to continue to innovate and make breakthroughs, and jointly enhance the country's scientific and technological strength. On the internet caused a furor. Outside the media are speculating that high technology to build a car. The company even issued an article and the disclaimer said, "We do not build cars, only do intelligent parts." Everyone do not speculate, do not mislead, but no one believes it. The registered brand name is capitalized 100 font with a special design, and the logo evolved from the Arabic numeral 100. The two companies have teamed up, so naturally they had to arrange a media conference. This is something that was set in stone at the time of signing. The deputy general manager of Daokong Automobile Group, who was sent here to be in charge of the interface work, and the future head of the new brand, Xu Wen and Xiaonan, faced the media together. The venue was arranged in a hotel across the street from the company. On that day, the old man arranged for an expensive suit to be delivered. He knew his son-in-law didn't usually buy many clothes or spend money on primping himself. Xiaonan accepted the clothes but did not wear them. He thought he should just be plain and clean. If the clothes were too expensive it would be easy to create a sense of distance. Very casually dressed, not having deliberately dressed up. The clothes he wore at work on weekdays, with a down jacket over it. On the contrary, Shuwen was dressed in a proper lady's suit. Side by side as they walked towards the venue, Shonan asked, "Aren't you cold on a cold day? The car is air-conditioned and the hotel venue is air-conditioned." Sinan swallowed back what he wanted to say. People are not his subordinates, shouldn't talk too much. Only one sentence was exchanged, and each of the two remained silent. No different than a stranger. Hundreds of media came. The top executives of both companies sat down, and a number of suppliers came as well. Walked into the venue and immediately looked like friends with more than a passing relationship. Facing the media cameras, Xiaonan graciously held her hand on stage. Hello everyone, I'm Xiaonan, the general manager of C-High Technology in charge of the automotive intelligence business. Xiaonan said confidently and calmly, waiting for Xu Wen to introduce herself. She said succinctly, I'm Xu Wen, and I'll be meeting you all under a new identity next. It is clear that the brand name will be announced by Xiaonan of C-High Technology before revealing her identity. So let's keep it a secret here. First of all, thank you all the media people for coming today. It's cold, wear more clothes, pay attention to keep warm. Xiaonan clumsily zipped up his clothes. I'm a little nervous about facing so many cameras for the first time. I'll try to get over it. You get nervous? Go to hell. There aren't many people at the bottom who don't know him, and some of them have written articles about him. My coworkers prepared a lot of scripts for me, which I refused. I think whether a person is passionate about the position at hand or not can be seen from whether he understands the position or not. A person is sincere enough to see from him whether there is no hypocrisy. Fake can be seen. Speaking of products, do not need to prepare so many beautiful words in advance. The focus is to let more people understand. Today, I come with sincerity to make friends with you all. Without further ado, let's go straight to the point. Let's all take a look at the history of the development of our domestic automobile industry, and the path the two companies have traveled over the years. Pressing the remote control in his hand, the large screen behind him played the history of the two companies. The picture quality on the screen goes from black and white to dull colors to bright, with a timeline marking each switch. How the industry's early days were begging foreign giants to buy outdated technology at a high price, and then multiple rejections of independent research and development, and experienced a joint venture siege down a number of brands. At that time, many companies spent money but also to give people as a grandson, randomly come to a small staff can give face. The end of the picture stops at the name and sales of a few big domestic automakers, topped with the words of the oversized a big wave of sand, and now we have developed and grown. Then came the deliberately weighted passage. It is only because of your perseverance that the days of humiliation will pass. Framed for more than 10 seconds and then the screen jumped. Thud. Fixed in the 100 interface. There is a paragraph above today. I came. We create a miracle. Rewrite the history of the world's automobile industry. Many media people have seen the previous clips, especially the foreigners' condescending, disdainful eyes. Infuriating. Emotions have been brought to the fore. Eyes glistening with tears. Chapter 95, Xiaonan's Cautiousness. Those humiliating history in the forerunner to endure humiliation under the fortitude to move forward, has become the past. 100 Automotive will carry the flag of domestic new energy. C-High will help more enterprises rush to the international, planted all over the world with the flag of domestic. Xiaonan's words caused a burst of applause from below. Are you kidding me? You paid for it, can you not applaud it? The long-lasting applause. Xiaonan raised his hand and pressed the pressure. Hold down. As C-High people, we never hide our ambitions, and never brag. Eat with the ability to take the technology to speak. Then the words turn. First of all, let me explain what is the meaning of 100, represents the completion, is a blessing to all. At the same time is also C-High people on their own requirements. 100 is our efforts to pursue the goal, is the direction we aspire to. Pressing the page-turning pen in his hand to the architecture on the screen introduced the energy. Our intelligent program named Magic Box incorporates the following 8 technologies. 1. Intelligent Driving System. The Intelligent Driving System integrates advanced digital technology with intelligent algorithms to provide drivers with precise navigation, real-time traffic information and intelligent driving assistance, making driving safer, more efficient and more convenient. 2. Digitally Driven Vehicles, DDV. The DDV system achieves precise control and optimization of vehicle functions through digital control and management, enhancing vehicle performance and energy efficiency. 3. Intelligent Driving Core, which adopts highly intelligent perception, decision-making and control technologies to realize automatic driving, adaptive cruise and other functions, bringing drivers a new driving experience. 4. Vehicle Link Intelligence. The Vehicle Link Intelligence system can realize a seamless connection between the vehicle and the outside world, providing remote control, smart home interconnection and rich infotainment functions. 5. Digital Cockpit. The Digital Cockpit system integrates in-vehicle display, audio, climate control and other functions, creating a comfortable and convenient driving space for drivers through intelligent interfaces and personalized settings. Others are squeezing out technology like toothpaste. We love every user and give what we can just so we can make friends with everyone. The intelligent part of Shonan is concise and succinct. In his words, PowerPoint without seeing the product is bragging. As a technology-focused company, we take the product to speak. Just tell your friends what we have, what we can give, not lie to your friends. A few executives sitting on the stage were a bit confused. Why was this time different from the last show? In front of the media is not good to interrupt the rhythm. Wang Dong toward the back of the assistant signaled to come over. Explained to continue to look at the stage. Media people's perception. High Technology's technology is excellent. The integration of the launch of the technical architecture is very bull, but Xiaonan is not a qualified product explainer. They have participated in hundreds of launches at home and abroad, and other people's launches can't help but talk about the origin of each screw and use some out-of-the-way words to describe it. First time I've seen a launch that speaks in generalities. Xiaonan knows very well what he is doing, and is also very clear that the company's technology is very good, just do not know how to use to the effect of the actual car. Have to need a lot of application scenarios test training, secretly sighing and have to be busy hello, and have to scold the straw bag. He talks about the product in very general terms, picking up only some of the comparative stuff to focus on, ignoring a lot of things, the purpose of which is mainly wanting a wave of public opinion to increase the heat. When this launch comes out, there will absolutely be people bashing him for being unqualified. There will be media outlets saying he's an unqualified product manager, and there will be people calling straw men. He also has a focused purpose of wanting the physical delivery of the car to be far more of a surprise to the consumer than the launch. Invest more advertising, engage in more fancy, not as good as let the consumer satisfaction. Let people think I spend this money to buy this product is earned. A solid, good product makes them a potential sale. People pushing people is important. People have a heart to show off. Buy a product that they think they have earned shall not be crazy amenable to those around them. There are some car companies that don't have great technology. The launch makes a big effort to blow awesome, and ultimately don't have great sales. He finished his part of the speech. One last digression. High doesn't build cars. It only helps car companies to complete the intelligentization part. More car companies are welcome to come and cooperate. After saying that, he gave his place to Shuan to explain the hardware part of things. Under her introduction, the Dowcom car is not as bad as it looks in the eyes of the outside world, except that it does not have its own R&D, poor performance, and backward technology. The materials used are still very solid. We don't cut corners. We don't cheat consumers. We use steel where steel should be used, and we use aluminum alloy where aluminum alloy should be used. There was a portion of exaggeration on the PowerPoint earlier, but price-wise, it's affordable for consumers in the market. By the time she finished her explanation it was already half an hour past. To the final declaration, I Xiaonan, I Shu Wen, bravely take on the mission of industry development, is committed to the advancement of automobile electrification, so that technology into the millions of families. The two held hands and said a declaration. The launch, originally planned for 3 hours, ended in 2.5 hours due to Xiaonan's disruption. There's 30 minutes on the history of domestic automobile development and an hour on product technology. Faced with a sudden change of heart, the host, who has great control over the scene, organized the remaining time to conduct an interview. Reporters' microphones were close to disliking Xiaonan's mouth, and everyone was most concerned about why the original program was ended early. Everything is subject to change in this day and age, and the least reliable thing in this day and age is a plan. I have a lot to say, but a friend is that person who is silent around but shows value when you are sad. I want to use the product to make friends with the users, not to cheat people with PowerPoint. High is a technology company, and the leaders say they don't allow exaggerations. More than that, we are not allowed to sell some raw words to attract attention. We use the product to speak, not shouting slogans, not false propaganda, to be a business that does real work. He didn't name names, but it has offended a lot of people. Knowing that these interviews are put out there will mean that a wave of traffic is specified for less. Those self-promoters have something to hype about again. Mr. Xiao, it's rumored that you don't come from a technical background. Is it because you don't understand the product that you didn't go into detail? A reporter from Magic City Daily asked a question. It's not a rumor. It's a fact. And it's true that I don't come from a technical background. But it's impossible for you to say you don't know the product. The reason why I don't say that is that there is no entity. And people will doubt my sincerity if I blow it out of proportion. Just after answering the previous question, another topic came to my lips. If Civic C's technology is compared with the strongest brands on the market, what do you think the chances of winning? Nice guys, one is trickier than the other, but they are all minor issues. Xiaonan said with a shallow smile. We are latecomers, and we have to come up with more advanced technology if we want to integrate into the market. Each has its own strengths, but we are longer. A reporter caught the loophole in his words. What makes you say that High is necessarily superior to others' technology? You just said that High is a pragmatic enterprise. Isn't that a bit of a preposterous statement? I'm sorry, as a staff member of a tech company, there's really a lot of room for improvement in communication, and it's a bit matter of fact, but we are indeed strong, so strong that we can't help but want to express ourselves and restrain our thoughts, answering the media with the thought, holy, I'm going to get yelled at again. Isn't the point to get more attention? Xiaonan can't wait for the media to take him to scold him for 2 years, continue to maintain the heat, and when the product comes out to ruthlessly smack those people's faces. The media's questions were more and more tricky, but he was able to face them with ease and comfort, saying that he was dumb, but he didn't get stuck at all in answering the questions. Chapter 96, Xiaonan's Layout. The launch ended at noon, and the company staff responsible for launch assistance hosted the media for dinner at the hotel. Xiaonan, as the main speaker at the conference, took the liberty of changing the process on the spot, causing the directors to be unhappy, and a few of the old men left one after another with a black face. Gotta get back to coaxing right away. Leave the media person with a coworker to take them to dinner and go back to the company cafeteria for your own meal. Lined up to the window to get a bowl of noodles. Found a seat, just ready to eat. Wang Dong's secretary came over. Mr. Xiao, several directors are waiting for you to go over in the private room. Okay, I'll be right over. Xiaonan followed with the bowl. The secretary went in and didn't come out for several minutes. The old men were seeing eye to eye, angry, and it was giving him a bit of color. Who says you can't eat while standing? Xiaonan just stood in the doorway and finished the bowl of noodles in a few tries, put the bowl to the tableware recycling place and then back to the door of the private room, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in to get the person inside the answer before pushing the door to enter. The table in front of a couple of old men was empty. Nothing. Each face was grim, staring at him in unison. Who told you to go AWOL and change your original plans? And someone said you rejected a prepared speech? The media hasn't gone back yet, and a number of launch videos have already popped up on the internet, and public opinion is very unfavorable to you and the company. See for yourself what has been said. Wang Dong threw his cell phone on the table. In this day and age, the media says whatever's hot, speculation and not pursuing facts. You don't have to go to the online reviews to know what will be said. Without looking, I know that some people have called me a strawman commenting on the company's lack of product highlights. What we need right now is heat, not compliments. I'm not the highlight. The product is the highlight. We do not have a product to launch. Speak well. At most 3 days past the heat, such as listing and have to spend money to create momentum. They can scold me for 10 days and half a month. And when the heat goes down a little bit, I will make a demon again to maintain the heat. The more heated the name calling, the better, and ideally, the better to drag car or tech head bloggers or tech bigwigs into this outcry. I'll then rip into these people, push the conversation to a peak, and engage in a parley, thus creating a conversation pack that can continue to have heat. When the next product comes out, there will be heat for just mentioning it. It's possible that in the 2 years leading up to our product launch, a little bit of silence will have people jumping on the hype. My personal honor and disgrace is a small matter, and it really doesn't matter if I get a few scoldings. The product will immediately cover up all the criticism and abuse once it comes out. Xiaonan stood and finished his thoughts. Several directors were silent for a while and looked at each other. Wang Dong said, next time you have an idea, say it in advance. We few old men are old and can't withstand the scare. Well, got it. This is nothing. I'll leave first. Xiaonan pointed to the door. Little Li, go out and order the kitchen to serve the food. Wang Dong instructed his secretary to the side. When Secretary Li left, he opened his mouth and said, stay and eat with us. Then, I'll chime in. Xiaonan found himself a seat. Not much was said next. A couple of old men just eating. There was no communication, and the old man had a very small appetite and barely ate anything. After everyone dispersed, Xiaonan followed him to his office. Why don't you come to my house as a guest tonight? Not going. Xin Jianxiu's hand that picked up the water cup gave a beat and said, and you don't want your daughter? Xiaonan pursued. I don't want to. Let's pretend I never had one. No one's daughter meets and argues. He knew where the old man's heart was tied up. You think the car accident was because of you? Actually, given her past personality, it was only a matter of time before something happened. At least now the person is alive and has a chance to get up in the future. There is growth in her now and she can see past some things. If I hadn't been in a car accident and couldn't leave the house, I don't know what was waiting. I'm not sure how many people the old man has offended, but there's been a lot of weird stuff going on since I learned he's terminally ill. He hadn't been sick for more than a day or two, so why hadn't anyone come out of the woodwork to toss it around for many years, when instead it was the disclosure of his condition to him that had caused so much to happen. People from the outside world had learned that he was terminally ill, and a series of events had to make him suspect that the old man had deliberately put out the news. The peaks produce false champions and the twilight witnesses true believers. Probably wanted to test the people around him while he was alive. He himself has become the man the old man tested. The old man didn't relent about going to the house. Xiaonan no longer insisted on persuasion, so he went back to the department office and sat down to stay up until the end of the day. The snacks at home have been eaten. Before, he almost did not eat snacks in addition to the main meal. Shen Yi moved over, see her often eat, secretly took a packet. The flavor is very good. Then they became snack hitchhikers, slowly developing a snacking habit. It's hard to sit and talk or watch TV without something to chew on in your mouth. Again, I bought several bags in a big bag. She didn't sit in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows today, sitting in her wheelchair and organizing the flowers and plants, as if she had a sense of what was going on. She smiled back at him before he got any closer. Was work slacking off again? I'm not in charge of the technical part of the job. Not that busy. Xiaonan's positioning of himself is clear, the traffic guy, the publicity guy. Leave the professional things to the professionals. Alas, do you know that you have been scolded? Shenyi turned his wheelchair around and sighed slightly. You this again with? Absolute. The last time to guide the net exposure me is not you well. Xiaonan put the snacks on the coffee table and went over to push her over. Bought a lot of your favorite seaweed flavor, he said, tearing up a bag of snacks and handing it to her. She didn't pick it up and looked at him suspiciously with her arms clasped over her chest. You're being so gentle with me today. Did you do something wrong out there? The size of her breasts is not small. This squeeze is very abrupt. Xiaonan turned his gaze away. The conference is over and directly back to the company. What can I do? Besides, my old man is watching, so I don't have a chance to do it. Shenyi took the snack in his hand, took a chip and put it in his mouth, and said seemingly unintentionally, that Shu Wen is quite pretty, a sensible beauty. I seldom pay attention to whether people's parents look pretty or not. This sentence Xiaonan was telling the truth. He really didn't pay attention to Shu Wen's looks. So far no woman had been seen who was prettier than Shenyi. When you spend time together every day, you have a high opinion and you will compare yourself to the really beautiful ones. For example, a beautiful woman like Mo Yuja, in addition to some advantages in age, outwardly she is a bit of a gap compared to her cheap wife. What about me? Shenyi wanted to know what she thought of herself in his mouth. Pretty? No? Nope. There are no other advantages? Shenyi asked with a raised eyebrow. Other advantages? In addition to being beautiful, Xiaonan really did not find that she has any advantages. After 10 minutes, under her eager gaze replied, there is beautiful already enough. You still let others live. He is willing to coax himself already enough. The heart is very happy. But Shenyi's still face said, I'm not a little girl. You these ghost words to take to deceive others. Okay. I found another good thing about you. What advantages? Shenyi asked. Clever. Knew right away I was lying to you. Chapter 97, Shenyi, Bold Moves. After pondering for a moment, feeling that this statement of his was very wrong, Shenyi said with a smile, come over and carry me to the sofa. I want to lie down for a while. She still likes to sail her wheelchair far away from the couch before calling him over to carry it. Xiaonan was used to this behavior and didn't care. The house is heated and she wears dresses when she doesn't go out. It's easy for the nanny to take care of her on weekdays. The white color fit well with her beauty, like a holy lotus flower, looking immortal and lustful. Xiaonan was not affected by her looks in the past, and after getting along for a long time, Xiaonan's sturdy heart was a little shaken. Her distinctive scent lingered at the tip of her nose. When he reached the couch, the hand hooked around his neck was slow to let go. Puppy bright eyes of autumn water were staring at him. You let go. Thank you. Thanks for not having to offer yourself. Shonan turned his eyes away. It is not necessary to use. Received 2 certificates are the same person. Hug a little can always. Shenyi said suddenly, his arms contracted to tightly hoop his neck, not allowing it to leave. Don't do that. It's not good if sister Sun sees it. I told Sun to go back to be with her husband. It's just the 2 of us at home. Oh, you're trying to bore me to death by sticking Sun home. There are some things to look at him that are too embarrassing to talk about. This is the right time. Shenyi said, I have thought a lot in the past few days. Read a lot of books. Zhang Tianzi in the heart is just a brother general existence. I want to let go of the past and cherish the present life. I know I don't deserve you, but I'm still your wife now. I want to be close to you. I don't want us to still be like strangers. In the future, if you have another woman around, I will get a divorce. I will never pester you. This is the only marriage in my life. I won't remarry. Will you let me feel marriage? You cut me loose before you say that. I'm suffocating. The dog woman, with her strength and temper, held his head down. I'm not loose. So answer me and don't run away from the question or we'll both go to hell together. The answer was acceptable to her whether it was a no or a yes. After a long time, she still did not show signs of letting go. Xiaonan said, what do you take me for? If I agree to be with you, I will not have another woman. You have a strange idea. Your thoughts are more avant-garde than me. Wait for you to take care of the messy brother outside before discussing this matter. Yourself is still all messy and broken. Sort it out and then say, my personal world is relatively narrow. Cannot accommodate 3 people. You still think of him as your brother. He may want more than just you. Can't you see that? Don't think she's obedient now, but she still retains personal knowledge of some things. She has to be allowed to realize it for herself. She has to have the evidence in front of her to believe it. Stubbornness is what underlies her, and it's her lack of dependence now that makes her seem obedient and well-behaved. That's what Shonan thinks. You still don't want to believe me, Shenyi said. A lost voice came from overhead. Men need to feel secure too. and I want a home that gives me peace of mind at all times, not one that lets me leave for more than 100 kilometers and worry that it will be stolen. Xiaonan said. How do you expect me to trust you? Xiaonan then asked rhetorically. I don't care. From now on I'll trust you with whatever you say, and I'll sleep in your room tonight. Is this what the arrogant Xinyi said? Xiaonan could not believe his ears and stammered. This is too casual. I don't care. With a license, you are my husband, obliged to take care of me, obliged to satisfy women. She did not know where the words came from. A brain into the brain. She opened her own mouth, finished herself feel ashamed. I wonder if I've been taken over. How can I burn like this? Anyway, can't care so much? Happiness has to be fought for by herself. She knows her situation very well. She can't meet the person who really loves her. This life is just this one marriage. She wants to experience the days she has been married. She reads a female writer's work and strange ideas grow in her head, thus gaining bravery and confidence. Compared to the other person, she thought she had an advantage over them by 18 blocks. She thought, well, even a brief possession is enough to remember for a lifetime. Xiaonan will have another woman in the future. She will divorce, find a place to write a book, and become a female writer. I don't want to care about anything. What's a face? She needs help to even live. So what's the face of it? No more. If you have an idea, do it and act on it. Alas, you are enough. Oh, Xiaonan gently patted her back. You just said you were about to be smothered and you're still alive? Loosen up. I'll go cook for you. Xiaonan couldn't just let her do whatever she wanted. Order takeout later. Xinyi was domineering and didn't let go. You need someone to take care of you at night. Quickly give Lu. I don't want Mrs. Lu, I want you to take care of it. You don't want to take care of it when sister's son comes to work tomorrow. You pervert. Pervert your ass? Old me has a nosebleed. Quickly let go of me. Xiaonan cursed himself. Xinyi laughed and let go of him. Chest stained with blood also do not care. Snickered. I thought you heart like steel. I did not expect that it is also a. Did not dare to say it. Take a picture of your face with your phone. It's as red as a monkey's butt. Xiaonan said as he wiped the nosebleed with a tissue while pointing at her face that was as red as if she had boiled a prawn. With no need for him to remind also know that he blushed. Xinyi lying on the sofa reached out to him to ask for a piece of paper to wipe off the nosebleed on his chest. Sister's charm is not great. I've heard that older ones go down in flames. Chapter 98. Xinyi becomes more and more indulgent. The two of them, one on each couch. Xinyi lay in the largest couch, and Xiaonan brought her a blanket to cover her dimpled body. The aftermath of the party hadn't completely receded, and Xiaonan didn't dare to get too close. This woman is the same as taking the wrong medicine. Some words out obviously feel embarrassed, but said justified. Justified, as if prepared in advance. Open mouth. Her face was still red after the last 10 minutes, having had the first such intimate move. Understanding that he was not his match, Xinyi became more and more daring, even though his face was red, always having to tease a little in 3 words. Shonan says she's in heat. A few months ago if I had said that there would have been a fight, or a fight if the argument got to the top. Things were different now. Seeing him in a huff and remembering the scene where he was so angry with her that he couldn't speak. Ah, right. You're right. You're absolutely right. Xinyi completely put down his face don't and said with a smile. Assholes have done it to her before, and she thinks it's fun to use him against her. It was especially fun to see Xiaonan's dark and helpless face. When it reached Xiaonan's ears, it only felt so familiar, as if the boomerang from the past had come back to hit the brow, relying on the fact that he didn't lay a hand on her to be even more reckless. Xiaonan, who was always known for his shamelessness, was also ruffled to the point that he could not stand it a bit. What do you learn at home all day long? No, read pretty much everything on that little bookshelf. Xiaonan has excellent eyesight, 2 meters or so away from the small bookshelf standing on the placement of the book. See clearly, the content of those books. He has some understanding of the content of the book, written in a more bold, unrestrained. It's almost like instigating how shameless people are. I'll take them to work tomorrow and throw them away. You're going off the deep end. Throw it, have the guts to throw me together. Alas, good looking what's the use? Paralyzed, who all dislike. Read some books are not allowed. Not long after the meal are not eaten. Self-pity is pretty. Xiaonan felt to take her helpless. Suddenly thought, her house is not the decoration is not satisfied. Together with her really as she said, is not want to go. As long as they don't ask to keep her down. They'll still be under construction this time next year and will never be able to renovate. The old man gave her $1 million a month, and all she had to do was give those 3 workers $1,000 a day. People are happy to act and play with her every day. If I'm not mistaken, I should still be working on the stairs. I got up and went to the house across the street to make sure that the tools were laying around and that the construction crew was off duty. Fruity got the same spot as the last staircase, coming back to sit across from the woman lying on her back swiping at the video. The scarlet color on her face receded a bit. Tell those guys to come over tomorrow and finish up. You can stay here if you want. You had a share in this house originally. He had no thought of taking possession of the house given by his old husband, and would return it to her at a discount in the future. Shinyi, once heard again, came to the spirit, moved the phone away from his eyes, looked at him and said, "You said oh. I do not have the meaning of relying on not leaving. It is you who cannot let me go. Why didn't I realize you were more shameless than me before? How it feels to lead the wolf into the house. Thank you, Mr. Chow, for taking me in. The little girl has nothing to offer but to give her body in return." Shinyi smiled foolishly. "Cut the crap. I'm hungry. Hurry up with the takeout, and call Mrs. Liu over on the way." Xiaonan still felt that he was not too convenient to take care of her. Taking care of her isn't as simple as washing her face and having to change her diaper. Sister Sun will be back at 10 p.m. She just wanted to have a two-person world at home, and letting Sister Sun go away for a few hours hadn't occurred to her to let the asshole take care of it. He wants to take care of himself yet. He has to be shown the light, and it was the sight of his dirty self that he might resent. If it had been a few months ago, she would have purposely made herself dirty for him to dislike. Times are different now. Before it was the fear of being missed, now it is she who misses others. Wanted him to smell like himself every time he saw him. You can make it through that? Xiaonan deliberately took a big gulp of soda and let out a full burp. Shinyi was using her cell phone to seriously order takeout, glanced at him and seriously ordered takeout. Nonsense. She left on the front foot in the afternoon. You came back on the back foot. I didn't drink any water. Don't order a drink. I used to hate carbonated beverages, but when I eat snacks with carbonated beverages, I don't realize that I like them. Sometimes a sip of this can cheer the whole person up. Branching out just to molest me? Please be more precise. It's called a couple's world. The state issued a license. If we were together properly in the beginning, we would have gotten pregnant. Shinyi hooked a finger at him. Come here, get closer to me. In the beginning, you also cannot see me. Xiaonan did not say what is in his heart. Well, do not want to break the scenery. Don't do it. Be honest if you're not physically able to do it. It's hard for me and it's hard for you. Xiaonan lit a cigarette, went over and pulled open the patio door to let the dog in. As soon as Wao came in, he went straight to Xingyi, directly jumped onto the sofa, and licked at Xingyi. Give me this rebellious son to death. Xingyi grabbed the dog's ears with both hands, and Wao wailed in pain. Is my old lady something you can lick? One more lick and I'll pull your tongue out. Xiaonan's eyes glanced around the room, his gaze settling on the climbing cat rack, and said, I haven't seen Meow 2 in a long time. I don't know what it's doing lately. It won't come out in the afternoon after eating cat food. Shinyi said, pushing her dog's son off the couch, and threatened. Next time you get on the couch without consent, your legs will be broken for you. Xiaonan forgot how many days he hadn't seen the dog. This time off work attention was on people. Really didn't think about the existence of the ooze. Put it in just to divert Shinya's attention. It's just that Wao's fighting ability is not good. And he came over with his tail tucked between his legs and nestled at his feet. Xiaonan stroked the dog's head and comforted him. Even if you are a dog, you still like to lick. Learn from me. Be a bit more arrogant. Naturally someone will lick you. My back is itchy. Come over here and turn me over. Xiaonan, not doubting, walked over and rolled her over, encountering the same treatment from Era. Try cursing again? Shenyi grabbed his ears with both hands. Don't go too far. If you keep this up, I won't even dare to go home tomorrow. Xiaonan shifted his gaze away from looking at her. To tell the truth, cannot be used. Good guy also every day to tease. Who can stand? Not ing every day on fire. It would be another thing if she was unattractive. But the key was that she was too beautiful. As if a stone had been thrown into the calm heart of the lake. Ripples were created. Wow, you shameless one will also blush. Seeing his handsome face blush, Shenyi exclaimed in surprise. Are you itching or not? Hurry up and scratch. Itchy? I can't scratch it. You help me scratch it. Shenye's mouth said that his back was itchy. Without the slightest intention of scratching it himself, his hands forcefully broke squarely on his head. Chicken, you are too beautiful. Shenye's cell phone incoming call ringing. She Fong let go. In front of Xiaonan's face to connect. Well, good. Have a good time. Hanging up the phone, he said towards Xiaonan, the takeout is at the security. Go down and get it. Don't you usually get to deliver it to your door? Xiaonan asked in disbelief. Yesterday there was a confrontation between the neighborhood owner and the delivery guy, and Uncle Hat came and took the guy away, so I don't think he'll be let in for a while. Xiaonan didn't know if it was true or not and went out to get takeout. At home Shinyi sighed and muttered, still have to be hard work, but this kind of shameless behavior is really cool. Ha ha, waving her hand like a crazy woman and letting out a loud laugh. Chapter 99, Shinyi with minimal Dao proficiency. I thought she would order a luxury set meal for dinner. Xiaonan is how to think. She is dead stingy. 2 takeout with a coupon, less than $30. I was afraid that I wouldn't get enough to eat. so I thoughtfully ordered 2 additional servings of white rice. You gouged to death, never mind. I am really not expecting the first time you invite me to dinner. You can gouge like this. Xiaonan drank a mouthful of example soup, all seasoning flavor, imported in spit into the bowl, put aside. Sister Sun's cooking skills are first-rate, and Xiaonan's appetite has been spoiled. Besides, the takeout example soup wasn't as good as the noodle soup he cooked. Xinyi opened the second box of rice and realized that he had eaten both boxes. What's the point of screaming? You're not the same Gaga Dazzle 2 portions of rice. And then she went on to say, I don't have a job. I live on that low income. I don't know when it's gone. I don't have any money. Do I have to come to you to get it? Whose low insurance is $1 million a month? Is the national standard of living so high? After doing so much patting, not clear about her purpose, Xiaonan did not open his mouth in a hurry. Seeing that he didn't take a stand, Shen Yi pursued, isn't it? Hoping to find a reason to take money from him, Xiaonan read the routine. No, I'm your wife. Of course I have to come to you when I don't have money to spend. Isn't it also for you that I save money? Saving for our family. Shen Yi looked at him with eyes full of innocence. Don't use your meager Dao to cheat in front of me. Want to cheat money from me to spend? You're dreaming. Xiaonan dismantled her thoughts. Scumbag, no sense of responsibility. Xiaonan ignored her and argued with her again. There was no telling how long she was going to eat this meal. Lighting an after-dinner cigarette, he lazily leaned back in his chair. Shen Yi ate 2 mouthfuls of rice and suddenly looked up at him. Tomorrow is the weekend. Do you have a job? It could be yes or no. With Dao Kong having entered into a partnership that didn't require his presence, and in no hurry to work with anyone else, and with others watching, there was no rush at this point. The release just went through. Gotta give someone else a chance to make a choice. Going back to the door after a while to seek cooperation will be twice as effective. I've seen the weather forecast and the sun is out tomorrow. I want to go camping in the countryside. Paralyzed for months, she hadn't been out of the house since her last checkup, and she wanted to see less crowded places. Not being able to completely ignore the unfriendly looks of others, and not having a strong heart as she had imagined, she didn't want the trip she had been looking forward to end on a sour note. Try to go somewhere less crowded and relax. Camping in the winter, afraid not to have a bag in the brain. Oh, cold at night. Xiaonan is the kind of person who will not toss himself if he has a comfortable day, and can choose to be as comfortable as possible. If you have a bed and don't sleep in it, you go out into the wilderness and sleep in a tent. You're in over your head. During the day, we'll go over at noon, play for 4 hours and then go home. She hadn't thought about spending the night in the countryside. She didn't like sleeping outside, waiting blearily for him to nod. It was obvious that she was eager to go out, so Xiaonan agreed. Hurry up and eat. Let's go to bed early. I'll go to the company in the morning and come back in 2 hours. Got the promise. Shinyi smiled with arched eyebrows and quickly threw 2 mouthfuls of rice. Well, we'll watch the drama together later. Waiting for her to eat and clean up the table, but 8 o'clock. Xiaonan feels that time passes very slowly, expecting Sister Sun to suddenly appear and save him from the fire, and he is relied on. Cheap wife is utterly shameless and explicitly mushy. She was only mentally challenged. He was physically and mentally challenged at the same time. Xiaonan slightly pumped his arm. That what? I'm going to the bathroom. You don't go. People are afraid. Shinyi tightly wrapped her arms around him and didn't let go. The whole body was paralyzed on Xiaonan. HEU's 99 dermatophores. An advertisement played on the TV. Xiaonan was helpless and rolled his eyes. You're scared of a ghost watching a commercial. You stay away from me. I don't. Leaning against you is comfortable. The smooth face was red as a red apple. Xiaonan swallowed and turned his head aside. You're comfortable. I'm not. I'm uncomfortable. What's so hard for you if you don't have a woman in your heart? Where did he learn these strange words? Xiaonan asked. Who says I don't have a woman in my heart? I'd like to visit your room. Xiaonan turned back and cupped her face with both hands, and there were only a few centimeters of distance between the two faces. Look carefully. I am a man. It's not good for you to do this. It's easy to make a mistake. Clearly see his rolling throat and the naked desire in the bottom of that eye. Shen Yi suddenly panicked. Can sleep together? But not colorful. She was not prepared. I am not physically convenient. She just teased a little closer to him. Really want to immediately to that step a little unacceptable. Xiaonan tonight if he is strong to come. Not love her, just to solve the physiological. Would destroy the image of Xiaonan that she had already constructed in her mind? And she wanted to experience marriage because she wanted to experience real respect in marriage, not a spur-of-the-moment impulse, wanting to trickle down like a stream of affection, hoping to keep this marriage forever in the back of her mind for the short time she had with him. She knew she would leave his life one day and wanted a marriage worth looking back on for the rest of her life. In her conception, the fulfillment of the spiritual world is more important than the physical. Besides, what if you become incontinent at the most critical moment? I don't dare to think about this image. Gently pushed Xiaonan. shyly lowered his head. You stay away from me. I can't smell smoke. At this moment, you dislike me for smelling like smoke. Thanks to which I thought you were some old demon with 1,000 years of Taoism. But it's just a small demon that has just been initiated. Xiaonan's finger hooked up her chin. What he saw were tears in his eyes. Why are you crying? As if she had found a vent. She bawled, I am so sad. I want to be with you forever. I know I don't deserve it. If there is someone beside you, you must talk to me. Said a lot of heartfelt words. Tonight she'd been teasing Shonan, and until she got a response, she felt a little lost in the attack. The general, who was getting stronger and stronger, and for a brief moment felt healthy, got a response, but she was afraid. Suddenly woke up his own physical disability. Cannot have children with him. Forced to be together is not fair to him. Well, don't cry. We will always be together. I promised your father will take care of you. Even if it's not a husband and wife status, it will be a sister and brother status to get along. Xiaonan firmly believed that he could do this, gently patting her back like she was coaxing a small child. But, I think of you with another woman. So sad. Xinyi cried until she couldn't catch her breath. When it really came to that, she wouldn't stay in this city. It's not like you're completely out of recovery. Stay in a good mood in case some sunny morning suddenly has an unexpected surprise. She knows that this is Xiaonan coaxing words. How can she stand up for no reason? If there is still a chance, she would have already treated her. I just covet to be with you. Let's sleep together. Okay? You can't do that kind of thing. I don't want to be that fast. My body can't. She's been on the first floor for the whole time she's lived here, and she's pretty sad that she's living on the first floor when the nannies are on the second floor. She feels like an outsider in this family. Then I shall not be on fire every day. She did not intentionally seduce, even if lying in a quilt. Xiaonan ensured that he would not move a crooked mind. But if it was like a few hours ago, it would be abnormal to have no thoughts. It can be restrained, but if it goes on like this for a long time, there will be problems with the psyche. You eat more bitter melon. If you can't, I'll squeeze bitter melon juice for you every day before I get off work. Drink a little bit more before you go to bed, and drink it as water during the week. Xinyi looked up at him, seeing his delay in answering. Please, it's purely sick not to have a heart for a beautiful woman like you, but to still be moved by a physical situation like yours at the moment is purely perverted. I wander between being perverted and being sick. Chapter 100, The World is a Cycle. Xiaonan took a lot of effort to calm her down. There is no babysitter at home. She cried like a flower cat and could not be ignored. Xiaonan wiped her face and poured water for her. She only drank a token amount. Drink it if you want. If you really pee and no one changes it, I'll change it for you. Xiaonan really had this idea. It would also be done this way. Let you change diapers shall not dislike me for the rest of my life. Xinyi will not let him help himself until the last resort. Not thirsty. Just wet your lips. The two of them didn't dwell on drinking or changing diapers, and nestled on the couch to talk about other topics. Sister Sun came back at 9:15, her eyes a little red and swollen. Xiaonan broke the face that was staring at him over and gestured her to ask a question about what's going on. As a man, caring too much about someone else's wife is not a good style, even if the other person is a dozen years older than you. Shush, you do not have ideas, does not mean that others will not have ideas. Sometimes it's kind of gross to be missed. Has Sister Sun eaten yet? Sister Sun originally didn't want to disturb them, so she responded when she saw Xinyi greet them. I've eaten. I'm going to cook now. We've had takeout, so you can talk to us as a couple about anything at home. We will definitely help if we can. Xinyi looked at Sister Sun and said. Her two arms could be deadlocked around Xiaonan without letting go. Everything is fine at home. She wasn't willing to say, so Xinyi naturally wouldn't overly pursue what was going on. You go and rest. We'll call you if something happens. Seeing Sister Sun go back to her room, Xinyi tilted her face with a clear gaze and a silly look and said, I always feel that there is something wrong with her. Xiaonan pinched her face. You just realized it. I realized it from the time she entered the door. If you don't want to talk about it, just forget it. If you have financial problems, you can help reasonably, but we can't control other things. I'm ready to go to bed. Why don't I walk you to your room? Xiaonan tried. Wait until I change the diaper once before you sleep. Xinyi wrapped her arms around him even harder. She wouldn't let go until her purpose was achieved today. You're really sleeping in the same room as me? What's wrong with me sleeping with my own husband? What's wrong with that? Is it against the law? Xinyi asked in a series of questions with a straight face. Xiaonan could not bear to reject her enthusiasm, and he did not have any thought to prepare for this period of time. She is sensitive and suspicious. Too drastic refusal to worry about her frustration. Wouldn't it be awkward to see each other if you slept in the same room and didn't get together for a change in the future? Stay up, put her to sleep, send her back to her room. It's not like she has the courage today every day. She's waiting for the poop to come in to change the diaper. Sinan was waiting for her to fall asleep and send her back to her room. After watching dramas, watch variety shows, after watching variety shows, watch commercials. She finally couldn't stay up and fell asleep in one yawn after another. Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief at the sight, and gently drew out his arm, which had been numbed by her embrace. In fact, he could hardly stay up. Turn off the TV and send someone into the room. Leaning down before letting go of his hand, he met the person who should have been sleeping, his eyes slyly looking at him. I knew you boys weren't honest. Sleep with me tonight and go to your room tomorrow. I'm not afraid that you'll say tomorrow that I molested you while you were asleep. Get some rest early. Don't think about something else all day. Xiaonan said and stuffed the person under the quilt. Do you dislike me? Shenyi asked as she grabbed his hand. No. Then why don't you want to sleep with me? Xiaonan sighed and said, to be honest, I think it would be disrespectful to myself and irresponsible to you if I were to sleep under the same blanket as you at this stage. I don't care. I don't even want my face tonight. To be perfectly clear, why do you? Seeing her worthless cat urine dripping down again, Xiaonan said, alas, line, tonight to feed the tiger. I go to turn off the light. Open the light, people embarrassed. He played cheap again. Shinyi broke into a smile and whispered, then you hold me together to go over the pass. She was not willing to face all don't want things still halfway. Tonight was the most active time in her life. Going out on a limb. The room with the lights turned off was out of reach. The heartbeat was clearly heard in the silent night. Xiaonan patted Shinyi and said, you can cut me loose now. What's the point of sleeping in the same bed with you if you don't snuggle up? Were you this bold before? Xiaonan felt that something was wrong only after he finished speaking, and immediately remedied the situation. No offense. Sorry. There are things I'll explain and you won't believe. But one day time will tell. Shinyi took his arm and patted it behind his head. Not to think about her headless sentence. Xiaonan adjusted a slightly more comfortable sleeping position for her. All sleeping in a bed pretending to be reserved, what is the use? Arm gently around her. The heart didn't half think otherwise, and wouldn't guess wildly as long as she didn't purposely lure it in with a big kill. For the first time in the same bed, the two did not speak to anyone, and Xiaonan, who had no distractions, fell asleep without a care in the world. But on the contrary, Shinyi was sleepless and kept a sleeping position without moving. Early the next morning, Xiaonan woke up very early, saw that she was still sleeping soundly without waking up, and moved gently to leave. Sister Sun was even earlier than him and had already prepared breakfast, her face not looking particularly good. Xiaonan said, Sister Sun, why don't we give you a few days off to deal with the family business? No, home is fine, take care of MS. Shin washing up later, you rest for a while. Xiaonan picked up the prepared breakfast and started eating, thinking that can help her solve on the solution. She is not willing to say even if it really affects the work of a new person on the line. 30,000 a month, a lot of people rush to do. It wasn't good to keep a negative person around, in case she couldn't think straight because of something and went to extremes, inflicting her personal misfortune on others. Xiaonan wasn't a rotten person and wouldn't risk himself and those around him. After eating breakfast prepared by Sister Sun, Xiaonan went to the company to deal with a few documents and left. On the way home, Xiaonan purchased items used for camping. He had not camped, do not know what to buy, to the store's head of the recommendation, calculated to spend 120,000 yuan. Winter wearing short-sleeved slippers on the middle-aged man with a big oil belly bravado said, introduce you to all the good stuff. Wipe a zero, charge you 35,000. Xiaonan was very dry and didn't haggle, directly paid the amount, took the things and left. He knew that he had been ripped off, but he didn't care, and it wasn't that bad, so he couldn't afford to fight with the people who were doing small business. Today he pits people, tomorrow someone pits him. This world is supposed to be a cycle, and where there is cause, there is effect, and his retribution is for people in other industries. That fat man had punked him in the field he was good at, and he was going to be similarly punked in the field the fat man wasn't good at. The world is a mutual pit. Chapter 101, which capricious rich man is Shinyi? Not long after Xiaonan went out, Shinyi also woke up and finished washing up with the help of Sister Sun, purposely putting on an exquisite makeup. Faced with an extensive closet and having trouble choosing which set to wear, she left the choice to her nanny. Sister Sun, in your opinion, which one do you think looks good on me? After waiting for several minutes without getting an answer, tilted his head and glanced at Sister Sun standing next to him. Seeing that her eyes were red and her eyes were filled with tears, couldn't help but increase the volume and shouted, Sister Sun. Sister Sun was jerked out of her grief by her voice and wiped her eyes and said, sorry, got carried away. Very cannot see others in front of their own crying, to affect the mood. Originally today to travel, quite happy, by her this dead out of the whole mood a little not beautiful, although she herself likes to cry. That's different. Crying in front of her husband, that's pampering, trying to seek more care, playing a soft. Last night she slightly trick, not to keep him. It's always bad to cry in front of outsiders. Others will think it's bad luck. especially if you meet a crying person initially in the day. It affects your mood throughout the day. They ask and don't say what's going on. They cry all by themselves. Who are they crying for? Those who don't know will think they are abusing the nanny. Her mood was affected. Naturally, she didn't have a good attitude. Pointing to the set of clothes hanging on the top layer with a black face, "Take this white set of clothes and give it to me to change into." Taking a few minutes to change her clothes, she sat at home early in the morning waiting for Xiaonan to come back and take her out, focusing especially on the matter of going out today. A steaming cup of black coffee sits on a small tabletop in front of the window, book in hand, facing the sun. Rushing back, Xiaonan saw the woman sitting in the light, bright and dusty. The skin on her face was permeated with light, as if she was a fairy, looking at him a little shaken, especially in white. Acquainted with the summer, I have not seen her dress cool, often wearing dresses or waist-length skirt, white mostly. She personally love white. Xiaonan also like her to wear white clothes. Coquettishly looking back to see that nerd's appearance, was a little uncomfortable by his look. Shyly said, "Look at your piggy look." No interest. Xiaonan does not know why. Today's meeting always feel a little awkward. Cannot be like the past as generous. Perhaps last night to sleep together with the same blanket. Perhaps it is the previous always ignored the beauty of her right. Xiaonan smiled back and said, "Do you need to prepare anything? Go to the utility room across the street and bring my drawing board and paints with you, and we'll head out." Shinyi preferred oil painting and had studied it professionally and systematically for more than 10 years until her studies became heavy and she gave it up. Xiaonan looked at Sister Sun, who was packing up the house. Her back was all with a heavy and gloomy air, and said, "Sister Sun, you pack up the house, organize your emotions, and take care of what needs to be taken care of. You're a professional domestic practitioner. You should know what employers don't like to see." "Aha, good," she still answered with the same words. Xiaonan did not deeply investigate whether she could do it or not. It was not important. It was not worth pitying if she gave the opportunity and did not cherish it. Although she was the most basic level of the job, her salary had exceeded too many people. Push the cheap wife to the room across the hall. Workers have come over to grind. Knocking are not hard. Lazy to do the appearance of doing not like. When he saw the man come in, he greeted him with a happy face. "Hello boss." Dried a dozen or 2 decades of construction sites. "The first time I met a living god of wealth is a beautiful woman. Called over to brag and fart. A day to give them more than $1,000 in wages. Finish this place in 3 days, and each person gets 2,000 red packets. Busy yourselves." Shinyi understood human nature. After giving them so much time to get money for nothing and not work, there would be people who would take something like this for granted. These days, no matter what line of work, there is no pure and virtuous people. The times under the half push more or less a little bit of heart. Suddenly interrupted. For fear that people in the heart of the blame her. Engage in something else. Give more money is considered compensation. A few $1,000s isn't a lot of money. Just buy yourself some peace of mind. The two of them went downstairs together after picking up their drawing boards and paints. There are a lot of camping tools to bring. A tent canopy, a grill, charcoal, ingredients, spices, folding tables, chairs and benches, and more. Chose to drive a business with all the back space down and packed it like a move. There were a couple of dusty cars in the corner, costing around $1 million. That had been in one spot or another since he'd moved over here and hadn't moved. All you can say is, rich people are so full of themselves. Ideas just passed. The year came. Shinyi leisurely said, "I have a few cars. You want to drive to take to drive. Do not want to drive on the sale." Put a strange pity. He didn't realize that the capricious rich man was his cheap wife and had underestimated her in the past. He didn't like very big brands, very extravagant goods, and bought things that were still practical. Sell it, and contact a used car dealer over here for you someday. Or sell it to your company, or rent it to a company. Xiaonan felt that selling it to a company or renting it to a company was more expensive than selling it to a used car dealer. You really don't want to lose any money at all. The company didn't have much money to begin with. I'll fish out a little more and just stop playing. The company relied on 3 songs to make a little money. Those 3 artists started to have festival activities and income, but they needed a few more masterpieces to raise their prices, and they approached the company to contact Jiang Yiming to buy more songs, preferably an album, but the other party kept refusing. There are a lot of musicians also to the company to throw songs, but the quality of the songs cannot too much patterned and industrialized. It is not easy to a little bit of popularity. The work cannot keep up with the very easy to cool. According to my personal opinion, your company really does not need to go on. Xiaonan really doesn't think that her company has the need to continue. Not very optimistic. The original plan to launch the girl group project is temporarily shelved. I watched the video sent over by the assistant and also listened to the songs written by the company's music team, and it's really unsatisfactory. Shinyi said that he couldn't find a suitable stage style for them, and always felt that he had given the artists too many limitations. Look for songs that have already been published on music platforms to practice, as a way to find a style that suits them, and then write songs in the same style. Showdown proposed to give artists the right amount of freedom and not overproductivize people. Personal characteristics are important. There's nothing wrong with letting people express themselves appropriately, and it's important to listen to the person in question once in a while. Look for your friend and ask him to help polish a few songs. The price is negotiable. Last time, the 3 songs brought the company more than $20 million. Asked the other party to consider joining her company and wanted to work together again in depth, but they were arrogant. He's not necessarily willing to listen to me, but I think, if your company is willing to pay for him to put out an album, I think he'll be happy to cooperate. His person is screwed up. If he is a little unprincipled and willing to join the company, he will not be able to eat without a meal. Showdown thought of his friend's deathly literate sick headache. Talented, but overly bullying. Most of the new songs on the market are so cookie-cutter, with creators messing around with lyrics for rhymes, and the next 2 verses don't fit together, so cutthroat that just about anyone with a few years of music theory would dare to say they can write a song. You can listen to it without reading the lyrics, but when you read the lyrics, you're just like, what the is this? Good friend Jiang Yiming has a very high cultural literacy. Originally is the cultivation of literature. Personal reading a large number of books. These years ate a lot of suffering. Life experience is not lacking. I can't say enough about the lyrics. You just helped me once, and wear black for you at night. She still put her hopes on Showdown. The last time was not right. Why did my assistant make 1 phone call last time and he came over? She's got a hell of a black silk. Never seen her in black. That's because he's in a hurry to pay me back. You don't understand the spiritual core of his kind of person, and neither do I. In short, he doesn't care much about how much money he has, and only seeks someone who understands him. Showdown said that many companies didn't like Jiang Yiming's kind of character. Not many bosses allow their subordinates to tell them what to do. They want people who make money and do what they're told. These days can make money and listen to a lot of people. Jiang Yiming is a very strong principle. Too many things are not willing to compromise. Determined that 10 cows cannot be pulled back. The character destined to his road is difficult to go. The two chatted all the way to the countryside. Chapter 102 Showdown's craftsmanship that was so bad that he went down himself. The campsite chosen was on the outskirts of the city, 38 kilometers away from the city, where the water of the creek was clear and a lot of green shoots had already grown in the wide meadows on both sides of the river, which did not bear to be stepped on. Showdown chose to pitch his tent on a cobblestone next to a riverbank. The air in the countryside is fresher than in the city. The color of the sky is a few degrees brighter, and one's mind can't help but become broader, with white clouds and gurgling water. The distant mountains and cypresses are green and reflected in the river, and the breeze blows through the folds of the landscape painting. The river was crystal clear with a few fish swimming freely in the shallow water, enjoying the rare winter warmth. The bright sunlight doesn't feel hot, it's warm on your body, with a slight chill in the breeze. Being in the mountains without busy work and traffic, I can't help but relax physically and mentally. My eyes are clear and my heart is open. It is rare to find such a place in a highly developed city that has not been commercialized by development. When they arrived, the two men did not communicate, each going about his own business. The woman wearing a very large sun hat, sitting in a wheelchair not far from the tent, mixing colors, looking up from time to time to view the mountains in the distance, the water close by and the man in an apron on the side. Showdown, on the other hand, reinforced the canopy and lit a charcoal fire to prepare lunch. He had bought quite a few ingredients, including chickens, ducks and fish, as well as picnic tools. It's only natural that one thing you can't do in the wilderness is to barbecue. Not long after the side came a caravan, very unqualified, parked on the grass. Showdown, even if not pleased with the qualifications to stop others, how more do not want to make the two sides very unhappy. 7 or 8 people came down from the caravan, 2 men and 6 young women, 2 of them good looking and well dressed, but the 2 women walked ahead of the others, and the few that followed centered around them. It was obvious that the 2 women were the leaders of the group. 2 women walked to the river and stopped their feet behind the folding chairs immediately sent to the buttocks. The 2 sat down side by side to chat. The rest of the people rushed back to set up a tent to lay blankets. Showdown, who was sizing up the others, felt a coldness on his neck and turned back to meet those unhappy eyes, as well as the color palette that kept rising in her hand, all threatening. If you can't control your eyes anymore, the thing in my hand will immediately fly over and call you in the face. Scrunching his neck, he continued to work on the task at hand, boiling water, washing vegetables, marinating meats. Lunch isn't ready yet, and there's not much energy to pay attention to others. From time to time, she sneaked a glance at the cheap wife. She did not look this way. With her behavior just now can be seen, is upset her. Last night said all the words are lying ghosts. A little more look at other women, she is not happy, let alone looking for other women. A big mouth with a heart no bigger than the eye of a needle. Busy a pass. The preparations are done. The charcoal fire in the stove is burning. Xiaonan walked over to look at the work on the drawing board. The bright green pines and cypresses on the distant hills. The water in front of him and the big yellow dog with a stream of harlequin under the canopy. Xiaonan was speechless. White tender hand holding the paintbrush flying on the paper. Seems to be very casual, but in fact the precise control of the location of each stroke, length, depth, an operation as fierce as a tiger. Suddenly stopped the brush in hand. Head did not lift, said, good, good. In advance did not anticipate, did not plan well, only half of the painting. You come over for what? A good painting. You get a hyena on it. It's a bit unlike what's going on. Xiaonan said. Any way you look at it, you feel like she's cursing. Mr. Xiao still knows that it's not like what's going on. Xin Yi teased. It's no fun for you to talk like this. Remember what you said yesterday, not to mention that I just took a look. I didn't do anything. Xiaonan said. She did say she could let him find a woman he liked and get married. And she could let go and think that way. But they were just getting started. And she had to at least experience it before graciously letting go. Not letting go for a while. Do you call that a look? You are afraid that there is some misunderstanding of a look. From the time the car came in until the two women got off the car and walked over to the river and sat down. Your eyes hung on others. Wherever the eyes of the people to where you are almost catching up with the 360-degree rotating camera. The neck does not hurt. Doing something wrong and still looking righteous. Xinyi reprimanded with a black face. I haven't asked you about your business. You're giving me a nose to the face at this moment. Xiaonan does not want to go out of the door, still make unpleasant. Did not argue with her. I am ready to open the grill. You rest a while to eat something. Xinyi nodded in satisfaction as he looked at his work and threw the brush very casually. Push me over. She can't do anything on her own except for her mouth, which is good, and needs a person to assist her from the sidelines. Xiaonan neutralized the temperature of the boiling hot water and the cold water he'd called in from the river for her to wash her hands. Put the food on the grill, and a few wrapped in tinfoil on the fire. Not long after came a burst of aroma. Xiaonan purposely watched the video to learn. The pro forma is not fast and light. It should still be able to enter the mouth. Grilled beef skewers put on the plate in front of Xinyi. You eat first. Don't need to wait for me. Xinyi picked up 2 Xiaonan grilled meat skewers. Really cannot get down the mouth. Black, how to enter? Xinyi stared at the busy back and said, are you sure you don't want to poison me to death and inherit my property? Hey, you say this, I will not be happy. I generally do not cook. The morning specially watched the video to learn. Feel not touched? Xiaonan first time to engage in barbecue. Watched a dozen videos to learn. Think it's just a bit of an ugly seller. Not a bad one. Walked over and picked up the skewers on the plate. You don't eat. Yuck. Salty. Only one bite, like a charcoal sprinkled with salt. Seeing that he couldn't eat any of his own grilled food, Xinyi silently put down the skewer in her hand. She wasn't curious enough to taste how hard it was to eat. I'm glad I'm not a love brain. Not good at fooling. Not momentarily moved by his bull ********, much less able to do it to the point of forcing myself to act. Don't waste the ingredients. Bring the fruit over. Eat whatever you want. And then play for another 2 hours and go home. The roasted enoki mushrooms and eggplant should be okay, with just the ingredients. And I haven't salted them yet. Chicken and fish. It shouldn't work. The 2 vegetarian dishes in the tin were Xiaonan's last stubbornness. And if it didn't work, he had prepared breaded fruits and other cooked food. Xiaonan knew his cooking skills very well before he did a two-handed preparation. Usually can only cook a noodle okay. A little more complex dishes really cannot do, especially barbecue. The first attempt failed. You push me over. I'll put in the salt. Xinyi didn't believe him, although she was a bad cook, but not so bad that she couldn't be imported. It wasn't common to be able to bake the meat so ugly. 2 vegetarian dishes were saved by her maneuvering. The chicken and fish were really hopeless. Too much salt in the marinade. 2 dishes for 2 people. Eaten with bread. Chapter 103, Xinye's work, yellow dog hair S-figure. You're quite self-aware. No, you can't do it. Made 2 preparations. Xinye's cheeks were stuffed and bulging, not forgetting to flirt with Xiaonan. I can't? You're saying I can't? It's such a sensitive word. Xiaonan furiously rolled his eyes. Please don't use the word no. Young man, think healthy. Don't think about something all day long, causing me to look forward to a few hours for nothing. And the result is nothing. Xinyi looked at the meat thrown aside and only felt pity. If he was a good cook, he would have had a very satisfying meal today. But alas, only industrial food. Almost 3 hours here. Xiaonan has stayed tired. Used to the city traffic, air conditioning, Wi-Fi. Home can lie down to sit on the sofa. The field is just a moment of freshness. Cannot be maintained for a long time. Why don't we go home? I had a hard time getting you to take me out once, so I'm going to have to stay for 4 hours today anyhow. He didn't know when he would go out again the next time. He was so busy that he only had a little time to squeeze it in once in a while. She's bored at home every day. It's hard for her to come out, so she has to enjoy herself before she goes home. Xiaonan was about to say yes when he heard footsteps approaching. He swallowed back his words and turned around to look behind him. One of the men from the caravan was walking towards him. Xiaonan got up and waited for someone to approach. The other party was about 1.7 meters in height, with a frail physique, coyly greeting, "Hello, hello, may I ask what's up?" Xiaonan looked at the slightly chubby man in front of him with a wary face. "We forgot to bring charcoal. Can I borrow some? It's all in that furnace." "You take it," Xiaonan said very generously. The other party glanced into the furnace at the red coals, wanting to speak, presumably thinking about how to get it back. Xiaonan spoke again. "The distance is not particularly far. You can take it over to get it back." "Excuse me then." "You're welcome." Understanding that the other party was just coming over to borrow something, Xiaonan didn't pay any more attention to it, stuffing half a piece of bread in his hand into his mouth, clapping his palms, and tidying up the scene that he had spoiled. Looking at his lazy movements, Shenyi asked thoughtfully, "Do you think if we don't have any money and can't afford a nanny, will we starve to death just the two of us?" "You wouldn't." "I wouldn't necessarily," Xiaonan said without thinking. "For what? You're so pretty. Even if you don't have a good background, the person who pursues you has to be an executive if not a boss. If you can't marry a rich man, you can at least meet a husband who can earn money. I'm not the same. Men look good. No ability, no money similar will be ostracized, and will not be heterosexual like." Xiaonan said that even if you rely on a mouth to deceive people into the hand, the days are not good, others will be the same to leave. "You're being sexist. Why can't I earn money to support myself and need to marry a rich man to survive? Besides, the person who loves you won't care if you have money or not." Shinyi was dissatisfied with Xiaonan's chauvinistic statement. Under her slight displeasure and annoyance, Xiaonan opened his mouth and explained, "You don't think reality is too naive? Take the number of graduates from colleges and universities each year as an example. Last year we graduated 8 million people in China, and that's just for undergraduates, not counting graduate students. Civic C Technology only recruits 10,000 people every year, which includes fresh graduates from other prestigious overseas schools, and this part of the population is considered to be the pride of the sky. Entering a company like Civician is considered a guarantee for future life. How many people who don't have access to high-tech enterprises don't have to work for 3 meals a day? If I didn't know your father, I wouldn't be able to get into a company like Sihai. Are you sure that without Shin Jianqiu's daughter's identity, you'd be able to be as prosperous as you are today? You said that the people who love you will not care whether you have money or not. This I have the right to explain. But I don't say. You make up your own brain. If I say it, we both have to end up unhappy again today. I just said that little bit. You pull so much. Don't know to let me go at all. Humph carrot." In fact, she could think of what Xiaonan would say. It was nothing more than what happened at the moment when they first met. Would he have changed his attitude towards him much if he was worthless, with not a single other highlight except his appearance? No, it won't. He's got a point but just doesn't want to admit it to his face. The two were speechless and chose to remain silent. Xiaonan was cleaning up the garbage. Shinyi sat aside and fumed. Xiaonan said, "I understood the truth of life earlier, and saw it more clearly than you." The words fell, then saw the next door on the grass that a group of people over, not a person, is all over. Things also followed the move over. This did not ask for advice directly over the behavior of Xiaonan is very dissatisfied. But then again, nay, his current relatively special status can't be overly calculated, and he can only show some affinity. With his heat being slightly brought up to speed, his ancestral grave might even be raked over the coals. You guys use it, and the two of us will wander around the neighborhood. Xiaonan didn't want to cross paths with this group of people too much. The man who came over for the first time looked apologetic and said, "I'm really sorry. It's more troublesome to go back and forth, so we all came together. We are willing to give compensation." The young woman with a beautiful face, a pair of very impatient eyes under the big sunglasses, said in a reproachful tone, "Why do you talk so much nonsense? Yesterday I let you prepare. Everything was prepared, but I forgot to buy charcoal, and you said how do you not forget to eat?" After reprimanding its slightly fat man, turned to the woman next to him and said, "Go, Chi-Chi, we go somewhere else to play for a while." See them pouring appetite. It's not easy to have a rest time to come out to play. So many people, a little bit of small things are not good, really spoil the fun. The girl named Chi-Chi curtly said, "Sister Meng, don't be angry. It's not a crime to be angry with these underlings. I'll accompany you to take a walk around." Without a glance at Xiaonan and Xingyi, he walked straight past them, used their place, rightfully so, without a word of thanks, without a hello. Xiaonan had already seen the dissatisfaction that was about to erupt in the bottom of his cheap wife's eyes, and immediately spoke out, "It's not worth it, it's not worth it, don't make it worse for yourself," pushing her to stop at the drawing board. The two women were sitting on a rock to the left front talking and they could hear exactly what was going on. Kiki looked at the woman next to her with very adoring eyes and said, "Sister Dream, you've signed 3 big productions this year, right?" Sister Dream said, "Yes, there's a party in the evening. There are many capital bigwigs. You go with me to meet people. It will be good for your future development." Xiaonan looked at them with a bit of familiarity, but couldn't recall who they were. In the ear came the voice of the cheap wife's dissatisfaction. "Select to see. Go over and introduce your identity and ask for a contact. You men do not care how the character is, as long as it is Thai enough to hook your soul away." Cheap wife was talking not too quietly, so it was a good thing people weren't paying attention to them. This moment to remind her, will not listen, will only feel in the other side of the cover. Xiaonan came close to her ear and whispered, "You've really wronged me. In my heart you're the most flirty." One sentence made her ears red. Shinyi pinched at his thigh and snapped, "I'm not flirty." Xiaonan nodded his head repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes, no tart, no tart, you're not tart." She was too lazy to pay attention to this, and even more so, she didn't want to explore the issue of whether it was Thai or not. Dabbed the paintbrush with the paint, wrote the words, "Yellow dog hair slut picture," on the painting, and said, "Take this painting off the drawing board, and change the paper for me. It was hard to come out for once, and I have to paint another one." "Ah, this is finished? Isn't it true that people take days, or more than 10 hours to paint a picture?" She was so casual? Xiaonan didn't quite understand. However, with his unartistic vision he thought the painting was very good. "Nonsense, just a few scenes, you let me use a few hours to look down on people. Besides, I don't rely on this for food. I paint myself for fun, as I please." Xiaonan withdrew the drawing and replaced it with a sheet of drawing paper for her. Looking at the drawing in her hand out of her mind, she came from a place where she could choose not to make a hobby or specialty a career, and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to learn a skill just to pleasure herself. Only people from the bottom of the ladder will try to develop their hobbies and specialties as careers, simply because there are so few options without something extra to add to the mix besides their own conditions. Most people spend their entire lives searching for their specialty. The big yellow dog in the painting that is drooling looks like himself, wears the same apron pattern, and has the same gaze to the right front. "I want to tear it up. I'll tear you up," Shinyi said without looking back. "Take it home and frame it as a warning that I can do more than just write. I can also draw. You're being particularly pointless." Chapter 104, Husband and Wife. Both movie stars and actresses. "Couples you a word," I said. Shinyi did not stop the work in hand. Xiaonan stood behind her and watched. In the aspect of oil painting she really has 2 brushes. The pen is exquisite. "Hey, draw one for our sisters." A very loud shout interrupted the two talking. The two looked for the sound, only to see a relatively flat woman. Kiki is waving her hand toward them. Encountered this kind of brainless people, Xiaonan ignored it. But seeing his cheap wife's ugly face, he immediately spoke out to comfort her. "Don't be angry. It's not a crime. Just pretend you don't know and treat her like an ass." Shinyi was very dissatisfied with his performance today, collapsing her face and drawing hard on the drawing paper to vent her heart's unhappiness. The speed of her brush became faster and faster, muttering, "You have patience with everyone but me. You are not patient with me, and you are not willing to give in to me even for a single word. You're a warmonger in front of the women out there, tolerating and enduring all the time. You're a ninja turtle, and you're a wimp when it comes to things, and you go home and sneer at your own wife. Where did that come from?" "I didn't. Don't think or talk nonsense." Xiaonan denied it repeatedly. Feeling bored, lit a cigarette, squatted on the river stem in front of the drawing board, and threw small stones into the river to play. Seeing such childish behavior of the Xiaonan, Shinyi intended to let him come over, scrutinize him, and draw a portrait. Just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted very rudely. "Talking to you guys? Are you deaf?" The woman called Sister Meng had just finished speaking when she saw a palm-sized rock flying head-on and landing in a puddle less than a meter away, splashing a piece of water. Xiaonan patted the soil on his hand, extremely disdainful, ********. You dare to gabble again. I'm the next stone to fall on your mouth. You. They were stunned and froze in place, which someone with a word on the stone opened smash, stuttering you half a day, only to calm the panic in the heart. Chi-Chi screamed, "I want to report to the police to arrest you, sentenced, let you sit through the bottom of the jail." With what reason? Xiaonan didn't panic in the slightest and asked with a cold smile. "Willful killing." Kiki puffed out her unsized breasts. "Did it hit you?" Sinan asked. "Whether you smashed it or not, you have a homicidal drive. I'm going to sue you, then I'll just get it over with." The old man has a nervous condition. Who is the old man afraid of? Xiaonan first gave a wink to his cheap wife who was watching the show, and walked towards them holding a dozen pounds of stone. The two men completely panicked and shouted at their attendants, "Hurry over and save me, hurry, are you blind? Help, kill, The two men in the group found the quarrel over there. Understand the boss that no one else's personality originally did not want to care about. Shouting for help can no longer stand idly by, all the way to fly over. Shinyi was closer than them and maneuvered this wheelchair to block Xiaonan's way before those two men arrived, shouting in a sad voice, hubby, calm down. It's not worth it for the sake of two ill-mannered pieces of trash. You're sick again. Every time you're sick you have to see blood. The cats and dogs in the house let you pull the skin off, and you broke my leg. I don't blame you, but don't hurt anyone else. Just hit me, husband. This dog woman is so thick-skinned, taking advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. In order to act realistically, Xiaonan has a face of insanity, and he seems to be restraining himself in pain. I can't hit you. If I hit you again, you will die. You get out of the way. I want to smash these two today. Shinyi hugged his legs to death and cried, husband, don't be impulsive. I can't live without you. Don't come over. I don't want to hurt you. Xiaonan shouted with an extremely twisted expression at the two people who rushed over. Brother, don't be impulsive. Your wife is disabled and can't be taken care of without you. Calm down. The two men saw the situation. They did not dare to go forward. They are just part-time workers. It is not worth it to give up their lives for the boss who often scolds them and is still stingy. But they want to report the law in order to arrest me. Either way, I'll go to jail, so I might as well get them killed. No, I can't control myself wanting to beat them to death. Xiaonan looked like he was trying very hard to break away from Shinyi, but in actuality, he didn't use much force. You guys apologize to my husband. I had a stiff upper lip a few months ago and my leg was broken alive by him. Shinyi shouted towards the two women with a face full of tears. It was very anxious, with fear in her eyes. The two women standing under the river stalk quickly said, Big brother, we are wrong. We apologize to you. We do not report the law and order. I am sorry. You still have your sister-in-law to take care of. You, calm down a little. At this time, let alone just apologize. Kneel down and call your father. As long as you leave here, immediately net him and ask Uncle Hat to take him away. At this moment, they do not dare to move a bit, for fear that the stone has grown eyes, flying over to hit the head. Sister Meng is the Chi-Chi blocked in front of herself. Good girlfriends is in danger when the shield. An older woman among the several women who then rushed over, said in a trembling voice, Big brother, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Xiaonan, looking at the woman that is older than a dozen years old, called his big brother, secretly of grandma, you are older than me, right, but also called me big brother. I really convinced. A few women saw Xiaonan calm down and quickly ran over to pull up the two women under the river stem, apologizing repeatedly, I'm sorry, we'll leave right away. I'm sorry, apologizing as he walked. He stepped backward, just in case of a surprise attack. The two unqualified women, their legs softened with fear, were carried away by others, taking only a few things and leaving quickly. Xiaonan watched the group of people get into the caravan, the stone thrown to the side, looked down at the cheap wife, put her face on his leg, not letting go. You're enough. Taking advantage of the situation is not over. How was my acting? Shinyi let go of his thighs and tilted her head to look at him, a look that begged for praise. There's a bit of a gap compared to me, but it's better than those two stupid birds just now. Xiaonan heard from their conversation that those two should be unknown actors. Ugh, you're in trouble. People must have called the sheriff. What's going to happen? You shall not go in and lock up for 10 days or so, Shinyi said with a despondent face. Who let you say that I can't? I'm still not trying to take it out on you. Xiaonan is not worried at all. There is an old man for everything. He currently does not have much of a network. He knows a lot of people. There are not many that can be used. He can only trouble the old man. I'll believe the hell out of you. Shinyi wiped the tears squeezed out of her face on Xiaonan's pants and arrogantly turned her wheelchair to sail towards the drawing board. Xiaonan didn't bother her. Move things to the car. What others didn't take he wouldn't take. Only took what he brought, and waited for his cheap wife to go home as soon as she was done. Called the old man in order not to take the special car. The old man only said no. He hung up. He was very concerned about the matter involving his daughter. His daughter had misunderstandings about him. He owed his daughter. There are things that he can't explain to her in person after all. Chapter 105, The Queen of the Movie. After packing up, the cheap wife was still busy. Xiaonan walked over to take a look. Pheasants playing in the water? You're a bit over the top. Either you're cursing a human dog or a human chicken. Did I name names? Why are you reacting so much? Are you heartbroken for someone else? Shunyi asked continuously. It's really not reasonable at all. Xiaonan said, I'm just reminding you of the quality. We are quality people. Something is resolved face to face. There is no need to be so shady. I think you just have thoughts about those two. Shinyi said. You're not jealous, are you? Xiaonan thought that he could get her to deny it in such a way, thus ending the topic. I didn't expect Shinyi to shamelessly admit, yeah, I'm jealous and unhappy, just the way you look at people. I want to pick out your eyeballs for you to kick as a ball. You are not cognizant of yourself at all. Shonan walked away with only half of his words. I don't know when she'll be done with her painting if she continues to blabber on. The sun is setting, the night is getting darker, and the temperature is dropping. The cold wind whistled through the mountains, kicking up gusts of pine, and the wind grew louder and louder. Shonan looked out over the distant mountains and a strong feeling of homesickness welled up in his heart. His hometown also has whole forests of pine trees, where the winters are not very cold and the summers are not very sweltering, with year-round temperatures around 28 degrees Celsius. Since I took the train to a faraway place with my backpack, I have never bought a return ticket. And if someone asks, if you are given a chance to go back to the past, how old would you choose to go back to? He will not hesitate to swear, considering it a curse on himself, degrading the other person to nothing, even calling him asterisk 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 in the most vulgar language. Who would miss that kind of life with no clothes and no food? It's a nightmare. As for his loved ones, he felt deeply powerless and helpless. He knew in his heart of hearts at what age he was not strong enough to save, and saw her struggling in distress, having an extraordinarily hard time, and suffering immensely. Sometimes he couldn't help but think that perhaps death would be a relief for her, at an age when they should be enjoying their old age, when their children and grandchildren would be happy and respected by everyone. They still have to run around to survive, and they have to suffer from the abuse and contempt of others, and they live in a desperate situation. Every moment felt like suffering, and leaving the world might give her some peace. The thought pained him, but at the same time it gave him a touch of helpless solace. Picked up a stone and threw it into a puddle to the side, splashing a burst of water, as if to give vent to the pent-up resentment in his heart. He has no mental illness, grew into a sunny and cheerful big boy, thanks to the appreciation of others, his own efforts to step by step towards the goal. In fact, he has already reached his previous goal, but when he reaches the set point, he sets another goal, and one is always moving forward. Young although all suffering, but grow up has been optimistic to face the past life. The maximum effort to be a positive and sunny people, which is exactly what he cannot see others a little thing to die. The phone placed in his pocket rang. It was his old husband calling. Xiao Nan immediately connected. There's a reception tonight. You attend it for me. I'll have Dong send the prepared gifts and invitations to the house later. It's almost dark. Go home early, and go over before 8 o'clock. The old man didn't bend the rules and spoke directly. Yes, Xiao Nan said. Then immediately before the old man hung up the phone, he said, if you're free, come to the house for dinner tomorrow. He wanted Xinyi to have fewer regrets in the future. And even if she learned that her father had been fighting the disease all these years without saying a word to her, at least she was the one who spent the last hours with her. We'll see about the trip. Go home early. Don't catch a cold. It's cold at night in the mountains. Aha! I know. We'll go home after Sister Xiaoye is busy. After Xiao Nan replied, the opposite phone hung up. Knowing that what the old man had said was not a concern for him, it was the concern of an old father for his daughter, asking him to pass it on. Father and daughter can't sit down and have a good talk, and he doesn't have a chance to talk to Xinyi. Even if he does, Xinyi may not appreciate it, making him even more upset. The evening banquet, the invitation could not be sent over in the afternoon. It should be the old man felt that he could not stay up and temporarily thought of letting him attend on his behalf. Xiaonan edited a message and sent it over. Remember to talk to me if anything happens. That's what you always say. The withered old man on the other side of the phone was lying on the hospital bed, and when he saw this message, he burst into tears, and said towards the driver and bodyguard on the side, I left you a sum of money. When I die, if you don't want to leave you can follow Xiaonan and keep an eye on him for me. It's not that he doesn't believe in Xiaonan, he just doesn't believe in human nature. Tens of billions of dollars, no one is not moved. He wants to give his daughter the greatest protection. He can't let this money bring her to death. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on him. Ah Dong's gaze was incomparably firm, as if he was making a heavy oath to the person in front of him. He has gotten to where he is today solely due to the gifts and trust of this man. Once upon a time, when he was in a desperate situation and at the end of his rope, it was this person who reached out to him and gave him hope and light in his life. This kindness is as unforgettable to Dong as the kindness of a new life. In the face of his benefactor's mandate, Dong does not hesitate to step forward and expresses his willingness to take on the heavy responsibility of spying on the other party. He knew that this was not only a return to his benefactor, but also an adherence to his beliefs in life. No matter how rugged and difficult the road ahead is, he will move forward without hesitation, proving his worth and loyalty with practical actions. He had no family left in this world, no ties, and he was willing to give his life if necessary. Please run and fetch the invitation from the left drawer of my study, and the second shelf of the bookshelf, and take a wrapped painting and give it to Xiaonan. He was supposed to go by himself, and in the afternoon he felt himself becoming overwhelmed and admitted to the hospital. It's a bunch of old foxes to face tonight. so let's hope Shannon can come into his own and let the others see him and make a good impression. However, that kid is so ghostly that it's a little hard to make him suffer. How to solve the problem depends on how big the cards in his hand are. Whether the other party is a big head, he has his own considerations, having known Sinan since he was a brat, put around for many years. In spite of this, he still does not quite understand Xiaonan's style of action. In yesterday's launch of the operation, and refreshed his knowledge, that kid has a different style of doing things. A good launch party, but he messes up and uses his body as bait, so he has to stink up the place. On the other side, Xiaonan drove to the city to rush. The day just black on the road with more fog. Visibility is affected. Do not dare to have half a bit of distraction. The car speed to put very difficult. It was only when we got to the city that Fong spoke. I'm not home for dinner tonight. The woman sitting in the passenger seat staring out in disbelief reacted greatly and snapped her head back to look at him. What underscore? Pretty girl got a date? Seeing her look like I knew it, Xiaonan gave a blank stare. Don't be paranoid all day. The old man asked me to go to the banquet for him. Do you want to go? Bring you along. You're not afraid I'll embarrass you? You're not afraid of people saying you're with a disabled person for money? You're not afraid of people calling you a softie? I feel like you're catching up to 100,000 reasons. Xiaonan pondered for a moment and said again, what others say is the truth. I have nothing to deny. Xinyi said very loudly, nonsense, you're not in it for the money, and what do you think I'm doing it for? You, for my beauty. Xinyi finished laughing happily to himself, hoping that her seriousness just now was feigned, deliberately teasing him. Women are born movie queens. Xiaonan thinks that if she enters the entertainment industry, there are still those cone faces have something to do with a face and a background. The acting speaks for itself. You're so cheeky. However, I want to take you there sincerely. Xiaonan said, do not go. That group of people no good people. An old, born out of all the little s. You yourself in that kind of occasion to be careful a little bit. Xinyi incomparably serious account of Xiaonan who want to pay attention. Knowing what kind of party it is tonight. It's done once a year around this time. Chapter 106. It's good to be earthy. When she arrived home, sister's son was preparing dinner. Xiaonan reminded her once before she left the house, and her face was no longer disheveled. There was still an hour to 8 o'clock. Xiaonan didn't have much time to waste, and snorted and prepared to go upstairs to change. Xinyi maneuvering his wheelchair to follow him. What are you following me for? Half a day without Ting. Go take your it this time. Don't follow me. Xiaonan was greatly puzzled. You can't dress well. Take me up there and give you a good match. When Xiaonan thought about it, his own clothes were really not good, and the banquet that his old husband was going to attend in person must be very grand. In addition to the company's 4 sets of customized business attire a year, the self-bought are all suits, and it's too late to buy new, so take the cheap wife upstairs. She entered the room for the first time and the floor was clean and tidy except for the bed, which was a little messy. There was very little stuff. Except for the closet there was only one bed, nothing else. Aren't you going to pick out my clothes for me? Why are your eyes darting around? Xiaonan raised his hand and waved it in front of his cheap wife's eyes. Xinyi disgruntledly smacked his palm and maneuvered the wheelchair to the closet, looking at the few dozen or so sets of clothes in the closet and thinking, most of his clothes are suitable for business, but not for parties, so it was time to focus on the last gown she took to buy and said, wear the one I bought you. I don't know why you don't spend it when you make so much money. Good. It's only 7 or 8 degrees at night. You let me wear such thin clothes. I shall not freeze to death and want to inherit my family fortune. Xiaonan is not the kind of person who doesn't want temperature for the sake of poise. In the past, he was poor and could not afford to buy winter clothes and pants, and he could not wear warm clothes in winter, which caused him to have hidden pains in his knees in winter when he got a little older after 25 years old. There is heating in the hotel and warm air in the car. It's just a matter of walking a few meters. I'll fill the closet for you some other day. It's not like our family is short of money. Xinyi found something to do for himself again. She's going to improve Xiaonan's clothing aesthetic. A nice handsome guy dressed like a cutie all day. He dresses too stereotypically and casually, and his clothes are all matching sets. Work clothes are just suits. Xiaonan recognized her offer, took the clothes, and said shamelessly, I can think about it if you pay the bill. My mother is not a love brain. It's not good to cheat. Want me to pay the bill? Beautiful you. I will help you pick. You pay the bill yourself. She is afraid that she did not forget that there are $50 million of debt has not been asked back. Xiaonan said deliberately, I really do not want to help you remember. Sit here by yourself to reflect on the past. After saying that, he went to the bathroom to put on the clothes that he had only worn once, looked at the handsome man in the mirror, and muttered, this face is the only thing you have left for me and that satisfies me. Incidentally, he washed his face, shaved the short beard on his jaw, rubbed some skin cream, and straightened his hair, and the whole man looked expensive and white. When Xinyi saw only a change of clothes, temperament greatly changed man. Cannot help but trance away? Color from the heart. Indisputably gulped. Thought, you dress up every day to go out like this. I'm more uneasy. Forget it, earth on the earth a little bit. More or less can block part of the rotten peach blossom. Good looking all in designer labels. With a face and money. And a good voice. There are a few people who can top that. Who can charm her just as much as they can charm others. And she believes in her own aesthetics. Having reflected for a moment that he should do something to make amends for what he had done to him, he immediately cancelled that thought the moment he saw him. Xiaonan was not clear about her thoughts, proudly raised his chin and said rather arrogantly, "How was it? Did it mesmerize you? Did you want to offer yourself immediately?" The corner of Shinya's mouth hooked up a smile. In fact, saving is a traditional virtue. I support you to save money. Capable men do not need to be lined with external objects. The wife of the family's beauty on the line. Xiaonan ignored the inexplicable words and raised his hand to look at his wristwatch. Whoever the old man arranged to send something over. Why hasn't he arrived at this moment? Just as the words fell, he heard a knock on the door. Xiaonan opened the door and saw that it was Sister Sun, and asked, "Sister Sun, what's wrong?" Xiaonan's words in the morning had left a psychological shadow on her, and she immediately said, "There's a gentleman sending something over." "Where are the people?" "Downstairs. You go down and entertain. We'll be right down." After Xiaonan finished speaking, he turned around and went back inside to pick up his cheap wife and headed out. Suddenly there was a softness on his lips, no time to have a reaction, and it was over in an instant. Setting his feet, he lowered his eyes to look at the woman who buried her head in his chest. You took advantage of me again. Come back earlier. Drink less. I'll wait at home for you to come back and sleep." Shinyi looked at him with eyes full of tenderness, and spoke with a much gentler voice. It wasn't the woman who had made a move at the drop of a hat on her wedding day. But Xiaonan wasn't a man who had lost his mind to a beautiful woman's tripe. "If I didn't know something about you, I almost believed your bull asterisk 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 asterisk." She was just afraid that she was fooling around outside and wanted to find some clues. Xiaonan was speechless when she didn't say what she had to say straight out, but pretended to be a good wife with a knife in her sweetness. "I know what I mean. Watch what you say and do outside yourself. Don't let a handsome man make you forget that you're married. And drink less is true." Shinyi straightened his shirt collar. The two of them arrived at the living room. Ah Dong's dead face was sitting on the sofa. When he saw them walking over, he immediately got up and greeted them. "Good day, miss." "Don't call them names in this era. The ladies are in the private rooms, not at home." Xiaonan was very dissatisfied. It was clear that he wanted to pick a fight. Who made him look at this bird person unpleasantly? Shenyi gently hit Xiaonan and pouted. "Don't talk nonsense. Dong's stupid mouth is not like you who can talk a lot. The things Mr. Shen asked me to deliver have been delivered. I'll leave first." When Ah Dong finished speaking, he made the mistake of leaving the house. "Has he always been this rude?" Xiaonan asked, looking at Dong's back. "He followed your boss after I left the country, and he's only responsible for transporting your boss every day. We don't have much contact and don't know much about it." Shinye's understanding of Ah Dong was limited to the fact that he spoke very little. Knowing what Xiaonan would say next to make her unhappy, she immediately said, "You should hurry over. If you go late others will pick out the faults again. Open your arms, come for a hug. Haven't we cuddled together enough? Don't treat your buddy like a man." Xiaonan finished picking up the invitation and wrapped oblong gift that was sitting on the coffee table and went out the door. Chapter 107, Moyuja, Xiaonan is a cesspool. Whoever gets involved will stink. Xiaonan drove alone to the address on the invitation. A long queue of several hundred meters blocked outside the hotel. As far as the eye can see, to the left and right, front and back ends are filled with luxury cars ranging from millions to tens of millions. Not a cool sports car, just solid and luxurious business. There were likewise a number of webcams with cell phones broadcasting live and introducing models. Xiaonan drove a very inconspicuous domestic new energy electric car. Others did not stop to look at. With the sound of a smoke passed, it's natural that a car that costs over $200,000 won't attract much attention. After being stuck in the traffic jam for 10 minutes, and seeing that there were still 20 minutes to go before the banquet point, many tycoons chose to get out of the car and walk, leaving the driver in the car. "If I had known this, I should have brought that bastard Ah Dong with me." Xiaonan regretted how he did not think of the traffic jam. How not to bring a person? Let the old man arrange a driver can also be no amount of remorse is going to help at this point, and it's not realistic to have the old man arrange for someone to come over right now. Besides, if he can't do this well, how disappointed the old man has to be in him, and he can't act like a giant baby and go to the old man for something. To be able to make rich and powerful people with large amounts of money pay so much attention to it, one could only say that the banquet host's identity was not simple. "Should I leave my car here unattended?" "Doesn't work. getting into a dilemma between towing away in violation and going in late to make a bad impression. Towing is a fine at best, but also worried about being disgusted by the people who have the intention to flunky Xiaonan to participate in the So-and-so Tycoon banquet traffic jams, preferring to abandon the car illegal blocking the road to get there on time. Is whose face is bigger than the law? Can you do whatever you want with money? Can you ignore the law because you have money? It doesn't matter to him personally, but people's party hosts may not be happy to see such hot air, and even the most bullish people are afraid of such public opinion. Even those who have the power to interpret the law would not dare to disregard the Torah. Not to mention that the other guy is just a rich businessman. If you go in a little later, you will at most be mocked a few times by the others with cold words. However, the host of the party will probably misinterpret this as disrespect. But if you choose to be so-called respectful, you risk disappointing your old man. The old man was so rigid. He specified that he didn't want the person he was looking at to be a softie. After 2 incidents, the old man helped to support the scene without complaint, only because he wanted to see a distinctive personality. Indomitable Xiaonan, not an opportunistic villain. Xiaonan could still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater. Have made up your mind to wait until the traffic clears before you go in. If you can go in, if you can't go in, send a gift and leave. When he turned up the air conditioning temperature and was ready to swing, he inadvertently saw not far away Moyuja, who was dressed in a white evening gown like a proud white swan, and the 2 men in black who were following behind her. Xiaonan pushed open the car door and shouted, Moyuja, Moyuja. He shouted twice in succession, but the other party merely paused his body slightly and did not make any response. Immediately after that, it was like nothing, still striding forward, and its footsteps were obviously much faster than before, as if it wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. It's obvious that he's deliberately pretending not to hear. It was as if their ears had suddenly gone deaf, and they were completely indifferent to what others said, as if those words had turned into a light wind, blowing gently past their ears without leaving any traces. This kind of behavior was really helpless and irritating, obviously hearing it but still pretending to be innocent. It was simply challenging the limits of Xiaonan's patience. Since you are so grizzled, don't blame my brother for being shameless. The situation has to be, there is no way. Sister, much offense. Immediately afterward a loud voice drilled into everyone's ears. Moyuja, you lifted your pants and didn't recognize anyone. You scum girl. In the morning you say honey I want it. In the evening you pretend you don't know each other. If you don't stop, I'm going to tell people a lot of secrets between us that can't be disclosed. The last time I brought a camera and took pictures, you didn't hold me accountable and I shared them for passers-by to see. The threatening words didn't make the other man look back. Xiaonan was inspired to change his strategy, and said as if he was sobbing, you scum girl, turn around and look at me, even if it is a glance. Only blame me for not recognizing my own identity. I want you, and you want thousands of handsome men like me. You are not a human being. It's as if the pure love warrior has been cheated out of her virginity and is close to sitting on the floor and rolling around, hugging and crying. Most of the tycoons had already gone in at this moment, leaving only the netizens, passers-by and drivers who were filming the car, and many people's eyes and cameras were focused on him while looking for Moyuja. Uninformed people think it is a rich girl played the poor boy is not willing to be responsible for the poor boy haunted, or girlfriend cheated on the rich man. He came to find over the heart born a trace of sympathy. Moyuja was so angry at his wildly fabricated words that her blood was churning, and her freshly departed great aunt was about to be pissed off. Under the white gown, the long and happy body slightly shivering, the shell teeth biting click click click, and then let him nonsense go on. Tomorrow he will have to be on the same as him on the hot searches by the people scolded. It was tempting to go over there and rip that mouth off, but she didn't dare go over there herself at this point in time. Shonan is like a cesspool. Anyone who gets their hands on it has to stink. Toward a bodyguard following behind him, he gritted his teeth and said, you go over and see what that wants. And Moyuja instructed the driver to leave quickly. She really didn't expect Xiaonan to be so shameless as to slander her in public, and this bean was knotted. Xiaonan saw her arranging for her bodyguard to come over and bring the gifts and invitations from her car, and quickly greeted her, throwing the keys at each other. The bodyguard subconsciously caught the car keys, and Xiaonan was the first to speak. Help me move the car. Thanks, buddy, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. I'll ask your boss to give you a raise. Bye, said fast trotting to the hotel, looking at almost 10 minutes. Turned a corner and saw Moyuja stood outside the hotel under the steps. Eyes seemed to spit fire. That look was itching to strangle him, like deliberately waiting for himself. Finished. People are meeting love around the corner. Lousy meets enemies. Sinan hemmed and hawed and walked over. Maisie, I'm sorry, who made you pretty and kind-hearted? It's a pity that the years are backward. Can't hear my call. Xiaonan also knew that this was not right. There was no choice. As a good citizen did not want to violate the law and did not want to bring trouble to himself. Then shouldn't we do what you said and didn't do tonight? Mo Yujia grinned as she took his arm and pinched him hard. I'm already a used man. You can't take advantage of me. Only I take advantage of you. Even if you've had a lot of boyfriends, you're still the one who suffers on the surface. Brother, this body bone loss is very strong. Can't squeeze any juice. Not to quench the thirst. Also not at all complimentary. Some other day, brother, with other ways to make up for you. The main thing is that I don't want to let the sister you suffer. Xiaonan finished pulling his arm out, with a look of I'm doing it for your own good. After all, she was still an unmarried girl. Where could she stand Xiaonan's verbal teasing? For a while, she was actually speechless, not knowing how to respond to Xiaonan's words. Remember, you owe me this time, and the next time I come to you with something, I want you to be quick about it. Yes, a great favor is not appreciated, but I still intend to express my gratitude with a thank you. Xiaonan bowed deeply to her with incomparable sincerity and, then straightening up, he looked at her with eyes full of respect and gratitude and said solemnly, thank you. These two words seemed to carry 1,000 words, containing endless emotions and gratitude. His voice was low and strong, with an unwavering determination that made people feel the sincere gratitude in his heart. What kind of operation is this? Mo Yujia are dumbfounded, feeling that the brain is not enough. Have not seen such a shameless man. Shinyi so proud of the woman, how to stand this kind of guy? What do you mean? You're not going to return my favor? It's not like we're paying it back tonight. It has to be tomorrow at least. Let's go. It's time to go in. If we're late, people might have something to say. Xiaonan finished speaking like a eunuch in the palace, raising his arm to signal her to put her hand on it. Count on you to understand. Mo Yujia put her hand on it and said in a cupped voice, Eunuch Nanzi, let's go. Xiaonan said, Goddamn Xiaonanzi, if I am a little slag, let you see what is called small steel. Chapter 108, The Speed of Xiaonan's Flip-Flopping. The woman who originally had a serious expression piled up a happy smile on her face before crossing into the reception hall, wrapping her hands around Xiaonan's arm in a very loving manner. There are quite a few of my suitors who are all in tonight. The lively and crowded reception scene became a delicate atmosphere because of the arrival of these two people. It was too late to pull back his arm, and Xiaonan let her hold him. A few were enemies from his past, all acquaintances, and some half-friends and half-enemies. Those who hadn't met him before recognized Xiaonan, and after all, he was considered a man at the forefront of the internet, while many more recognized Mo Yujia, a high-profile socialite and the daughter of a financial magnate. However, no one expected the two of them to appear here together. This unexpected combination made the young talents present as hard as tasting poop. There were quite a few admirers in fancy dress who instantly had a feeling of painfully losing their love. After chasing after that long time without touching the goddess's hand, that kid was so intimate with the goddess. Married Xinyi, even if, do not want to count. Her family old man is not good to get along with, and she is violent. A word to start fighting. People also rarely in the circle. Mo Yujia doesn't miss a lot of events in the circle. She's at almost every one of them, and a lot of them leave the management of their wallets to her. Some people contacted Mo Yujia when they received the invitation, wanting to come with her as a male companion, but they were all dealt with by her for various reasons, not realizing that she likes man husbands. It takes a lot of brain power to make all kinds of guesses. I also compared myself to that white boy and realized that it wasn't that bad, so why do they all like him? Xiaonan also noticed the subtle hostility of the crowd. Let's just say that dog lickers are everywhere. Dog lickers have no IQ. One always wants to challenge the high-end stuff. Isn't the lesson of Wudalang enough for the world to wake up? The elegant and handsome youth stepped forward to block their way. You Jia. You. The youth clearly had a smile on his face and a sad look under his eyes. Without waiting for Mo Yujia to speak, Xiaonan took the lead and said, I'm already married. My wife is prettier than her. No one wants to settle for second best. Brother, don't need to worry. Knowing that Mo Yujia was deliberately making him an enemy, Xiaonan naturally would not speak politely. She couldn't seem to believe her ears. A few minutes ago she was polite and courteous. This moment she immediately flipped her face. Mo Yujia only felt so aggrieved. This was insulting her. In what way is she better than the paralyzed woman? Inexplicably, I've started to compare myself to her. As she froze, Shonan withdrew his own arm, and, stepping around the youth, he left, looking for someone to ask, going to the gift-receiving area, handing over the gifts that, he didn't know what was in the silk sack. It was supposed to be a rolled-up famous painting. I only saw the old man who received the gift slowly unfold the scroll and nodded his head in approval. It's really a masterpiece. Little brother is. The others were asking whether they were sending it for themselves or on behalf of someone else, and Xiaonan said, I came over for my father-in-law, Mr. Shan Jianxiu, to attend Mr. Su's birthday party. Well, little brother, first rest for a while. My mister is in a meeting and will come out right away. The old man signaled the young woman on the side to take him to rest. Her tall, shapely figure twisted under the fitted cheongsam. Her face was exquisite, and her hair was pulled back behind her head. Xiaonan realized that he had become tacky and started to enjoy looking at beautiful women, blaming Xingyi for hooking him on his long-buried desires. The woman's delicate face smiled slightly and made a gesture of invitation saying, "Please follow me, sir." Sinan followed her to the wine and fruit plate a la carte area. The woman laughed, "Go ahead, sir. I have work to do. Bye." The woman stretched out her small white hand. Xiaonan reached out and gripped it lightly and then let go. She did not linger and turned around and left. Xiaonan had an extra slip of paper in his hand. Xiao 1 small letters on a row of phone numbers. Ling Long is a good name. I don't know if it's true or not. Wondering how many she'd given out tonight. And really selling herself as if she were with the item. Shonan crumpled the note into a ball and put it in his pocket, grabbed a drink and walked over to the lounge area. The purpose of the evening wasn't to socialize, and naturally, he wasn't going to come hard over to someone to talk to. Did not see a few older people, in the exchange are young people. Even if there are a few middle-aged people or to the group of young people with a smile, like paying people to bring in to pull investment. Outside the hotel he could see a lot of older people into the hotel. This time not see people, should be in another place to meet the main family, discuss other things. Pressing down his curiosity, he just didn't expect to meet Jiang Tianzi here. He was still very stylish, dressed, with a meticulous hairstyle, and a group of older men and women came in from a side room. The conversationalists were silenced one by one, looking at the group with envy in their eyes. Jiang Tianzi is the youngest of the group, handsome in appearance, with a generous and elegant demeanor. He walked beside an old man, surrounded by older people who were smiling with him, too far away to hear what they were talking about. By the looks of it, he's not a lowly member of the group. They talk about their business, not the slightest glance at those who stood looking at them. As if Jiang Tianzi had a sense, he raised his eyes and looked over, frowned slightly, showing a trace of disdain, then immediately switched on a smiling face, bowed his head and greeted the old man beside him as he stepped over. The old man similarly looked over to Xiaonan's side, who did not dodge and responded with a light smile. "What brings you here?" Jiang Tianzi did not expect that it would be him who would attend tonight's banquet. Xiaonan saw the contempt and disdain in the bottom of his eyes, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Sent invitations to come, buy a ticket to the palace can enter. This is not the netherworld. What is not to come?" Then added, "Rather, I should ask you, what are you plotting?" Xiaonan looked at him with an innocent face. "Tonight is Elder Su's birthday banquet. Please put away your marketplace scoundrel face. If you offend Elder Su, Xin Jianqiu may not be able to help you." Jiang Tianzi looked at him with a haughty face. Jiang Tianzi really cannot understand why Xinyi would want to break contact with him for such a man who wants to have no manners and nothing. Seeing the other party did not put himself in the eyes of the appearance, Xiaonan also looked down on him, leaning against the sofa, head slightly upward teasing said, "Pretend are not willing to pretend? You're not even willing to pretend. You're not even willing to pretend. You're not even willing to pretend? Do you want me to give him a call? You call a try? You a debt does not pay." The old scoundrel in front of the old man pretend a hair. "Limit you within 3 days to return the money. Otherwise, I publish the newspaper debt. You should know that I'm very hot lately. A little bit out of doing something can cause other people's attention." Jiang Tianzi looked around to see that no one came over, pressed his voice and said angrily, "This is between me and Xiao Ye. You are just a waste flunky who joined the family for the sake of money. What is the qualification to intervene? Obviously trying to call out trash. Hypocrites live a stifling life." Xiaonan took a sip of his drink without haste, "Just by virtue of the fact that I'm going to manage all the assets belonging to Xinyi in the future, including her debts, I'm naturally obligated to collect the debts that she lent out. I just saw that you're not lowly in that group of people, so you should have just cheated someone, right? Do you want me to go over and talk to them about how you cheated tens of millions of dollars from my wife?" Jiang Tianzi's face is green and red conversion. Really want to mess with him? Maybe this will mess up. He cannot have a face. He wants a face. He thinks that Xin Yu will not flip with him for this amount of money. As long as Xiaonan did not take the evidence out, he can deny it, and even test Xin Ye's attitude. And if he is on his side, he will sue Xiaonan for rumor and slander. Had to promise first, give me 2 days to get the money together. Don't. I warned you about this the first time we met. But nah, you're a thick-skinned guy who doesn't take my words seriously at all. Afterward, I want it tomorrow. Xiaonan was deliberately provoking the other party. He wanted to tear down the other party's hypocritical mask. Don't bully people too much. Jiang Tianzi didn't want to stay and have another word of nonsense with him, fearing that his cultivation wouldn't be able to block his shameless attack. Xiaonan had a villainous look on his face as he looked at his departing back and saw him quickly change into a smiling face to talk to the others, still really hypocritical to the extreme. In this world, there is no blood brother. Dry read a few sounds not well defined. If her attitude in the same as before, naturally will not force, want to die or not, do not want to stop, only to give her a pocket not to die on the line. Now is not the same, every day and their own ambiguous. outside want to have a godbrother, where there is such a good thing, to her beauty. It's your turn to make a choice. I hope you can be more sensible. The old man here can't tolerate a brother. Chapter 109, Showdown, How the Reality Smells Like a Network of Water Soldiers. Having followed his old husband's work for many years, it was not the first time he had attended such a banquet on his behalf. In the past, banquets that were farther out of town were usually attended on his behalf. I'm surprised there was no special admonition about what needed to be taken care of before coming to the party this time, as there had been in the past. This is a bit surprising and confusing. Usually, the old father-in-law would give explanations and reminders for important occasions, but this time it was so abnormal. Could it be that he didn't care about the banquet or didn't value the other party? This kind of attitude is really puzzling. If this is really the case, then I am afraid that this banquet is just a formalized formality, and the relationship between the two sides is not deep. The old man didn't take the other man too seriously. It was the first time the old man had been so anticlimactic that Shonan had not sought to climb into the group that had come out of the side room, as others of his age had done. The young men who climbed into conversation with them were almost always bent over with smiles and constant nods of their heads in a teachable manner. There are also people who keep moving through the crowd with a glass of wine, meeting and nodding their heads in greeting. Xiaonan sat in the corner without moving his position. Only a fat man went over to fetch a drink and greeted him, and then no one paid any more attention. Shonan tapped his fingers lightly on the arm of the sofa. A familiar woman with a delightfully lone figure walked slowly out of sight, dressed in a bright and colorful red bustier gown with bare shoulders. Her skin was as crystal clear as snow, exuding a charming luster. This woman was perfect, top-notch in every way except for a slightly lesser upper body. Her features were delicate and three-dimensional, with every line just right to make you fall in love with her. Those big bright eyes were like deep lakes, containing endless charm and mystery. The high nose, the slightly upturned lips, and the soft line of the chin together outline a stunning face. And look at her body, long and slender, with near-perfect proportions. The evening gown showed off her curves to the fullest, and the premium feeling was instantly pulled off. Having known each other for a few months and met a few times, it was the first time he looked straight at himself. Sure, Lin teased, getting more and more attractive. Even Moyuja has fallen under your suit pants. You're getting prettier too. Xiaonan thought that she wouldn't come over just to simply banter a few words. Unnecessary things on do not want to explain too much. Besides, she is not his wife, with no need to explain what. The eyes moved down from her face, glanced at the swan neck under the said, do surgery? The first few times we met, Xiaonan was very serious. This time he changed a bit. His eyes looked where they shouldn't and his speech became flirty. One of his words caused Slim to flinch slightly. It's not that there isn't any. It's just that it's a little bit smaller, so there will always be some when you squeeze it. Not annoyed with what he said, lightly laughed and said, 2 extra layers of sponge padding. I'm not going to do anything to harm my body. Just a few to meat, I don't care. The big deal is to be a brother. Slimane moved to sit beside him. The wineglass gently touched the mouth of Xiaonan's glass. How is Sister Xiaoye? Are you asking falsely or do you really care? Xiaonan didn't believe that she genuinely cared about Xinye's body. Everyone is a woman. Just a conflict in career and not much conflict in life. Women. It's not easy, Sure Linlin said with a twist of words. Mostly I'm looking at her husband to get a feel for your relationship. Ugh, my damn pride won't allow me to be a mistress. Aren't you afraid that you'll be photographed and rumored tomorrow if we sit together? If he believed her nonsense, Xiaonan would have lived these 28 years for nothing. A while ago can't see through, can't figure out, care about that worthless reputation. Was not born to live in other people's mouths. How to be happy, how to live. With whom to go out, do you want a third party to agree? Sure Linlin moved her but to be close to him. Xiaonan subconsciously moved to the side. What do you mean by that? Sure Linlin didn't answer, picking up her wineglass and said, I'm not going to chat with you. President Su is going to speak on stage soon. Let's go over together. Can you introduce the identity of the host of tonight's banquet? Xiaonan asked. President of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, Su Pingchun. Sure Linlin looked at him with a surprised face. Coming to someone's banquet and not knowing the identity of the host. Originally it was my old husband who came. He suddenly had something to do and asked me to come over to deliver the gift on his behalf. He didn't say anything and I didn't have time to ask. Xiaonan finished and saw that the old man who walked out of the room with Jiang Tian's group of people walked onto the stage from behind, getting up and heading for where the crowd had gathered. He didn't wait for Slimane to join him. The old man had already changed into a red festive clothes. The style looked plain and ordinary, old man wearing no difference. So many people are rushing forward to squeeze in and show their faces. Xiaonan stood in the last row with Sure Linlin, who had come behind him. You're not going to show your face? Shonan asked. My maternal uncle. I can see him whenever I want to. There's no need to squeeze forward. Sure Linlin finished lightly. Immediately asked. Why don't you go forward? I'm a wage earner. I don't start a business. I don't need financing. and I don't need any resources. So what's the point of showing my face? This was just Xiao Nan talking nonsense. She was surprised he would say something like that. Shouldn't someone like him take every opportunity? Sure, Linlin looked at him and looked up and down and said, well, you have a good point. However, if you are my company executives, I will definitely open you. In this moment she suddenly felt that Xiao Nan didn't have a bit of fighting spirit. Xiao Nan didn't pay any attention to Shi Lilin's words. He has his own ideas and style of doing things, and doesn't like to beg, much less be looked down upon, likes to be an equal. He treats people as such and expects others to treat him as such. Instead of trying to please people out in the world, we should go home and please our old man, who treats us like human beings, not so much for others. The old man gives far more than what's out there. Everyone. Xiao Nan was attracted by the voice on the stage and raised his eyes to look at the old man who spoke. First of all, I welcome all of you to take time out of your busy schedules to come to the birthday of the old man. 70 years ago today, the old man came to this world. Looking back at the past 70 years is really emotional. The old man on the stage paused in his words, his face showing a contemplative look. Old tears. The people under the stage were moved and comforted loudly. Elder Su should take care of his health. The Chamber of Commerce still relies on you to lead us to glory. The first one was followed by the second one, and the crowd was infected with ass-kissers, one after another. And you said, the Chamber of Commerce depends on you to lead it. Purpose is too strong. The old man's acting skills are not as good as his own cheap wife. The loudest voice of the stage. A few people like the stage that the old man hired the water army. Is the rich man's routine so plain and simple? Xiaonan thought like this. Immediately a voice in his heart told him because people are powerful enough to not bother with conspiracies and just say I want this thing. Gradually, the voices of the comforting old man rose and fell, and he had no intention of stopping them, nor did he open his mouth. Elder Su has had a difficult life, starting from nothing and not forgetting to lead and bring up his juniors when he was rich. Xiaonan took a look to see that the one who spoke was the only fat man who had greeted him before Shi Linlin. The suit he was wearing was ill-fitting, like it was borrowed. The guy on the left said, who says it isn't so? The person in front of him said, yes, I heard that Su Lao raises his juniors. I paid a high price for the invitation to come in. I wonder if I can say a couple of words to him. No, one sentence is enough. The man on the right looked at the stage with a look of adoration. None of them are whispering good words about the old man. They are not loud. Say the voice is small, left and right before and after the people can hear. Say the voice is loud, a little farther away cannot be heard. Hundreds of people on stage, and just as many licking elsewhere. Suddenly felt that the pause in the middle was deliberately to give a few people on the stage time to pat themselves on the back. Xiao Nan did not want to maliciously speculate, but the composition of the drama was a little too obvious. Perhaps really do not put the group of people standing below in the eyes. 110. Speaking out in their respective interests. The sounds of concern and discussion under the stage were endless. All kinds of voices intertwined together. There was concern for the old man on the stage, and there were also speculations and discussions about this ceremony. The ones that were here were nothing more than for the sake of their respective interests. However, that old man stayed silent, as if he was lost in his own thoughts. The people who cared about the old man looked incredibly sincere, as if the old man was a respected leader. Well, he was the head of the Chamber of Commerce, a leader indeed. Xiao Nan stood in the middle of the crowd, expressionlessly watching everything on the stage. Humph carrot really hypocritical. Old man Su this is unable to leave, have to do drama. A different voice suddenly appeared. Just very quietly, completely covered by the group shouting up all around. No matter where you are, if there are people for it, there will be people against it. And whether it's done right or wrong, it's just not right to go against the interests. Xiao Nan knows that the opposition will not be less. As long as there are interests there will be camp problems. It can be seen that there are people who want to make trouble at the old man's birthday party. A little unethical. On the stage, the staff brought a glass of water to the old man, who drank it and calmed down for a while. The tears on his face were not wiped away, as if deliberately left behind. Speaking again, thank you for your concern. It is inevitable that people will be afraid of death when they get old. They will be afraid of not being useful, and they will be afraid of not being able to create benefits for the society, their peers, and their partners. Your health is the greatest treasure. The fat man in front of him shouted. Yes, which brother on the stage is right? Health is the greatest wealth. On the occasion of the Chamber's 30th anniversary, I am honored to have been elected to serve as president for 15 years. In those 15 years, 32 companies went public, and early members' fortunes rose dozens of times. Today, I'm taking the opportunity of this birthday party to let everyone know in advance. Here the old man paused. There were voices in the crowd. President Seo has been re-elected for 5 terms and is up for re-election next month. Oh, right. Oh, I forgot if you didn't say it. President Su has to say it once a year at his birthday banquet. The Chamber of Commerce has always had Elder Su as its president, and I think Elder Su has done a good job. And our small and medium-sized enterprises have gotten a lot of care. Some big businesses aren't happy about it, with annual dues in the millions and millions of dollars and having to siphon off some of their profits. Xiaonan carefully observed some people's attitudes. Some bowed their heads and did not say a word, and some looked blank. Some people made a voice of opposition, but the voice was small. All are speaking out for their own interests, eating from a single pot. Some people are full, some are barely full. Then the diner blames the cook. Su Pingchuan's voice rang out again, interrupting the chatter on the stage. The old man is getting old and lacks energy, so I intend to give up running for office this year, and would like to know if you all have any suitable recommendations for a virtuous person? After saying that, the affinity on his face was gone. His gaze swept across the stage like a torch, and it stopped right here at Xiaonan, who instantly realized, gave a smile, and shouted, "The president has worked hard for 15 years to lead us all in development, and we can't afford to be ungrateful." Immediately, someone else chimed in, "President Su, everyone has gotten a lot of development under your leadership, and you are the backbone of the Chamber of Commerce, so I'm going to trouble you to serve as the next president again, and continue to lead everyone through thick and thin, with someone to take the lead, and someone to hold up the joke." It was natural for someone to play to their strengths. "President, you old man, just work a little harder. No one is more suitable than you to be the leader of everyone." Some people are vocally retained. Xiaonan's back and forth transformation was so great that Lin, who was at the side, was stunned and came over to ask in a low voice, "What are you doing? Isn't this a relative of your family? For your sake, support it." Xiaonan felt that showing solidarity at this juncture would have unexpected benefits. Although Xiaonan is not a celebrity, but he is the son-in-law of Shin Jianxiu, and he is here tonight on behalf of Shin Jianxiu, and those who want to take the opportunity to make trouble tonight are reluctant to show their support. Alas, you genuinely do not let the old man peace of mind in his old age. To see you all so enthusiastic. The old man, all these years are worth it. There is still a month's time. By then to the home can be to the Chamber of Commerce to raise the virtuous and capable, but also can be grossly recommended. Xiaonan believes that the old man on the stage has the ability to continue to re-election. No one can shake his position. Do not need to play this show. To engage in this show is nothing more than to tell the following group of people. It is not that I have to rely on the position does not go. Is that people do not let go? That's a great move by the division. Half an hour of continuous acting and talking finally skipped the session, officially entering the birthday banquet session. The old man cut the cake with the help of a dozen juniors. There was a group of people rushing to send blessings. The leader was none other than Xin Ye's good brother in Wu Peiyuan. The two of them seemed to be very familiar with each other and sent their blessings word for word. Ta-da-da-da-da-da-da said a bunch of things. Lin and her family stood behind the old man, putting away her usual frivolous, flippant appearance and looking like good girls. Xiaonan just came to participate in the birthday banquet, and did not want to participate in these boring links. The gift is delivered. Show a face can be. The sudden solidarity was an accident that made him halfway there. And he didn't leave because Su Pingchun had arranged for the old man who had received the gift to come over and say that he wanted to have a chat with him later, trying to get back to the initial spot. Unfortunately, there were already 6 men and women sitting there chatting and giggling. They're all acquaintances, and they're all enemies, and they're making quite a mess of it. There were 2 people who had been feuding only a few hours earlier and didn't want to engage with the brainless and didn't lean over. When he turned around, he saw an acquaintance approaching. Convenient for a chat? Xiaonan looked at the woman who was speaking. She didn't seem to be having a particularly good time during this period of time, and she had lost a lot of weight. Find a place or here? Go outside and talk. Be sincere. I hope you don't have an agenda this time. Xiaonan made a gesture of invitation after he finished speaking, and the two of them came to the end of the passage. I was wrong last time. This time I want to ask you for a favor, Gurdon said. Leaving the banquet hall, Xiaonan suddenly felt the cold air, gathered his clothes, lit a cigarette, and looked at the skyscrapers outside the hotel flashing neon. After a long time, you say, my company wants to do smart car related accounts. The conditions are good to talk about. The company has several big netizens whose contracts are expiring, and several accounts have been suspended for violations. This can be promised to you completely, but this is 2 years later. It's too early to promise you, Xiaonan said. He didn't care about the last time. A small fight was too childish, and the company had to spend money on advertising. It was good to have someone to publicize it. I just want you to give an outward word of commitment, and it doesn't matter if you're working together in 2 years. As soon as she said this, Xiaonan understood what she wanted to do. You want to finance it? Please make your thoughts clear at once. If you can't finish in 2 minutes, let's make a separate appointment next time. Xiaonan wouldn't be a bad guy. Chapter 111, Xiaonan, marrying well means you can be arrogant. Things cannot be said in a moment. How can it be said in 2 minutes? Xiao Nan's attitude was not friendly, but at least people did not fall on their sword, and Gu Dandan asked him to meet him at noon tomorrow. I'll give you an hour at most tomorrow, Xiao Nan purposely reminded. There's a disconnect between people and they don't go back to the way they were before. There was nothing to talk about between them other than cooperation. Gu Dandan was clear that Xiao Nan didn't want to stay in one piece with himself at this moment. Understood. I'll go in first. Xiao Nan is not a bad person, nor is he a good person. He will not help for no reason. This time he has to let Gu Dandan shed some blood. If she hadn't been involved in Wu Peiyuan's small group to deal with herself, Xiao Nan might have appropriately stepped in without his interests being affected. But the situation was different. The other side has the resources they want in their hands. Self-media is huge in terms of opinion leadership and exposure. Many car circle manufacturers have their own network public relations team. Xiao Nan also want to organize one. He does not black others, but cannot prevent others do not black him. Preparedness. Moreover, he is very optimistic about MCN, company packaging and realizing the ability to first class. In the beginning, if it did not enter the C-high technology, he might invest in the direction of self-media. The money lying in your stock account hasn't moved for a long time, so you might as well cash out and invest it in another industry for yourself. Want to try their own investment level, do not do their own business, but can own shares in a number of companies? Entrepreneurship, how tired, not to mention not ready to suffer and stand hard work. Entrepreneurs who want to make money in a particular industry have to be top-notch executives, and money goes to those who execute well. Xiao Nan has the ability to execute, have ideas but want to enjoy life a little. The previous days only work, when the present day and the days of more people, will not feel the days are boring, whether that person is Shenyi in the future or not. He will also find a woman who brings sunshine to his life for the rest of his life. More important is to have a healthy body. The old man is rich, but the body cannot, not to 70 sick. You make so much money, you don't enjoy it much, and the person is gone. I'm not a rich and powerful guy who can invest in hot projects. Even if you come across a program like that, you're not qualified to get in for a piece of the action. Blindly investing in entrepreneurial businesses will be taken for granted. It is better to invest in acquaintances and mature companies. Xiao Nan was thinking about the future. There was a sound of a high heel stepping on the ground. Sideways glance. Is a charming woman. A white evening dress, noble and elegant. Heart. Inexplicably a sense of closeness welled up. Followed by a bit of gagging. Took 2 puffs of smoke to suppress the annoyance in his chest. Why are you staying here alone? Something on your mind? The woman stopped to her left and propped her hand on the fence in front of her as he had done. You don't come out the same way. Do you have something on your mind as well? Xiao Nan asked rhetorically. The woman sighed languidly. I miss my son. There was nothing in her tone that didn't reveal thoughts of her son, and it reminded Sinan of a character that had been forever erased from his memory. Same people, same mother's difference is really big. If you want to, go and meet up. Only the distance between life and death can't be crossed in this age. Living people, an airplane ticket, a boat ticket, a long-distance ticket, a train ticket. There are many ways to always meet. It wasn't a dead goodbye or lack of money to travel by the looks of her. Simply feel pretentious. Some people say that transportation has shortened the time to go home, so that the matter of going home lacks a sense of ritual. Properly sick. Brain pit. The 2 strangers looked at each other, their eyes staring out the window in unison, and wondering what the other was thinking. Xiao Nan thinks it's not good to stand with someone else's wife in a corner off the beaten track, and he's got a bad reputation. Being photographed can write a dozen possibilities. Taking a couple puffs on a cigarette and getting ready to leave. The woman spoke up. Can I have a cigarette? Open the cigarette box inside, the only one left. Huazi. Bought 3 days ago. Cheap wife said she did not like to smell the smell of cigarettes, will rarely smoke. Xiao Nan handed her the cigarette case along with the lighter. Help yourself. The woman skillfully took out a cigarette and bit into it. Pop. The blue flame lit the cigarette. Dense smoke rose. The woman returned the lighter to him. I left my son a long time ago. Xiao Nan didn't ask why. It was just an accidental meeting. Not familiar enough to have the right to pry into each other's minds. After a long time, the woman spoke. We haven't seen each other in over 20 years. You don't look bad. You don't see each other for 20 years. You must not want to see each other. Why do you need to put yourself in the drama of a fond mother? Time is long. The feelings are faded. You may not think he's important. He may not remember you. So why should you be nostalgic? Live your own lives and leave each other alone. Perhaps, at this moment he no longer needs you. Xiao Nan brought himself into the role and said indignantly, every child is a piece of flesh that falls from its mother's body, and who wouldn't want their own child? The woman turned her face sideways and wiped her tears. Not necessarily. Xiao Nan threw his cigarette butt into the trash can after he finished speaking, stepping back into the ballroom. Those who should be socializing are socializing, and those who should be kissing ass are kissing ass. It's a good time to push the cups and talk and laugh. There were always people with different appearances, such as Xiao Nan, who was wearing a light smile at the moment after a short exchange of a few sentences with the woman had caused his mood to fluctuate. Adults aren't always happy just because they're wearing a smiley face. Some people will hold off on going home and exploding again even if they're upset tonight. When Xiao Nan entered the door, he saw the old man who had received the gift anxiously welcoming him. Hu Kuei had been looking for this young man for a long time, and was slightly dissatisfied in the bottom of his heart but kept his politeness and said, "My husband has an invitation." Xiao Nan made a pleased gesture and said, "Please lead the way." Just waiting for this moment to meet someone who should go home and rest, Su Pingchun was chatting with the others, a group of 3 young men in a crowd with an average age of 60. 2 of them were naturally Xiao Nan's old acquaintances, Zhang Tianze and Wu Peiyuan. To be able to come in and sit and chat with a few old men, they could be considered young and talented. The other young woman hadn't seen her before and didn't recognize her. The old man receiving the gift raised his hand to stop it. Letting Xiao Nan wait for a moment, he went over to pass on a message. Xiao Nan obediently did as he was told, only to feel that there were so many broken rules. The old man walked past and the others closed their mouths and didn't converse. "Sir, the people have arrived." After saying that, he retreated to the side. Su Pingchun turned to look at Xiao Nan silent for a moment. Bright laugh. "The old Shen's daughter got married did not give us this group of old friends send invitations, really not enough. You kids see the elders also do not greet." Seemingly banal, the elders' flirtatious words contained quite a lot of meaning, tests, and dissatisfaction, but Xiao Nan didn't bother to guess, and took 3 steps over to consider the other man to have given him the slip, with no intention of giving a face. Who wouldn't know how to make yin and yang green tea? The main thing is that all of you are big names in the business world. A small person like me sending myself to the door is not enough to be a dish. Ha 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 ha. This character is the same as your old husband. It's really good. As an old fox who has been floating in the shopping mall for decades, he was scolded by a young junior to his face for holding high and stepping low. No matter how uncomfortable he was, he would endure it, and someone would have fought for him since. Unfortunately, he was wrong and didn't wait for someone else to call the shots for him. The older ones are not as youthful as the younger ones and have their own little agenda. The younger 3, 2 of whom he cleaned up. It's not good to mess with him. Only a young, strange woman was disgruntled. "You're so rude." From a small place, it's true that I didn't grow up with much upbringing. My old father-in-law said, "What do you want to do? What do you want to say?" unrestrainedly. Xiao Nan looked quite smug. A few seated old men glanced at him with their afterimages and silently gave a thumbs up in their hearts. Shameless enough. Otherwise people can eat soft food. On this cheek buddy did not but if you had his cheek when you were young, you would have struggled 30 years less. Thinking of the rich white woman who courted her in her youth. I was young and uneducated at the time, and I thought it was a shame to have a backward-looking family, so it was refused. Today, I think about the past, and I'm sorry for what I did. The young woman saw for the first time a man covered in thorns and particularly shameless. Did he not have self-respect? Wanting to open his mouth to be sarcastic, Su Pingchun grabbed the opportunity to speak first. "Xian, old brother Xiao is just a joke. You're more serious. My own granddaughter is no match for this kid, and it's the first time I've seen this kind of shameless person after living for 70 years. Anyone who could get Shin Jianxiu to look at him must have something to offer. Brother Xiao, please sit down. I'll introduce you to a few friends." Su Pingchun put his arm around Xiao Nan's shoulder with great enthusiasm. The 2 of them are like equals. Being addressed by the old man with a mouthful of brothers, Xiao Nan didn't humbly prevaricate, and without saying anything, he just acquiesced. Who let themselves marry well and marry well enough to be arrogant? It made Wu Peiyuan feel uncomfortable in his heart. By what right do you have to bend over and bow down when you see Su Pingchun? Who is he? A house son-in-law, to sit on an equal footing with a respected elder? With a good father-in-law? Just because he's shameless. The same words played out inside Zhang Tianze. "My humble servant, Xiao Nan. I am happy to see you all here tonight. Briefly introduce yourself and prepare to sit down." Su Pingchun pulled his arm and said towards his granddaughter, "Xian, come and sit here." Su Qian reluctantly got up to make way for the seat next to her grandfather. "Brother Xiao, sit next to me." Xiao Nan was not polite and sat down next to Su Pingchun. This shows how much importance was attached to him. Xiao Nan grabbed before Su Pingchun opened his mouth to introduce the others. Preempted, "I'm only interested in these old brothers. The other several young people do not need to know. Cannot do anything, main. This man is sick, isn't he?" Chang and Wu dared to speak out. The former was afraid of Xiao Nan's on-the-spot debt collection. The latter can't afford to be offended. Only Su Qian, a rash young very rude, said, "Hey, you overdo it. My grandfather called you a brother. You really take yourself seriously? Xian, who told you to open your mouth?" Su Pingchun reprimanded his granddaughter, smiled and said towards Xiao Nan, "Little girl, just graduated this year, doesn't know any better." Chapter 112, Xiao Nan's assassination. A group of people sitting together to talk about a bunch of useless nonsense. Did not talk about anything career? Xiaonan born in the city. Long time to deal with people. What words can be picked up 2 sentences? Among the several young people, he was the one who chatted the most. Su Qian felt so bored, signaling Wu Peiyuan to change his position, sitting next to Jiang Tianze, and having a chat to find others to chat. The other party responded enthusiastically and couldn't find a single fault. But Xiaonan inadvertently caught a touch of impatience in the bottom of Jiang Tianze's eyes, and could only say, this thing called the love brain doesn't discriminate between men and women. Master Su did not pay too much attention, just focusing on the past, at the beginning of their acquaintance. We are all spirited young men. Who would have thought that time passes so quickly? Are a group of old men. He is a few years older than the old man. The two mental state is very different. Su Pingshan gives the impression that you can Dongfang cave as a groom. Give the old man a sable and he'll probably just have to look away. They talk about when they met for the first time and the glorious things they did together. Xiaonan didn't interrupt and listened silently, Sensei nodding his head in response whether he was interested or not. He knew that the emotions were just a prelude to talking about what was going on, and that he would have his own chance to talk next. The topic was finally paved over. Su Pingshan said, back then, Jianxiu was invited at the beginning of the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce, and that person of his hated the monopolization of resources and was not willing to be in the same boat as us. We have helped many companies to go public over the years and supported a number of outstanding companies. The Chamber of Commerce would have more influence if he was there, and my position as president should be for a powerful man like him. Old Shin is an enterprise everyone, a model for us to learn from. Since you have complimented me, and you have done so in such an understated manner, I will focus on complimenting my own highly respected old man. He is a model for entrepreneurs all over the world to follow, distributing profits to every employee so that everyone can enjoy the dividends from the company's growth. In charge of more than 100,000 people of the enterprise, he worried not about the development of the enterprise, but worried about the staff sick, have no money to see a doctor, have no money room to live. Xiaonan Dede counted the old man's good. He said, the old father-in-law has become a contemporary god in his mouth, a savior, a goddess of mercy who saves people from suffering. A few people just couldn't listen. Su Pingshan interrupted with a smile. We know something about all these things. The old man is too low-key, has done a lot of good things, and is not allowed to tell the public about it, saying that all the talents have come to us. And what about the others? You see, the first thing he thinks about is not himself, it is his peers, and when he really does arrive, he does both. Xiaonan looked as if you guys saw it. This is good people, great good people. Su Pingshan pressed the unhappiness in his heart. Although we don't have much contact, but we always see each other every year. What you said is indeed what Jianxiu did. Our state of mind is not as high as his, so the enterprise doesn't do as well as his. What I said here tonight, everyone mustn't say it outside. It will reach his ears and he should criticize me again. Xiaonan looked as if he had just realized that he had said something wrong. Jianxiu, this person, is really too low-key and pragmatic. If he had been able to accept investment 10 years ago, the market value of C-high technology would definitely be much higher than it is now. It's just a pity that he always sticks to his own ideas and isn't willing to change easily, Su Pingshan said with a face of regret. Chatting up to hear Xiaonan would be in vain if he didn't understand. Perhaps it is this obsession that is the reason why he was able to achieve so much. It is difficult for a person to stand out in the competitive business world without strong beliefs and persistence. The spirit of C-high technology is not to be constrained by others. Neither in R&D technology nor in personality do we want to be constrained by others. Su Pingshan secretly marveled. Shin Jianxiu, the son-in-law, is not simple, not like the rumors outside. Before waiting for the other people to speak, Xiaonan will be the first to continue to say, sometimes too many interested parties are not conducive to the development of the enterprise. Do not want the enterprise to be good. Su Lao, you are highly respected. Don't do things that undermine the prestige of awe. Old man Su's face was a bit untenable, but as an old thief in his 70s, he was happy and angry. Su Qian didn't have such a good tolerance. Surname Shao, my grandfather is giving you face. My wife is still waiting at home. Next time I have time to find you all for tea. Xiaonan got up and then took 2 steps, pausing to look back at the angry Su Qian. The love brain is hopeless. After saying that, he continued to walk forward, and behind him came Su Qian's voice that didn't care about her face. Surname Shao, what do you mean? You come back. Xiaonan didn't have the guts to be so fat as to pick a fight on someone else's turf over and over again, walking and bumping into a guy, spilling his drink on his collar, frowning slightly in displeasure. She lowered her eyes to see that the person who had bumped into her was the arrogant woman she had met in the countryside a few hours ago. Just thinking about how to cope with the past, this woman actually opened her mouth to apologize. Right, I'm sorry, I'll compensate you for a dress, he said and kept wiping the drink off him with his hand. No, get out of the way. A sudden 180-degree turnaround in the attitude of an enemy was not a good sign, and it was possible that there was some other purpose. Upstairs I have men's clothes in my room. Why don't I take you upstairs to change? Li Meng said without any hesitation. Ignoring the gazes of others, she was about to pull up Xiao Nan's hand and head out. Mo Jia, who was standing not far away talking to someone, glanced this way and smiled contemptuously. Shonan's haters likewise smiled. How can a woman of exactly 1 meter 6 pull Xiao Nan? But Xiao Nan knows that if he does not cooperate, the other party is very likely to fall to the ground to slander him to hit people. When he reached the outside of the elevator, Xiao Nan stopped in his tracks. Li Meng saw that the person behind him was not walking, and he could not pull himself. What's wrong with you? She looked flustered, and Shonan said with a blank face, just stay here. It's not good. Shonan suddenly stepped forward and bent down. Li Meng gently pushed the sturdy chest, heart thumping, want to back away, behind a wall, no place to hide, lowered his head and whispered, go, to the room, not here. Without going overboard, he sniffed at her, curled his lips, and said in a low, husky voice, I'm not a kitten for salted fish. What do you mean? What salted fish flavor? By the time she reacted, Xiao Nan had already disappeared. Turning around, he saw a man, lowering his head and saying, mission failed. It's okay, you were promised no less resources. On the other side, Xiao Nan tried to drive away and found that all 4 tires had been allowed to deflate, and he began to feel a sense of vertigo in his head, with heavy shadows appearing before his eyes, and slapped himself hard twice. How can you feel giddy without a sip of wine and want to engage in male-female sex in particular? Just then the cheap wife's phone call came through, and it took several rows to answer a call. Before he could even open his mouth, the other man and couldn't stop talking. Why are you still not back so late? I'm waiting for you at home. I'm sleepy. Come back soon. Xiao Nan chirped. Stop beeping and listen to me first. You yelled at me. Ha, carrot you. Xiao Nan kept patting his face to stay awake. I've been backstabbed. In the car in front of the Jinhao Hotel, driving that blue electric car. Give your dad a call. Quick. A sob came over the phone. Are you hurt? Ancestor don't incite it this time. You again incite me. I have to run naked on the streets. Xiao Nan hung up the phone. His consciousness became more and more blurred, bit his tongue, and locked the car door all the way. Chapter 113, Wise Xingyi. Fortunately, the old man arranged for people to come in time. Xiao Nan stayed in the hospital for 1 night, and after detoxification, he was discharged home. It's kind of hard on the body, and you don't get much energy all day. Lazily paralyzed on the couch, his cheap wife maneuvered the motorized wheelchair around and around in front of his eyes. You should wear dirt when you go out from now on. It's not safe to be too handsome. Xiao Nan blankly glanced at the woman maneuvering the wheelchair around in front of him and said, it's not my beauty that other people are looking at. It's the fact that they want to destroy me. Can't you see anything? Don't you have anything you want to say to me? Xingyi asked back. No, what should be explained has been explained. Xiao Nan wasn't sure where he had offended her. I haven't seen her smile at herself since I woke up. You yelled at me. Xingyi could still remember that Xiao Nan had yelled at her last night, for which she had shed 2 tears. Yes, counted. Intending to ignore him for a few days, he couldn't help himself first. Just want to talk to him. Yes? Is there a recording? Xiao Nan only remembered speaking a little louder, his tone a little harder. I've said much worse things in the past than I did last night, and I haven't seen her say anything. He looked like he was dead set on denying it. Xingyi was too lazy to count anymore. If he really wanted to count, it was enough for him to cry for 3 days and 3 nights. I suspect that you were deliberately set up. He was thinking the same thing, but it was never the woman who set the trap. She didn't have the guts to screw up like that. Someone had to be behind it. Xiao Nan suspected everyone and found that none of them had a motive, and those who didn't have the guts. You help me analyze who it is, telling us all about what we encountered last night, in all its details, even about being stuck in traffic on the road and how to get Mo Jia to help. Just can't let you go out alone. Thought you were a good man, but it turns out that you are also hooking up outside behind the family's back. There was content that made Xingyi a little unhappy. What you're focusing on is not the point. Xiao Nan gave her a blank look and said, first of all, you can rule out Wu Peiyuan's group of people. With their family background, borrowing 100 guts wouldn't dare to make trouble at Su Pingchuan's birthday banquet. The background of the person who dared to mess up must be equal to or exceed that of Su Pingchun. Which of the people you mentioned? Only the Mo family's background exceeds that of the Su family. But what is the purpose? Xingyi's fingers rubbed his smooth jaw. I'm just as stuck here. It wasn't that Xiao Nan hadn't suspected Mo Jia. Asked, is it possible that it's Su Pingchun? Xingyi, look, put you can look. People, a Chamber of Commerce president against you, alas. Not right. There is no possible want to mess in you. The purpose is to draw out. Wanting to speak. Xiaonan took over. You're saying that he set me up to frame someone else, with the purpose of trying to pull your dad over to exclude dissenters. Only her brow furrowed, and after a while she spat out the word right. Xiaonan felt that this reason was insufficient. In case the matter is exposed, wouldn't he be on the back foot? I don't recognize this speculation. Say the reason. Xinye's tone was dry and raw. Look at you. You don't have any patience with me. Xiaonan didn't want to make the atmosphere in the house too tense. It's this time you still have the leisure to make such jokes, Xinye said with a stern face. He's a pawned and established old man. He wouldn't mess with this kind of at his own banquet. Xiaonan told the story of what old man Su had gotten up to last night. Xinye listened carefully and said, that's precisely why I suspect him. Tell me. Xiaonan wanted to know what novel angle this cheap wife was using to analyze the problem. I'm clear about the backgrounds of the several vice presidents of the Magic Capital Chamber of Commerce, and they are far from posing a threat to Su Pingchun. If he wants to continue to be the president, no one within the Chamber of Commerce can stop him. Xinye felt his mouth a little dry. Go get me a glass of water. Row. Xiaonan nimbly went to the kitchen and poured a cup of warm water for her. After drinking the water and handing him the water cup, he continued. The fact that he's pulling those things means that someone is behind a few vice presidents, threatening his position, and he needs a strong ally to join him. Wouldn't it be a bad situation if things were exposed? She didn't answer, and Sinan asked the same question again. He didn't think his cheap wife was smarter than he was, but his own eyesight might not be as open as that of his cheap wife, who had grown up in a wealthy family. She had seen and heard the dirtiest things and could think of dirty ways to do them that she might not have thought of herself. This is a huge difference brought about by social status. For a businessman, the courage to take risks is a basic quality. Su Pingchuan's fortune was one big gamble after another. 40 years ago he was just a candy factory owner. He saw the real estate as a windfall, mortgaged all of his family's houses and factories, and bought and tunneled a couple of pieces of land that nobody wanted for development. Cheap wife was selling out again. Xiaonan was dissatisfied. Don't always say half of it to whet people's appetites. He bought that piece of land less than 3 years the city to the North District development. Land prices rose 10 times. He therefore rode a wave. The value of the water rose. Xinye said Su Pingchun more than this project. Many others do not look forward to the project. He invested heavily in revitalization. He is indeed a daring businessman with great foresight. However, this doesn't mean that he arranged for someone to drug him. Xiaonan only felt that his brain was very messy without a single clue. You're a person who speaks very uncritically. I'm just suspicious. I didn't say that he's the one who drugged you. In short, I think he's the most suspicious. Xinye insisted on his own thoughts. Why don't we bet on a game? Xinye raised his chin and provoked. Dare you? This piqued Xiaonan's interest. What's the bet? Xinye did not rush to answer, raising his own hand to look left and right. Bet $10 million. Want to buy a lot of things, but unfortunately not enough money to spend. Do you have $10 million? He could have some fun betting on something else, and even if he won, he wasn't going to take any money from her. I don't eat or drink 10 months can save enough. Really can't afford to give. Then I'll offset me to you. Pay back enough money. Then you can return the person. She would not have thought of losing, even if she lost. She did not want to give money. No money. Want money? No. Want people? Have one. Forget it. You're not eating or drinking. You're eating my food, drinking my food, and I guess you want to spend from me even when you buy things. Xiaonan used to rent his own house and live there, and he spent $6,000 a month on food and drink altogether. She spent more money in the time she's moved in here than in any previous month. He is responsible for the family's daily expenses, and fruits are to be eaten from imported supermarkets. You can have all the junk snacks, but you have to have imported fruits. I wish I could put it in my mouth and spit it out and feed it to her. You don't dare, do you? Do you think your IQ is not good? Don't worry, my gambling character is not a little problem. If you win, then you want to give people to people, want to give money to money. Xinye followed the temptation. I don't really trust your character. I have a new perception of my cheap wife today. She's wise, not stupid, and when she's not in a relationship brain crime, she's a smart person. Chapter 114, the nearer the vermilion, the redder the nearer the ink, the blacker the blacker. One size does not fit all, and there are things that Shonan has not forgotten. I met Jiang Tianzi last night and I helped you collect your debt. You're forcing me to make a choice? She guessed at once, and Shonan had to admit it. Right. This explains why Jiang Tianzi called himself from an unfamiliar number early in the morning about paying back the money. He contacted me on someone else's phone and will transfer the money to me in 3 days. Xinye said. He should have cheated a lot of people last night. Xiaonan guessed that the probability of 3 days would not be returned. The probability that he delayed the excuse. He used the word cheat, and Xinye's face hardened a bit, not liking the fact that the person next to him was being overly mean. This is between me and him. She realized something was wrong and wanted to explain immediately. But Xiaonan spoke first. Understood. I won't get involved again. Didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. Sinan hates that phrase. There it is again. Never say what that means. Shonan pinched his throat and spoke in her tone. I didn't mean that. That. Then his voice couldn't help but increase. What the do you mean? I can't possibly not want this 50 million for the so-called feelings, but I can't do it step by step. Shinyi got angry that Xiao Nan even yelled at himself, and this time was very strong and did not shed tears. You want to see two men fighting over you? That's what you're happy to see. I'm sorry, I'm not going to let you get what you want. By not letting you get what you want, he wasn't getting the other guy. He was quitting and not playing. What do you mean? Shinyi was a bit flustered. It's scary when someone who's usually playful suddenly blackens his face. We've known each other for a few months, and I've never seen him so serious. Guess what? Don't you always use I didn't mean it as an excuse? This time you can also guess what I mean. A moment of understanding and a moment of pretending to understand. Shannan thought she was pretending to be confused. The money was originally their own money. Must get back. Do not give an attitude. Today this matter cannot be turned over. Shinyi immediately decided. Good. I will call him now. The corners of his mouth rose slightly in an imperceptible smile. Whatever. It's not like it's my money. This feeling of being chosen is like a refreshing breeze on a summer day. At the moment, he was in an exceptionally happy mood, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was even harder to suppress than AK. Even if the other party was forced to compromise, it could not hide the satisfaction and fulfillment he felt inside. Still, she couldn't let her see it, and snickered to herself. Bring your cell phone over. Shinyi extended her white palm to him. Why should I use mine? I don't want to pull him off the blacklist. Xiaonan did not have a little smile on his face, and said in a very high and cold manner, Here, take it, 300 packages a month, just hit it. Shinyi crossed his eyes and entered the number into his cell phone. After a long time no one answered. Xiaonan, who was standing by the side, said in a conspiratorial manner, You don't have shallow feelings for him, you can remember all 11 phone numbers, or else forget it. After all, it's your godbrother, full of green tea flavor. Men can still be green tea like this. She kind of opened her eyes. If I can't satisfy you today, you'll kick me out of the house immediately. Don't think you're the only one who understands me. I don't understand you. Xiaonan, you're just a possessive man. No, this is not possessive. Just don't want you to step on two boats with your feet. You always have to choose one. You choose him. I immediately incarnate your brother to bless you. Xiaonan is not afraid of her not choosing herself, is to hate her hesitation. After dialing several times in a row and no one answered, Shinyi edited the debt collection message and sent it over. Preparing to return the cell phone to Xiaonan, a call came in. Seeing the memo, a face of unhappiness. Someone is looking for. You don't need to avoid it. I don't have a ghost in my heart and I'm not afraid of you hearing it. Xiaonan blocked her way and connected in front of her. Shinyi drooped, but in his heart he was happy. He was accepting himself, and pricked up his ears in an endeavor to overhear what was said on the other side of the. Unfortunately nothing could be heard. Only Xiaonan said, Got it. Say what you need to say. Don't say what you shouldn't. I don't have time to waste. My wife is next to me. Your ing amplified. Aren't you a bully and think you're clean? What's the point of cutting me off and not letting me hear what people are saying? Xinye's teeth gnashed. Others, she is not worried. Good Dandan and Sure Linlin too, not too worried. These two people play open. Okay Lu, you set the location. I'll be right over. Xiaonan hung up the phone, wanting to open his mouth to say that he wouldn't be home for dinner tonight. He lowered his eyes to meet the death-killing eyes and swallowed. Stiffly, he laughed twice. Hey, that. Gurdon Dane invited you over for dinner. Get out of the way. No go. She didn't know that Xiaonan could have gone on her own, and she didn't know how she'd make a scene afterward if she knew and didn't bring it with her. Living together, her unhappiness, her own unsettled days, the damned fates somehow entwined. If you're not going, then I'm not going either. Shinyi smiled sweetly. Go ahead. I'm not a petty, unintelligent woman. After saying that, the wheelchair directly pressed past his instep. Pain is not particularly painful, a little numb. Xiaonan looked at no problem, looking at the wheelchair that slowly away. A few times to speak and then stop. Just see the woman into the bedroom before the wheelchair stopped. Tonight do not see, tomorrow night visible. I am paralyzed, can only stay at home. How can I know you see not see? This kind of thing in the future do not say in front of my face. I will feel very useless. The man cheated. Cannot do anything. Obviously want to follow and still staged this. Xiaonan ahead too big Goo. You, this change makes people really burn their brains. Quickly, he walked over to her and pulled her wheelchair. You have to go if you don't. It hurts me to say it, and I feel guilty for not taking you. Actually, you don't need to care about me. Do what you need to do outside. I won't know. She had a pathetic, rebellious look on her face. Acting skills need to be improved. Xiaonan explained towards Sister Sun and pushed her out the door. Xiaonan drove the car away from the neighborhood onto the main road. Xunyi said timidly, Will I look less knowledgeable if I follow? Xiao Nan's entire body was numb. She was too idle, watching court dramas every day, and brought that into her life. Isn't it a bit too late for you to realize that you don't know what you're doing after you leave the house? A little try and you reveal your cloven foot. I knew that your kid is not sincere in taking me out. Shenyi had the look of I've seen through it long ago, and the smile on his face was visible to the naked eye as it blossomed. You are the one who knows how to find a remedy for yourself. What's wrong? You also have to break it right. I admire you for this kind of thick-skinnedness without realizing it. Xiaonan truly admired her current state. There is a big difference between the mental state before the accident and now. And the former Shenyi was a woman with strong self-esteem, little ability, a little stupid, and a big temper. It's hard to say about Shenyi nowadays. It's too versatile. If she is provided with enough scenarios, she can play 10 roles a day, and she has a bit of herself in her, a thick skin. Close to Zhu is red, close to Link is black. Chapter 115, Yin Yang Master, Shenyi. Not having said in advance that he would bring his cheap wife over, his heart fluttered at the sight of the romantically decorated restaurant and the woman in a bustier gown outlining her diminutive figure and revealing a deep cleavage. There was a breeze blowing and the flame on the candle danced. What was in front of him caused Xiaonan to only feel his temples protruding as well. Aren't you afraid of burning yourself to death by lighting so many candles? Regret not saying it in advance. It's not that I'm afraid that my cheap wife will misunderstand. It's that I don't want her to take it out and flirt with it later if she has anything to do with it. Glaring at the overwhelmed Gudandan, he secretly said, inviting dinner is inviting dinner. Why are you making this mess? Shenyi tilted his head and looked at Xiaonan, seeing that he had a constipated expression on his face. So it was evident that he didn't know that it was a candlelight dinner, but that didn't stop it from being a topic that would be used to tease him later. It's okay for you to mention Zhang Tianzi. I'll mention this incident today. Gazing softly at the woman standing in a grand gown in the candlelight, he flirted. Dandan, does this restaurant have no electricity or can't afford it? Are you afraid of the cold by lighting so many candles? Afraid of the cold? Why are you still wearing so little? Find a loving husband. My husband is worried about me freezing. Put his clothes on me. Did I volunteer to put this on you? Didn't you say you were cold and refused to get off? You are really good at making up for yourself. Shameless. Xiaonan's tone is flat. The lights here are broken. Let's change the restaurant. I know there is a private dining room is very good. To a private room is also suitable for talking about things. Just as Gudandan was thinking about how to solve the immediate embarrassment, with Xiaonan's words, he immediately lent a hand. Good, good. This is the restaurant I invested in. Today's first day of opening. Not yet open for business. No electricity. Smilingly, she came over and said, Sister Xiaoye, come, I'll push you. Shenyi gave her a sweet smile and politely said, thanks. Then the words changed. It's better for my husband to push it, and die by his hand. You're a real joker. What an imagination. Xiaonan snorted coldly and pushed her out of the restaurant to get into the car. They couple a car. Gudandan driving a sports car behind. Xiaonan hands on the steering wheel. The afterglow glanced at the passenger side. Is staring at him to see the woman. I didn't know beforehand. People value you so much. Oh. Candlelight dinner. Oh. I didn't think you'd be so popular. She's changing a little bit. Getting better and better. It's quite nice to be in such a state. But I can't keep the books at home. I'll take her books to work tomorrow and throw them away. The broadband at home is down. Watching boring dramas all day long. His mind is full of nonsense. Do you think that you haven't even had a candlelight dinner with me, and another woman beat you to it? Sorry to interrupt. Knowing full well that he hadn't been informed ahead of time that Gedan would be having a candlelight dinner didn't stop her from using it as an excuse to yin and yang. If you're too upset, I can send you home before coming over for your appointment, Xiaonan said in a serious manner. Don't you provoke me. Shenyi took her outstretched hand back. She wanted to pinch Xiaonan to come, and suddenly realized that he was driving. All day long you have such a rich imagination. Directing yourself, work hard on writing a script for the company to shoot. Xiaonan felt that she was too energetic and should find something for her to do. I'm writing a story and I'm stuck at a point with no inspiration. I think one day I'll visit the place where he grew up and see where he lived. Shenye's eyes looked sadly out the window at the busy streets that flashed by. The distance between the two places wasn't very far. It only took 10 minutes to get there. Xiaonan pushed his cheap wife into the store and asked the waiter for a private room upstairs. Leave the billing to Gudandan. Can spend other people's money, try not to spend their own. This is Xiaonan has always been the concept of consumption. Leave the ordering to the two ladies. Waiting for the waiter to send tea and leave. Xiaonan opened his mouth to mention the main event. We are not meeting today to have this meal. So let's talk directly. First of all, I don't guarantee that you'll cooperate when you're done talking. His words made Gurdon realize that she had to be careful in presenting her ideas, and at the same time, focusing on cooperation rather than help, and that she had to show her sincerity. She sighed, and was silent for a while. I know my background, Sister Xiaoye. so I will just say things directly. Aha! Xiaonan wasn't interested in knowing her background. My company under the previous years packaged out a few knowledge bloggers, emotional bloggers, one after another was attacked, making too much noise, the official media also down to criticize. Good lord, she doesn't say it without saying it. The godfather of fishing for women, the godfather of relationships, the godfather of business, and so on. There are success lecturers who understand the type of applause. There are head bloggers who engage in male/female dichotomy and get their popularity up, all packaged by her company. Xiaonan had nothing good to say about emotional types of bloggers. It was simply poisoning society. And those who engaged in this track were equally disgusting regardless of gender. Many positive words have been stigmatized, such as fairy, which is not a derogatory term, by the internet. No accident in the past few years. According to the hotness of those guys, Good Danden's company did not make a lot of money. It's almost impossible for a company like this, with a business model like this, and a track like this to exist for a few years without incident, without someone behind it. And the fact that one thing after another happened means that something happened to the person behind it or someone with a stronger background is trying to screw her. The network with a certain business strategy investment division, a certain industry strategy analyst, a certain financial analyst, and so on. The title is to spend money can be authorized to the certificate. After she introduced this industry, Xiaonan is considered to be a small knife to pull the open eyes. Across the screen are elites, and then understand the true, can only say, mixed fish and dragons. Not being in the industry doesn't give you an insider's view of the industry. Before that it was a wonder where all the people analyzing business on the internet came from. If you're so good, why don't you start your own Fortune 500 company? So it's all MCNs like her who are looking for organizations to pay for their license. Packaged products. In the past few years the social problems were not exposed and no one lit a fire. The top would not intervene excessively. As the heat of the people packing it out grew, the problems became more and more obvious and could not be allowed to go on. Even if the people above don't notice. Again, there will be peers in other circuits who will attack this type of blogger as a hot button that, some people lead the charge, some carry the flag, some shout, and the problem emerges to blaze in the sun. She said the company's remaining accounts now have little traffic, are in a hurry to transform, and need heat, and Xiaonan just meets the requirements of quickly gaining attention. Awesome, personally packaging out so many head netizens, admire, even though he didn't agree with her. Xiaonan admired her for being able to come up with a few head netizens for the track. I had thought this day would come. I didn't think it would come so suddenly. Gurdon said she has no remorse for what she's done, and she knows those types of bloggers will give a lot of families that. A lot of people are adversely affected, but not regretting it. Who made those people clueless and unable to tell the difference? You are too extreme. You can't have only interests in your eyes. Shenyi did not agree with this point of view. She said you can have no sense of social responsibility, but you don't poison society. Then he looked at Xiaonan and said, hubby, don't cooperate with such a person. We are not bad at this money. She called her husband without any psychological burden at all. Open mouth. Xiaonan is a little unaccustomed to such a name, sometimes tranced that he is still single, ready to open his mouth. Good Dandan grabbed the first. Next will not do that kind of thing. Be a sunny and upright entrepreneur. It doesn't matter if it's sunny or not, as long as it's not illegal. If you don't do it someone else will. Xiaonan is not as cynical as Xinyi. Has seen all kinds of people. The world is not black or white. Chapter 116, Xinyi, what I'm not appropriate. The three of them ordered 9 dishes, all of which were small in portion size, but each of which was extremely delicately prepared, whetting one's appetite at first glance. The most excited among them was Xinyi, who was already a full-fledged foodie, and at this moment, her eyes were even more glowing, as if she saw a table full of delicious food beckoning to her, and she makes no secret of her love of food, just as she does at home. Letting Xiaonan beside her help her into the bowl with whatever she wants to eat. Xiaonan didn't feel that it was bad for her to be like this in front of outsiders, but he satisfied her request and kept on chucking various dishes for her. Love that she's forthright and unassuming, and enjoy watching her stuff her mouth to the point of bulging when she eats. She didn't have that pretense of elegant chewing. The whole scene seemed very cozy and harmonious, and they were used to getting along without the slightest sense of constraint. The whole honey, I want this, hubby, I want that, hubby, I can't remember how many times she called her husband, begging for one at a time. Xiaonan did not feel enjoyment, goosebumps all over his body. The 2 words husband echoed in his ears. You still call me by my first name. I'm uncomfortable with you. She does it on purpose, always calling her by her first name or you at home and her husband when she goes out. To be honest, Sinan wasn't ready to take on the role of husband. What? Think I'm too ugly to see people? Shenyi put his chopsticks down. That's not so bad. If you look like this and ugly next to each other, the bank will have to get a plastic surgery loan business. Xiaonan saw that there was oil at the corner of her mouth and pulled out a tissue to pass it over. She glanced at the proffered tissue and rolled her eyes, clasping her hands to her chest. I can't get my hands to work, so you wipe me. Too many things to do. Next time I won't take you out. Xiaonan spread out the tissue paper and spread it on his palm, very roughly covering her entire mouth with one hand, then closing his palm. Ouch. You're being gentle. It's too rough. Xiaonan wasn't too used to such a Xinyi, sometimes wondering if she's been taken over by a vixen. So much has changed, and a sense of cutthroatness is seen in her. A cut from yesterday, a cut from the last 20 years. Maybe it's in her genes. Originally, it's just that in the past, I've made myself too repressed. No one comes to trigger the nature of the bone. Jordanian, who was at the same table, was uncomfortable and, at the beginning of their acquaintance, they said that they had no feelings for each other. It's been a couple of months since we've seen the two of them together. Is this no emotion? This is clearly a relationship. Maybe Xiaonan himself doesn't realize that he favors Xinyi. As the person enjoying himself, Xinyi didn't notice either. As a bystander, she could see clearly that Xiaonan complained with a smile on his lips all the time. His movements didn't stop, and the requests he made were done one by one. Xinyi said that he didn't want to get his hands dirty when he ate the shrimp, and he peeled the shrimp shells and then gave them to Xinyi. And he envied Xinyi without any reason in his heart. Her own career is better than hers. Her health is better than hers. Her looks are not much worse than hers. And her family atmosphere is better than hers. But there's one less person who's toxic but happy to take care of himself. She wasn't a few months younger than Xinyi. How come she didn't meet a man like Xiaonan? Quite wanting my father to arrange a man's marriage tomorrow, and to cultivate a relationship through bickering and stumbling. In particular, there was a big change in Xinyi. In the past, we did not have many opportunities to get along, but every time they met, they were all kind of cold and unsmiling. At the moment, their speech and demeanor have been assimilated by Xiaonan, and there is a sense of relaxation in them. Looking up, Xinyi saw Good Dandan staring at her husband and opened her mouth. Dandan, why don't you eat? Good Dandan had the feeling of cheating on someone's husband and being caught in the act, and a flash of panic flashed across her face. I tend to grow meat, and I rarely eat at night. You don't have to deliberately control your diet to eat and drink. I've never thought about how it would be if I gained weight. Xinyi then said meaningfully. Other desires are to be restrained. Mouth and stomach don't control. I really envy Sister Xiaoya's state. This sentence was purely Good Dandan's lack of words. Sitting in a wheelchair all day, unable to take care of himself. Living is no different from dying. What's there to envy about a waist? I can't say I envy you for having a good husband, can I? Every sentence was full of aggression. Good Dandan was a bit overwhelmed. This time he was the one who was begging for help, so he endured for the time being. Xiaonan was also full of rice, so he opened his mouth to steer the topic back to business. I can agree to cooperate, but the prerequisite is what you can take out as a deal. You're going to have to finance it after all anyway. Whose money is it not to take? I can introduce a car company to work with you. You're helping me this time. In disguise, you're helping Sihai to form a network public relations, and solve some troubles for you in the future. Good Dandan's family's industry was automobiles, and it had already cooperated with other tech companies, but it didn't prevent it from cooperating with Sihai to set up a brand like Dowcom Automobile. She admired this man, but she herself was not a woman who was blinded by color. She understood that a man like Xiaonan would not be mesmerized by beauty, and that cooperation would have to come up with real benefits. She also knew very well in her heart that Xiaonan wanted more than that, and she could give more than that, but she didn't want to let go too soon. Cooperation. You and I in the back and forth carried out, pulled to a point where everyone can talk about it. Xiaonan slowly threw the paper towel that wiped his hands into the trash can under the table and sat up straight. That one doesn't have a lot to do with me. Sihai Technologies products aren't bad. There's a market for it. There's no need to use it as a conditional deal. He values his long-term interests, not a little bit of immediate benefits and nebulous promises. Part of the reason for working at Sihai is to repay my old husband's kindness, but I also think that I am not suitable for blind entrepreneurship and need to settle down a bit. How many young and talented people don't make it to the end of the line and die halfway through, not thinking they are the chosen sons? That's a point of excess for yourself, not a place to return to. Brother-in-law should return home soon. The future Sihai can't accommodate him. It's time to think about your future. The more cards you have in your hand, the better your bottom line. Gurdon was a little surprised and didn't know what to say next. At this time Xinyi opened his mouth. My husband is representing an individual tonight, and does not represent the company. Dandan, you're confused. The future of the Sihai and our couple has nothing to do with it. This you should know. Even though she stayed at home and didn't go out, rumors and things from the outside world would always worm their way into her ears. Many people learned that she would not be associated with Sihai in the future, and Sihai's shareholders could not accept idle shareholders who did not serve in the group. Can't you be more subtle? If old father-in-law knew he was like this outside, he would not be called into the office for tea. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful of spreading to your father's ears. The old man should scold me. I'm here. It's fine. He scolded you. Come back and talk to me. Shonen's trying to spill the beans to her at this point, but the old man won't let me talk. He wants to talk, only to be discouraged. In Shinya's words, Godanden caught a key piece of information. Shonan would not stay and see high technology all the time. Then how can you guarantee that the promise will be honored? A 900-strong team of engineers has arrived at the factory. 3 months to complete the production equipment upgrade, process flow development, and road test vehicles will come off the line in the second half of the year. And I can arrange for you to get the information from the road test, and will sign a betting contract with you, and failing to deliver on the promise, all the money invested will be given to your company, and I'll be netted out. Xiaonan knew that negotiating with people was not about what they were afraid of, but what they needed. What Godanden needed was heat, so give it to her. How much do you want? Gurdon wanted nothing more than a guarantee. The premise of signing the betting contract, I have a condition that I will want more. I don't know the market capitalization of your company for the time being, and I'm not sure how much I'll want, but I'll put in $10 million at the most. This money is not a small amount for Xiaonan. Many rich people invested not less than a few million. He is very sure that he is not as rich people have money. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Xiaonan's money was on his mind, and Shenyi was guessing how much cash flow he had. Honey, my company also has financing needs. I think you should work with Dandan. Choosing someone to manage the business, Xiaonan thought Godanden was more suitable than his own cheap wife. He could invest in 2 businesses at once, but only if Godanden came to run them, and his own cheap wife, forget it. The 2 women were interested. Godanden said, Mr. Xiao, please speak. You are a talent who knows a lot about branding and packaging, very suitable for managing the entertainment company Artist Build. Well, then some people suitable. Xiaonan said that you can't have too many moral shackles to confine you in doing business. These words made Xinyi very dissatisfied. What do you mean that Godanden is more suitable than someone? I don't fit? You can't hide the eyes of a wannabe knife man. Don't look at me like that. It's not the first time I've spoken harshly. You should be used to it. Xiaonan wouldn't give in to her in matters of business. It's fine. Let's talk about it at home. I'll think about the suggestions you made. Xinyi looked at Godanden and said, let's both go home and think about it, and make some time to meet. Out of the time is longer. Ghosts know when Xinyi pull, cannot eat and pull the place are together. The 3 scattered. The future cooperation to Xinyi and Godanden came. Cheap wives aren't good for running companies, but that doesn't mean they're stupid and not good for negotiating. Chapter 117, Xiaonan intends to let Xinyi take care of his wallet. Within a few minutes of driving away from the private restaurant, Xiaonan smelled the poop odor on Xinyi, and she smelled it herself, her whole face reddening like a steamed crab. After enduring the discomfort of driving someone home just for slapping her nose and mouth, she asked, do you resent me? No. Xiaonan handed the person over to Sister Sun. You lie. Xiaonan, I am not a dog. Smelling and still excited He wanted to peel back the woman's head to see how the brain circuits grew. She does what she thinks, and Xiaonan doesn't argue. Handing the man over to Sister Sun, he turned his head to find the trash can and spat into it a few times. No one likes to smell poop, and myself is no exception. He was the one who took care of his grandmother, who was paralyzed in bed for 3 months before she died a decade ago. I couldn't afford a babysitter, and I had no one to help me. It's a hard life. Their own clothes are not changed once every few days, and they themselves are already dirty. Coupled with filial piety, there was little discomfort. The last few years have been so comfortable, or at least so much better materially, that I've been clean for too long and have had a slight change of heart. Every day's big fish and meat tastes too strong. She needs to be allowed to eat veggies for a few days. Lying on the sofa casually took a book that Xinyi usually read, not some mindless novel. The is an all-foreign language edition of an economic book. As a novice with no educational foundation in economics courses, many specialized terms are too obscure to understand. After a few casual glances, I lost interest. Meow too, who hadn't appeared for a long time, took elegant cat steps and furtively leaned toward the cat food, and Xiaonan bellowed, come here. Meow too scurried away, losing sight of the cat in a puff of smoke. Don't go home if you have the guts. We haven't settled the score from last time. Fortunately, Sun is more diligent to find in time. Otherwise the home has become a total movement of rats garden. See Meow too. Remembered to ignore a long time with this dog brother. The day is too cold. Xiaonan morning cannot get up. A long time did not take it out. On the deck, the dog sat facing away, his back toward home. Xiaonan got up and pulled open the glass door. A cold current came to his face, shrunk his neck, and put on a piece of clothing in reverse to go out. Hey, have something on your mind? The dog did not take care of it, and looking at the lonely dog pitifully, Xiaonan said. If I have time next weekend, I'll give you a wife. How about it? The dog came to life and circled around him, constantly rubbing his head against his leg. You have to think about it. Marrying a wife is going to take half of your dog food, and in the future there will be children, and the same will be taken again. Well, anyway, I'm not sure how many your wife will give birth to at one time. In any case, it's going to take a lot of dog food. The excited dog froze in place, his head supposedly making a choice: do you want a wife or a full meal? Frozen for a moment, the dog's back fell as he headed back to his den. Xiaonan felt that the dog could understand a lot, but just couldn't speak, and smiled as he squatted in front of the kennel. Just kidding, it's no problem to raise your whole family. You're allowed to have one child. If you have 4 or 5 dogs at a time and a litter a year, dozens of dogs on the terrace howling blindly all day, you get up in the morning and it's full of dog poop and it stinks to high heaven. God, I can't even imagine. Forget it, don't get yourself into trouble. It chose survival over self-survival and marriage, and doesn't seem to care much about having a wife. Take him to be spayed after spring. Buy it a chicken leg every day when you get there. Living on a high floor. The wind was stronger at night, so Xiaonan stayed for a while and then got up to go back to the house. After a while, the cheap wife changed into a furry outfit, her face tinged with the flush of a hot water wash. The wheelchair stopped in front of Xiaonan and asked, "Smell it, does it smell good?" "Don't want to smell. You dislike me. I knew you would dislike me. And your mouth said you wouldn't." Man's mouth, lying ghost. In the Shinyi broken thoughts between, Xiaonan lit a cigarette, positively said, "First put away the small love, small love. Serious chat a little about the bread business. Say it." When it came to business, Shinyi had a serious face. "My offer for you to work with Godanden. Consider it." He sincerely hoped that Gen 1 would be run by Godanden, and that the two companies would hold shares in each other. He was testing his cheap wife's attitude. Speaking of which, she was upset. Her licensed husband saying she was inferior to other women in front of others was upsetting. Give your reasons. Do you really think in your heart that I am inferior to Godanden? If you don't give a reasonable explanation, tonight, I wanted to say that you're sleeping by yourself tonight, but suddenly it occurred to me that I was the one who was relying on people. You're not good at managing a business.